Happy Friday, donks. Chucky's back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, November 7th, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning. My car said 31 degrees when I got in.
It was chilly.
Yep.
Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hey, what's up? Good morning, everybody.
And Jason Bishop.
Wait till next Monday and Tuesday. It's going to be about 18 degrees when you get up.
It's going to be 18 degrees, did you say?
Well, lows will be in the high teens, low 20s.
That's pretty
So
brutal.
when does winter officially start?
Late December.
December 20th or 21st.
So we're a month away or so, month and a half.
Yep.
I still went with shorts today. Decided to go shorts.
I mean, God bless you. I just don't know.
It's going to be nice today and tomorrow. It's going to be in the 70s.
I saw low 60s.
Tomorrow's low 70s. Today's 60s.
Yeah. Today I get the privilege. I have to take my mother to the doctor. Just a standard appointment, no big deal. But
Right after work?
this afternoon. But she's staying at my sister's this week, the last couple of weeks, so I got to drive all the way out there. So it's just one of those things where I just got to make sure I don't forget.
Where's her doc? So you got to drive basically out to Annapolis.
And she has a million of them. That one actually is, it's in one of the offices adjacent to the hospital over there in Anne Arundel. So,
All right, so it's around there. So
yeah. Let's gotta head out there. So look, the appointment's supposed to be there at 2:45. I figure I gotta leave my house at 1:30 to be at my sister's at 2:15. I just gotta make sure I don't forget.
Yeah.
That's my biggest fear.
Set a reminder on your phone, Ricky.
It's not as
Yeah,
bad. I mean, I used
did.
to have to do a drive where I would come from work, drive to Bowie, then Bowie, and drive all the way past Baltimore to a hospital where she would do an infusion every 3 months or 6 months.
that's not like
then
that.
drive back to Bowie, then get to Gaithersburg. Those were like 200 to 250 mile days
I
driving.
mean, that's a lot. I'm not even saying this is a lot. It's just I just gotta remember.
Well, I
think
think
you
you're going to
will.
remember. I think you're going to remember. I'll tell you what you shouldn't remember. Thursday night football.
Yeah.
I didn't even bother. Didn't even bother to put it on.
Watch the first quarter.
14 punts, EB.
Yeah.
14 punts.
14 punts, 22 penalties.
Crazy.
Somehow, I don't know how this even happens. In one of my, I know nobody cares about my fantasy football team, nor should they. But in one of my matchups, there were 2 touchdowns scored in the entire game last night. And my team faced
Both of them?
Both of them on the same team.
So
That's bad luck.
I mean, that's the worst luck.
Genty and who? Franklin?
Genty and Troy Franklin.
Franklin.
That's the worst
Yeah, but
luck
you
ever.
had Denver's defense. You must have got 20 points out of them.
I
if
did,
not
but
more.
but still, like, I mean,
What are the odds?
There's
right?
only 2 touchdowns scored in the entire game, and I'm on the receiving end of both of them.
Yeah, that's bad
That's just
luck.
I've been running poorly.
You know, Genty's numbers-
Outs.
They're,
He was getting
not
off.
great.
He's getting off in the first quarter.
but I saw an analytic yesterday where he was the number 1 running back for, like, I can't remember how they defined it. It was like least holes before the line of scrimmage.
Sure.
Like he just doesn't have a shot.
He doesn't have anywhere to run. There's
But he
no
did-
space for him to run.
But he did
for the
have a
most part.
fumble, although it went down as a pick by Gino. But
Yeah.
it was a fumble.
Right.
You hate those.
Well, I mean, it's right in his hands. It's right here.
Yeah.
Doo-doo. That's where it was.
Yeah, you should bring that in.
And it went, pick.
If you're really in desperation mode in fantasy, stash Geno Smith for next week because he gets to face the Cowboys.
Well, he's got the quad injury, so
You shouldn't have played him last night.
He may
'cause
not
then
play.
You're really desperate because Denver's actually.
I'd be
a good
surprised
defense.
if he plays next week because he was limping off the field.
Okay, may have to cut him.
How were Bo Nix's interceptions? Because everyone
One was a fumble.
Is he back to Bo Picks?
Well,
Franklin just dropped it. It was right in his gut. The other one, I think the other one was
Nix
a bad one.
he's a slow starter. He's like one of these guys that just digs himself into a hole and then fights back furiously and comes up with like wins and good stat lines. Like,
They're 8-2. The Denver Broncos
They're
are
finding ways to
8-2.
win.
Yeah, but think about this. They beat the Raiders last night.
Yeah.
Ugly game. Beat the Texans 18-15. Beat the Giants where they scored 100 points in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Beat the they beat the Texans 18-15. They struggled against the Jets, beat them 13-11.
Right.
Right? I mean, they're just playing squeakers.
I have no faith in them going deep in the playoffs. I mean,
They're
good
just
for
playing
them.
squeakers.
They're going to make the playoffs. They might even have a home game, but
They can
I
pressure
have
a
no
quarterback.
faith in them.
That's
They
their,
can
that's
get
their
after-
calling card.
They can
Defense is their is clearly
Well, they
their
have
strength.
6 sacks last night. I believe they finished with 6 sacks last night.
6 sacks.
6 sacks, a forced fumble, blocked. Did they block a punt?
Blocked a punt.
Blocked a punt. Yeah,
which
that
led
defense
to a
special
score.
teams they are ferocious.
They get
But that
after
offense,
the QB. Yeah,
that offense can be dicey.
it has been dicey. And Sean Payton really didn't know what to say. And I was watching a little bit of the post-game presser, and he said, "Yeah, we just got to look at the tape, try and correct some
Got to
things."
try to figure it out.
Yeah. But you know what? A win's a win.
Sure.
That's the first 7-game winning streak for the Broncos since 2015 when they won the Super Bowl in 10 years.
Yep, you take your wins
that
where
was-
you can get them.
But that's just ugly.
That was some ugly football last night.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the wrap on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, I went to bed at halftime, and I was like, okay, the Nubs halftime score. So I expected to pick up my phone in the morning and see, like, I don't know, a normal NFL game score, like 24-17, 28-21 maybe, 28-20,
Yeah.
10-7.
No points in the fourth quarter.
It's just a gross outcome.
Last year or last week 28-6
Yeah.
Ravens. The week before that 37-10 Chargers beat the Vikings. Week before that Bengals beat the Steelers 33-31.
That's the last good game a month ago.
Week before that was
I mean, this one was close. You could say it's a good game because it was close.
No,
Just
not really.
Too many punts,
That's-
too many turnovers.
Yeah, that's too
many penalties.
Can't just call it a good game because it was close.
And I'm kind of with you, Cakes. It's hard to buy into the Broncos based on what Jason was saying about the schedule, and their wins have seemed less than impressive. But this is impressive. So the second place team in sacks this year is who the Commanders face this week. It's the Lions. The Lions have 28 sacks. So that's number 2 in the NFL. 28. The Broncos now have 46.
wow.
I
46
mean, they're leading
sacks.
by a lot.
They're going to have
That's
150
always,
sacks.
that'll give them a chance. Maybe they'll
Who's
be-
leading them
maybe
in
they'll
sacks?
surprise
Is it
us.
Benito? I know Benito's
Benito?
up there. I have to double check, but I know that he's been up there
Have to look
in
at that.
sack numbers for them.
Have to look at that.
And then it looks like just switching gears, the Caps after the big game the 2 nights before or whatever. They
It
fall
was back-to-back nights.
Yeah, back to back. So go from like 6-1 to 5-3 losers.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Sidney Crosby got on board quick.
They're
was,
kinda-
was it
Scored
right
twice
away?
on the power play.
I mean, I know it's only the first few weeks of the season, and they've only played 13, 14 games, whatever. Kind of digging themselves a little bit of a hole.
We look at them in the division.
Well,
See where they stand in the
started
Metro.
out pretty strong,
I know.
right? I mean, just that little 4 or 5 game little swoon is hurting them.
Yeah, I mean, they have 15 points. The Devils are leading the Metro right now with 20.
Yeah.
They played the same amount of games. I mean, it's a really stacked up division. Like, the Devils have 20 points and are leading. The Islanders, Blue Jackets, and Rangers are at the bottom, all tied with 14 points. So they're all just bunched together within 6 points.
It's got to go on a little bit of a streak again. I don't know what's going on.
Willie scored again.
Willie scored again.
Yeah, Willie's on a full-blown heater.
Stromer scored. Willie scored. Can't remember who else.
They're definitely going to need more scoring from Stromer at this point. So that was a good sign, even in a loss, that he got on the board.
Yeah.
I wonder, is it one of those games where Carberry's going to be okay with the effort, or was he pissed by the end of the
Oh, I'm
The
sure.
game.
I'm sure he's probably pissed.
yeah.
Let's see. Chucky has played in 5 games. Logan Thompson's played in 9 of the 14. All right. Chucky's played in 5. Logan Thompson's GAA is 1.45.
That's really good. That's impressive.
That's got to be top 3 or 4 in the league.
I'll have
Whatever.
to look it up. That's definitely amongst the leaders.
Chucky's is 3.6.
Maybe play Logan a little more. Maybe play Logan.
Well,
He's been better the last
I'm
2
sure
years.
that Carbs and the coaching staff, they're well aware of the numbers and the disparity between the two.
They're
Yeah.
taking note.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, maybe
If we know, he's leading the league. By
Logan
the way.
Thompson's
He's
lead-
leading the league by a lot. The next closest, Devin Cooley, is at 1.98.
right. So they got the best goalie in the league right now, and then the backup's allowing 4 goals a game.
Yeah.
Right.
What are you gonna
So
do?
Play the best goalie in the league a little more.
I'm playing
That's what I would do.
LT.
Well, it's
I'm
the-
trotting him out basically
I mean, back
for
in
80%
the day,
of the games.
when we were kids, right? And and Nolan Ryan would throw for 9 innings every time.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't alternating goalies like this, were they?
It's weird how you just mix sports. Nolan Ryan to hockey.
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
giving you
I think
the
there's
contrast.
been. I think
I'm
now,
doing old
like,
man bits.
they want players to get more rest now. So yeah, like probably back in the 80s and 90s.
I'm gonna guess the
earlier,
goalies were getting like 60 plus starts or more.
probably right. Maybe even like 70.
Yeah.
like the numbers, you'd rarely see them.
Right.
But it is.
They could
it's
do
a
it. Well,
physically
it was a-
demanding position.
It was a back-to-backer. So in the back-to-backers, they always played Chucky.
All right.
And he believes in him.
Yeah.
Like overall, he believes
I
in
know.
him.
I've
Big
heard
picture.
him hype him up.
Well, here's what I
Look
believe.
at the numbers.
Logan
I understand.
Logan Thompson's going to get the nod for the next game.
Yes.
After the rest and the back-to-back, you're going to see LT for the next one.
I know this.
He can
Watching
stop her.
sports right now, not in a great spot because the Capitals would be the beacon, and they're not doing great. You've got the Wizards who are in tank mode. They never win. You get highlights because certain players will have good
There's
games.
some things to be
but they
excited
don't-
about, actually.
Yeah, but they're not going to win.
No.
And then the Nats, I mean, they got a new manager, new general
GM,
manager, and all
everything.
that stuff. They're in rebuild mode.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Commanders have fallen flat.
It's amazing. On my Alexa in our kitchen, you guys don't really use Alexa, I don't think.
Very
But
rarely.
There's a ton of photos. I don't know what's getting it from something. One of our phones or something. They pop up, and a photo of our ring from 2019 popped up. Like when we got them, and we took a picture of it and put it somewhere. It shows up on my Alexa, and it's just like how beautiful that ring is. And I just think, man, look how far they've fallen. It's just
Who?
so
Which
quickly.
team?
The Nats.
Oh, yeah.
It's just incredible how far they've fallen in just a few short years.
Yeah.
Remember distinctly when we got the rings and took pictures of it, and
It's not a few short years
Six-
anymore.
Six years ago. That's 6 years.
It's been a 6-year rebuild,
I
and
don't feel
they're
like that's that long though.
I
Honestly,
mean, the Caps won the Stanley Cup 7 years ago now.
It's not that
Kinda-
recent.
I guess we have
in the
different
distance now.
different terms.
Yeah,
then.
you have different.
I have a different baseline than
Yeah.
you guys, because I don't think it was that long ago we were winning championships, and I feel like we've ever since then we've just been
dead.
moribund, just
Yeah.
losers.
Get on the Terps bandwagon for the season.
Get on there.
Big one tonight, Terps Georgetown, 6 o'clock tip.
Yep.
Playing
Oh, there's
Definitely going to watch some
in
of
College Park. EB's mic is falling off the stand.
This place is falling apart.
Casualty. Get all these new
that. What is
cameras.
that on?
that are
That's on
gonna-
FS1 tonight.
Yeah.
Georgetown and the Terp.
By
Gotta
the way,
watch
to
that.
round out the local scene, the Wizards are hosting the Cavs. This game is at Capital One. They're 13.5-point underdogs. And the total is 240.5 points
Jesus, that's
I think
big.
that's, I think that's below their average margin of
of defeat.
defeat. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not margin
Yeah.
of victory.
You're probably right.
All right, phone number you want to get in touch with us throughout the show is 1-800-636-1067. You want to chime in? You can also text us on the Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You can visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We will talk more Caps with Brandon DeHame, Caps winger. He'll jump on at 8:45. Plus, it's a football Friday. We'll have our weekend parlay. Plus, Scott Abraham from ABC 7 with the latest on the Commanders. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. All right here on the Junkies.
Ever see a rookie try to steal second base without checking on the pitcher? Yeah, that usually doesn't end well. The same goes for investing, making big financial decisions without a game plan. That is a rookie mistake, my friends. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping clients plan for retirement, lower investment costs, and optimize old 401ks. No guesswork, no gimmicks, just a solid strategy built around your goals. Avoid the rookie mistakes. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit trajanwealth.com. When it comes to your future, you don't want to get thrown out at second base. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600, or visit trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Stage 4, or whatever the worst is.
Welcome back. Chunky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. It is a football Friday on The Fan. I'll put up the poll of the day brought to you by our friends at Surfside. I'm wearing my Surfside hoodie. You can get a Surfside hoodie. Use the code JUNKS.
Do it.
You go to store.statesidevodka.com.
Okay.
Store.statesidevodka.com. And you're going to get 25% off select merchandise. They got T-shirts, they got hats, hoodies, umbrellas for your patio furniture.
Yeah,
use the code JUNKS.
I'll take one.
Store.statesidevodka.com. And the poll is going to be simple.
All right, I think I know what the question is. I'm going to predict the number of yes versus no. Yes will be 18%.
Are you? So you're predicting that the question is going to be,
will they beat the Lions?
Right.
And I'm going to say 18% will say yes.
I think it might be less than that.
It might be. I don't know.
I mean, how could you be optimistic?
There's a lot of psycho Commander fans out there. I think they're going to beat everybody.
There certainly are. That is true. And maybe they'll gravitate towards the poll.
Is that the question?
Yeah, put that up. Who wins on Sunday, Commanders or Lions?
Eric, what do you
I think it's going to be less than 18%.
What do you think the percentage of yes would be?
That say they're going to win?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd say maybe you have 10% of blind homers at this point. If you had Jaden playing, it would be higher.
Yeah.
I don't know, probably 15%.
By the way, if they pull off the upset,
Yeah.
which, I mean, I'm not going to predict, but if they pull off the upset, then the Graspers will be out on Monday, because then all of a sudden you look at the schedule and go, "Ooh,
We can beat Miami.
Yeah.
We can beat the Broncos, just scored 10 a game.
Yeah.
That's
10
kind of the
points.
nature of it. That's how they want it to be.
But they're not beating Detroit.
I don't see
think
many
so.
scenarios where they beat Detroit.
I haven't checked. What does the matchup predictor have the Commanders at?
I think
right
it's like
now?
65 to 67% for the Lions.
I'm surprised
something
it's not
in that
higher.
range.
Surprised it's not higher, to be honest with you. But I don't know.
I'll give you the updated
We had Vaughn
odds.
on the show. I heard an interview Vaughn did, and he said the same thing on our show, that the preparation, everything they did was great, and you couldn't have convinced them that they were going to lose each of these last few weeks. Like
They were
everything
ready.
was
They
perfect. You
thought they
can't
were
blame
ready.
the coaches. You can't blame the player. We were all locked in. We had a great week of practices. Dan Quinn does an amazing job getting us ready. And he reeled off all these defensive coaches' names. The strength coach, his nutritionist. I mean, everything was dialed in. And then the disconnect from when they walk out the tunnel till then when the whistle blows, he says he basically can't put a finger on it.
Did you watch the Witt presser?
That's one I haven't seen yet. It's one I haven't
I
seen.
saw
He
it.
seems to be excited about being out of the
field.
booth.
Yeah.
I always feel like those are grasper moves and don't make a difference.
You know when he's not going to be excited? When Jahmyr Gibbs is rushing for like 125 yards against his defense. He's not going to be very excited.
Hey, maybe
when
a
that
different
happens.
perspective will help. Apparently, he was asked to go out there, right? Players requested it.
Cakes, they did beat him in the last matchup.
That's what he said, yeah.
The last
he said
matchup, they had Jaden Daniels. They had Terry McLaurin. At full
Okay, but
strength.
defensively, they picked off Jared Goff and forced a bunch of turnovers.
I appreciate your optimism. I don't know if you fully are buying
I told
into
you
it.
I'm picking the Lions, but I'm
Right.
telling you that the last time they played each other, which wasn't even a full calendar year ago, less
Yep.
than a year
But
ago,
a
they
lot-
faced them. And let's not talk about what the Detroit Lions offense can do to Washington's inept defense, because we can go through Washington's defensive numbers this year,
Yeah.
and they are atrocious.
They're grim.
All right. But the last time that they faced the Lions, Jared Goff threw a bunch of picks and they had a bunch of turnovers.
Yeah, I completely ball that game up, throw it away. This is a completely different scenario. You have no Jaden Daniels.
Maybe they are
You have a-
Goff's kryptonite.
You have a team that's basically in a free fall in the Commanders, and you have a Lions team that knows they need a
You're
win
just
to
giving
keep pace in the NFC
the
North.
Commanders fans a little bit of hope, just a
He's
little
trying.
bit. That's what you're
I
doing.
respect it, but I just
He doesn't believe it for 1 second.
probably not.
Well, I do believe that those things happened.
Oh yeah, what,
They
what do you mean?
happened. The last time they faced the Detroit Lions,
one-off.
Well,
the
of course, those are
defense
facts.
forced a bunch of
Are
turnovers.
things a little bit different this year? A little bit?
A lot of bit different.
Oh, okay, a lot of
Yeah,
bit
I
different.
think.
Yeah.
I mean, JP's living in the past. I'm living in the now.
I mean, but at some point we're going to win some games. I mean, I know this sounds dumb to say because we played so poorly, but I just refuse to believe we're like a 4 or 5 win team. I honestly have a hard time. Although I can't see the wins. I don't know where
They
they're
might
coming
not
from.
be a 4 or 5 win team. They may be a 6 or 7 win team.
Yeah, that sounds more reasonable to me.
No, you're right. They're not going to go the rest of the year winless.
Yeah.
They're going to win some games, but I just don't think this one's one of
Yeah,
them.
I don't
Just to
believe this is
revisit-
one
I'm
of
not
those.
picking them in any of them.
Yeah.
But I think that
I'll
they're
pick
going
them.
I'm picking them against the Dolphins.
I'm picking them against the Dolphins.
I
I've
am.
already gone on record. They will beat the Dolphins in Madrid.
It depends on what I see this week. I'm not going to commit to
Yeah.
picking the Commanders against the
Though
Dolphins.
Devon Achane and Waddle should eat against this defense, I would think.
Just to revisit what I said a few weeks ago. I said, when we were talking about whether certain games were must-win games, I said, no, they're not a must-win game, but they have to win one out of the next 3. Which
Now-
means now this one is a must-win
Yeah.
because
What's beyond
my
code
scenario was
Purple?
this is a must-win, and then they got to rip off 4 in a row after that.
Yeah.
Which is very hard to imagine. You'd have to go
Yeah.
to Todd Collins like run.
Has anything about this team struck you as thinking they could win 4 games in a row?
No,
No
but
matter
When,
what the
when they've
opponents.
done it in the past, you never thought it would happen either.
Right,
When,
right.
when Shanny gave up on the team, when Todd
Okay.
Collins came on a run. I mean, look, I'm picking out 2 out of the last
he's
20
correct.
years. But
Shanny legitimately talks about evaluating players for next
Oh, no, he
season
was
at one
quitting.
point.
Shanny quit.
He's like, we're going to see the guys who want to be here next
He
season.
wasn't even quiet quitting. He was out loud
He
quitting.
quit. We attacked him for it, but they ended up going on a run. But by the way, none of us could see it coming.
No.
Every
Yeah.
time a team goes on a run like that, at least around here, especially when they start out so poorly, you never see it coming. You always say this team isn't going to do it. Especially with all the injuries and without your superstar. Was there an update yesterday on Jaden? I know we're going to hit the Skins at the
I
top
did
of the
not hear
hour,
any.
but I didn't hear any either.
They were supposed to come up with the plan, but he was kind of nebulous that the plan was going to be figured out in the next couple of days.
Yeah. I'm telling you. I don't know. I'm hopeful.
And it may be dependent on outcome. It probably shouldn't be.
They won't say
but
that.
it may be
Yeah.
dependent on outcome.
Yeah. I agree with that.
And it might even be dependent on an owner. Like, we don't know. Like, that might be like an owner's call, which he's basically stays out of it, but he might be like, let's protect the asset, to use Cakes' phrase.
It's definitely an asset.
If the
Don't
season
want to rush him
slips,
back.
That's true. But he also wants to have a little bit of excitement towards the end of the season. Do you think the owner just wants to punt? I don't know.
I'm totally speculating.
Yeah. I'm going to guess he doesn't get involved. He doesn't seem like he's the involved type. That
He's going to let Peters and the medical staff
he
take
likes
care
to be
of that.
informed, but it doesn't sound like he interjects.
Here's a trend that is not great. The Lions are coming off a loss. The last time that they lost 2 straight is October 2022.
Going back a ways.
Right. Hey, props to Dan Campbell. He's got that thing turned around.
Yeah.
And we all kind of goofed on him when he had his opening press conference.
Definitely
He-
goofed on him.
He talked about
And
like eating knees or
Biting
something. whatever.
kneecaps.
Yeah.
It's all about biting kneecaps.
Whatever
They're going to
that
fight
was.
hard and bite kneecaps and do everything they could to scrape together wins.
Guys play hard for him. But according to Vaughn, we heard him on the show every week, and another interview I listened to him. The guys are all in.
They're all believers.
They all love DQ. They're all in. They got a bunch of veteran guys. So I mean, at some point, you would think it would pay off.
Belief
We'll see.
only goes so far.
I think it
I know.
might be. I think it might be ugly at Northwest Stadium.
So you're
this
predicting
week.
like a third straight. Just
I mean,
gross.
I think it could be a
not-
bloodbath.
Well, but I mean, just like gross.
They've lost 3 in a row by 21
Like-
or more.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but the one I didn't think was
31 to
gross.
14, 31 to 17 wouldn't surprise me
Couple
at all.
touchdowns.
We didn't think the Chiefs one was as bad, but ultimately they did lose by 3
They
touchdowns.
did,
Yeah.
but I thought it was a better effort. I wasn't as distraught about that one.
The problem is when you just look at their defensive depth chart, and again, if you go through some of the analytics, I mean, they're ranked 30th, 31st, 32nd as a unit defensively. They're likely to start Jalen Holmes and Preston Smith at defensive end.
That's just
Yeah,
not-
I don't
that's
like their
just not
chances
good
with
enough.
that.
I don't think a team has lost by 21 or more for 4 straight weeks since
Yeah.
2000. I think it was the Cardinals.
Now, if you are looking for
Been 25 years
optimism,
since it's
I think 3 of the Detroit Lions offensive linemen are banged up. Now, I don't know whether that means they're all going to miss the game, but they may be reduced if they play. So,
And Luvu got his suspension overturned.
right, so he's
he's going to be on the field.
So he
Not that he's
goes
been
there-
great this
He
year.
go on hip drop tackle everybody.
I remember I was reading off all the injuries yesterday from the injury report.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of true that every team has their own injuries. The Lions was longer.
Yeah.
Ours was interminable. And then you look over to the Lions, Now, I don't know how many of those guys are actually out, how many are just, actually going to play, but just listed. But their injury list was actually longer.
Yeah, both of their tackles, Penny Sewell and Taylor Decker, listed as questionable.
Sewell, he definitely got hurt last week.
Yeah. They were both limited at practice yesterday. So they practiced, but limited fashion.
Again, I will pick Detroit. I think all of us are going to pick Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
But if they pull off the upset, Victory Monday will be fun, and people will start to grasp.
Yes, they will.
Because
Of
they'll look
course.
at they'll look at 4 and 6, and they'll look at even if you just look at the Dolphins game, like 5 and 6, you're in it. 5 and 6, you'd be in it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a murderer's row. If you do beat the Lions, then suddenly you think you're competitive. And if you can play like that, it's all hypothetical. So let's say you beat the Lions and you actually play well. It's not like both teams play poorly and you win. You play well, beat the Lions, then you think, okay, then you can beat the Dolphins, and then the Broncos toss up, Vikings toss up. That's how you would think. And you might even think Giants toss up. If you play like you do, if you play well against the Lions and continue that.
Titanic was premature.
Oh, you think?
I'm just saying.
If you beat the Lions.
Yeah.
But if they lose by 21, then we played it at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Or even if they lose by 1.
And
Even if they lose by 1.
Dude, at this point, I'm into moral victories. I'm okay with them.
It's the moral victory portion of the
my
schedule.
bar's low. I've given up. My bar's
do you
pretty
think?
low.
Do you think maybe they kind of run it up because of last year's playoff loss? Maybe they're a little salty
The
about
Lions?
it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Not sure, because I saw that isn't Dan Campbell's gone on record basically saying he feels bad for Dan Quinn, all the criticism about keeping Jaden in the game too long.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he'll actually have some compassion and sympathy towards him. I don't know.
I think most coaches that I've seen on TV, whether it's on ESPN or FS1, seem to side with Quinn.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, you play the guy.
Yeah.
Well,
Baldy came on the
that's
show and play the guy.
fraternity. They're not going to
most guys
turn
are not
against their
gonna. They're not
guys.
going to. Yeah, only like a Lane Kiffin, would pop off and say whatever he wants.
I mean, Quinn took the bullet himself, but I don't know if he truly believes it. It
That he
might have
wa-
been like a PR move, like, yeah, I made a mistake.
well, I think he got kind of.
Die on
Well, no,
the sword.
I feel like he feels that way after the fact, but he obviously didn't want to take him out. He wasn't even thinking about that.
Well, he was thinking about taking him out after the drive.
Yeah, I'm saying to start the drive.
And he
It's
also
12 and a half
thought that
minutes.
play wasn't a play where he would get hurt.
Yeah. So in his mind, if you believe him, and I believe him because this is what he said immediately afterwards, he was going to play one more drive, but he wasn't going to run.
Right.
So that would kind of protect him.
The football nerds say that he's supposed to either get rid of it quickly or hand it off.
Yeah. But then, when he says I missed it, he missed the part that, Jaden runs all the time when things fall apart.
Right.
Which is not actually understandable.
I'll
I
tell
did-
you who's going to be hard to contain. Obviously, they got a bunch of guys, but Laporta is going to be hard to contain for them.
Yeah, he's going to be a problem.
He's going to be a problem for them.
Well, so is Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're obvious weapons, the St. Browns and the Gibbs and all those guys. But Laporta, I think, is going to have a big
But
game.
look, at the end of the day, there's no reasonable reason for you to expect them to win. It's just they're professionals, and maybe they could put on an exceptional effort. But like on paper, it's a loser.
EB, though, if you look at the trophy cases,
Listen,
you're not going to say they're the Lions?
they're kind of an exception to the rule because they played so exceptionally well the last few years. It's not like a one-off. Like they played really well these last few years.
Kicked their ass the last matchup.
Yeah, but that was a little
Kind of kicked their ass.
No, we dominated them. But I feel like that was a little fluky. Like I don't think we would dominate them again, even if we were at full strength.
Well, I think the genius Ben Johnson also outsmarted himself because Jahmyr Gibbs was running for
He
like
was
10 yards a pop.
They
and
were
like,
gouging.
"Oh, let's run a double reverse pass.
Yeah.
That was one of
Got
those
too
games
fancy.
where we were touched by God.
Sanders still had two picks in the game.
Everything
That's a game
went right.
You can't replicate.
And where has that Mikey Sanders still been? Remember in that game, he undercut at the end of the first half the pass from Goff for an interception. Then he had an interception. Was it Jameson Williams that threw the pass?
I think it might have been, yeah.
I think Jameson
Got a
Williams threw
little,
the
got a
pass.
little tricky.
Another dumb trick play by my guy, Ben Johnson.
Yeah. No, but my bit there, the Lions, I mean, historically, I always go that route. But they've kind of bucked that trend the last few
They
years.
broke
Yeah,
through.
but you can always fall back on their trophy case is empty.
Well, that's the essence of it.
They got nothing.
That is, like, we have ultimate bragging rights, but in terms of in the moment, like the last few years, I mean, they've been one of the best teams in the league. So
Yes, they have.
You can't really just say
And they
that.
need to win. They know they can't, lose a back-to-backer
Yeah.
against a team with a bunch of backups.
It's
What's the deal with
rough.
McLaurin? Is he definitely out again?
Oh, he's out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
Heard
McLaurin.
nothing on McLaurin.
We never hear anything.
No,
so
I think he basically. you got the sense he talked about a week or so ago that that bye week was going to factor in, and that he's not that far off, but they're going to give him that bye week to just be done with this. I think that's the sense, that he's not that far off, but with the bye week around the corner, that's the sense I got reading between the lines.
What a horrible season for Terry McLaurin.
A horrible season.
What, just a season to forget.
Season from hell.
It's just been abysmal.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think we probably said it combined 1,000 times in the offseason, that while we all have positive expectations, that a regression was certainly in the cards. In certainly a lot of instances. We said they're not going to go 80% on fourth down. They're not going to win 6-1, all that stuff. I did not think it would go this badly.
Yeah, I mean, you were just in the NFC Championship. Jay Daniels was the third betting favorite for MVP starting the season.
Could not foresee the season bottoming out the way it has. Just couldn't.
Been a lot of circumstances, all the injuries. But if you just keep it simple, if you stripped it all away, and you said this before the season and said, all right, EB, everybody else can be healthy, but their quarterback is going to miss this amount of games. You'd say, okay, well, we're not going to make the playoffs. It's going to be a bad year. Like, if you just keep it simple.
How many games? I know, but how many games has he missed so far? 4?
He's played in 6, but
yeah, I mean,
he was pulled from 1.
You told me he was going to miss 4 games on the whole. And he played 13. I still think we might have a shot.
Who told you he's going to miss, though? This is his third stint of missing games.
I know, but the total games he's missed so far is 4.
Okay, but it's going to end up being
probably
8 to 10?
Probably be 7. I feel like he's going to come back after the bye, too. That's my gut.
I don't know. I just think when your starting quarterback misses games, it's tough to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
Well, it's tough to win games, let alone be a playoff team.
But you're right. You're breaking it down to the most simplest form, but it's way beyond that.
Of course it is.
It's way beyond that.
Yeah, the rest of the situation doesn't help.
Even if he was there for all these games,
yes.
I'm not convinced our record would be markedly better. Maybe 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
I mean, he gave away the Bear game.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. It is a Football Friday on the Fan, though we will talk little Caps. Brandon DeHame joins us at 8:45. And Scott Abraham from ABC 7, plus our weekend parlay. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C., opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMD. Historic day for me yesterday.
History for John Paul Flame yesterday.
It had been a decade.
All right. Since
I went to the dentist. I got to thank my guy, Dr. Sean Kumra, over at Elegant Smiles. He's got 2 offices, Alexandria and Arlington. I went over to the Alexandria one. I had an appointment at 11:30. And EB, you know what was right across from the dentist? And Arby's.
candy store.
Arby's.
Oh, silly. What'd you
And
get?
I got there. I had
They
a
have
great
one- They have
time.
an elite menu. You said
I just-
one about Arby's.
I
They
haven't
have
been
an
to
elite
Arby's in a
menu.
while.
I just did beef and cheddar.
I mean, I haven't been there in
I
forever.
think beef and
Their
cheddar's.
menu is massive.
I think beef and cheddar's the classic. Might be
Yeah.
the number one
Yeah.
item there.
Do they
Got
have a
the beef
chicken
and cheddar.
sandwich?
Oh, yeah.
Is it
They
good?
have Reubens. They have everything.
Is the chicken really good?
They've got the meats.
I mean,
They do have the meats.
I haven't been to.
I guess it all depends on your preference.
Yeah, man, I like a spicy chicken sandwich.
But I went to Arby's and I had like an hour to kill.
Yeah.
So I had my
So you,
meal.
so you had a food, your mouthful of smelly food.
And then so I had that, and then I had to get a shake.
Does he not know dentist etiquette?
Yeah.
I got
you
a
know, when
shake.
I go to all the time. So I always really try, if I don't have it in my car, I'll buy mouthwash before I go in.
And I thought about
I do
that.
not want to just blow them away with
I thought about
hamburger
that,
breath.
and then
Yeah.
I was just going to just like
stick to
I didn't
Listerine.
have a toothbrush, I didn't have anything,
Yeah.
and so I just went to the dentist. And here's the thing, and I think it bothered my wife. After a
Yeah,
decade,
nothing.
I had a clean bill of dental health.
That is kind of amazing.
You have silly teeth
You
genetics.
didn't have
Yeah.
you didn't have one cavity.
No cavities.
Good.
He did the
Lot of
X-rays.
tartar,
He's
though.
awesome.
So much
He's
tartar buildup.
Former high school quarterback, local guy. Went to JMU, University of Maryland Dental School. Those are his. I know you always want to know bona fides.
Yeah, I need to
Sound
know
good.
those things.
I think I'm
Sounds
going to be
good.
doing spots for him. Elegant Smiles,
see,
Arlington,
I was
Alexandria.
wondering what all the background of the dentist was.
Well, that's the incentive to go,
Yeah,
Cakes.
okay. All right.
So I went.
You had dental incentives.
I will say,
Good.
doing the X-rays, they suck.
What do you mean?
Well, it's
When they put the
fine.
thing
It's
in
just-
your
it's
mouth and
always
you start
awkward.
choking
They
They just
on
put
it?
the bite wing in. And you're like,
Oh, believe me, I've done a million.
who cares?
I walk around like a jack-o'-lantern. I've had so many X-rays in my dome.
I can't imagine because he showed me my X-rays and he said that I had the old school silver fillings. He's like,
Yeah.
these are the best. Like, okay,
The old school are.
yeah, the old school silver fillings.
Yeah, I don't know.
That keeps away the cavity creeps.
Very good.
But he
Oh,
said
good for you.
he's a longtime listener. He said, I know one of you guys had a lot of dental problems.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like,
Oh yeah.
I dodged the wisdom teeth somehow.
So you have your wisdom teeth?
Because yours
I
never
don't know.
descended?
I just don't know if I.
Or do your wisdom teeth actually come in like flawlessly?
I just
You don't even know.
How
I
many
don't
teeth
know.
do you have in your mouth right now?
I've got all the sillies.
Do you have 32?
32.
Oh, so your wisdom teeth came in.
If you say so. I mean, I don't know.
If you have 32,
You know
can
what?
you count them?
I mean, I've never. I don't think I've ever counted.
Well, just
them.
count in from the middle to the side. Did you have 7 or 8?
Where am I starting counting?
You start in
from?
the middle
Right here.
and go, do you have 7
One.
or do you have 8?
8, 5, 6. I don't even know. It's 6 or 7. 6, 7.
I think it's 6, 7, right?
How can you not count? So
think
you
I have
maybe
all
did
my
have
teeth.
I bet
So
your
maybe you
wisdom
don't have
teeth-
wisdom
I bet
teeth.
your
They
wisdom
just came
teeth
in
never
silly.
descended, or they never descended.
Yeah, you're not wise.
I mean, that's not the first time somebody said that.
Yeah.
So anyway, shout out to Dr. Kumra. Elegant Smiles headed out.
Where
They got-
was that? Was that in
Alexandria.
Alexandria. Oh, you had to go to Alexandria. Was that right after?
But yes,
the
I
show?
hadn't been to an Arby's in a while and I couldn't pass it up. Couldn't pass
You
it up.
must have been starving.
They got rid of the Arby's on Rockville Pike. That was
know.
my
It's
go-to.
It's
And the
gone.
McDonald's now has drive-through. The McDonald's on Rockville Pike, they put a new one in.
Okay.
They're actually, I think that it must be a nationwide thing. They're starting to upgrade a lot of the McDonald's.
A McDonald's without a drive-through should be a full-blown war crime.
I agree.
It doesn't make sense.
I wouldn't
It's
go
just-
there for 50.
It's nonsensical.
Yeah.
There's a McDonald's on New Hampshire Avenue, like
It
in
still
White
doesn't
Oak.
have one.
It doesn't have a drive-through.
Yeah.
I would.
Why,
Never,
is there just no room for it? I don't get it.
Kinda.
I guess. Yeah.
Kinda.
There's like space
So
limitations.
the new one is skinnier, you know, and they've kind of figured out a footprint to make it work.
If you can't put a drive-through on your McDonald's, don't build it.
Well, I'd say
That's
for
my
any
advice.
fast food joint.
Well, especially for McDonald's.
Well, you're
Yeah.
okay with a McDonald's in a mall, right?
That's different.
Totally
That's a different animal.
Yeah.
I'm
Like a
talking
food court
I'm
McDonald's.
talking
If
a
you're driving by
freestanding
one
McDonald's
in a plaza.
You gotta have a drive-through.
Yeah.
It's a
Build
must.
it, and they will come.
I went to
Yes, it will.
I
I've
went
heard that before.
I went to a fast food place last night. And I got to stop doing this.
You went to Arby's and you went to.
You went to 2 fast food places.
did.
You're double dipping.
I did.
Dude.
Oh,
And it
man.
was actually after going to the gym. I
Yeah.
went solo. I was at the gym solo because I dropped off my kid at soccer and my wife was going to pick her up. And I wanted to do cardio, and
Yeah.
then I just defeated it because I went to Popeyes and got their chicken sandwich
They do.
and fries.
Listen, that chicken sandwich got a lot of hype about 5 years ago. I think it holds up.
It does.
If you ask me, that's my favorite chicken sandwich. I know
You know
you
what
guys
it
all
is?
have different ones. but-
Because of practice schedule, a lot of times my wife and kid will do dinner like at 4:35. That's just
Beautiful.
way too
Love
too
it.
early for me.
Perfect time. Well,
Can't
it's a
do-
little early, but I did 5:15 dinner last night. Perfect time. And now it's just dark
They got
outside.
beach.
Yeah, but
It's
you
like
go
it
home-
feels like dinner time.
Do you go home and eat afterwards? Because it's such an early
Oh,
dinner.
you think I don't dig this hand into a box of extra toasted Cheez-Its at some point after dinner?
So you are
Of course I do.
snacking afterwards.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible for you,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yes.
I think we're
Guilty.
my wife and I are trying to grind back into the old whatever you call that, the
Intermittent fasting?
the intermittent fasting bit. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
trying to grind back towards that. So an early dinner might
So-
not be a bad idea.
Right.
Like maybe
Five-
stop at like 7 or something.
It's ideal, but my schedule just I'm a chauffeur at night and you've been doing this for years. If you're a chauffeur at night, sometimes it's tough and it's hard to have a family dinner if your practice time is always 6 to 7:30.
Yeah.
No, this
That's what it is. Tonight, 6 to 8 o'clock.
This is embarrassing. Our family dinners at this point are family dinners out.
Right.
Our dinners at home, we just kind of do. It's not great. It's not a great example. We're kind of failing on that, I would say.
I feel you because what we've done, like for a while, we were doing the dinner after the practices are done, but then it's like 8:30, and she's an 8-year-old kid. She should be in bed,
yeah.
and so we're trying to get her food before and then maybe a snack after. But
Oh, dude. I mean, we're on the road for all those practices, and we're always going to, like I tell you, Cane's or Chick-fil-A. That's my daughter's go-to. You guys haven't really done Cane's yet, have
Have
you?
not done
I've never
Cane's.
been
never
into
had
Raising
never had a
Cane's.
Cane's.
There's like
They haven't
one in
really
Bowie
blown
and
up
there's
in
one
Maryland.
Crofton.
okay, but
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not
never
in
been
Bowie
there.
and Crofton that often.
Yeah.
They are definitely
They're out your
opening
way.
one
I know, I've
at
never been
Capital
there.
One Arena, or it's either in the process of opening or open already.
I'm telling you, I'm a Cane's guy of the two. Not disparaging everyone. Everyone
Is
has
it
their
really
place.
though just for chicken tenders or chicken strips?
For the most part, I think they probably have a chicken sandwich. I'm sure they do. But yeah, you just basically
Most people get the chicken strips and dip.
big, thick chicken, chunky chicken slices.
I'm
And
kinda
then
off
They
of
have
that.
their sauce, and then they have like little toasted bread.
When everybody
It's
tells me that the
delicious.
sauce is the go-to, the sauce is the most important thing.
You're out on that.
Well, chicken's kind of bland.
I kind of want to steer away.
Don't you think most chickens kind of? I mean, chicken is what it is.
I mean, it depends on how it's prepared.
Yeah,
I like the Chick-fil-A chicken, man.
you're just used to it.
Now, I do like the Chick-fil-A sauce,
Yeah,
but I just like the way it tastes, even without the sauce.
I could do a Cane's endorsement.
You guys made me feel guilty.
can
though.
definitely do
You're right.
Chick-fil-A.
I did fast food twice.
So first you just realized it. You did.
I
too?
wasn't really thinking about it.
Yeah.
It was just easier.
Yeah. No, but getting back to the like family dinner thing, we're bad now. Like even last night, we were all around at the same time, but my wife sat down at the kitchen table. I sat at the bar.
Everybody does their own thing.
Everyone kind of does their own thing. Like we're talking,
Yeah.
but it's really deteriorated.
We try and sit down at the table together, but a lot of times it is with takeout.
Yeah.
Friday night, I mean, might be a Moby Dick night.
Oh, kebabs. Delicious.
That used to be your kryptonite. You're back in on kebabs, right?
Well, you can have rice. Rice is his kryptonite.
Well,
Well, rice
chicken,
with
Yeah, you can't
kebabs
have
with
that.
meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't have
But
that.
now since I had the endoscopy, I can,
You're
open
good.
it up.
You can eat
for
whatever you
now
want.
I'm good until it starts closing up again.
Now he can deep throat.
I need. Well, I mean, you can't say that.
It's worth saying it.
Hey,
what sort of show
believe
you
me,
think we're
we're
doing
trying
here?
I was thinking the same thing. I was trying to figure out a better way of saying it.
Yeah, thank God my
I
gag
I
reflex
thinking-
is gone.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
All right, got to take a break. Coming up next, we'll hit the skins, give you the latest on the Commanders. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, EB here. You guys all know about my new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. Absolutely love it. One of the things I love doing year-round, especially on weekends, during football season, even if I'm watching golf, is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies, all while watching football, golf, just having family and friends over. Now, of course, Daisy's come out with their delicious Daisy French onion dip and their Daisy Ranch dip, and they're absolute game changers. They're as delicious as a homemade dip. They're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your very own kitchen. So next time you go to the grocery store, go down the dip aisle. It's usually right over there by the sour cream, the silly Daisy sour cream. Pick up some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy Ranch dip, and I promise you're going to love it.
This update is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. The Capitals' comeback comes up a bit short, falling to the Penguins 5-3. Dylan Strome gets the Caps on the board.
Ovechkin kept it in. A shot from Strome. He scores. A puck turned over. Fed from the blue line, and Strome buries it.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Denver's defense holds off Las Vegas 10-7 for the Broncos' 7th straight win. Broncos sacked Geno Smith 6 times. Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin did not practice yesterday. Trey Amos and Quan Martin were limited. Bill Krosky-Merritt was a full participant. Kickoff against the Lions Sunday at 4:25 p.m. The Wizards back on the floor tonight against the Cavaliers live on The Fan at 7. Former NFL star Antonio Brown was arrested on an attempted murder charge stemming from a shooting after a celebrity boxing event in Miami. Miami police says Brown was taken into custody in Dubai. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're presented by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. Spish Cakes, Evie, and JP. Coming up later this hour, we have our Junkies Weekend Parlay. But right now, time to hit the skins. And that is cooked up by our friends at Oseyo Korean Barbecue. That's in the Lansdowne Town Center. We're talking authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, premium cuts grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience that is as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseyo means come on in.
All right, boys. Obviously, massive matchup against the Lions. I guess really massive only in a sense to try to save some dignity here. But huge mountain to climb. 8.5-point dogs. Might be trending towards 9. It's a 4:25 game on Fox.
Are you
Lions,
excited for the game, or you kind of view this as a chore now?
I'm not going to say I view it as a chore. I like having games to look forward to watch. I don't look
Yeah,
forward
but
to
are you looking forward to it? Like
No, not like
I feel
before.
like, yeah.
No, not like before. Like, oh, yeah, man, we're going to go on a run here. Like, especially when Jaden's not playing. Just not having Jaden not playing takes a huge dent out of it.
If they would have won last week, you'd have been all in on this one.
Maybe, but I'm telling you, even all those games that Mariota started, it's hard to get excited for.
Yeah, if you're missing your star quarterback, there's definitely takes the wind out of your
And,
sails.
and by the same token, if we were in the exact same boat, we were right now in the exact same record. If Jaden was playing, I'd be more excited. To me, he's exciting to watch. It's a reason to watch, even if our season is in the toilet.
I can sense your zeal isn't as
Well, I mean, I told you a couple weeks ago I started
know.
watching the games without emotion because it was obvious that we weren't good. But that was also without Jaden. But Jaden came back last week. I was kind of excited, and then he got hurt again. It was a huge for me. Just having Jaden in there, it makes all the difference in the world. He's just so dynamic, even when he's been a tick off, I'd say, this year. Mm-hmm. So not having him, yeah, it's not as exciting. And my expectations probably couldn't be lower. I think maybe we have what did we say? What did I say the chances were if we played Kansas City 100 times? What did I say we would win? Maybe.
Can't remember. Probably less than 10, I would guess.
Maybe 15 or something. I can't remember whatever I said. This one I'd say is probably around the same, maybe a little higher, maybe 20 out of 100.
It's a pretty daunting task.
What's the
Detroit's
update?
one of the better teams
What's
in
the
the
update on the
NFC.
poll?
Let me check.
Okay.
When you
the
look at it
phone.
statistically, it's actually kind of surprising. Washington is still. I feel like it's a mirage. We're still fourth in rushing with almost 140 yards a game. But I think the bulk of that is obviously when Jaden was healthy.
Yeah.
And
Mariota contributed too with
a
his
little
legs.
bit. He did. But still, it was like Jaden was always capable for going for 80 or something, you know. And we were up to, I think at one point when we were first in the league, I think we were up to like 189 yards a game, something like that. So it is dropping. It'll probably end up around 7 or 8 or 9.
They haven't gotten production from the running backs lately. Jason, answer your question. 85% believe the Lions win.
All right,
So 15% right now.
Yeah,
are
so
on the
Eric, you
Commanders.
nailed that. You guessed 15%.
Yeah. So they're still fourth in rushing, but everything else, it's pretty bad. We're 28th in passing. Overall, still middle of the pack because of the rushing. We're 329 in offense. Defensively, starts to get gross. We're giving up 124 yards per game, 22nd in the league. Passing-wise, we're almost at the very bottom. We're giving up almost 270 yards a game. That's 30th. And overall yardage, and we all can feel this, right? Because nobody ever punts anymore, and they go for everything on fourth down.
Oh, certainly Dan Campbell's in that
We're
group.
giving up 378 yards a game. Both teams have a lot of injuries. We've talked about our injuries ad nauseum. Jaden is out with the elbow. Terry's out with the quadriceps. Luke McCaffrey's out with the collarbone. I mean, people have already forgotten about, there was a guy named Austin Eckler that used to be on this football team.
I remember him well.
He's not there anymore. Marshawn Lattimore, don't wish anybody ill will, but he's injured.
He's gone for the year.
Colson Yankoff, he's got a hamstring. I mean, it just goes on and on. Quan Martin.
And this is a Lions team that only gives up 294 yards per game. They're one of the better defensive squads in the
And they
entire
only give up
league.
94 on the ground per
Right.
game. I think they're top 6.
So I don't think this is going to be a game where Bill gets right, where Mariota's going to rush for 60 or 65 yards. I don't see that happening.
Right. Now, when you
agree.
look at Detroit, when you just kind of preview the matchup a little bit, they're 5-3 on the season. They're way more towards the top, although not really overwhelming. I was actually a little bit surprised that they weren't a little just in yardage. They're top 10 in rushing. They average 125 yards per game, right? Because they don't really get anything from Goff. That's all pure
Gibbs and Montgomery.
RB rushing. That's where I think ours is kind of, it's a little bit of a mirage because a lot of ours is from the quarterback. Passing, Goff is, having another fine season, but they're 13th. Okay, so it's not like they're blowing you away with 300 yards every game. They're averaging 239 yards passing a game. Overall, offensively, they're 11th. Defensively, though, they're very solid, Cakes. They only give up 94 yards a game on the ground. That's 10th. Passing-wise, they're middle of the pack, 221 yards, so they're very solid there. And overall, they give up less than 300 yards a game. So a very balanced football team. They also have their share of injuries, though. They're banged up. I think they have 3 offensive linemen that are questionable for this game.
So maybe Witt unleashes them somehow. We get Luvu doing what he did last year. So he had 8 sacks last season. Wasn't the leader because they had Fowler last year in double digits. But Luvu had 8 sacks. He's only got 2 this year.
Yeah. Well, they've been asking him to do a lot of different things, and sometimes
He's been on the field every play.
Yeah, he's out there all over. He's all over the place.
Yeah, but one of the things they expect him to do is get to the quarterback on occasion.
It's
We hadn't done
true,
it.
but for some reason they seem to have him in matchups where he's going up against a lot bigger guy than him, and it hasn't really worked out great. Of course, he has those hip drop tackles that have plagued him.
A lot of people have pointed out that Jaden was getting tackled by hip
Yes.
drop tackles
Yes.
that weren't flagged
Yes.
or
I mean, they
fined.
certainly fit the definition of a hip drop. It's difficult, these guys. It's hard.
It's happening
I don't think
quick.
the guys are doing it on purpose.
No, they're just trying to get the guy to the ground. You know how hard it is to get NFL players to the ground?
Right.
It's damn near impossible. So guys do whatever they have to do.
Detroit's averaging 30 a game offensively. I think it's second in the league.
They're also +6 in turnover differential. The Commanders are at the opposite end of the spectrum, -6.
Although they're coming off a bad game, right?
Yes, they are.
So, yeah.
Did not look good last week against
in the
Minnesota.
Lions' let's just go through their last 5 games. The end of September, they had a win over Cleveland, 34-10. 37-24 win over the Bengals. Then they lose October 12th to the Chiefs, 30-17. Win over Tampa. That's a solid win, 24-9.
They kicked Tampa's butt.
Yeah, and then lose by a field goal to the Vikings, as you mentioned. Meanwhile, we, of course, on a 4-game losing streak, looking to probably be 5. Just awful. Last time Washington won was probably their best game of the season, that surprising win, frankly, over the Chargers, where they won 27-10. And we had some of the analytics guys say that for those of you that have been critical of Jaden Daniels, that might have been his best performance of his career against the Chargers.
It was
that
also
day.
Bill's best performance.
Kind of concerning, too, for the Commanders. The Lions, are going to go for it at a pretty high clip. They're converting at almost 70%. They're 11 for 16 on fourth downs.
Yeah.
So it's not like if you stop them on third and short that they're just going to punt all the time.
Yeah, Campbell doesn't like to punt it.
They basically
It's got to be 4th and 8.
They're coming at you with extra downs throughout the game.
Yeah.
And Quinn does the same thing, but they're tough to stop as it is. And if they're converting nearly 70% of their fourth downs, keep the offense out on the field against a wounded Commanders defense, could make for a long day.
Now, Valdez, I think you and I saw the same thing yesterday on social media with Mikey Sanistro. Do we know, is it confirmed that Sanistro liked the comment that was critical of Joe Witt? Or was,
Ben was explaining to me that it's like a collab account.
Right. That's usually the excuse they say.
Yeah. But also, I kind of, where there's smoke, there's a little fire.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if his wife liked it, he's obviously talking bad about him to.
So it's a
the
collab
wife.
account with who, Ben? Is it with the wife?
Yeah, it was collaborated from his wife. She's the original author
So
of
it's
the
her
post,
account.
which
Okay.
makes me think it's
But
her
they're very
that
close.
liked
We've
it.
seen it in social
Yeah.
media stuff that they do together. Yeah.
Well, look, you want your wife to defend you.
Of course.
You just got to stay away from that sort of thing. But we all see with our own eyes, Sanders still hasn't played as well. I'm pointing out last year's Detroit game was great when he had 2 interceptions. In this last game, he got toasted right off the line.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not on Joe Witt, is it? Unless he believes that Joe Witt shouldn't put him in man-to-man situations. You're not supposed to put your corner in man-to-man?
It could be a million things.
Right?
Who knows?
He got smoked off the line.
Yeah, he did.
No, in that one, he just got burnt.
Right.
Yeah, and that one, I don't know what was going on. It was almost like he wasn't locked in at all. Like he got no push, no nothing, just ran right by the guy.
He's also going against a good receiver.
It's fine, and you get burned. So it's sort of on the social media post. I don't know if it was Instagram, whatever it was. Somebody said, maybe it's Twitter. Congrats, but why has your play on the field declined like drastically? Looks like it's a picture of he and I don't know. I don't think that's his wife, but maybe it is. And somebody underneath says Sean Cruz DMV, which I guess is that the wife. Says, you're wrong. It ain't him. His play hasn't declined. It's the system.
No, Sean Cruz is the person that made the comment, and then the wife put a heart to it. Or he put a heart to it. So the question is, who liked that comment from Sean Cruz?
Oh, I thought it
whoever
was the one
Sean
that made the
Cruz
comment.
is.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, Mike Sanistro says, liked by the author. Yeah, so somebody says, you're wrong. It ain't him. His play hasn't declined. It's the system. But that's something for another day or whatever to talk about.
Just can't, you know what? These pro athletes can't get involved in the comments.
Yeah,
I know.
stay away. Stay far, far away.
Jason's just shaking his head because he's stayed away from comments for years.
Of course. It's evil.
Yeah, you mean you could read them, but you can't really get
Can't really
into
respond.
Twitter back and forth or an Instagram back and forth.
Ben's saying that he's confirmed that it's his wife. So
So his wife posted that.
no, his wife liked the
liked
comment.
the comment.
I figured it out because I went on my Instagram where someone had collaborated a post to me and I liked one of the unliked comments. It's not my post personally. I'm just collaborated to it and it didn't show liked by author.
Yeah.
So it's his wife.
Yeah.
She's defending her man and throwing Joe Witt under the bus. Look, she's probably getting it from her husband, though. Her husband might be coming home and saying, I don't know about this
They
defense.
are using him in a different way than they did last year.
Yeah, I mean, last year was on the outside.
Yeah.
And you wonder, what are they going to do now that Lattimore's not available? Maybe Sanders still goes back to being primarily an outside corner versus a slot corner, and he gets back to playing well.
Right.
Well, they better be on their game because they're going to be facing some legit receivers.
The sad thing is a lot of people were sending us, the PFF grades are flawed. We understand that. But a lot of people have sent us the PFF grades, and Emmanuel Forbes is playing better by the PFF grades than both Marshawn Lattimore and Mikey Sanders still.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to look and see. I'll look and see what the season-long PFF grade is actually for Sanistro. See where he ranks. Just season-long, not after each individual
Man,
game.
if people are pining for the days of Manny Forbes, then it's really dark times for Commanders fans.
He had a pick last week, right?
I believe he
did.
did, yeah.
So on the season, defensively, as far as like guy that gets the most snaps, see, Sheldon Day is their highest ranked, but he's only played in like 62 snaps, so you can't really go by that. Bobby Wagner is right up there. Dorrance Armstrong and Bobby Wagner are the two highest rated PFF guys. Deron Payne right behind him. Okay, so for all of us that are really picking on Bobby Wagner, and I'm one of them, on the whole, this is why he's playing every snap.
Right.
Because he's just basically their second highest rated player on the team. Preston Smith's play looks like it's elevated a little bit in terms of his PFF grade. He's up there now. He's tied for 6th on the season. Of course, he doesn't have a ton of snaps. He's only played 91. You go towards the bottom and you see Mikey Sanistrell. Out of 28 guys who are rated defensively on Washington's defense, Mikey Sanistrell is 24th. Okay? He's just above Jordan McGee, Noah I, Tyler Owens, and Jonathan Jones. All guys really that haven't seen a lot of playing time.
Where's Amos ranked?
Amos is 17th, middle of the pack, basically. Maybe not as high as you'd think.
I'm
Von
guessing
Miller
Wagner
is 12th.
I'm guessing Wagner's rated that high because he leads the team in tackles.
Yeah.
And I think he leads the team in tackles for loss too.
So I just
Either
checked.
him or Dorrance.
I just checked the PFF grades. So this is where their top 3 corners are ranked. Amos, according to Pro Football Focus, is the 63rd ranked corner.
Is he the highest of the 3?
Yes.
Oh, that's bad news.
And I think this is out of about 150.
Yeah.
So 63rd ranked corner would be Trey Amos.
Okay.
The next highest was actually Marshawn Lattimore at 90th.
Okay. It's a big drop off.
Sandra still 92nd. Meanwhile, Emmanuel Forbes, now this is not great, but ranked 51.
Whatever. He's still trash.
Okay, but he's ranked ahead of
That's
the
fine.
3 guys they currently have.
But again, we're not getting pass rush.
He's playing on a better defense.
Your corners are
I
vulnerable.
mean, it's a better team. He's playing with a better
They
defense.
can only cover for so long. I think that Lattimore's problems are pretty obvious. We all could see it, but they would all benefit from some pass rush. Now, what's interesting is Von Miller, and we've gone through it before, who, by the way, said in an interview yesterday he's decided he wants to come back for another season. I think he's
a football player. He loves it.
He's also big into his stats. He's just a couple sacks away from being top 10 all time.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't want to just be like 9th. He goes, I got Micah Parsons and all those other guys coming up. You got to be
he
like
wants to be as high as
6th.
possible, right?
You gotta be
top 5.
Well, let's see.
If you wanna hang
We'll see
in
if
the
Adam
top
Peters
10?
agrees with that.
Yeah.
Well, he'd like to come back.
Sure.
But if you look at his win rate, JP's gone through it before, it's pretty high. He's just not getting a lot of snaps.
Snaps, right?
I mean, you're going to get less snaps when you're 36.
Yeah.
Like, you have to manage those snaps.
And he says he wants to be managed. You know, he needs days off and all that. But as long as he gets days off and, they manage him, he can 100% play another season, no doubt. And he loves it.
He loves us.
How surprised were you, though, when he said he practices 1 day a week?
Not surprised.
Now, he said that this has happened basically
Since his
throughout
fifth
his
year.
career.
Yeah.
So it happened in Denver, it happened in LA, it happened in Buffalo. So it's not just a Washington thing that it's.
Well, some guys just don't need to practice. I mean, they just go out in games and they just get stuff done. And he's been like that his entire career. I mean, would Myles Garrett need to practice?
Probably not.
No.
Probably needs minimal practice.
Yeah.
I mean, you need a level of practice to stay in that elite shape.
But I'm saying
You know?
one day a week or maybe 2 a week would
Maybe.
be fine.
I don't know. Football's so different. I can't even relate to it.
He's still lifting and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But I just know, and Jason could speak to it from a basketball perspective.
But he's only going to be out there 25 snaps. He doesn't have to.
Can you imagine if you were
incredible
touching the
cardio.
ball days at a time? It's just your instincts you're a little off. I don't know how the guys do it. I don't know how the quarterbacks do it. I mean, honestly, when you think about it, these guys are like
They've been
throwing
doing it-
against coverage is what, once or twice a week, maybe?
Yeah.
With their own team?
They've been doing it their whole lives.
By the way, Myles
I know, but
Garrett
you
is
got to be sharp.
Myles Garrett's coming for Von Miller. Myles Garrett's at 112.5 and Von Miller's at 133.5.
No, he's aware of it.
Like, he's gaining on him.
Yeah,
with
he's
the
aware of it.
quickness.
That's why he says you got to be, if you want to stay top 10,
Yeah.
and he clearly wants to be top, he would like to for a long time be in the top 10. He says you gotta retire at like 5 or 6.
All right, well,
because
Vaughn,
those guys are coming.
Go get golf twice this week.
He
Well, what
needs.
Vaughn has, like for his Hall of Fame resume, and I'm sure he'll be a Hall of Famer, is he was a Super Bowl MVP.
Oh, no doubt. He's going to the Hall of Fame. I think Von Miller is 100% going to the Hall of Fame. When you're going to finish basically 10th or 11th or 9th or whatever you finish, all time in sacks, all time.
He needs 6.5 more to get to 140. And 140, that's the range of Jason Taylor's at 139.5, Michael Strahan 141.5,
Right.
LT at 142.
These guys are all Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Who above him is not in the Hall of Fame?
Here's the list of guys above him: Carl Eller, John Abraham, Ricky Jackson,
Some of those guys are older guys. I don't know.
Jared
Ricky-
Allen just went in.
I think Ricky Jackson is in.
I think he's in. John Randall,
Probably
he's in.
Yeah, I think these guys
Former
are all,
Junkies guest.
Richard Dent,
He's got to be in.
DeMarcus Ware, I know is in. Terrell Suggs, he's not.
I don't
in.
think
one.
I don't think he's in
He
yet.
might
He's
not
not
be
in, but he's got
Is
139
it
sacks.
just because he's such a meanie? that they
I don't
didn't
know
put
if
him
he
in?
was eligible.
I don't. Yeah, he might not be eligible.
Might
yet.
not be yet. Jason Taylor, 139.5.
Yeah, he's in.
He's in. And obviously the rest are in.
He should be
Strahan,
eligible. Dude.
Taylor.
He's like 43 years old.
Phone number's 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in as we're talking Commanders on a football Friday. We got our weekend parlay coming up in about 20 minutes. Keep it here. We're the Junkies. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. So the Autobahn is famous in Germany because there's no speed limit, at least on 70% of the Autobahn.
Okay.
And supposedly, people drive 200 miles an hour or whatever. They've got their Ferrari, their Lamborghini, whatever the heck they have. Now, this doesn't probably happen often, but there was almost a huge pileup on the Autobahn because there was an amorous couple going 87 miles per hour that supposedly was having sex.
Oh, with the auto drive?
And I don't know if it was auto drive. I was
I've
trying
seen
to
that
look in the
before.
articles if it was an auto drive.
Go on one of the hubs. That's a thing. That's a genre.
Oh,
Is there
that's
video of
It's
it?
funny you bring that up. I was not just going 87 miles per hour, kilometers per hour yesterday on my way home from work. I was in gridlock, shocker, coming out of DC because working here sucks. And somebody in the gridlock over to my right, like 2 cars ahead, I couldn't make out the license plate, but they had a license plate frame holder around their license plate.
Yeah.
And it on the top of it, it said content creator, and on the bottom of it, it said Pornhub.
You're kidding.
And I'm like, who's driving
That
around
is hilarious.
advertising that on their license plate vanity frame holder?
That is
it
hilarious.
was weird.
Yeah.
Shocker, it was like some fancy, it was like a fancy, like, I don't know if it was a Corvette or some sort of like souped up sports car. I was like, okay, that car makes sense for.
Was it? Could you tell if it was a guy or girl?
I couldn't tell. It had to be a guy. How many
Girls are flaunting that.
How many girls would be flaunting that and or driving that sort of
Could it be
vehicle?
a joke?
Could be a joke. Could
Maybe,
be a joke.
I don't know. I don't know.
But
It was weird. It threw me for a second.
That would throw me.
It threw me. I was like,
It could be. It could be just a wacky bit.
That's a wacky
Maybe
bit.
it's just a.
I don't think you could do that if you have kids. You can't do that.
Maybe it is just a like they bought it at like an Ocean City
Yeah,
souvenir shop.
Yeah.
That's
It's
probably what it is.
It's a sensations.
Yeah,
bit.
that's probably it.
It's a funny bit though.
Yeah,
I like it.
It did make me
Yeah,
sad.
you got that on the boardwalk
Pornhub
with
content
his
creator.
FBI shirt, federal boob inspector.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you this about this couple, though. If this couple was having sex, all right, now there's different types of sex.
All right,
Could he just be driving?
No. I'm telling you, dude. Go on the hub. They it's full on.
Full on.
But the other cars on the road, the other drivers said they witnessed it. That she was probably sitting on top of him.
Right.
Okay.
It was.
Now I'm going to ask you a question.
And he's looking around.
But let's
think about riding a horse, buddy.
be honest here.
Yeah.
All right. Because I think I even brought this up with my wife semi recently, like in the last couple of months.
Yeah.
You brought up car sex with your
Why?
wife.
Well, it'll probably never happen
ask
again
her-
in your life.
you
Right?
ask
Do you
her-
think it'll ever happen again in your life? Like, raise your hand if you've had sex in a car.
I had sex.
I
mean,
full on in the
ever?
car.
I mean,
You've never?
think.
of course.
Of course.
Yeah. All right.
I have
So-
not.
Okay, not.
I have not.
Never?
No.
Never.
Not even in your
Maybe-
your youth.
Make out sessions? Yes.
No.
When
You've done
when
more. Are you
younger.
saying you've done more in movie theater than you've done in your car?
It sounds like it.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
You know what though? Here's
Sadly,
the
yeah.
difference.
Cinema.
Here's the difference, EB. I think when we were younger, he had a more forgiving household, like a less strict.
he could
We
just
had
have- he
stricter
had sex
households.
in his
Like
house.
there was no chance we were
You
going to
didn't
have
need
it.
to have sex in your car.
Yeah, he had his own
You
room.
just go home.
He had his basement.
You had your own.
Did have a
Yeah. You had your own Fonzie pad. Kind
not
of.
really, but sure.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Your
You had
girlfriend
like
was
that?
allowed to stay over at your house
That was more like
in your later 20s.
yeah, that was more like college era. High
Yeah.
school. Well,
Yeah.
Okay, not high school, but college.
oh yeah, college. Yeah,
We couldn't do that in
Amy
college.
stayed over my house all the time.
There was no chance that was happening. So cars were a way
Yeah.
to get. I mean,
You guys
whatever. I
had
don't
to
need to get
resort
specific, but
to being back seats of cars.
You guys like that?
snubs.
I'm too big. I was too big for that. I wouldn't be comfortable.
Right.
it'll probably never like Cakes
So
has
hold-
said
you
though in
actually
his
asked your
house.
wife if it could happen
Nah,
again.
no.
Were you
You said
yearning
you
for
wanted
it?
to knock boots.
How did it come
knock
up?
boots in your
I can't
Telluride for old
remember how
time's
it got
sake?
up. Just like
I mean, I almost had a moment with myself on the way to Borgata. We talked about that years ago, where I nearly pulled over.
That's because you were listening to some titillating
I was
audio.
listening to like
night calls.
something like that.
Yeah, like
on
the-
like Sirius XM.
Yeah, the Spice
I'm
Channel.
literally
Playboy Radio.
I'm driving on 95 North, like past Baltimore. Like I'm driving.
He's literally a grown ass man.
I'm like, I think
almost a grandpa.
I think I had just, now this is like 15 years ago. This is when we were actually taking trips to the Borgata. I think I had passed like Kale's baseball stadium, like in Aberdeen.
yeah.
And I'm listening to this titillating conversation. And I'm like, I might have to pull over to the Chesapeake House.
Jeez.
And like, just hope my windows are tinted enough. I knew
And what stopped you?
I don't know.
Oh.
Dignity.
Yeah, probably. But you know what? Probably the fear of getting caught by the cops and then getting arrested for doing that in my car.
Eric, you said this is a whole genre. Like,
Well, I'm kind of teasing. I don't know if it's a genre, but I've definitely seen clips before. I've stumbled on them. You know, when I've tripped over some of that content before.
Yeah.
Where,
But they're self-driving cars.
Yeah, they're self-driving cars. And, you know, people are, you know, they're like in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like in Arizona or something. They're just going to town or on a highway or something. You know, going 100 miles an hour and just getting after it. You know, like literally the girl's in front of the steering wheel and nobody's looking at
Mm-hmm.
the road. You know.
Lucky they don't wind up in a giant fireball
Yeah.
car crashing into a guardrail.
But that's, I don't know, is that something you pine for still? You like, when
No.
you want for old time's sake? What's
No.
one more? You know, not
Nostalgia.
I'm trying to remember how the conversation was. I think I'm not even sure how it got brought up. Maybe there was some sort of story in the news or something.
hey Jess, look how roomy this back seat is.
No, I mean I've got to. No, I
jump
mean
in
I'm
the back of the
I'm
Kia.
probably a little bit like I think at one point Cake said if you in your house, in your house. Have you ever hit it in a different room?
Nope.
See, that's crazy to me. Never
No.
once in the basement.
Never once in the basement. I'm a bedroom guy. I'm a boudoir guy.
We used to say,
But I mean, I think I'm 99% that way.
Yeah, well, especially now you're older.
Yeah, well, you have
But
kids in the
when
house
you were
too.
You're younger, a little friskier.
Right.
Yeah, no, then you would try all the places. When you're
But I'm not
younger.
averse to it.
Oh, I'm not averse to it. I'm just a
No,
bedroom guy.
Your wife is. Trust me. Trust me, I promise you, your wife is. You're not averse to it on your front yard if your wife is up for it. You know what I mean?
Front yard.
I might be averse to it in the front yard.
All that stuff goes away because your wife's not into it anymore. Not because of you. You'd do anything because you're a big, dumb guy.
Yeah, those things probably will never come up in life again. Although self-driving cars could be a game changer. If you have tinted windows, right? You'd have to combine it with tinted
everybody's
windows.
got some
What is
sort
the
of tint on
story
the
with
windows.
tinted
I don't have
You know,
tinted windows.
I've had them before, but I've always been scared of going too dark because they, in theory, they're not supposed to be as dark as a lot of people have them,
Right,
Because I
right.
think, you know, the cops want to be able to see in your car,
Sure.
you know, if they ever pull you over or anything. I mean, do they still
Most
really-
tinted windows, I can't see
Inside?
Yeah, I can't see anybody.
Yeah, right.
Is that all illegal?
I think it technically is. I don't even know if cops give you a hard time about it
Don't know.
because it seems
Knock
pretty,
on wood. Haven't been pulled over in a while. That means I'm just going to get pulled over on the way home.
Yeah,
today.
you will.
It's going to happen.
Is that even real wood?
It's close enough. It's the closest
Looks
we
like
have
it.
in this room.
It's faux wood. Yeah. I haven't been pulled over in a while, but I get so many tickets still haphazardly through, like driving through DC.
Yeah.
You know, going like 36 and a 25 or something.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, they literally when I drive in on Connecticut Avenue, they're I'm being honest, like every 500 yards. Like they're
Traffic cameras?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe
I hate going that path to work.
Maybe 1,000, but I mean, like
Might have
a
to
couple
find it.
football fields. There's new ones all the way down Connecticut Avenue. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, are there signs, photo enforced?
Well, you could just see.
It's
You could
hard.
you could see now. I mean, everybody knows it.
yeah.
You just have to just drive
They,
butt
they
slow.
just don't have those in Virginia. School zones they do, but not on regular highways.
I had to dodge the exploded carcass. I think it was a deer. It was big enough that it had to be a deer. And I
told you about that
I
yesterday.
came right up on it on the ICC, and I could have swerved because there's no traffic. I mean, I could drive blindfolded on the ICC in the morning, but I chanced it and rolled
Right
my
over it?
Matchbox car right over top of it, and I didn't hear any thump.
You
I was
didn't?
good. It was smushed enough where it was
okay.
down
Yeah,
low
'cause
enough
you-
where even that tiny ass car had enough clearance to get over it. But I'm just glad I didn't hit it initially because that would have been gross.
All right, let's go to Toothpick. Toothpick he's probably a little younger than us, right? Maybe 10 years younger than us, would you
I
say?
think significantly.
Oh, significantly?
I'm going to say
Did I
he's,
just insult
I'm going
him?
to say he's 37.
Yeah.
Toothpick, are you in that range?
How old are you, Toothpick?
I'm 51.
Damn.
Oh, I was closer.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? He's a contemporary.
I forgot.
The
He told
brothers
us
just
where we
don't
went to high
age.
school and when. We just
All
forgot.
right, now you can
Yeah.
speak. Go ahead. You could speak on car sex?
Yeah, definitely. So it depends on the window tint situation you have. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here in Texas, and my windows are tinted pretty good. And
Do they give you a hard
there's been
time?
times- No. There have been times when me and my lady, we're coming from a night out on the town, and she goes to town while I'm driving, or I'll pull up to an establishment to get some dinner or something, and I walk past the car and it's rocking. It's a real thing. It is a real thing. When the mood strikes, women are after it now. So,
I think this is a girlfriend, though. This is not a wife, right? This is your girlfriend?
a future wife.
Future wife,
Sure.
but how long have you been dating? How long have you been dating this one?
About 5 years.
5 years. Okay, newlyweds.
Yeah.
You're still like in that you're in that wooing phase.
So I mean, it is a thing, though. I mean, like, I can't tell you how many times I've pulled up to a nice restaurant.
All right, big shot. All right. All right. All right. Congrats on all the great car sex.
Hey, look, no pressure. But let's hit this parlay today. Let's hit this
All
parlay
right,
this
all right.
weekend.
Well, we say
All
that
right?
every week.
We're gonna
All right,
try.
we'll try to hit
That's
it.
the goal.
That's the only thing we could possibly hit. Maybe a parlay. All right. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Later.
All right.
Look at Toothpick getting all the sex down in Texas.
I mean,
Good for
he's-
him.
51. It's like a new.
Man, he does not look 51.
He's
does-
brother.
That's
I
impressive.
don't know if he
crack.
I don't know if he looks 37, but
Yeah. it's
Okay, I was hooking him a little bit.
You were hooking
But I
him a
didn't think he
little
was in his 50s.
Yeah.
Did you think he was in his 50s?
I thought he was 45.
40s,
All right, yeah.
mid
That
40s.
was close enough.
All right, coming up next, we're going to give it a shot. Our Junkies Weekend Parlay. Don't go anywhere. Checking in on our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside. You can vote at Junks Radio. Who wins on Sunday? It's at 87% Lions.
It's going down 13% now.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be like 95%.
I predicted 18%.
I thought around 15% might pick the Commanders. So it's close to that.
All right, let's get on the bus. Let's start behind the glass because someone's going F1. And I think his name is Mike Marr.
This is a wacky, but I like it.
DC sports have absolutely fallen apart. My eyes are burning from all that mumbo jumbo. Bunch of bum bitches. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. It's about time I explore the space a little bit. Sunday afternoon, Brazilian, GP, and F1. Give me Max Verstappen to win outright, plus 140. He's won 3 of the last 5 races in F1. Red Bull's car is starting to heat up. It's a 2-horse race between McLaren and Red Bull. Lando Norris against Max Verstappen. But I'm taking Max to get it done, plus 140.
Look at Mike Marr in those F1 streets. Good for him.
All right.
Chakri's picking a Red Bull vehicle.
He said he knows a little bit about a lot.
Guy loves energy drinks, Zins.
Well,
loves it all.
He's staying off the Tennessee ball since he's 0 for the year when he picks Tennessee. All right, let's go. Let's stay behind the glass. Benj.
Here's your Wizards pick of the week, presented to you in the English language, unlike whatever Mike Marr just said. I didn't even understand a single word he said. This total hit every single game for the first 5 games of the season for Keyshawn George. It had it since because Bilal Coulibaly came back from injury. He was taking some of those on-ball reps that Keyshawn George has been getting as his kind of de facto point guard. Let's go Keyshawn over 3.5 assists tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Bilal is out tonight.
You expect at least 4 dimes from Keyshawn George. Nice.
Distraught that my guy Bilal sidelined again.
What's
a little bit tilted.
What's the injury now?
It's lower body, right? It's leg or ankle or something.
Came back from like a hand or a wrist.
He had a thumb, I thought.
Lower left leg tightness.
Tightness, okay.
Cakes, why don't you get over there and give him a massage?
I do have magic fingers. Ask Valdez. I can
That's
make
the weirdest flex.
I mean, I could be a massage therapist.
He could be a masseuse.
Yeah.
Or masseur.
Maybe that'll be your next thing when it's all over here. You could just do part-time.
I
could do in-home massages. You can massage dudes in-home.
EB, it's the dream.
He would like it.
No, I could be a poker room massage therapist. I could go see flops, and then if I hit like a bad run,
That's so funny.
Just
you say
I
get
that.
get
up
up
and
and then I
just-
start
I've
massaging
never
people
seen
for
a
money.
dude poker room masseuse.
It's usually women.
Right?
Trust me.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not-
Ever?
It's
Yeah.
much
You have?
like
Oh, I haven't.
Saw it in Vegas.
the cocktail waitresses. It's usually women. Every once in a while, there's a guy thrown in there, so I could be that guy that fills a void in the massage therapy space.
I'm sorry.
But I
gotta
don't
have
think
it. I
I don't
gotta
think
have it.
all of the slobbo degenerate poker players are going to want me to massage them,
Right.
even though these fingers are certified magic.
Yeah. All right, who's next?
Eventually, I guarantee he dreams about that too.
Giving dudes
Yeah.
massages.
All right. So you've got F1 and you've got Keyshawn, and we're going to stay behind the glass. Matt Myers.
All right. The Ravens Vikings game. I like the over in this.
Okay.
With Lamar back, the offense seems to be clicking. They put up some points against Miami. They looked efficient, and I'm still not buying in on the Ravens defense just yet. Even though they held Miami to I forget how many was it? Just
6 points, I think, right?
Yeah, 6 points.
I don't know how many
were
total
still
yards.
they were still moving the ball on them in the first half. Second half they looked kind of shut down, but first half they were still moving the ball. They just got fortunate with turnovers and miscues from the Dolphins. So I think maybe it's still might be a little fool's gold in the secondary. So I'm going over 48.5 points in the Ravens Vikings game.
Very good.
All righty.
What happened
You're
to Purple
in.
Friday, Valdez?
It is Purple Friday. It is a battle of the purples.
Yes,
right.
it is. That's true.
Purples.
All right.
Got a new Caps shirt.
I'll give you one. I'm going to stick with and I didn't hit one last week. I had McNichols over passing yard receptions, or excuse me, receiving yard at, I think it was 18.5. I don't think he had one catch last week. All right, that was a big whiff. But I was hot before. All right, I'm getting back on the bus. I'm going to take Sam Laporta in the Commanders-Lions game over 44.5 yards receiving. Last week against Minnesota, he had 97. He's only had really one bad game, and that was the game against Tampa where they just didn't need him because they were running the ball so well. But he had 6 catches for 57 yards against Kansas City. Against Cincinnati, he had 6 for 92. So he scored in 3 of the last 4 games. They're starting to use him a little bit more. So I think, and tight ends are killing Washington this year. I like the over 44.5 Sam Laporta against Washington.
You're in.
I like it. Mr. Beckel, you're next.
All right, I actually like this. Marcus Mariota's, he's capable. He's especially capable with his legs cakes. He's averaging 6.8 yards per carry. Remember, he had the big run where he fumbled. That was kind of disappointing. But they've brought him in the 2 years here in some short yardage situations before to get first downs near the goal line. He's only got 1 touchdown this year. But an anytime touchdown for Marcus Mariota pays plus 430.
That's a big number.
Just
I like it.
That's too juicy to pass
It's
up.
a big one.
That's
I like
too
that.
juicy to pass up. I'll take that.
It's going to boost our winnings.
Why wouldn't he score like a little
hypothetical
read
winnings.
option thing right around the goal line?
He could. I could see that happening.
Yeah.
All right, Mr.
I like it.
Flamack.
I'm a little turned on by that.
Do you know the
You're gonna have
capital
car
of
sex with
Italy, Jason Bishop?
Sorry?
You know the capital of Italy?
Sicily.
Rome.
I believe it's
Rome.
Rome.
Yeah,
I had no idea, dude. I know they're
I'm heading to Rome.
Sicily. I don't know any capitals.
It's Rome.
I know an
No, it's not Venice.
Rome Adunze from the Chicago Bears had a big donut last week. A lot of fantasy owners were upset because they put up a ton of points.
47 points.
47 points against the Bengals, and somehow he was held without a catch. His dad did a Sanderstill bit where his dad, I think, went on social media and criticized Caleb or the offense and said it wasn't his son. Well, I think they're going to right the ship and rectify it. If you look at his season, it's weird. He had 5 touchdowns in his first 4 games. He hasn't had a touchdown since. So do theory. You got the dad griping. You got Ben Johnson's offense. Right now, the Bears are 6th in points and 4th in yards gained.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're going to get Rome involved, and he will get a touchdown. So anytime touchdown for Dunze. And
It's
that's
in.
plus 155.
All right.
It's in.
Give it to us.
All right, so this happened this week. The Jets general manager picked up his phone, and on the other end was Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones said, we want Quinn and Williams. And he said, okay, you can have him. We're having a fire sale. We're terrible. What do I get for him? And Jerry said, how about a 2nd-round pick, a 1st-rounder, and a defensive tackle? And the Jets guy, I think his last name is Mugi or Muji. I'm not sure the Jets GM name. He said, I can't trade Quinn and Williams fast enough to the Dallas Cowboys. So Quinshon Judkins, who's the starting running back for the Browns, saw this news, and he's throwing a party because the Jets couldn't stop the run with Quinn and Williams. The Browns face the Jets this weekend. What are the odds that Quinn and Williams doesn't fall over the goal line for a touchdown? Now, he's a minus 150. He's the opposite of EB's huge number for Marcus Mariota.
You mean Judkins, yeah.
Judkins.
Yeah.
He's in the parlay. He has to. He will score at least 1 touchdown against the terrible fire sale Jets this weekend.
I like
So
it.
he's in.
I like it.
Is that everybody?
I think that
That's
is
it.
everybody.
All right.
7-leg parlay.
Here we go. Sam Laporta needs over 44.5 receiving yards. Marcus Mariota needs to score a touchdown. Quinshon Judkins needs to score a touchdown as well, as does Sicily Adunze. Keyshawn George needs over 3.5 assists. Max Verstappen needs to win the F1 Brazilian Grand Prix. And we need a score-a-palooza in Ravens-Vikings. A $10 wager wins us collectively $3,153.98, my friend.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Come
That is
on.
a big score.
Let's go. Cakes said we were going to win during football
I did.
season.
I
We're
did.
now on the
Now,
second half of the season.
I didn't guarantee it. I didn't make a weird,
No.
wacky, one-sided bet, but I did say that we would have a score at some point. And the football season is it's quickly going away.
I can't get over Sicily.
It's a pretty big country, too. Like, that's one that most people know.
I mean, I could tell you that I kind of said it joking, but also kind of didn't know. I mean, I was just saying the first city I thought of. Then when you laughed, then I said Rome.
Well, Sicily,
I don't
it's not
even know,
really a
is that in
city.
Italy? I don't even know what it is.
What?
It's an island.
Sicily?
Sicily's
Yeah.
is
I don't know.
yeah. I mean, it's.
I know nothing
I don't know if
about
they
it.
call it a province or whatever.
Okay.
It's
Isn't that where all the mob guys are from, Sicily?
Yeah.
yeah, but it's like considered a state. It'd be like saying Florida, but it's
Okay.
part of Italy.
Yeah. Just, it's the first Italian city, state, whatever it came to my mind.
Right. All right, coming up next, Joe Witt is going to be on the field. Let's hear what he says about what the impact might be. And do you expect the defense to be better with this adjustment? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies on a Football Friday.
All right, guys, let me tell you about my new obsession. You know all about it. Daisy French onion dip. You guys are all enjoying it. You're sending me your pictures. Keep them coming. And one of my guilty pleasures during football season, really year-round, is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies, all watching football, golf, just having family and friends over. And now, of course, Daisy's come out with their delicious French onion dip and their Daisy Ranch dip. You already know about their Daisy sour cream. Everybody uses that. They're absolute game changers. They're as delicious as a homemade dip. They're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you find in your very own kitchen. So next time you go to the grocery store this weekend, make sure you take your cart over to the dip section, grab some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy Ranch dip, and I dare you not to dip into it before the big game.
The Capitals' valiant comeback falls short, 5-3 at Pittsburgh. Rasmus Sandin scoring for the Caps.
Comes Ovechkin. And right side in now to Strome, cutting into the middle. Sandin, a shot, they score! Rasmus Sandin deflects it off a Penguin skate and past Shelovs, and the Capitals get it back anyway.
Dylan Strome and Tom Wilson also scored. The call on 106.7 The Fan. Thursday Night Football, Denver downs the Vegas Raiders 10-7. Broncos own the best record in the NFL, but it was not pretty. Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin did not practice yesterday for the Commanders. Trey Amos and Quan Martin were limited, and Bill Krosky-Merritt was a full participant. They'll kick at 4:25 p.m. Sunday against the Lions. Wizards basketball against the Cavaliers tonight, live on The Fan at 7. Former Nationals reliever Craig Stammen has been named the manager of the San Diego Padres. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curb on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. On a Football Friday, we wanted to get into the Commanders' defense or lack thereof. I've got some statistics that Bears Verluga put up earlier this week. And
After
just to go
this, I
through
want
this.
Valdez to give you his theory. I want you to
He
give
has
your
theory?
theory.
All right.
Yeah.
The Commanders' defensive rankings. This was from Bears Verluga's account on Twitter. Expected points added, 29th. Yards per play, 30th. Yards per game, 28th. Net yards per pass attempt, 32nd. Pass yards per game, 29th. There are 32 teams in the league. In those categories, they are 28th or worse.
That's not bad.
Their defense has been atrocious this season. And Joe Witt is their defensive coordinator. And this week, before we play his audio, he's going to make the move, which he said, right, that it was his idea to come down
No,
the
he
field.
said it was some of the players asked him.
Okay, players.
I think he has
Players.
audio. You have audio of Witt talking about it? Here you go. Here's Witt talking about it.
You know, I know DQ talked about earlier in the week that I will be coming down to the field. I went and asked him to do that for a number of reasons. The first reason I've been in the box, Q, most of the coordinators that I've been around called it from the box. Q, Capers, Mike Pettin. Even when I was in college, the guys, the coordinators always called it from the box. You have a good view. You can see. You don't really have to have as much help with personnel, people coming in and out. So that's why the advantage of being in the box. Moving to the field, I think the energy that I have in practice that can be probably positive within the game for the players. A couple of the guys have been asking for me to come down as well, and so I think it's time for that to happen. We got to do whatever we have to do to get a win, and so the play has not been, especially this last week, to the standard at all, and like I said, that starts with me. I got to do a better job getting the coaches to get the players to understand how we're going to do it, and we got to get this thing turned. We got to get it turned right now. So,
All right, so that, I mean, it makes sense. I don't see how it can make much of a difference, but change for the sake of change, I'm kind of okay with it.
But it's also the players want it, so you're listening to your players.
Valdez, why don't you give your theory? I have a counter to Valdez's theory, but I'd like to hear it.
I think this is Joe Witt's last game as defensive coordinator.
Okay.
The defense has been historically bad. We talked about how they've given up 21 for 3 straight games. If they give up, or if they lost by 21 3 straight games, and the main reason is the defense. And if they do that again, I mean, it's historically bad. And also, the move down from the box. Anytime a coordinator moves up to the box or down to the field, it's always a last resort.
Yeah,
it's never when things are going well,
right? It's of course, and I can never think of a time when a coordinator goes up or down and it turns the season around. And
the only instance I can remember was in Atlanta. They made a switch, and I felt like maybe for a week or two, things got a little bit better. Do you remember that? They moved like the wide receiver coach around. They moved the coordinator from upstairs to down. They did like 3 or 4 different changes.
It's an act of desperation.
And they played out of their minds against us.
That's how I view it. And then also I was listening to Von Miller, and he was praising this coaching staff nonstop and Anthony Lynn and DQ and
his nutritionist and Chad Engelhart and everybody.
And, I mean, everyone got a shout out from Von except Joe Witt.
Maybe that's just maybe it was just an oversight. I listened to the same interview. Maybe it was just an oversight. I didn't catch it.
It could have been an oversight, or it could have been coded. But I feel like this might be Witt's last game.
So let me give a counter to that. I think it's a reasonable call. In fact, I got criticized by everybody for saying I thought that somebody should have got fired last week. I thought something had to happen. We kept doing the same thing. We're showing up flat every week. We're getting smoked. I mean, certainly we have the odds stacked against us with all the injuries and everything that have been building up. But we're just going nowhere fast. And I feel like sometimes you just got to have a scapegoat. If nothing else, just to show that there are consequences to your actions. Of course, they didn't really do anything. The only thing they did do is I guess they're going to move him down to the field, which I think is the closest thing to being fired, right? That's the next move, is you're going to fire him. I also had this theory, though, when I was watching that game, and no one seemed to be with me, but it sure seemed like DQ was more involved in the defensive play calling from the few instances they showed him on the sideline. I saw him doing a lot of signs, a lot of stuff.
And you've never seen that before?
I'm not saying I've never seen it before.
You just noticed it. It's more noticeable.
For me, I noticed, and I wasn't looking for it. It's just like, wait a second. Seems like he's doing a lot more.
He's coaching a lot more than he would in a standard game.
Maybe he seemed like he was maybe a little bit more. I know he's always on the headset. I know he's always talking to him. I'm not naive. But it just seemed like he was giving more hand signals. So I said to Valdez, DQ seems like a really decent guy, right? So I could accuse him of being cheesy and all this, but I think everybody. I mean, he's a decent guy. Everyone likes him.
Definitely loyal.
Like Jaden's out there hurt. He's holding his hand, and that's a real thing. That's not like fake. I could see DQ just like quietly taking away responsibilities, but not firing a coach, a fellow coach, mid-season. It's kind of a bad look, like you are scapegoating. So I could see that. So that's why, even though I think what you're saying is in essence could be true, we might not even realize it. That he could strip him of a lot of his responsibilities, and we don't even realize it. You know what I mean? Because he's a defensive guy, right? This is DQ's. That's his calling
boy.
card.
Yeah, but that's also his boy. It's his boy.
Yeah, it's also his boy.
Yeah.
But let's say he does that. And he strips him of
a lot of his
responsibilities.
But we don't even realize
it. And the defense turns around.
Yeah. Well,
then who's going to get credit for the turnaround?
Well, he doesn't care about credit. I think at DQ stage of his career, he doesn't care about credit. But I do think, barring a drastic turnaround, Joe Witt will not be back next year as the defensive coordinator.
I find it hard to believe he'd be back.
I mean, how could you bring him back?
After 2 bad years on the defense.
I don't see a drastic turnaround coming. Like, where are the reinforcements coming to spur this dramatic turnaround?
Well, the only way they could be is if there's a little bit more, because DQ also said something a couple of weeks ago, which you don't normally hear. Which you remember we said was I was expecting maybe we would see a few more stunts. He actually openly questioned, without I think trying to, and without maybe thinking about the ramifications of it. He was asked if you do something differently. He said, I thought maybe we would have a few more stunts or something defensively. Do you remember that? It was about 3 or 4 weeks ago. He said it publicly. And they normally don't really criticize their coordinators.
Just doing a little research as we're talking about this. 2 seasons ago, and Jason, maybe you can speak to this, the 49ers started off the year 5-0. They lost 3 in a row. They're at 5-3 into a bye, and Steve Wilkes was their defensive coordinator at the time, and he moved from the booth down to the field. Valdez asked, does this ever work? And maybe it was desperation. Well, after losing 3 in a row and dropping to 5-3, they ended up the year 12-5. So they only lost 2 more games. And after Steve Wilkes moved from the booth to the field, they ripped off 6 wins in a row. Now, that was the 49ers. It's 2 seasons ago, so it's not unprecedented. It's hard to see all the machinations of all these different teams.
But unprecedented that somebody would go on a winning streak after doing that.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you argue it's probably rare that it really makes a difference.
Yeah, I agree. It's usually
Yeah.
a sign of desperation. That's I
Right.
totally feel like Valdez. Whenever you see this, you're like, okay,
Yeah.
it's just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Yeah.
Like it's not usually something that's going to work. But what I would say here is, if the players wanted him on the field, then why not do that?
Yeah. Totally.
And
I don't
there's
think
no
that's a downside.
defined way that works. Like he said, okay, most of the guys that he's worked with are booth defense coordinators.
Yeah.
But there are plenty of on-field defensive coordinators too. You know, just like there are on-field offensive coordinators and there are booth offensive coordinators.
I remember when DQ, and believe me, I was no big DQ, like I followed his every move. But I remember when he was in Dallas, he was definitely in the booth. And I think when he was in Seattle, he was in the booth.
Yeah, I think he's always been a booth guy.
Yeah.
But it works both ways.
Yeah.
You know, they're successful. Spags is an on-field guy,
He's
right?
an on-field guy, yeah.
He's an on-field guy, and people say he's excellent.
Right.
But there are some excellent booth guys.
I would think now with the iPads and everything, I mean, they've had those for 20 years, but you could just sit down while the other team's, the other side of the ball, and you can look at all the stuff, the overhead stuff, right? It's not like you're missing that much. You can see
I
it.
think it's more just the interaction with the players and like the energy.
100%.
Yeah, the energy you're
But I'm
showing.
saying anything you miss, you could still grab from an iPad a minute later.
Plus, you're talking. There's people up there talking to you. And
Yeah.
The harder part, and we talked about this earlier, and if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, is the defensive personnel is not very good, and it's been injured. So we're looking at a depth chart right now that he's got Jalen Holmes and Preston Smith as his starting defensive ends.
They were thin at pass rusher to begin the season,
Right.
with Dorrance Armstrong, and he's sidelined.
with Armstrong
So you're
and
deal-
Wise.
So now you're dealing with a part-time Von Miller, Preston Smith off the street,
and
forcing Luvu to
and
play
backups.
defensive end.
Yeah, and-
backup guys who were backups who are now starting.
Yeah, it's
Oh, they're grasping.
And then, let's be honest, the secondary has underperformed.
Right.
We all thought the secondary was going to be better. Okay, this is what we were sold. Latimore's healthy. No, he's not healthy, but at the training camp, Latimore's healthy. So let's see what he can do healthy.
Sandersdale's going to move to his,
Sandersdale, second year, is going to be even better.
Well, they're gonna move to his
right,
natural
move to his
position.
natural position, and we draft Trey Amos.
Yeah.
It hasn't been better.
hasn't
But
helped.
those guys
Hasn't
are
worked.
also only as good as the pressure up front, and the pressure up front has been putrid.
As
on the
a
whole.
fan, like I watch all the games. We all watched all the plays. It's hard for me to judge like safeties unless they're old school safeties that like would drop the boom.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be like, oh my God, Ed Reed's amazing. Or,
Yeah.
you know, and go old school. Like Ronnie Lott, he's amazing. It's hard for me to, but maybe missing Jeremy Chin is huge. I don't know.
He definitely was huge in the box.
Yeah.
Huge in the box.
Yeah.
Defense, I went through the numbers. The defense is dramatically worse.
It is. And you mean from last year?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it wasn't good
But
last year.
It wasn't good last year, and
No, it got worse.
They played a lesser schedule last year with a lot of backup quarterbacks. We've talked about that.
Hey,
So they're playing a much tougher schedule, better quarterbacks, yada yada yada. But add all the injuries. I mean, how can you stop anybody with all that?
Unfunny Ben, can Unfunny Ben do us a favor? Can you have him, Valdez? JP had the stat a couple weeks ago where Vaughn was like winning his pass rush rate at like a really high rate, but just wasn't getting a lot of snaps. So he was playing so situationally. Maybe this is a week where we need to play him more, right? I mean, I'd rather play him than Preston Smith. I'd rather play him than Jalen Holmes.
You got to go down swinging. You got to put your best players out.
I mean, he's a Hall of
they
Famer.
Even if they are 36 years old.
Yeah,
and
I
you're
mean-
trying to save them, there's no reason to save guys at this point.
Right. Let's
Like,
wear his ass out.
you
Let's
gotta-
wear, and
you
he
gotta-
would love it.
You got to use all your ammunition at this point.
His PFF run grade actually is pretty good.
Yeah.
Von Miller when he's on the field, but the problem is
Where was it? What was it? Was it a next gen stat or something where his win rate on like pass rushes was it like 1? It was like crazy high.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Here's the thing about Von Miller's snaps. They've been coming down.
I know.
He went like 3 weeks ago was at 26, which according to Football Guys, somehow on that site, it says that was 39% of the snaps. Then he went to 16, and then last week just 13.
Yeah.
yeah, that's got to be ramped up.
13. Wow.
You
There's
know
got to
what?
be a reason for it.
You can't count on much. You can't count on the Washington defense, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit BetOnline.com/NFL to get started today.
Should we sneak in a phone call real quick, EB?
All right.
Let's go. See what the people think about this defense, the switch from the booth to the field for Joe Witt.
What do you think
Is there
about
any
Valdez's
hope?
theory? What do you think about Valdez's theory?
It's possible.
I think if
wouldn't be
the
stunned.
Lions come in and put up like 38 points and it's ugly, then
If I think, yeah.
I don't think it's a bad theory.
I
And then
don't
also-
think it's likely, though. Do you think it's likely? Does
The only thing I
Valdez think it's
sa-
likely?
The only thing well, he thinks it's going to happen. The only thing I think that's going to save Witt is DQ just not wanting to DQ known for being a coach's guy, a player's guy,
You're
and
also-
not want to scapegoat him.
Also, if you're looking ahead, you're kind of set up for success. Whoever's calling plays or coordinating
Next few games,
because you got
A little
Miami.
easier.
You have Miami, and then you have a bye week, and then that can help you get ready for Denver.
But I
Yeah,
don't
I
think he cared-
I could definitely see him making the move in the offseason. I'm not sure it does it
The
midseason.
mid-season stuff is a rough.
Although
thing.
it might be difficult if you're traveling all the way to Spain and you have a new coordinator, and it's just maybe it's a logistical
the new
nightmare.
coordinator could just be him taking over.
Yeah, he's an interim guy.
Which is, I think, he could quietly do without publicly scapegoating Witt.
But Ron did that in year 4. I agree with you that it's generally a grasper move that doesn't do anything, a sign of desperation. It usually happens later on. Like if we just look at Ron Rivera's 4 years, he moved to Eric Bieniemy in year 4. And he took over for Jack Del Rio in year 4. That's like the true desperation. Year 2, coming off the NFC Championship game, I can't see them firing Joe Witt during the season.
I mean, what do they have to lose at this point? You're gonna you're
Okay,
gonna,
but
you're gonna
don't-
hurt a guy's feel. You're gonna hurt a guy's feelings by following.
No, but
It's one of his-
it's
it's
more
one of his
about what are
hires,
you going
though.
to gain? It's more about what are you going to gain than what are you going to
Yeah,
lose.
It's his guy. Like he believes in Joe Witt.
Yeah.
He had two big hires when he came here. When they announced him as the head coach, he's like, I got Cliff Kingsbury.
Last time I checked, Joe Witt's not the only guy that knows defense. That's walking planet Earth.
Of course not.
Like Dan
Well, yeah,
Quinn
but-
can find another guy.
Do you think
Well,
the
you
other
can find
guy
him
is
in
going
the
to do
offseason.
dramatically better with this
No.
personnel?
No, I
Okay,
don't
so
think
then
so.
why make the move? So basically, you're conceding that the move would just be just to do
because
something.
At some point, you have to change things up. You can't keep doing the same thing every single week and allowing teams to score 35 and 40 points.
Well,
on you.
maybe you make adjustments with the same guys, with the same staff.
Maybe.
And DQ's
then-
part of it. He says himself.
I mean, he
he's
sits
part
in the
of it.
defensive meetings.
Yeah.
I need a Joe Witt spanking. I want.
Well, that's what I
want-
was saying. You need.
I know, but I want DQ to announce it.
You need like a public.
know.
He needs to be punished a little bit.
I think players need to be punished. I think there need to be consequences. You can't just go into work every week, get smoked,
Fail at your job, and then
fail, and there not be consequences.
Well, that might be why some of these guys are getting less snap counts. You know, the crazy thing is when I was looking at that site with snap counts, it looks like Preston Smith's barely on the field. So who the hell? I guess because they've got
come on.
Luvu playing defensive
They plucked
end.
him off the streets.
Because they've got Luvu playing defensive end, and he's undersized.
Oh, yeah, Preston Smith is barely playing.
It's easy to run on him because Luvu's playing a position where we
Maybe-
like him on the line when he's rushing the passer, but against the run, he's facing guys who are much bigger than him.
Yes.
I'll follow up on Valdez's theory that he gets canned. Maybe he survives Detroit because people expect Detroit to come in here and put up 30, maybe 35. If they go to Madrid and Tua and the hapless Dolphins, who are right now 2-7, put up like 30 or 35,
Yeah.
that might be his undoing. Like if you
I
have
could see that.
back-to-back weeks, like you give us 70 points.
and then you have a bye week, so you can get a new guy in there, and
Right.
get an extra week.
If
of prep.
it's going to happen, it would
I could-
happen
I could see
after an
that.
embarrassing loss to the Dolphins.
I could see that.
Because nobody expects them to beat the Lions.
No,
But you're kind of expected to beat the Dolphins, even though you're kind of living in that same neighborhood as them record-wise at this point, which I didn't think was possible, but here we are.
All right, we
Commanders
got
are
a bunch-
3-6, Dolphins 2-7.
We got a bunch of people that want to chime in on a Football Friday. We'll come back, take some of your calls. 1-800-636-1067. Joe Witt is moving from the booth to the sidelines. Do you think that is impactful? And what would you do about the Washington Commanders defense?
Taking your calls at 800-636-1067. What are your takeaways from Joe Witt getting moved out of the booth down onto the field? Is the next stop getting fired for Joe Witt if there's another poor defensive performance?
Do you believe it is? You seem to side with Valdez.
I think he may survive a Lions loss, even if it's bad. I don't think he survive if the Dolphins
Put up
a bunch of points against them in an island game, international game. It's pretty embarrassing. That could be the final straw.
Yeah, it could be.
I expect the Lions to dominate them offensively. I think a lot of people do. I don't really expect Tua and company to do that.
Yeah.
So I know they don't, but I mean, at some point they have to grasp reality. What's happening?
Let's just say they lose 40-10 or something.
Well, that's 40 not 40. They give up a 40 ball. That's
let's say 40. Let's say 40-24.
Uh-huh.
But it's still 40.
I mean, 40 is a lot.
Dude, they just. I mean, he's not going to go. Well, that's the Lions. I know we don't have the personnel, so I'm going to give you a pass. He's going to go.
I mean, if they give up 40, then
nothing's working.
Then Joe Witt might be getting a call to DQ's office and say, "Look, I know you're my guy. We go way back, but I just can't. This is unsustainable."
But what if they're trying new things and they're doing different things?
It's fine.
And their game plan, it's just not working. How is
that's
that on Joe Witt?
That's definitely true.
I'm not saying it's really even on Joe Witt fully. He's been dealt a really bad hand.
Yeah.
He can only do so much with the personnel that he has. But it's always the coach that takes the fall. It's not, I mean.
It is. But a mid-season move, man, you got to be really comfortable for whoever you replace him with. And there might not be anybody on the staff where he goes, yeah, he can take over. It'll be fine. It'll be a smooth transition. Unless he does it himself.
I would see him doing it himself, just taking it over himself and trying to straighten it out.
All right, let's take some calls.
But they've tried it all because we have these analysts. They look at it. They go, they're terrible in man. They're terrible in zone,
everything.
They're terrible when they blitz. They're terrible when they don't blitz.
I think it's more the personnel. I think it's just the personnel. Yeah.
It is, but you're scapegoating.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, it's not that Joe Witt's an idiot. I don't think anybody thinks that. Joe Witt could go somewhere and coach great.
Yeah,
that's what all these guys. They're hired to be fired.
Guys get fired.
They're hired to be fired.
They go other spots.
And they fight.
It's
got to be the right mix. Think about it. Think about how Jimmy Johnson was so great in Dallas. Then he went to Miami.
Right.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson's a great coach.
What are Amon-Ra's receiving props for this game? They have to be like sky high. Probably like 8.5 catches.
7.5 or 8.5 catches.
Probably 80+ yards receiving.
You want me to look for you?
Sure. I'd bet all the overs there. By the way.
Hold on. For yards.
Well, I love overs, and I love when Amon-Ra St. Brown faces teams that passed him and took a different receiver than him in the draft, like the Commanders did by taking De'Ami Brown over him.
Yeah,
I think he's got a little extras for those teams that he faces.
The catches are 7.5. The yards 79.5.
All right,
I think the yards can get there.
Yeah,
we'll try to give everybody a chance here. Let's go to Hollywood and Woodbridge. What's up, buddy? You on with the Junks?
What's up, family? How y'all doing?
Hey, great. How are
Hollywood.
I agree with JP and Lurch, man. I don't think that he really has a personnel. And the example I got is like picture somebody having a 3 or 4 in a hook. He asks him to be a porn star. Like, you just can't do that.
I think we all agree with that. I think nobody thinks that Joe Witt is stupid or Joe Witt doesn't know defense or Joe Witt couldn't coordinate defense. I think we're all just saying it's not working and there might be a scapegoat.
And I'm guessing there's a genre for the guys that have 3 in a hook.
We've seen some of those guys. I won't name them. We might know one of those guys from way back in the day.
He had to have had more than 3 in a hook.
Maybe.
We're talking about PD.
Bobby. Is our old intern Bobby?
No, he's talking about, I think,
Dan.
Porno Dan.
He's made a living off that.
I know. He's quite
He had to have been more than 3 in a hook, though.
I mean, maybe.
He's probably more than that. I remember we had a poor intern. Remember, we made our intern show.
I remember,
yeah. The little Asian
Don't
kid.
say his last name.
I don't even know his last name.
I remember what we called him. I don't know if that was his last name. All right, let's go. We should probably.
It's a weird tangent. I apologize.
We should probably be in jail. Shane
calling from Bulgaria, by the way, wins the award for furthest call of the day.
Yeah. Shane, what's up, bud?
What's up, Junks? How y'all doing?
What's great, man.
Hey, look, here's the thing. Look, you can say what it is, but he don't have the horses to run the course. Just call it what it is. He's got, and Lattimore, don't get me started on that trade. Right now, the Saints won that trade. You got Deron Payne, and he had one good year here. He got his bag, and what you've done since then. And I hate to say it, the Ron Rivera draft classes have destroyed this roster right now, and that's what it's very important. When you got to go through the draft, you hit on the draft, and we didn't. Forbes, look at Chase Young, the biggest bust right now in the NFL is a joke. I mean, these are the what we had, and now none of these team players on this roster, and it's even worse. And I get what they're trying to do, get the veterans with that, but when Lurch can outrun Bobby and the open flats, then that's a problem, right?
Who says I can do that?
Love Bobby Wagner. I love him, dude. But look, here's the thing.
I don't think you can do that,
he's a Hall of Famer, but he can't cover Lurch. And let's call it what it is. And
Jason
he's been thinking about me a lot today.
Detroit's going to drop a 50 bomb on us, and then Miami's going to drop a 35 bomb on us. Our defense is that bad. We literally look like Penn State out there right now.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
I don't think this is going to happen. But if the Lions score 50 and they do want to get back at the Commanders for embarrassing them at Ford Field during the playoffs, Joe Witt will lose his job if the Lions score 50 on this defense.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
now, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, they might get close, but I don't think he can survive a
50
burger dropped on his head.
By the way,
I just don't think you survive that.
He's on a terrible team that has one win this year, and he hasn't played in that many games. But Chase Young currently, according to Pro Football Focus, is ranked 13th out of 119 edge defenders.
I don't know what to make of that. Give me sack numbers. I remember when he was here, I just wanted high sack numbers. Tell me what his sack numbers are.
You know what he is? He's the classic, like you like to point out on NBA rosters, guys putting up hollow numbers. He's doing that on a one-win team.
He's Kyle Kuzma.
He might be the Kyle Kuzma of the NFL.
He has 4 sacks, 1 forced fumble.
All right, so he's on pace for a classic Chase Young 8.
I think he's only played in 5 games. I mean, I have to check total games.
No Commanders fans are pining for Chase Young and or Manny Forbes at this point.
No.
Not a single one of them.
They're not pining for him, but they are lamenting the miss.
Chase Young has played in 4 games.
Yeah. It devastates your franchise when you swing and miss there.
4 sacks in 4 games ain't bad.
It's pretty good, but again, availability, right? You got to be available.
I agree.
Gary, what's up, bud?
Good morning, John.
Hey, Gary.
Listen, that PFF stuff. Don't even pay attention to that. He had a great. Chase Young had good PFF numbers when he was here. I mean, I don't go big on that. But let me just say this about Joe Witt. I don't think the move down to the field is going to make much difference. But I don't blame Joe Witt, and I think all of us agree the talent is not there. Adam Peters, okay, the spotlight needs to be on him, okay? He needs to be the one that's an adult in the room. After last season, he should have looked at the roster and looked the ownership in the face and say, look, we had a good year, but this team is not the team that they were on the field this year. There were a lot of things that happened that made us look better than what we were. And the first thing he should have done is said the last time we left the field, we gave up 55 points. We need to massively upgrade this defense. And he didn't do that. What he did was he said, we're going to get bigger, but they didn't get better. That's the only thing he did. They did not get better on defense. And he had $90 million to do something about that. And he brought in average player after average player after average player. That calculus doesn't equal better. You don't add average to get better.
Thank you for the call. He didn't spend all the salary cap money, and he brought in players he thought would help them slow down Saquon Barkley and slow down opposing rushers. Guys like Dietrich Wise, who went out early, like in the first week or 2 of the season.
Kinlaw.
Eddie Goldman, Kinlaw.
Yeah,
and I think we actually are bizarrely a little bit better against the run than we were last year, but we're way worse against the pass.
Well, that might just be a thing where all of a sudden you're so focused on trying to stop and beat the Eagles, you kind of lose sight of the other teams in the league you have to stop.
Yeah, and you have to stop.
Well, they also thought
generally passing teams.
They thought Lattimore would be better than he was.
Well, that's clearly something that
they were getting great production from Dorrance Armstrong, but losing him was devastating.
It was big. Yeah, it was big.
I don't care what anybody says. They may have missed some of the personnel moves, but the injuries have just been devastating.
They've crushed them. There's no doubt about it.
They might not have been that great anyway, but they would have been better.
Well, I didn't think they had a huge margin for error, and now the injuries have laid that
and also,
bare.
if Terry doesn't hold out and doesn't get hurt,
right?
I'm not saying that there was a correlation, just saying if that didn't happen, Jaden stays healthy, doesn't get in and out and miss games, all right, Eckler doesn't get hurt, right, then they're on the field longer. The defense isn't on the field as much.
Yeah, of course.
And the wide receiver group,
Yeah.
if you had to grade them, they're like a D-. They might be an F.
Right, real quick, let's bang these out real quick. Let's give these guys a chance. I know we got Duhaime coming up, and we got Scotty Abraham at 9. Boo, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
Hello, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep. Sure.
When it comes to defenses, I hate every NFL defense. If your last name's not Flores or Fangio or the guy out Denver, I don't want you. But I'm a little
by the way,
disappointed.
Saleh in San Francisco.
Saleh's good. I'm a little disappointed in you guys, especially you, EB, because we should know what's going on right now. Is Ashburn syndrome.
Ashburn syndrome.
How so?
And I think. Well, I'm going to tell you, but I think we need a segment. Okay. All right, Jaden. EB, you said that you will be out on Jaden if his work ethic changed. I haven't heard about the VR headset since last year. Did we get bamboozled? I don't know.
Well, you don't know that he's not using it.
I have no reason to think anything has changed with that. But if you show me evidence, then I will be raised eyebrows.
That. I just haven't heard of it. We heard of it
because it's an old story.
It doesn't mean it's not happening.
Valdez. We need to listen to Valdez because his mom is way too involved. Valdez has been bringing this up for a long time.
Mom is very involved.
I was first to the case.
Yes.
And I got shunned for saying it.
Yeah.
Adam Peters is playing hardball with Terry with no true backup plan. Well, that's crazy. Signing 1-year deals with stars that are past their prime. Ashburn syndrome. Dan Quinn. He said he wanted to be the hammer. How do you trade away your only hammer in Brian Robinson? Ashburn syndrome. He's lied to us. Kingsbury. He's coaching for his next gig. He wants to be Ben Johnson. Ashburn syndrome. Come on, I need you guys.
He has the answer for everything with Ashburn syndrome.
We need to dissect. We need a whole segment on what you believe Ashburn syndrome is, because it's running wild up there in Ashburn. Where you at, Lurch?
Okay, man.
Right,
I guess you're the expert.
I don't have the syndrome. I don't have
You
it.
live in Ashburn. You should have your finger on the pulse, Jason.
Believe me, there's a lot of other stuff going on there that I won't talk about, but I could off air. But
Ooh, I'd love to
I don't know
hear
if
the skinny.
I don't know if it has anything to do with
that
the
Ashburn
Commanders.
intel that you're sleeping on, that you're sitting on
Still,
over
they
there.
still have all those swinger parties out there? Is that a thing?
I don't know. Apparently,
Pineapple door knockers all over the place.
I haven't been invited.
EB, do you want your statistical comparison from last season to this season?
Yeah.
All right, this is the defense last year. Defense, in terms of yardage last year, finished 13th in the NFL. Now, that was driven by, against the pass, they were actually third. But
right.
against the run, they were 30th.
We also
in the schedule.
scored 30 points a game,
Well, hold on.
which
Where the
affected
defense
that.
wasn't on the field as
Yes.
much. But
And
you
so-
also factor in the schedule.
And
Go
so
ahead.
they were last year giving up 23 points per game. This year, they're giving up 26.2 points per game. Instead of being 13th in yardage, they're 28th. They're giving up basically another 40 yards per game. Against the pass, they've gone from 3rd to 29th, giving up about 65 more yards per game. They have gotten slightly better against the run. They were 30th, giving up 137.5 yards per game. This year, they are 22nd, giving up 124. So that's come down 13 yards.
Why don't you put all that in a tweet? JP will put all that in a tweet, okay? Just so you can kind of conceptualize it.
All right, we'll put that up at Junks Radio. Coming up next, we'll talk a little Washington Capitals. Brandon Duhaime, winger, joins us here on the Junkies.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Shorter days don't have to be so dismal. It's time to reach out, check in with those you really love and care about. Remind ourselves that we're not alone. As seasons change and days grow darker sooner, can be a tough time for many. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out, check in on friends, family, reconnect with loved ones, remind the people in your life that you're there for them. Reaching out for therapy can feel difficult too for some, but it's worth it. And it almost always leaves people wondering, why did I do this sooner? BetterHelp therapists work according to a strict code of conduct. They're fully licensed in the U.S. BetterHelp does the initial matching work for you so you can focus on your therapy goals. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences. It's easy. If you're not happy with your match, you can easily switch to a different therapist at any time. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is one of the world's largest online therapy platforms, having served over 5 million people globally. This month, don't wait to reach out. Whether you're checking in on a friend or reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that first step. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword junkies. That's keyword junkies after calling pound 250.
All right, I put up the data just for EB at Junks Radio if you want to see the comparison of the 2024 Commanders defense to this year's defense. And I put the picture of the Titanic next to it because the statistics are not great. All right, let's go out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and check in with Caps winger Brandon Duhaime. And I had to double check with Cakes, and I said, Dewey was the guy doing the dog bit before the game. Can you explain this?
Yeah, you're getting dog walked.
You have to explain this. It's on social media.
Yeah, getting dog walked by Carly before the Blues game.
Yeah. I mean, not much to it. I mean, we just the tunnel's kind of been an ongoing joke with our team, and just a fun place to be. And I don't know, heat of the moment, it got reckless in there. So that's all I got.
I mean, you were all fours pretending to be a dog.
Yeah, he's committed. I like that.
Full commitment on that one. For
full
sure.
on commitment, commit to the bit, which I love. Are there any teammates who just look at it and they raise an eyebrow that don't get into it? I know that most of the teammates are cool with it and they play along and it's fun, but are some of especially the older guys on the team, where they're like, "Come on, guys, this is kind of outrageous," or is everybody just in on the bit?
I think everyone's kind of in on it. I think really anything goes in that tunnel, to be honest with you. So it's a lot of fun.
Okay, all right, good.
Hey, so Obi scored his 900th the other day, and then we saw the goalie try to stuff it in his pants. Now, I respect it. Maybe the guy's trying to get a piece of history.
He's a weasel.
So Cakes doesn't like him. I respect it. He's trying to get a piece of history, even though it was against him. He understands the greatness. Valdez's theory was the opposite, though. That he was he knew he was going to get caught, and he was trying to put his butt sweat on it just to because he was so angry about it.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was bizarre when I saw it. I mean, I didn't see it live. I was everyone was kind of focused on Obi and going after him, and then I saw the clip after. I just thought it was a little bizarre. That's all.
I mean, how do you know that goalie at all?
No. I mean, just from playing him over the years.
Right.
Good goalie over there, and
What would be your guess? Is it your guess? I told these guys my theory. I think it's pretty common sense. Is he recognized the moment that even though he scored on him, it wasn't like he was trying to cash in on some expensive puck or something.
No, he wasn't going to sell it, but he also has to realize he's got to have common sense. They're going to come ask for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to that part.
Too many cameras out there. Yeah,
I can't speak to that part. But you guys
maybe he just wasn't thinking about it.
Even though these guys are in the NHL, they recognize the greatness that they're playing against, right? You pinch yourself. You still have pinch yourself moments, I got to imagine.
Oh, for sure. Anytime you play with legends like that, when I first came in and saw Old in the locker room, it was a pretty surreal moment growing up, watching him and then shortly being teammates with him for the past couple of years is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, how tough is it? Fill us in, and maybe it's not tough for you. You're still pretty young, but how tough is back-to-backs in the National Hockey League?
Yeah, I mean, I actually enjoy them. I guess sometimes the excuse of we're tired and stuff like that's going to come up, but I don't think it's really an issue for us. I think we're all in great shape, and just recovering after games is super important. So you definitely have to be dialed in on that recovery stuff.
So let's go back to the first game of the back-to-backs where you kind of have an offensive explosion.
Blues stink.
You had lost 4 in a row. Clearly the energy looked great there. Talk about that game a little bit.
Yeah, it was a good match for us. I thought maybe we've been struggling offensively in those 4 games that we didn't get it done, and then to come out with an effort like we did against St. Louis, I thought that was key for us. And we didn't have the greatest start against Pittsburgh, but that's I thought we battled back in that one, and something to feed off there maybe in that third period.
How concerning right now is the fact that the PK is 24th best in the league? I'm guessing that Carbs is letting you guys know about that basically every single day at this point.
Yeah, special teams is going to be a huge part for us going down the stretch here, and definitely something we got to dial in is the special teams department.
I'll be honest with you, Dewey. We need the Caps to be good. You guys are basically our last hope right now because we know that the Wizards are in a rebuild. The Commanders have fallen off a cliff. The Nats,
they've fallen off a cliff.
Same sort of deal. We need you guys to be like playoff bound. You don't understand how much pressure is on you guys. I don't think.
Yeah. No, I mean it's fine. I mean we understand. Playing in the playing the best league in the world is super. It's a privilege, and we're definitely aware that we need the success, and I got faith in the character in the room that we'll bounce back after this from the skid here.
Joined by Brandon Duhame on the Rude Guest Hotline from the Washington Capitals. Quick food question for you. I saw that Ovi's wife prepared like this giant vat of borscht
What's
for
that?
the team. It's like it's a beet-based Russian soup.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of beets. Did you sample it? Did the rest of the team enjoy it? Give us the food review.
Oh yeah, we had it in our team meal room, and I don't think it was any surprise. We had a good effort. Good energy in that game right after we were eating the borscht. I think there might be something special.
You're a beets guy? You're into beets?
Not so much, but I like
sound
the
like
borscht
it.
stuff. I
Do
mean, I
beets
wouldn't
have
just
some-
be eating beets, but
Do they have some sort of like sexual side effect cakes? Beets?
I don't know.
I have no clue. Is it one of those ones?
I don't know. It might be.
I know of.
It says beets help with blood flow.
Oh, there you go. Order some. Get it back.
What are players' kind of like typical meal routine when you play? Let's say just a normal game, just give you a 7:30 time. Like, when are you having your dinner? Do you eat between periods? Do you eat after the game?
Oh, no, dinners will be post game. I'll probably eat my pregame meal around like 11:30 noonish, and then I won't eat again until after the game at like 10:30 or whatever it is. So.
No snackies? Nothing in between?
Yeah, a little bit of fruit here and there. I don't love playing with too much food in my stomach, so it's kind of my thing.
And then
Man, that's a long time
And so-
between lunch
and so the dinner.
That's why he's ripped. That is like a 32-inch waist, and we don't.
So, and then the dinner is just in the locker room?
Yeah, depending on the situation, we'll have a post game meal in the room, and then let's say we're flying out that night, like we have been, we'll have a meal on the plane as well.
You have two of your next three are in Florida, and you're a Florida guy. Do people come out of the woodwork, just people you haven't heard from in months or years,
Looking for tickets?
hitting you up for tickets when you go to Tampa Bay in Florida?
No, not so much. Maybe a little earlier on in my career, but no, it's kind of old news when I come to town, and just kind of seeing family and close friends is definitely nice.
All right, Brandon, turn it around after last night's loss, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks,
All right,
man.
thank you,
Thanks,
buddy.
Dewey.
So they're at Tampa tomorrow, correct?
Tampa tomorrow night.
Tampa
Yes.
tomorrow.
I'm
I
telling
just
you,
can't imagine ever eating borscht. I just don't think it'll ever happen.
I've never even heard of it. The first I've heard of it.
I mean, it's a European thing. It's a Russian thing, I think.
Borscht.
Borscht.
Yeah.
A beet-based soup.
I'm out on beets.
I give it the
I might be in
Dikembe.
on beets,
I've had
though.
enough bad beats.
Definitely want to stay away from those sorts of beets.
Helps your dong.
If it helps your blood flow.
Hey, should mention our
Nobody's
boys.
getting any younger here.
Our boys, Grant and Danny, are going to be at the new JW in Reston today at Shar Bar. If you want to join them later today from 2 to 6:30, it is a football Friday here. Coming up next, we'll check in with Scott Abraham. He's out at the park all the time. Get the latest on the Commanders as they get geared up for this game on Sunday against the Detroit Lions. Keep it here.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Caps get down 3-0, but battle all the way back to 3-3, falling in the end 5-3 to Pittsburgh. Tom Wilson with a third goal.
10 seconds left here. Chikrin back down low. Carlson in front and through the goal crease. A whack at it. Wilson with a chance. They score! Tom Wilson gets it with 3.6 seconds to go in the second period.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Denver's defense holds off Las Vegas 10-7 for the Broncos' 7th straight win. Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin did not practice yesterday, and Trey Amos and Quan Martin were limited, but Bill Krosky-Merritt was back full participant. Wizards basketball looking for win number 2 on the season, taking on the Cavaliers tonight at 7 on The Fan. Former NFL star Antonio Brown has been arrested on an attempted murder charge, and Craig Stammet is the new manager for the Padres. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline and check in with Scott Abraham from ABC7, sports director and anchor. Hey, Scott.
Good morning, boys. Happy Friday.
Hello, Scott.
What's hey? How was Halloween with the fam, with the kids?
So good. Oh my gosh, we were out there for 2 hours, just loads of candy. Just you guys have been there. Just great memories. Great memories.
Yep, EB's got a lot of great Halloween
The
memories.
only problem,
Got so many.
Scotty. The only problem with Halloween was, man, it was blustery. It was chilly
It
out.
was windy.
Yeah, but it felt good. Felt like a good
A
Halloween
little bit
night.
chilly for me.
It's a good Halloween night. Good weather.
It was. Are you a guy that just stands on your patio and just hands them out, or are you old school, making them knock on the door and ring the doorbell?
No. We had I live in a cul-de-sac. And we had a cul-de-sac happy hour,
Big party.
So at 4 o'clock we
Gotcha.
started cocktails, and then we got pizzas and stuff, and then all the the kids just came up to the tables we set up at the cul-de-sac.
Isn't that awkward?
So nobody actually came up to the door.
Isn't that awkward for you because you don't like your neighbors?
That's not true. I like some of them. You just put me in
He
bad
likes to
spot.
throw you under the bus.
I like
Once a
some
year-
of my
once a year,
neighbors.
Bish can handle- Once a year, Bish can handle it.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
All right, so Scotty A.
Yeah, man.
All right, talk to us about Joe Witt. We just had like a couple segments on Joe Witt. All right, and our producer Valdez is predicting that he's going to get
He's
fired
theorizing potentially
because he's moving down from the booth to the sidelines.
and it could be another ugly one.
Scott, it never goes well, and it's always the last resort.
I don't think anything's going to happen this year, guys. Like,
Okay.
I don't know when you think this might happen, but I just don't. I don't foresee it happening
All right, let me
this
ask
year.
you this: what if the Lions put up a 50 spot on his defense this weekend?
I mean, 50 is outlandish.
Well, how about 40?
but-
How about 40?
All right.
Maybe when the bye hits, I don't know. Like they're going to Madrid right after the game. Like I can't I can't see that. Like if they have another poor performance, it is what it is at this point. And I think if there's a move, I think it would be at the end of the year. That's just what, from knowing Dan and knowing kind of the operation, and I just can't see him move during the season.
Give us the defensive end depth right now. Who's out there?
It's not great. I mean, you have Jacob Martin. He's been kind of the motor right now. Preston Smith, Jalen Holmes, and that's about it. Whether they move some guys, Johnny Newton sometimes can move, kick to the outside. He has the speed. Obviously, you can have a linebacker play maybe D-end edge rush, but it's the true edge rushing position. You look at the roster, like right now, the guys that are listed at D-end on the roster, Jalen Holmes, Jacob Martin, Preston Smith. Those are the guys that they have right now. So obviously they're going to use the hybrid version of, kick out a Johnny Newton or bring on a McGee or somebody or a Luvu coming off the edge. They're going to have to.
It's crazy. I mean, that's the thing that we're talking about is the personnel is just not there. Like, what can a defensive coordinator do? Name your top defensive coordinator in the league. Let's say it's Spags. If you put him here with Washington, what's he going to do?
Von Miller. Von Miller's another one. But obviously he can't set the edge on the run, so that's an issue.
Hey, what did they say officially? I guess they haven't about the elbow injury.
Nothing. I think it's going to come today. I assume they've been kind of kicking the can down the road all week. I'm sure you've noticed that.
What does that tell you?
It tells me that
there's a shot. He can come back, right?
Before they open their mouth, they want to make sure they got everything buttoned up. They know what exactly it is. I personally think this is going to be a 3-4 week thing. I think I think it would be crazy not to play Jaden Daniels until 2026 if he's able to play.
Has he been at the park?
Say that again, guys.
Has he been at the park?
I have not seen him. Nope, I have not seen him all week.
That's interesting.
I think Dan Quinn is going to officially give the diagnosis, the timetable today. That's what I think. I can't imagine them continuing to kick the can down the road because this has been starting since Sunday after the game, Monday nothing, Wednesday nothing, and now here we go Friday. So I think Dan's going to give more information and clarity of what exactly is going on with Jaden today.
I said on the air, and I think we all feel the same way, that Jaden's super talented. The play this year's been down a tick for a variety of reasons. But like as some said, maybe that San Diego or the LA Charger game might have been the best game of his career, and that was this year. I said on the air, I said this yesterday, that as long as I don't hear anything about like work ethic changes, I'm all in on this kid. I think he's a superstar, as long provided he can stay healthy. And I haven't heard anything to this point, but I just want to clarify with you. You're there a couple days a week, whatever. Has there been any indication that Jaden's work ethic has wavered one iota from what it was rumored to be last year?
None.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah.
Absolutely none.
Yeah.
Again, my concern with Jaden is the injuries. All right? Like, this is, 3 pretty good injuries this year, broken rib last year. They got to find a balance. They got to find a way to protect this kid, whether that's protecting Jaden from himself, protecting certain calls, but this can't continue to happen. Like, my goodness, I mean, Marcus Mariota is probably the most valuable person in that building if this continues to trend that way, because they're going to have to bring Marcus back next year because you need that safety valve back there in case something happens again and Jaden's down a couple of weeks. It's his frame, it's his build, I get it, but it's also the way he plays and also the way they call some things. So they got to figure this out together of protecting him from himself and protecting the franchise, because you're right, EB. He has a great head on his shoulders, great young man on and off the field. He puts in that sweat equity. He loves football. He loves being out there with the guys. He loves practicing. That's not the issue. The injuries is the issue for me going forward.
Scott, were you surprised the Commanders stood pat at the trade deadline? A lot of people thought they might move some pieces. They did not.
I was, guys, and I thought it was a mistake, but hearing from fans, hearing from viewers and callers, I get there. It takes two to tango, right? You need a trade partner. You need some assets in return, and maybe, frankly, these teams out there did not want anybody on the Commanders. So I thought there was a couple of pieces you could have moved before. Obviously, Marshawn got hurt. I thought Marshawn could have been a candidate. I thought about Daron Payne, but I didn't think anybody wanted that big contract because that's a big number to have on the salary cap. But you had the offensive line pieces and Andrew Wiley and Allegretti, maybe Deebo Samuel. I thought potentially because he's on the 1-year deal. But again, it takes two to tango. I would have loved more draft assets because they need to kind of bolster their assets in the draft and get some extra picks back from what they traded away with Tunsil and Marshawn Lattimore, and kind of build a little bit back, get youth. They're a very old team. Get some more youth, get some more picks. But it didn't happen, so they move on.
All right, so if Washington was to win this game, it'd be one of the bigger upsets in the season. Maybe not the biggest, because the Browns beat the Packers a few weeks ago.
Can I say, I don't want to cut you off. I was talking to Valdez, before I came on. I'm a little freaked out that it's still 7.5, the line. I don't know how you guys feel. I thought for sure it was going to close at 10.5. So I don't know if Vegas is begging and baiting people to take this 7.5, or this is going to be much closer than we think. So I'm a little surprised at the line. There's a 7.5 still out there.
Yeah,
Well,
ticked down. I saw it 8.5 yesterday, so it's moved to
It's
4.5. Yeah,
Well, where are you seeing that?
I see that on ESPN.
DraftKings.
Okay, all right, because it's 8.5 on FanDuel, so it kind of just depends on where you're looking.
Yeah.
But anyway, so what would Washington have to do, in your opinion, to beat this Lions team, who, by the way, haven't lost? Would you say they haven't lost 2 in a row since when, JP? 2022.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's been a long time. They just don't lose back-to-back games, and they lost last week, and they lost at home to J.J. McCarthy. So they know they have to beat Washington. So what does Washington have to do?
I was talking to Johnny Kime on Wednesday, and I was like, Johnny, I don't want to be that guy, but I don't see a path to seeing how they win this game. And Johnny came back to me. He's like, listen, the Lions are battered and bruised on the offensive line. And I thought about it, and you got to hope playoff 2.0 happens here in Northwest Stadium, where the Lions turn the ball over, they get free with the football, they get pressure on Jared Goff, making them comfortable. And then offensively, I have a feeling they may showcase Chris Rodriguez a little bit more. I think he had some pop there toward the end of the Seahawks game. He's always produced. Bill has not been great the last several games. I have a feeling Chris Rodriguez might have a bigger role on Sunday, and they may feed him a little bit. So if they can get the running game going with the running backs, and kind of sustain these drives, the receivers, not a lot of depth, Debo, and then what? No McCaffrey, no McLaurin. So I would love to see the running game and obviously get those turnovers. But if I'm the Lions and what they didn't do in the playoff game, you just pound it with Jahmyr Gibbs and you pound it with David Montgomery. You give Washington defense a fistful of those two running backs and you run. That's what I would do if I'm the Lions, but we'll see how it plays out on Sunday.
Do you think that Debo's heel is back to normal, back to 100%? Is that still bothering him?
I mean, I wouldn't say 100%. I think it's just a pain management thing.
Okay.
But he's all systems go this week. So
right.
He's what they got at wide receiver. Jalen Lane, Treylon Burks, and Chris Morris. This is where we're at, guys.
Yeah. I was going to say you probably see Burks a little bit more this week.
Yeah, I mean, goodness, I don't know if you saw the clip. I think it was a wide receiver screen. Burks just got blown up as a blocker in that Seahawks game. It was not good film, but I think you're going to see Burks out there as well. So,
yeah, I'd be a little terrified that Jahmyr Gibbs only had 12 touches in the loss to the Vikings.
Yep.
And that the offensive coordinators can be like, you know what? We need Gibbs to have about 20 to 23 touches against the Commanders.
Yeah, I think they're going to really focus on the run game early on, and then I'm petrified of the play action, and you're going to hit Jamison Williams on a 60-yard bomb, beating a Jonathan Jones or a Sandra Still.
Mm-hmm.
I just can see it. They're going to set it up with the run, just pound, and then take their shot. And Jamison Williams with that speed can take the top of the defense. So I can see a couple of explosives from this Detroit team. But again, it's 7.5. I'm a little confused as why it's gone down a little bit. So who knows?
They're not all knowing, but whatever.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. But again, there's a lot of pride in this team, and we say week after week, can they get themselves off the mat? But at this point, it is what it is. They are who they are. They are what their record says they are. And I think this is the game. Like, if they somehow win this game, then there's hope, because obviously you got Miami, a not really good Miami team, and maybe you get that win, then you go in the bye week 5-6. Okay, there's hope, there's momentum. Jane maybe can come back. So, but if they lose this game, then I think it's like, okay, like everybody's going to be on board. It's donezo. Like there's no kind of hope.
Yeah.
Real quick, just getting back to the Witt thing just for a second.
Yeah.
Did you notice, I don't know, the last game, it seemed like, I almost felt like DQ was making more hand signals, like maybe he was more involved in some of the play calling. I know he's got the headset on and he's talking to everybody. Did you notice any of that, or no? Am I just crazy?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay.
And then I think we would have broached that Monday or Wednesday of like, are you getting more involved? Are you kind of getting antsy? Like, the defense is in your DNA. Like, are you feeling like you have to kind of step in? But that has not been the case. So I don't know how big of a difference Joe Witt Jr. going to the field is going to make. I think in a sense it's, I don't want to say this, it's putting lipstick on a pig in a sense of kind of smoke and mirrors, just moving them down.
Hey, they're trying something different. Why not?
Exactly. Optically to kind of, hey, we're trying here, we're trying to make changes, and this is what we're going to try to do. So the personnel is the personnel, and they got to make do.
This from Adam Schefter within the last minute. Commanders do not expect to place quarterback Jaden Daniels on injured reserve. Per sources, they will reevaluate his injury during the bye week. So that just came out a minute ago from Adam.
They do just kick the can down the road, though.
So that's the
All right, so
latest on
maybe-
Jaden Daniels. Will not go to IR. So
That means he's playing.
So you may see him in the
After the bye week.
the Bronco game.
possibly that's the first game out of the bye
that's
after
not-
the Madrid
that's
trip.
not- but you were saying that's not the team you want to face
I mean,
when you're
if you
coming
want
off.
if you want your quarterback to get sacked a lot, play him against the Denver Broncos.
Well, the problem is you
So-
can make that argument though every week.
Sure.
Like they're up against it every week.
Yeah, I know, but
Every
Denver-
week we hype up their defensive ends.
True, but
and-
Denver's got 50 sacks.
I know.
I mean,
I mean, we saw it on display last night. They were terrorizing Geno Smith. But if he's healthy, it looks like.
But again,
Jaden will be back.
It reemphasizes the point, though, that as catastrophic as that injury looked, it really wasn't that bad. I mean, nobody would wish it on anybody.
Yeah.
But thank God it was just that, and he avoided fractures.
Yeah, unfunny
and-
Ben. Dislocate your elbow right now for us. Your bad elbow, your
Yeah.
left one.
Yeah.
Go
You
ahead and
didn't-
do that.
You don't really need it.
You know, we put the guns on Joe Witt about the defense. I'm starting to put the guns on Cliff Kingsbury in this offense.
Yeah.
In that since he's been under center for the Commanders, he's taken more hits than any other quarterback in the NFL. Okay, now part of that is running. Went through that. NFL Live put out the statistic. He's been hit 322 times, taking contact. So that includes rushes, playing quarterback, dropping back, all that stuff. Number 2 is Jalen Hurts, and think how many times he's in tush push. So I mean, and he's a big dude, all right. And Mahomes was third. But I've been kind of obsessed with. You never see him under center, and so I asked our pal Zach Kruger, who's great with statistics and everything, to look up how many times under center and compared to some of the other running quarterbacks, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson in particular. And he said he found this per True Media. The Commanders have run the fewest plays under center in the NFL, 24. In all these games,
Right.
only 24 times have they been under center.
Yeah, it's
and they're
not a thing
tied
that Cliff uses.
According to per True Media, they're tied for the fewest dropbacks under center.
Right.
2. So when we saw it on third down, right? They ran kind of a bootleg and he threw the pass to Bates for a first down. That was under center. Meanwhile, Josh Allen averages over 7 per game, dropbacks under center. Lamar Jackson is averaging 5 per game. And then according to PFF, Jaden has only had 4 times when he hasn't been in shotgun or pistol where he's dropped back to pass. I don't know. I'm obsessed with it. I could be 100% wrong. Cliff's system may be great. When we had John Keim on earlier this week, he said, well, read option necessitates that. But when I watch other running quarterbacks like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, they at least mix it up.
It's funny how you didn't complain about it last year. You're complaining about it this year.
Well,
when
everybody's
they're-
complaining.
He's starting to get hurt.
3-6.
And the hits are piling. It's accumulating.
So
But
the injuries.
I didn't hear you complaining about this last year.
Right. Correct.
Well, he was getting hit
It was
last
the
year
same
too.
system.
Yeah, but is
I
he,
know,
allowed,
but,
to, isn't
I mean-
he allowed to pivot, though, and say maybe there's a better way?
Isn't there a
That's all I'm
worry?
saying.
I'm sure you're allowed to say it, but like
That's his
Cliff's
philosophy.
offense is not based obviously around playing under center.
Yeah, but maybe
I don't think Cliff is going to change his offense
Right, right.
dramatically at this
But,
point.
but you
maybe-
yourself,
maybe
I
he should.
remember.
Maybe he needs
I
to. I
remember
don't know.
specifically. I could find the quote. You talking about Jaden's frame and being
Right.
the biggest worry, and it's
Sure.
proving to be correct.
It's a concern. There's
right.
no doubt.
So maybe given that he's a quarterback who can make all the throws.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's shown that. He's proven that. Maybe they need to switch it up a little bit so he doesn't continue to get hit.
Could be.
Do you want him to continue to be the number one quarterback hit?
Here's what I know.
Of course not.
Here's what I know. And I know this for certain. Cliff Kingsbury knows way more about NFL offense than you, than me, than
True.
anybody else in this room.
I can
So
see.
he's going to do whatever he feels is best.
Of course.
To score points and I guess to try to keep his quarterback as protected as he can within the confines of his system.
Right, but coordinators get fired all the time. Eric Bieniemy knows more than all of us. That didn't mean he was a good
I
coordinator.
don't know. I might have questions.
Okay, you can name the worst coach in the NFL.
He does know more than me. I
They
admit.
all know more than us.
Well, look,
that's a
something-
flawed argument.
Something has to change next year. Well, something's got to change this year when it comes back. He can't take all of those hits. So maybe they adjust it. It's not going to be they're not going to do a 180. Maybe they adjust the game plans based on who they're going to play. But man, if you're going to come back for the Denver Broncos, that team's going to come after you, and you're going to get hit probably freaking 20 times.
You better have a lot of quick games schemed up for
Yeah.
his return if that's the team you're returning against.
Again, it's my kind of new obsession just watching the game. And when they ran that 1 3rd down when he was under center, I was like, that would be, mix that in. It would be great. Valdez, Lamar Jackson this year only 5 times per game. All right, there's a lot of dropbacks, but when you watch that offense, how often is he under center generally? Because that's just this year's stats, small sample.
Generally, it's more than what it was before. I think it's something that he had to get comfortable with, but he's under center a handful of times a game.
Yeah. I'm not saying you turn them into some plotting style offense, and you probably need certain types of runners maybe to do it, but I just think he would benefit from it.
I don't see why they wouldn't at least think about it. And try some peripheral
they need to do
change.
something like he's got to change his style of play probably. We saw him starting to slide and things like that, but the biggest issue with Jaden Daniels 100% is availability. It's not his ability, it's whether he's going to be able to be on the field consistently. And that's how we started this. So there's a possibility he's going to return this year.
Oh,
they're kicking the can down the road to the bye.
He's returning.
They're going to, okay, but we don't know how many games. But then when he comes back, there's a chance he gets hurt again.
By the way,
what if he gets hurt again?
Well, it's going to be devastating.
Yeah, it's going to be bad. But they have
especially
to play
if it's
him,
serious.
And you got to find out. You got to get. He needs to play. You drafted him. He's a first-round draft pick. He's the future of the franchise.
Pay him a lot of money.
Paying him a lot of money. He needs the reps. I don't care what anybody says. And he's got to play. And if he can't play the style at all, we got to find out.
Also, Jaden needs to be more conscious of about injury as well. Like there's some of the burden lies on him.
Yeah.
And I get it. There's instinct, athletic instinct taking over. But
totally.
But Lamar was the same way, where he would get out of the pocket, scramble, get as many yards as possible running. But now it's when he's scrambling, he's looking to pass and do a kill shot and not run down the field. Jaden's got to be a little more conscious of that as well.
Definitely.
That he needs to avoid hits.
I'm sure that's getting
Scramble
preached
to
on.
throw, not scramble to run and possibly get hit by a defender.
Sometimes you have to touch the hot stove, and he's now touched it a few times. So
Well, plus he has to have athletic arrogance where he's like, I can outrun this guy, and in that case, he couldn't.
Yeah,
he's not always going to be able to
He's got
outrun
to
guys.
he's got to retrain his brain.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes, and these are different quarterbacks, but sometimes just go down. I mean, it was almost embarrassing sometimes to watch like Peyton Manning and Tom Brady in their prime, where they would feel somebody and they would just basically take a dive, but that protected them, and they were on the field all the time.
Who's good at that? The Commanders' opponent this weekend, Jared Goff. He'll either go down or he'll just throw the ball at somebody's feet, and he'll live to see another day.
Yeah.
Right?
Because he knows he doesn't want to get ragdolled by people.
I still need him to run. I just need to know when it's time to bail.
Right.
Like when it's time to give up on it, and it ain't, you don't have to do anything miraculous. But I'm okay with you evading the rush and taking off. But then I don't know if it's sliding, whatever it is. Just try to avoid the big hits. Now, it's also way easier said than done. These guys are trained killers out there, and they're trying to take his freaking head off. So it's definitely easier for us to say than to actually do.
So that's your breaking news that Jaden Daniels not going on the injured list according to Adam Schefter, but it'll be basically the next week and a half of speculation. Then during the bye week, they'll kind of reassess things, and maybe you'll hear that he'll come back for the final 3 or 4 games.
I wouldn't be shocked if he feels pretty good right now. The only thing I could equate it to is like when your shoulder pops out, you put it back in, you feel perfect. 99%.
Probably swollen.
I'm sure
all swole.
I'm sure there's some of that, but you feel trust me, the pain of the dislocation versus once it's whatever they call that word. There's a word they use.
Sublux.
No, they say like relocate or whatever the word. There's a word they use when they get it back in. But once they get it back in, it probably feels pretty good.
I'm sure it's feeling better. It's not as bad as we thought it was going to be.
But he hasn't been at the park, according to Scott Abraham, which is
well,
somewhat
I'm sure he's going everywhere and getting a zillion MRIs. He's probably like a jack-o'-lantern too.
Well, his mom is telling him to do it.
Hey, you think he's on his mommy's insurance?
Probably.
You gotta get those co-pays straight.
Real quick,
He's young. He's young enough still.
It's true. He's gonna get Cobra. Jaden Daniels. If anybody needs Cobra, it's probably Jaden Daniels.
Let's do a quick Junkies Blitz brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. EB loves his.
Yeah, I should all get one. I'm
Sauna
telling you.
King.
Thank you.
So if you look at the 1 o'clock games, not the best matchups, although the Ravens-Vikings game I think is interesting.
You're sleeping on the 9:30 kick.
I am sleeping on the 9:30
You are
kick.
snoozing a bit at the game from Berlin.
I mean, you're jumping to the 1 o'clocks. There is a game in Berlin.
All right, Falcons-Colts.
Yes.
Falcons stink. Colts need to bounce back from their last game. Of course, they're 7-2. We'll see if they're a fraud or if they're legit.
I can't figure out this Falcons team.
They stink.
I guess they stink, but they can.
But then last
they can
week-
pop up and like compete with a really good team, but just fall short.
I mean, last week their kicker misses an extra point. Would have gone to overtime.
Yeah.
In New England, they lose by 1.
So to me, though, if I jump ahead to the 1 o'clock games, the ones that I'm interested in, you've got Ravens, Vikings. Vikings are 4-4. J.J. McCarthy looked good last week, leading them to a win. Ravens, of course, have kind of turned their season around here the last couple of weeks. Lamar back. Lamar's got 14 touchdowns, just 1 pick.
I mean, they're kind of treating J.J. McCarthy with kid gloves through his first few starts. He hasn't thrown for a lot of yardage, but they got the win against Detroit last week. To keep up with Baltimore, they're going to need to throw the ball a little bit more, I think, to keep up.
Yes.
You can't just have a 130-yard passing performance and expect to beat Lamar Jackson if he's dialed in.
Yeah.
You've got Patriots,
That's a big one.
Buccaneers. That's a good game. Tampa hosting the Patriots, who are 7-2. Bucks, of course, 6-2. Tampa laying 2.5 in that game.
Surprised.
Baker's had 2 stinkers in a row, stat-wise. Like
Who?
maybe Baker Mayfield.
Oh yeah.
Maybe the bye
He
week's a good reset for him.
He
Some
went to
guys get
Detroit and
healthy.
looked terrible.
But I don't think Bucky Irving or Chris Godwin are expected to return.
I don't think Godwin definitely is
So
not.
still having personnel issues offensively there.
But they are at home, and this will be one of the tougher games that New England's played. If New England goes to Tampa and wins,
Yeah,
they are definitely the real deal.
Yep.
certainly.
Yeah, I mean they might be anyway, but if you go to Tampa, they've already gone to Buffalo and won. If they go to Tampa and win, then they're
And
the real
if Drake May puts up another good performance, he probably takes the lead if he's not already there for MVP votes.
deal. He's top 3 right now.
Yeah.
Coming up in the 4 o'clock games, of course, the Commanders host the Lions, 4:25. But there's a good one, NFC West battle. Rams at 49ers.
Rams are going to be pissed after losing to them at home with all those backups that they lost to. But
Rams are laying 4.5 in that game.
yeah, I know.
I'm pretty sure Christian McCaffrey.
Well, Stafford's having an unbelievable year.
I think Christian McCaffrey is tied for the second most receptions in the league right now. Like Jamar Chase is like 14 or 15 above him. I think he has 61 grabs already.
It's great.
Yeah,
I mean,
he does.
It's crazy what he's doing, how he's carrying that offense with all of the injuries around him.
He's got 80 targets as a running back.
Yeah.
That's more than St. Brown, I believe.
Well, they're looking at the mismatches.
When's Purdy coming back?
His toe is still bothering him. He's still
It's
kind of
just
a
like
question
kind of like
mark.
week to week.
That turf toe must be super painful.
Yeah.
2 other games to mention. Your Sunday night football game, the Steelers coming off a big win. Head to LA to take on the Chargers, who are 6-3. These are 2 teams battling for a playoff spot. And then the Monday night matchup's pretty good. Green Bay hosts the Eagles.
Have to see if Saquon's 100% after suffering the groin injury against the Giants. He's had a week off because of the bye. Should be back to full health or pretty close to it. Packers, I don't know.
They're just inconsistent
It's hard for me
offensively.
to trust Jordan
Remember
Love.
how high we were on the Packers
I
after
know.
week 2?
Well, Jordan Love's been inconsistent, and Josh Jacobs has been dealing with a calf injury, I believe. It's kind of slowed him down.
We make everybody look so good that we forget.
It's true. Like right now, we think Seattle's the top team in the
Right.
NFC.
Let's see what
Seattle's
happens.
pretty good.
Yeah.
They are.
They
pretty
are.
good. That's not
They
just
seem like
recency
it,
bias.
but you always look better against Washington.
True.
Green Bay was like the best team in the NFC after they played
Right.
Washington.
Wait until Detroit drops 48 or 50 on them. We're going to start hyping up Detroit.
Coming up next, we will talk about that game and give our final predictions.
Wanna
And if
hear
you
from
want to
people.
chime in, 1-800-636-1067. What do you think it looks like on Sunday? Does Washington get smashed or do they stun everybody and beat the Detroit Lions? Hey, that's what they did in the playoffs last year. They stunned everybody and they beat the Lions.
Possible.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies on a Football Friday.
I wouldn't be surprised, dude.
All right,
I'm just throwing it out there.
The update is there's no ligament damage in his elbow, and
Right.
there's no fracture.
I
Obviously.
wouldn't be surprised if he plays next week.
There's
There's no ligament damage.
against Miami.
It's his freaking left elbow means nothing.
I don't think that he's going to make the trip to Madrid.
I think they're going to keep him out after
Listen,
the bye. Yeah.
I think it's a long shot, but I'm saying it's a shot. He's been cleared of everything. He had a simple, by all accounts, he's had a simple dislocation. They popped it back in. I'm sure there's some soreness or whatever. But what are we talking about? It's a dumb left arm. It's meaningless.
It's
It's literally meaningless. Let's
until,
go.
until the next time he falls awkwardly on his meaningless left arm.
Hey, can we get can we get a doctor to come in, pop someone's left arm out,
No,
and
because
pop-
it will hurt like hell. But when you pop it back in, I'm telling you, when you pop it back in, it probably feels pretty great. It's when it's out when it's horrific. They pop it back in.
I guarantee
especially
you
when
wasn't
there's
feeling great when he popped it back in.
a lot better. A lot better. Like the pain
Maybe, but-
goes from 100 to like a 10.
Well, it probably depends on the circumstance.
Really slam my hand super hard.
No.
You wouldn't want that on your worst enemy. I'm not
Come on,
I'm
Cakes.
not going to do it. But like if I
You don't
really
want it on,
jammed it,
no, you wouldn't want it on your worst enemy because
Yeah.
when it's out, it's excruciating.
I still don't think they're going to play him until after the bye.
I think that's
I
the
don't
good,
think so
the sound money.
They've
I'm
been
just
playing
saying-
it safe.
And you got to wait
lately.
till the doctor clears you. If the doctor's not going to clear you, then
It's his left
But he
arm.
might have.
He doesn't have to
just
do
get a doctor.
no, he
feel
hasn't
good
been
in there.
cleared.
Just-
I
I
guarantee
think
he hasn't been
whatever.
cleared.
I mean,
Well, he
No way.
might at that point, is what he's saying.
I'm just saying next. I mean, I don't know, man.
possible.
I'm
Let's
not
see.
ruling it out.
What
Not
if they?
ruling
What
it
if
out.
they?
you get
What
a
if they
note from his
somehow?
mommy
What if they
that says
shocked
he
the
can
world and
play?
beat Detroit, and now they're thinking, okay, well, if we beat Miami, now we're kind of back in the mix a little bit.
Right.
He'd be back
Hold
in
on,
the
you
mix
talking
at
about
5 and 6.
back-to-back wins against Detroit and Miami
Yeah.
without Jaden Daniels?
No, what I'm saying is maybe they
play him
play
against
him
Miami
because
because
they
they
beat,
got because
because they realize they can beat Miami.
What if Goff?
I don't think
actually
that's gonna
turns
happen.
into Goff again and has 5 interceptions.
He turns into Daniel Jones of last week.
Doesn't he have 17 touchdowns and 3 interceptions?
How many interceptions?
all season?
But when's the last time you saw him play the
Four maybe
Commanders?
against in the playoffs.
I thought he had 5.
Playoff
4 or
win.
5. Yeah, it was a lot.
Didn't he have like 5 interceptions against us or 5
No,
turnovers?
because one of them was Jameson Williams throwing the ball.
Yeah.
It
I
was
think he had 3 interceptions and
It
maybe
was a lot.
fumble.
It was a lot.
Yeah. But what if he has that again? Like, I mean, listen, I know it's not going to happen, but I'm just saying, if he does, that's the way you win. If he has his worst game of the year,
Sure.
Yeah.
If
That's
he
how you
turns
win.
into a pumpkin
Yeah.
post Halloween,
I assume he's not going to play like a freaking MVP every week. So maybe against now, why would you play bad against our defense, which is awful? There's no reason.
You got to have a really bad day if you're going to play bad
Yeah,
against that defense.
But I'm just saying,
I'm going to say he maxes out at 2 picks. So that might be 1
2
too
picks would
many.
be amazing.
2 picks would be great.
Be amazing for this defense.
Hey, real quick, our Honda Huddle's driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. You didn't really mention this in Hit the Skins, but they will not have Marshawn Lattimore or Luke McCaffrey. You know, we've been talking about all the injuries, and we've been focusing on certain positions. No Lattimore, no McCaffrey. It's a depleted team. We do want to hear your predictions. 1-800-636-1067. Reminder, our boys Grant and Danny are going to be out at Char Bar at the new JW in Reston. So come out and support the boys. Have a good time on their Friday field trip. Char Bar in Reston.
All right, let's go to Jeff in Leesburg. Jeff, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. Hey, super quick. The last time the Lions have lost back-to-back games under Dan Campbell is October of 2022.
Right.
I think the Lions will put up 31. Unfortunately, I do think that the Commanders could take advantage of the injuries on the middle of the Lions' offensive line and really attack Goff that way. But I think they're going to go to Gibbs on the edges. David Montgomery, which will open up the play action for Jared Goff. Man, I'm hoping that the Commanders can fight
right.
back and battle. But yeah,
We'll
Lions,
probably never have the
Lions,
ball.
my
We'll
prediction.
probably have the ball for a total of like 20 minutes. We'll probably never have the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
All right,
expect
thanks,
Detroit
buddy.
to
Thank you.
hog time of possession here.
Do you think weather will be a factor? Because
I
it's
don't-
supposed
I
to
don't
be rainy and wet and cold.
Ooh.
Well,
No, I don't think it's
how
supposed
that
to
could
be. It's not supposed to be cold. It's
I don't
supposed to
know
be-
how that would help
It's supposed
us.
to be 70 degrees, I believe.
No.
because
I don't know about rain, and maybe it's supposed to rain a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be an all
looks
day.
like Sunday,
What's this say?
high of 70 degrees.
Yeah.
No,
No
rain
rain.
in the forecast.
With no rain?
I don't think so.
It's actually perfect weather.
Oh,
from the looks
never
of it.
mind.
Maybe that's in Baltimore.
I mean,
What's
it's
the
5%
song?
chance of
What's the
rain.
song?
No rain.
No
by
rain.
Blind
Yeah,
Melon.
Blind Melon.
Melon. Yeah,
Silly.
play Blind Melon right now.
Let's go to. It says Pulpit. Is that your name? Pulpit.
Pulpit.
All right, pulpit. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, pulpit. Yeah, I was on Paul Fannenbaum last week, but it's good to be with you guys.
You mean Feinbaum?
Fannenbaum. He's from my hometown in Memphis, so I should know better.
Okay.
So let me explain something to you guys. If you guys want to take the next level, and I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm telling you this, run the football.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? When Jaden Daniels gets back, and y'all if Cliff Kingsbury calls another running play for this guy, while Cliff Kingsbury's here, and you guys got 3 efficient running backs. One of the reasons I love Brian Schottenheimer so much is because he runs the football no matter what. This is what you guys got to do to go to the next level. I told Eagles fans this 2 years ago, if you go beat Patrick Mahomes, run the football. They went and got Saquon Barkley.
They listen to
y'all
you.
guys
Yeah,
got
they listen to this guy.
3 efficient running backs. Run the football.
Right.
Well, they've been less efficient of late.
If
Pulpit.
if they could run for 160 yards like they were doing earlier season,
It
they
does
would do it.
What I'm trying to tell you, you had 3 efficient running backs last year.
Right, but
and
what
you guys
do you do
were
when
moving
they,
too
when
fast.
they stack the box and
Well,
it's just
one
a
of them's
numbers
hurt.
game?
It doesn't. Didn't they stack the box against Philadelphia in the Super Bowl? And what did Philly
It's a different level of talent.
But that's Saquon.
They had almost a historically great offensive line and a historically great running back last year in
Listen
Saquon
to what
Barkley.
I'm trying to tell you. If you run the ball enough, Jaden.
It's not that easy.
Gates just gave him the boots.
Did you do that?
That was Valdez.
Oh, Valdez.
Valdez.
We made eye contact.
Look,
Yeah,
pulpit.
We had
Pulpit.
the mind meld going.
Pulpit.
I mean,
All right.
you think Cliff Kingsbury?
You can't compare the Commanders' RBs to Saquon Barkley.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I don't
you
care
can't.
how efficient
Or
you
the
claim-
offensive line.
But even
Right.
with Saquon, when they have a certain numbers against you, there's
I
only
mean,
so
look
much
what's
you can
happening
do.
with Saquon this year.
Also,
There's only so much
look
you can
at,
do.
look at Philly's defense in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. They were smothering. You would never use that descriptor for the Commanders' defense.
To EB's point, that they also had A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
Right.
Dallas
If
Goddard.
you decide to go play action.
All right,
And right now, Washington's got nothing at receiver except
Don't have
for
a lot of
Debo.
time.
Yeah.
Time for predictions. I think it's a bloodbath. I think Detroit annihilates the Commanders 42-17.
Wow. I got
Very one-sided.
I got kind of similar 34-10.
I think I've got 31-13.
Right.
I think I said 31-17. I'm literally just picking numbers out of
It's a
this.
moral victory. 14-point spread.
Yeah, I'm a moral victory guy.
But I picked Washington to beat Seattle. They got beat by 100.
Hey, right now we're going to hook up some callers with some great prizes. Caller number 10 will hook you up with a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals Saturday, November 15th. They take on New Jersey. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com. And caller number 11 at 1-800-636-1067. We'll get you tickets to go see Iron Maiden with Megadeth. That's Friday, September 11th at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. For Bish Cake CB, I'm JP. Have a great weekend. BMitch and Finlay next.
to people. Hell, to be honest with you, when I was on a football field and I saw some injuries that I had never seen before, they were gruesome as hell. I remember watching it on TV where I actually contemplated retirement. I saw a guy get hit in the thigh, and that's the femur bone right there in your thigh area.
Yeah.
And it snapped. So the leg kind of like flapped up and like was up here. Like flapping on his back. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh hell. And you just start thinking about stuff. So I can understand the person who is not out on the field and seeing that, you lose your mind on it. But you see the dislocation, boom, boom, they come out there, they pop it back in place. He's walking off the field, and now it's back in the right area. And when you go through that level of action, you go, oh, okay, then cool, he's good now. But hell, it was bent the other way.
Dog.
Like who was it? We saw their foot was like going sideways.
Yeah.
It was like a couple of years ago. You see the guy's foot. I know,
but his arm was going the wrong way.
Yeah, it's like it goes that way. But like, then again, like young people, if that was you, and that thing would have had every ligament torn.
Oh yeah,
bones broken. But young people, it pops back in place.
Well, I don't know if this is going to make sense. So I start there.
Mm-hmm.
The way Jaden is built, he seems so, I don't know if fungible is the correct word. Like, he seems so loose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he's lanky, kind of. You know what I mean? And his arms and his joints all seem so like
the thing at the car dealership.
Yeah, the inflatable wacky arm man.
Yeah.
Like the way, and I think that's why some of the collisions look so bad is because like his body just flies around.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe that helps him in these situations. You know what I'm
it
saying?
may because and it doesn't. It's not crazy because think about this. You ever notice the people that get into car accidents that are sober always get more injured than the guy that's drunk? Because the guy that's drunk probably just think, like he's in a bumper car, like on a damn roller coaster.
Right.
But the other people see it come and they tense up. And when you tense up, what happens? You think you're fighting against stuff. That's the same thing I say about the tackling, just like a punch. When you just free with it, you don't have problems like that. But when you're not, you have problems.
So the good news there is Jaden doesn't need surgery. It's just, now listen, that doesn't mean he's not going through some pain. I imagine this is painful.
Pain. Hell, like Shep told you, that dislocation, that's going to be some pain.
Right.
But but the thing of it is, those that can deal with that pain, they can get through that rehab better than the guys that can't deal with that pain.
Right.
I think when you look at it, it all comes down to that. And every time we discuss an injury, what I always say, pain threshold. If you can deal with it, you can deal with it. Like I said, I didn't miss games. Never said I wasn't hurting, but I was able to deal with it. And the great thing about it is I didn't like taking medicine. So not liking medicine and God giving me the ability to deal with pain was a hell of a plus. Because if I wasn't able to take the pain, I would have missed a lot of games, believe me.
Right. Bickle just texted me, and I think this is true. Like, remember Gumby?
Yeah.
Like the old school movie?
Yeah.
Like just long and bendy and like, I mean, he kind of has some similarities there, and maybe it helped him in this one.
Well, when I watch him to go through his routine, and you'll see that coach, and they put that ball in his hand, and they stand there, and they bend his arm back, like that rotator cuff and all that stuff, to areas I'm not accustomed to seeing arms go that far back. So he does a lot of stretching, and the one thing I would say to anybody, I don't care, parents, the athletes, make sure you're stretching. Okay, Jeff talks about it, and Jeff do some weird stuff, so we laugh at him. But Jeff's right. If you stretch, if you can find a way to do any type of like yoga, Pilates, implement that into your game plan. I don't care if you're a football player, hockey player, whatever, because there are so many people that lift weights, but not many people stretch the muscles and everything around it. So if you can stretch more often, you'll take care of yourself better. And I watched Jaden doing all the different stretches. So that may help him out even better.
How about that wild arm exercise he does in pregame?
Yeah.
Where he gets his arm going like it's like a cartoon. You know what I mean?
Yes. When he's doing it real fast, but like you ever watch when they put his arm up here?
Yeah.
And then they come back with it? Man, look, I used to be able to do all that. Right now, I was just doing that. That hurt, man.
We've heard from a judge on this, Brian.
Uh-huh.
And a very respected member of the community says we look cool on TV. How about that?
All right.
And he says the word we're looking for is malleable. Jaden's malleability might be.
Hey, that's a good word, Judge. I don't know if I was even thinking about that word.
That's why he's a judge. We talk about football. Shout out to malleability. I don't even know. I'm going to be honest here. I don't know if malleability is a word or if you just say someone is malleable. But either way, Jaden's got it, and it's good news.
Hey, if it's not a word, you mail into one.
The question here becomes, one is pain threshold, but the kid's proven he'll play through pain. He played through broken ribs. Like, you know how much that S hurts?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Because you're still getting hit on him? Like, he played through broken ribs. There's zero discussion about his pain tolerance. Can we land there?
Yeah, the man's tough. He's tough.
Tough as nails. 2, if they're going to reevaluate after the bye, obviously you got this Madrid game to deal with. You got Miami. You got Waddle and Tua and whatever they've got. Achan. But to me, a lot of this hinges on what happens
in the
this
next few
weekend.
games.
I think specifically this weekend.
I think this weekend, yes, and rightfully so. You know, if it's a chance, you can come back and you have opportunity to move on. You want to be able to do that, and I understand people's mindset and thought process, but the world of football is different than the regular world.
Sure,
point blank, and if it's not a chance, you don't want to put that risk. You know. If doctors come out and say, you know what, this was a clean dislocation, can't be injured much more, we'll wear like a little brace. Or I just saw this, I'm going to say this real quick. You saw that punter kick the ball off his ankle twice last night?
Yeah.
That was awful. But if a doctor said we're putting on a brace or some type of, something to help support it or whatever, and he could deal with the pain, I can see it happening again, seeing him going out on the football field, I'm saying. Not seeing an injury, but they will do something to help support it. Because like when they said it wasn't a throwing arm and things of that nature, if you heard everybody talking about it, everyone they specified that because the throwing arm different ball game.
Totally.
Non-throwing arm, you can get through it.
Yeah, man, it's really good news that it's not a significant problem for Jaden. The discussion on will he come back, I think, is very different. And I can hear the argument, he's a football player. Mm-hmm. He should come back. It's a similar argument for those that were like, of course he should have finished out that game against Seattle. Yeah. He's the starting quarterback. What do you think he should be doing?
Yeah.
At the same time, though, he's a young quarterback and the future of the organization. And if they lose, let's say they split the next two. You split the next two, you're 4-7 going into the bye week with Denver coming to town, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're 3 games back in the division, and we'll know a lot more. You're 3 games under 500. We don't know what they'll be in the division.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have time to assess this, but I think I am going to approach it. Jaden's going to want to play. Period.
Yeah, that's the fact. And I think, but that is when the powers that be have to be able to step in, depending on the information they get from the doctors, to say yay or nay. And I think, I believe we have the proper people in place that will make that decision based off of that, not letting the player make the decision. I think when people begin to compare the other situation with this one, that is the difference right there. he's not making the decision. He doesn't have a direct line to the owner and say, "Oh, I'm going to be out there."
Right.
That is the complete difference right there. Where I think they believe in the people they've hired to make the proper decision.
I agree with that. Well, and not that I'm defending Robert because we all know what really happened in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But by Shanahan drafting Kirk Cousins in that same draft, it also created this subtext of like paranoia in a lot of ways. Jaden doesn't have to deal with that. Marcus is a good player. That's a veteran backup. Like
Jaden doesn't have to deal with it, but I don't have a problem with Robert. I have a problem with everybody thinking that because a guy's a starting quarterback, he shouldn't have to have a ability to be in competition.
Right.
I hear because every other
I'm just
player,
saying the RG3 Kirk thing was so unique.
It was unique, but every player in the NFL had to deal with competition. And if the like we always say, the quarterback is the best and supposed to be the best athlete, the toughest athlete, the more mentally tough athlete. But we don't want him to be in competition. If he can't compete, then I don't want him to be my quarterback. But it's like every time there's a person behind a quarterback. I had this same thing happen to me in college. They brought guys in. I never cared one bit. When they brought guys into the NFL, I never cared one bit. Because if you're handling your business, you have nothing to worry about. And if they want to just replace you with somebody younger, no matter what the hell you do, they're going to do it no matter what.
Good news is Jaden has avoided any sort of major issue.
Yeah.
Gonna miss at least the next 2 games. I imagine he's still in incredible pain. That gotta hurt. But when you saw it and you saw the replays of what happened, it looked god awful and seems like
the pain subsides quicker than you think in certain injuries. It's just that
remember Shep telling us
when you move,
right,
it's a different thing, And then again, they got some miracle medicine in certain levels of the atmosphere.
But I think at the same time, like, people won't do this, right? But let's all try to just allow ourselves to wait and see. Because people are going to, maybe we open the phones at 11. Jeff's got us opening the phones at some point. We're going to open the phones at some point.
And you say wait and see, and then you open up the phone line.
Because I think there's going to be a ton of
wait and see.
I think a ton of people are going to be like, shut them down, shut them down, shut them down, period.
Yeah, but that's the mindset of most people, because you know what you're doing? You are sitting there looking at what you would do and look how it is in your life. And that's I
think there will be other people that say, play him.
Yeah.
He's paid to play football.
See, I think that's why you have you as a reporter and me as a former player. You bring that mindset of the fan and the person. I try to bring the mindset of the inner workings of the sport. It's barbaric as hell. The way guys think, it is not what the regular person thinks. That's why if I see an injury, I'm like, oh, okay, he'll be back from it. Most people see it about, oh, hell, he'll never play again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just different mindsets. And just try to give you both views of it to see what kind of decision you make. And then once you see something happen, you'll understand why.
I think a lot of things will probably hinge on what happens Sunday afternoon in Landover.
Yeah.
You lose that one, it's going to look a lot more difficult, right? And hell, if you lose the next 2, if you lose to Miami, and that at that point you'd be 3-8,
you won't see him.
And they're going to let AP and DQ make this decision, right? Because Jaden inevitably will want to play. But keep in mind the way this ownership group operates, the way Josh Harris has built his other teams in Philly with the Sixers and the Devils. It's a long-term view. They are not day traders. They're going for the long haul. My man Jeff is giving me a thumbs up that I'm not really sure what it's about. Thumbs up to you too, Jeffrey. Landfill's sick. He's not here. Is Jeff running the show? It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna keep us on our toes.
Yeah, we're gonna be all right today, though.
Remember how good we were feeling after Ovi got 900 the other night?
Yeah.
They got worked last night.
Yeah, I saw that.
They got beat by the Pens last night.
But you know what, though, Jay? The mindset we have to get is not to be such emotional creatures. Hockey is 80-something games?
Yes, 82.
And they're going to have the great games and the bad games, but you cannot just let your feelings go all the way with it because you understand sometimes you play some games, you put a lot in, you're tired the next game. You may lose one.
Speaking of bad games, did you watch any of Denver Vegas?
I saw it. I had to just.
That was a boring ass football game.
I had to step in and go against what I was saying because when I see a professional punter kick the ball 2 times off the inside of his ankle, something's wrong. Because I saw that last night. I said, look, I could kick in the NFL then. I could punt.
I don't believe Denver had a first down in the first until like the 2-minute warning in the first half.
Awful.
It was terrible.
That was an awful game, man.
It was terrible.
But
sitting Raiders plus 9.5.
The Raiders should have been up by 20 points quickly.
Totally. And that's why they're a bad team, because they didn't capitalize. Peter Rosenberg going to join us next. Chris Wright will join us at 11:45 for a Hoyas Terps preview. Maryland Governor Wes Moore at 12:30. Dan Miller, voice of the Lions, at 1 o'clock. Going to be a fun day. It's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, but we don't start celebrating until 11. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time special to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour, every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Good news for the Commanders and quarterback Jaden Daniels. The MRI and medical opinions are positive with regards to his dislocated left elbow. This from Ian Rappaport and Nikki Javala. There was no ligament damage, and he will not need surgery for his elbow. Trey Amos and Quan Martin were limited at practice yesterday, and Bill Krosky-Merritt was a full participant. Kickoff is set for 4:25 p.m. Sunday as the Commanders welcome the Detroit Lions. Capitals lost to the Penguins 5-3 yesterday. Denver defeated the Las Vegas Raiders 10-7, sacking Geno Smith 6 times. Wizards basketball play-by-play live on the Fan tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers at 7. Bilal Coulibaly will not play because of a lower leg. Craig Stammen is now the manager of the Padres, and another former National, Kurt Suzuki, managing the Angels. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
You guys call him Roseburg? BMitch Finlay, Jeff playing Journey was not something I had on my bingo card this morning, especially when we're welcoming in our friend Mr. Peter Rosenberg, who usually gets Nipsey Hussle to bring him in. But here we are. Don't stop believing, Jeff. Don't stop. Maybe Jeff's trying to inspire the youth, the people, into some excitement that Jaden Daniels dodged a bullet, right? We know at least Jaden is looking okay for the big picture. The big picture.
Yeah.
In just a moment, we're going to be joined by our friend Peter Rosenberg. There is a big basketball game tonight. I wonder if it's on Peter's radar, as he is a Terp like me. I have a degree from both these schools. I root for Georgetown, but when they play Maryland, I root for Maryland. Pretty easy on that one. Joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend Mr. Peter Rosenberg. You can give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Check out all his work with the WWE, ESPN. Peter, what's up, man? How are you?
Not great, Bob.
It's not great.
Not great. I'm hanging in. I'm doing what we're all doing, and it was a really bad night. I don't know if you guys happened to look at my IG story that night, but I made a decision at the end of the third quarter to turn the game off, which I never do. And I was like, I had this moment. I was like, man, it's not our year. I love this team. I'm not angry. It's just I'm accepted. I'm an acceptance of what we are based on this loss. Because if you guys remember, we talked last week that I told you how much importance I placed on the Seattle game. So to not only lose, but to completely lay an egg, that was the season to me. Now, obviously, I'm still going to watch every week and pay attention, but in earnest to me, the season was over. And I said, I'm a 46-year-old man. I have a beautiful daughter. It's a Sunday night. I have a long-ass week. They are showing me nothing. I'm turning the game off at the end of the third quarter. I'm going to get in bed and watch a show that might make me happy. And I got in bed, and 10 minutes later, I looked at my phone, and I just have mad texts. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The texts were so bad, guys, that when I turned on the TV and I saw him walking off holding his arm, it was actually not as bad as the texts were. Because I guess in live time, it really felt like the worst thing ever, and I see why. But then when I watched it, I went, all right, well, it's his off arm. It's his non-throwing arm. He's walking off the field. He's going to be okay. But it was, to me, just a sign that, man, this season, setback. This was more than a setback. This was a wake-up call that last year the quarterback managed to will them with great play and good luck probably further than they deserve to go because they are not ready to be anywhere.
Yeah. It's remarkable how poor this year has gone, and you can't ignore the injuries as a major part of it. But, I mean, even even Jaden. Subway. I'm gonna throw him on hold for a second. Jeff, check what that noise is. You know, I know there was a lot of talk about Kurt Warner had a film breakdown of Jaden earlier this week, I think, and said it's remarkable to see kind of the level of play slip back. I think the biggest discussion as we move forward here, Peter, is what should they do with Jaden? I don't know if you've seen the news today, but
I did. I saw the rap report.
Right. So the reports are Jaden's arm is relatively okay. He needs a couple weeks rest to heal it up, but after the bye week, they have a decision to make there. Are you prepared now to say, all right, this is what they have to do one way or the other, or do you want to see how these next couple games go?
I think that I have two things to say on this. Let me answer your first question, and don't let me forget the next one because it's important. Okay. But so the first question, because BMitch could probably speak to this much more than you or I can. These guys, they don't just go throwing away seasons. You know what I mean? So it's a lot easier for us to be like, shut it down. It's over. That's how I feel. I don't want to see him near the field. Mm-hmm. But I know that these guys got here for a reason, and they're competitors, and they want to, if they have a chance to play, they want to play. So my feeling is if they didn't put him on IR, so that decision's already been made. I would have put him on IR. They didn't do that. So if he's not on IR, you watch how the Detroit game goes. They somehow look like a whole new team. Joe Witt is on the sideline. Look at us. They get to 4-6. Then they come out of the bye. They win again. They get to 5-6. If all of a sudden something crazy happens where they start making it a season, and now several weeks have passed, and he feels really good, and they look like a better football team, well, then you can have a conversation. But right now, where they are in the standings, combined with how they're playing, why would we want to have him out on the field? You could argue, guys, that arm injury might have been a gift from God to get him out without any major damage, because he would have been running for his life, BMitch, for the next 8 games, and it could have been something worse like a knee or his throwing arm.
Yeah, I agree with you that, like what you said, players see it differently than most people, but I just feel going forward, I don't care if it's Jaden or Marcus, something has to change in the game planning and the protection.
Yep.
It just has to. I know we sit up here, and I know everybody is so heavily on Witt. The other side hadn't been spectacular either. So there's a correction there as well.
And the injuries are bad, JP, like you said. But let's be honest, and I know this is trite at this point, injuries are bad for everyone. Now, the Commanders have been unusually bad. I mean, up and down the field, people out for the season, both sides of the ball. It's been really an ugly one.
Totally.
And I will say the offense is double screwed in the sense that the receivers being hurt has been brutal. And what a terrible look it's been for Terry to come out of the contract, and it's been this year. It's terrible. And then also with Jaden being on and off the field, they've built nothing. There's been no momentum built by this team whatsoever.
I think overall, for the entire organization, the momentum's gone backwards. I don't know what you call that. Demomentum, regression, whatever you want to call it. That's what's happened. Like, they had so much positive energy going forward last year.
Totally.
And it is completely gone the opposite way.
Isn't it possible, though, that they did what teams do sometimes? You get to a championship game, and you think you're right there.
Yeah.
Oh, we just got to do a tiny bit, and we're there. Instead of being like, wait, no. That's not really what happened. Yeah. What really happened was we found the quarterback. We caught some really lucky breaks. Our offense was good. And a defense, which has not been great the last couple of years, did enough down the stretch. And it tricked them into thinking we were right there. And I think as a result, Adam Peters, there's no way to look at it, ended up having a bad offseason. There's no way to look at it differently. They don't have enough.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. And everybody felt that way. Every fan felt that way too. And if they had come out this offseason and said, you know what, we're not trying to go for it, we're still building, people would have ran them out of town. But they did exactly what the fan base wanted. And now this is what you get when you haven't fully built something. You know what I mean?
They also missed. Like
They missed, but the ultimate thing is, Jay, they tried. They tried to do it in a way where everybody thought, went to the NFC Championship game, you're going to automatically be in the championship game or the Super Bowl next year. So they went with that mindset. If they had come out and say they wasn't doing that, they would have been laughed at and been ridiculed.
Of the trades, right? The trades were the big moves this offseason. Tunsil's a hit. Now you got to figure out to pay him, but that's a player that helps you, right? That you acquired a really good left tackle. That's really important. Debo, I think, has been a hit. It also cost you a fifth.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not a part of the long-term plan, but I got no beef with either of those trades. The Lattimore trade was a mistake.
That was a mistake the year before, yeah.
And now he's going to be gone, and that cost you real draft capital, and you had to deal with that. I think the bigger issues are they weren't aggressive in free agency particularly, and maybe you shouldn't be. I think there's a real debate about that. Generally, in free agency, you overpay, and usually free agency hits like a sugar high. Like it hits immediately, and there's some good to it, but then down the road, your cap's kind of screwed, and generally you're getting guys on a second or third contract. Like it hit right now for New England. They spent a ton of money. I'm curious what that looks like in 2 years.
Yeah.
That said, Josh Sweat is playing for a bad Cardinals team, and I think has 9 sacks already.
Yeah,
like,
but
Sweat's been really
a lot
good.
of people were saying not to get Sweat here when it was happening. So we can't have revisionist history.
I think the bigger problem has been draft picks not developing, has been young guys that you thought were really good players. Yo, I thought Quan and Mikey were fantastic last year.
Yeah.
You can't say that this year. Like the development of players, if I have to track one big concern that is not injury related, right? It's the development of players. And I think that is where you see momentum stalling.
But isn't that also where potentially you do go back to Joe Witt? Like, are those players going backwards, or is something wrong?
It's a fair question.
I think Mikey's situation is totally different than what Quan's is. Mikey went from being a outside receiver who has a sideline to help him, and to an inside, a corner to an inside guy. Where when you are that, people always look at the slot corner as the third corner. That slot corner might be the best overall athlete on your football field. Because he got to cover, he got to cover guys that goes both ways, and normally those guys in the slot are shifty as hell. So we automatically assume he was going to just take a next step, but he changed the position, and I can understand why he may be stagnant or take a step back.
The Quan thing's been a surprise.
Yeah, because Quan,
not a pleasant surprise.
He was in the game against the Chargers. Quan made the play happen.
Sure,
and then all of a sudden the rest of the time, but. I don't know, like the one when he got ran into by Lattimore, that ain't Quan's fault.
No.
And Trey has been up and down too.
He's been the best. I mean, of the secondary, I think Amos has been the best.
Now, well, I think you definitely think you have something with him for sure. I just have had there have been games when it's not, just hasn't felt even to me the whole time.
There's problems, dude. Hey, are you going to watch Terps Hoyas tonight?
Am I going to watch what tonight?
Terps Hoyas.
Oh, no, I didn't even realize. Oh, you know what? I saw that yesterday when I was scrolling through sports on my guide. So I guess that may sound like, no, it's not top of my mind, Terps Hoyas. But that is fun. Are the Hoyas supposed to be anything this year?
I don't think so, because Maryland apparently is favored by 7, which gives me great pause. But
yeah, and Maryland early in the season, Maryland is often good for a nameless loss early in the year. So by the time you get into the real season, you're like, why do they have 3 losses already? Oh, because they lost to Eastern Maryland, which I didn't know was a school.
I can see them beating Georgetown and then losing to like Mount St. Mary's in 2 weeks.
So no, it's not high on my list, but I am hanging out with my friend Chauncey. We did go to Maryland together, so maybe we'll throw it on. But by the way, before we wrap here, I don't want to lose my last point on the commies. Okay.
We got to break soon, but go.
Yeah, thank you. Here it is. The people who were saying that Jaden's injury prone, now when you see that actually nothing bad happened, he didn't injure even a ligament or break anything, is it maybe the opposite, that he's not injury prone? He's actually getting tossed around like a rag doll and has a kind of amenable body that manages to not get super injured? Is that on the table?
It's a good point. The word we came up with was malleable. The dude is so bendy and flexible that maybe he's able to take these monster, like that looked like he was out for a year when
Guys,
he went down
people
against
were
Seattle.
texting me. People were texting me like my dog died. They acted like he was dead, and I get it because the visual's terrifying. My wife cried, and frankly, he could probably play this weekend if he wanted to. To me, that's not injury prone, guys. That's a guy who's been in a bad spot a few times this year, who's actually a tough SOB and pretty malleable, as you said it.
There you go.
Thank you, Peter.
All right,
Appreciate
Pete, be
the time,
good, brother.
man. Go Terps.
Later, boys. Peace.
I bet.
Yep.
That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Check him out at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, poll question. If Jaden can come back, should he? Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
up in here. Y'all gonna make me go all out up in here. Y'all gonna make me act a fool. Y'all gonna make me lose my cool.
Up in here.
Why you bleep that out, man?
Jeff out here bleeping. Jeff went from Journey to DMX. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
All right, B. Jeff's about to post the BMitch Finlay AAA poll question of the day. And to me, it's fairly simple. So the news is pretty good with Jaden and his elbow. Assuming Jaden can play in about a month, is my guess. Should he? I don't know that we're going to know the answer, honestly. I think a lot of it.
If he can play and things have changed for the team and they have a chance, I think so, yes. I think what you do,
What if they don't?
If they don't, then I think you can lean towards him not playing.
AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. I got this tweet from our guy Tay, and I thought this was really pretty interesting. He says, I really think sitting JD, if he's healthy, will bring destruction to the locker room and maybe even lose JD's trust. If he says, I could go, I want to play, the docs say I'm clear, and they say, no, we're sitting you, what does that do to a locker room?
The locker room, I think, understands what they're doing. They're protecting their future. But let's be real. If everything changes around right now and Mariota's the quarterback, you have that to lean on. But you can dress him out just in case something happened to Mariota, and you go to him instead of going to the other guy. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but I think listen, man, most locker rooms are going to lean toward the decision, especially when it comes to that position there. They're going to lean to the decision they make on that. These guys understand how special that kid is. And they understand, like, if things are working and if they are in a position now where things are working out, it's been going good with Mariota. And that's why you have a legitimate backup, to be able to go out there and get stuff done like that. So, I listen, it's not as easy as people think to just say he's playing or he's not playing. You got to put some thought into that one.
It's a complicated matter. Because the locker room always knows. Players always know the truth. And let's be real, players understand the value of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Of young quarterbacks. Like, there's a reason Jaden in his second year got a corner locker with an empty one next to him. Because he's always getting boxes sent to him.
Yeah.
There's stuff arriving at the facility for Jaden all the time.
Let's just be real.
There's a reason he got the Campbell's ad.
Everybody is not treated equally.
No.
And I think people know that. No player would expect to be treated exactly like Jaden. But then again, when they watch how much he works and how cool he is with his teammates, they see him as somebody a little bit more special than the average quarterback.
But the positive is, like, quarterbacks always exist on their own. That happens in high school.
Yeah.
Like, people that call in and say, oh, I played high school ball, you know the quarterbacks get treated differently. But Jaden doesn't carry himself that way.
No. He
hangs out and talks S and is one of the guys. Like,
remember I told you David
time.
Culley told me, he said, you must lower yourself and everybody else will lift you. That kid naturally does that. He doesn't go out his way. That's just who he is. He can care less about the limelight.
He prefers to not
He just want to go out and do his thing, and that is why his teammates respect him so much. Because everyone knows in that position, he could have an air, but he doesn't. You know, I've heard some comments made in this building and outside this building about what happened and what's been going on when they had the fumble. I'm like, dude, do you know you're talking about the same damn person you was praising yesterday? You know what I mean? Let's not just lose our minds when something goes negative, because the guys that do all the right things, they have problems as well. It's just nobody's perfect.
Nobody's perfect. Opening these phone lines next. The poll question: when Jaden is healthy, should he be back on the field? 800-636-1067.
This update is brought to you by Millwood. Good news for Jaden Daniels and the Commanders as MRI and medical opinions reveal positive news. There is no ligament damage in the elbow, and he will not need surgery. Commanders preparing for Detroit Lions 4:25 p.m. Sunday at Northwest Stadium. Marquee matchup tonight locally in men's college basketball. Georgetown at Maryland at 6 p.m. live on Bloomberg 99.1. It's the first meeting since 2016 as Buzz Williams takes on Ed Cooley. Virginia hosts North Carolina Central, and George Mason takes on Winthrop, both at 7. Wizards basketball tonight on the Fan at 7 against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Bilal Coulibaly will not play with a lower leg issue. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Millwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit Mellwood.org or call 877-MELLWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
When you walk in a club,
all eyes on me. All drinks are free.
We like Patron. All right. Shot. It is the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby. Powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. I said available. How about that?
Yeah. We should have had Scotty come today.
Yeah, Scotty, we're here, dog. Come on through.
We're here. Make it happen.
About to order some Popeyes. That's how you know it's a Friday and we're all in studio.
Yeah. Anybody trying to get a sponsor for this show, Popeyes always work.
Did you see what Barkley said when Inside the NBA was sponsored by Popeye?
What he said?
I'm not going to.
You can't say what he said.
I'm gonna let Chuck handle that. All right.
Oh man.
Our guy.
I could imagine. I can imagine what he said.
Neil Greenberg just tweeted me. He said, "I'm listening to BMitch and Finlay. In my opinion, if Jaden Daniels is healthy, he should play. He will always be an injury risk as a dual threat quarterback. Can't manage, coach a team scared. A 30-0 blowout, take him out. Healthy and competitive game, let him cook." I think that's a reasonable place to land.
Way to go, Neil.
But I think you can be reasonable and on lots of different sides of this fence. The good news today, Jaden Daniels will not need surgery. It's a clean elbow dislocation, all right?
That just sounds so weird to me. Clean elbow dislocation.
I know. He's not going to.
No matter how clean it is, that SOB hurts.
He's not going to go on IR. Woo. He's got options, okay? They'll decide after the bye week what they're going to do. If he's healthy, should he play? Let's start with Alvin down in Richmond. What's up, Alvin?
Look, how you doing, JP?
Sure.
How you doing, little B-Mitch?
What's up, Alvin? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. I think if he's healthy and everything is fine, that he should be able to play. I mean, he's a dynamic player. He's always going to be a dual threat, and you can't keep him off the field. The guy wants to play. He has the heart, the energy. Put him out there. Like you said, you can't help him. You can't hide him forever. You have to put him out there. And one other thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't the running game gone down since Trent Scott has been out and off the field?
I don't know if it's directly attributable to like.
They were putting him in as that tight end, extra tight end in some running plays.
Yeah,
and he was making key blocks and everything, and he's been injured on the inactive list for the last 3 weeks.
He's been inactive, so they can have Coleman
and
active.
Bates was as well.
Yeah,
Bates was injured for a little bit. So
appreciate the call, Alvin. Thanks, dude.
Appreciate the call, bro.
Our guy Tailgate Ted is on the line. Ted, what's good, dude? What do you think with this Jaden situation?
Guys, when do we get so soft? I don't understand. People complained all preseason that Jaden didn't throw a single pass, right? And now, if the young man is healthy and if he gets cleared, and to me, the caveat is if the offensive line in front of him is healthy, he needs reps. He needs practice. He's played 1.5 years. He's not a 10-year vet. The guy needs to see defenses and what they're doing against them so he can try and game plan it. The VR headset's great, but nothing beats actual reps against competition. That's going to put you on your butt.
There we go.
That's one vote. Play the man. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, Ted.
Appreciate you guys. See you in Spain.
Again, I think you can have different viewpoints on this. Jeff, you look like you want to chime in here, bro.
Oh, I was just stretching, but of course look, if he's healthy, the team is trending the right way. Shoot, even if the team is not trending the right way.
That's the bigger question. If they win the next two and they're 5-6 at the bye week, hell yeah, Jaden's playing. If they lose the next two, I don't know.
Even if they lose the next two, JP, we all know when that clock is just started, we all have a chance. We have a chance with 5 in the game, right? Now, how I would play it, he's healthy, he's going to play every game, he's going to start every game. But if it comes to like how it was last game, when we're down 31-7, going into the fourth quarter, we're going to take him out. But I don't think we should just call his season quits just because he got hurt. That's football.
I think there's a big difference, to your point, Jeff. There's a big difference in being down 30 in the fourth quarter of a game that you're not going to win versus having 5 games left and just saying, he's not going to play because we're keeping him right for next year.
Yeah.
Like if he comes back and we're talking about Denver Sunday Night Football and
what is he up? The question I would ask is, what if they're up by 14-20? You want him to come out? You want him to stay in? Because we've seen weirder things happen.
If they get up 30, you could pull them.
If you get up 30, yeah.
That was the case.
That's why I put it at a point spread where people have to think, because where does this go? Where do we stop being overly concerned and then let it happen? Because listen, the one person who has to make a step forward is going to be Jay, where he's going to have to learn sometimes. Like I listen, in my eyes, he has nothing else to prove to me. I already know he's a tough SOB.
Right.
I know he wants to be out there. So I don't need to prove nothing else to me. Just make sure you take care of yourself, because he's not just a football player. He's basically the damn CEO of this thing.
I'm not even saying it's to prove anything, but it's just like, you are a football player. Go play.
Yeah, but it's like people go, well, he needs this. No, he don't have nothing to prove. He does needs the reps and all, but understand, the healthier you are, the more reps you can get.
Totally. It's all predicated on health.
Yeah.
Period. And he's got to be fully cleared, fully healthy, right? But the thing I circle back to, the last 4 games of the year are division games. Like, as much as we can count them out a million different ways, if you could rattle off 4 straight division wins, that's going to give you a chance at postseason football.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, I think to blanket say shut him down is crazy. I think you got 4 division games to finish the year out.
The mindset that we have had, that people always say, take one game at a time, this is what we better damn well do. One game at a time. One game at a time based off of how we're going to win. One game at a time on this decision of if he's going to play or not. We can't get too far of ourselves. We can't, far ahead of ourselves. Just let things come to it. Let's take care of this week, and then we'll move on to the next. As I do a flamenco dance.
Shout out to the flamencos. Let's go to Charlie in College Park. I think Charlie's going to want the young man to play. Hello, Charles.
You bet your ass I do. As a former player, I tell you what, if you don't want to be on the field, you shouldn't be out there. These guys are pros. Anybody that doesn't want to be on the field or is a little tentative, I'm sitting you down, or you shouldn't be on the team. Quick question for you. Is McLaurin out today? We know if McLaurin's out today yet?
He's out. He hasn't practiced all week. He's a DP.
Okay, here's another aspect of this, of him coming back. Suppose, if they're out of the playoffs, Jaden's got to play. No matter if he's 100%, Jaden's got to play. Suppose Mariota wins 3-4 games in a row. You see, I say Mariota, it makes that, I'm fooling myself. It's not just Mariota. It's not just Jaden. Just the whole team. It's the offensive, defensive line. It's a scheme. Okay, suppose they win 3 in a row. Do you take Mariota out? You start to look like you're in the playoffs and you got a rhythm going. You're running the ball better. You're playing better defense. I've thought about this for years. Guy comes in as a substitute, and then all of a sudden the starter comes back. The unwritten rule in pro football is that, hey, the starter comes back in automatically. Wait a minute. Suppose you win 3 or 4.
Hell, didn't that happen with Troy Aikman and Steve Berline in the playoffs with the Cowboys?
Something like that. I can't remember.
Charlie, should we get to that situation? Call me back. I don't know that we need to debate a hypothetical quarterback.
No, I know, but you know what? You know what? They've lost a lot of conference games. They really hurt themselves. But you're right about the 4 division games at the end. If you're close, man, when he's 100%, he's got to play. And like you say, you're way up or way behind. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, bro. Let's keep these phone lines going. That was a good call from Charlie. You bet your ass I want him to play.
Charlie was ready, wasn't he?
Sean is in Springfield. Sean, what's up, dude?
Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, he should definitely play, especially even if the season's lost, even if we're eliminated from the playoffs, he should play the last 4 games against divisional opponents. That's valuable experience against Vic Fangio's defense against the Eagles. We should be playing spoiler for sure, try to stop them from winning the number 1 seed. And one caveat, though, if Terry's not out there, it is a little risky. But if your mentality is, oh, we should shut him down because the season's over, like, you're going to be scared of him getting hurt next year, too, just if you don't want him to play at all. So I don't think that makes sense. But, yeah, I would prefer if Terry's out there just because sometimes throwing to those receivers can get you hurt.
All right, baby.
Yeah, I think it's a wait and see, man. And thank you for the call,
That's
Sean.
what it has to be that, and let's understand one thing. I know we all play fantasy football these days. We have all gotten good, but we are not general managers.
Well, Doug, the only comparable situation I can think of, and maybe it's not comparable, but for the folks that are advocating to shut him down, I just saw a tweet from this dude, Jay, on Twitter. He said, good news. Now, as I said before, sit him. I see this as a sign from the football gods. Protect him. Keep him away from getting any worse injury. We escaped one. Don't gamble on a losing season. If we were winning, sure. And for the chemistry crowd, most of these guys will be gone next season. So that is a viewpoint.
Yeah.
The only comp I could think of for that, and maybe this is just me being too hyper-local, I guess, the Strasburg shutdown.
Yeah.
Now, that was a winning season, and they still shut him down.
Yeah. But then again, let's be real. Strasburg injury was to his right arm, right? Am I right? His throwing arm,
yeah.
So if Jaden's injury was to his right arm, I understand. It's not to his right arm. And in pitching, in baseball, that's the most valuable thing you have, your right arm. So I can understand the protecting him. And the way pitchers are taken care of and coddled any damn way, I see it's not football, bro. So I understand, and like you said, that dude's comments make you think about some stuff. But still, it's 2 different sports, man. 2 totally different sports.
Totally. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I think where I have landed is it is smart to keep your options open. If you came out and said, we're putting him on IR, he's done for the year, we want to protect him, I think it's premature. You're allowed to take your time. And we live in a microwave society, but there's nothing to prevent you from taking your time. And I think taking your time is the right move here.
Probably so.
Todd, calling from the DMWV. By God, West Virginia. What's up, Todd?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Todd?
I just want to say you live by the sword and you die by the sword. I was in agreement with your earlier caller about, yeah, man, let's get Jaden back on the field of play, get him to be the spoiler that I think that we can be, because I think the season's a scrub. But he needs to learn how to slide, guys. Keep sliding, because it's so nerve-wracking, to say the least. Yeah, to watch him go out there. He's such a talent. But I say play him. Yeah, if he's good to go. Thank God it wasn't his throwing arm. But I just wanted to congratulate you guys for the platform that you guys have on Monumental. I miss watching you all's pregame and postgame on the old Comcast. I'm a 52-year-old Redskin, aka Commander fan since I was 6, and it's nice to see you guys on the TV screen, guys.
Appreciate you,
God
brother.
bless y'all, and keep doing great at your art. Take care, guys.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it,
Appreciate
man.
that.
Thanks, dude. Shout out to Todd in West Virginia. That was a very kind phone call.
Say shout out to the folks over at Lansdowne checking us out too, Jay.
Shout out to the folks at Lansdowne.
Yeah.
Can we come play some golf?
Yeah. Hook us up, Eddie.
Come on, Eddie. Let's go to Eli in D.C. Eli, what do you make of the Jaden situation?
Of course, I'd like him to play, but I kind of think of it like, when you was a kid and you was asking your mom for the next thing, and your mom said, you got to show me that you're ready for this next thing. And I think I need receivers to show me, I need the team to show me that they're ready for Jaden to come back, because he's going to have to, if we aren't winning in certain spots, it's going to be on him to do certain things. And I think if we just raised our level of play, he wouldn't have to do so much. So, they got to show me that you're ready for this cat to really come back. It's not on him. He has to be able to do his thing. He got to protect himself too. But a lot of times he's running around because there's nobody really open, and he's not able to throw the ball how he needs to. I'm more in line for him practicing. What you do is you start Mariota now, and you just run Jaden in practice. You practice, and when he shows that he's ready, and the team shows that they're ready for that stretch, then you put him in, because he's had the time with the guys in practice. It's not enough to have this cat just because he was the number 2 overall.
You got to
pick.
practice for the game you're playing that week. And if you
I get what you
Mariota
mean.
is starting, you got to let Mariota get to work. You can't,
I
these
get
are
that.
still real games. Like, this is not.
I get that.
Like, you got 52 other dudes on that team. Like, you cannot.
Yeah, but
football's a different sport.
What he's saying about the other guys getting and lifting their games, I've agreed with that for the last few weeks. Where you don't want him to think he has to throw on his cape. You know what I mean? It's like, what was it Superman that ran into the phone booth?
Yeah.
So you don't want him to think he got to run into the phone booth. Just let him keep being Clark Kent.
Exactly. So
Appreciate the call,
give
Eli.
him some time, man.
Appreciate
y'all.
it, brother. All right, man.
Keep these phone lines going. Bruce is in Bailey's Crossroads. What's up, Bruce?
All right.
Hey, how we doing?
Chilling, man.
My personal opinion on this is simple. Being that football is a complimentary game, if you put him back there until you got a line that can give him 3 seconds and can start opening holes for the running game, he's a sacrificial lamb for the rest of the season.
See, basically what you're saying is exactly what the caller before you said. They got to improve around him. If you feel you're gonna do that chance, they got to improve around him. And listen, sometimes you can have the same people blocking. Just get a better blocking scheme. Get some help sometimes.
Exactly. I mean, you know it from playing the position even in college. You know that the simple lineman gets changed out, your play changes.
Mm-hmm.
So when you've got the alternations that have been happening this year with the line, you put him back there with the line that he's had, he can't be Jaden Daniels if you can't give him 3 seconds.
Well, I mean, to your point, Brian has said this before. Joe Theismann has said this repeatedly, that as much as quarterback's the most important position on the field, it's also the most dependent position on the field.
Totally.
And I think, honestly, not having Terry for the bulk of the season, I don't know that Jaden and Terry played together for what, like a game and a half, maybe? Yeah. I think that's had such a massive impact on this offense.
Yeah.
Like, to the point where if Jacksonville's serious about wanting to move Brian Thomas, which apparently they were taking calls at the trade deadline, and like, I know that everybody's going to scream about the defense, and they're not wrong, but like, I think Debo's going to walk in free agency. Like, you need to add a young stud receiver that Jaden has trust in.
Yeah.
Well, that's true,
That's
but
a
at the
high
same
priority
time,
for me.
But at the same time, if the offense stops going 3 and out, then your defense isn't getting drained by the fourth quarter.
Sure. Appreciate the call,
point there.
Bruce.
Great
Thanks,
call,
bud.
Bruce.
Let's go to Zeke, our guy Zeke in Southeast. You want me to
Zeke.
break, Jeff? Jeff's giving me a motion like he's driving a car.
Last one, man.
Okay, last one. Zeke,
Okay,
what up?
all right. What's up, fellas?
What's up, brother?
Hey, definitely, he should play if he's healthy. But to me, that's not even the issue. If Brian, you said this once, right? What's the definition of insanity?
Doing the same things over and over and expecting a different result.
That's Kingsbury. He's doing the same thing offensively over and over again, and we're getting killed. One thing I would like to see before Jaden gets back, I would like to see us. Why don't we run, heavy offense with focus on the run? We're the third leading rushing team. Bring in a tight end, bring in some extra bodies, and focus on the run. I'd rather do the New England offense where we're hitting our tight ends and our running backs out of the backfield. We don't have receivers right now, so why are we trying to force the ball down the field when we don't have? That's not our strength. Our strength is in the running game.
Yeah, but we haven't been throwing the ball down the field, Zeke. We've been throwing the ball mediocre or short. We haven't thrown the ball down the field,
right?
And that's why nobody drops beyond 15 yards.
Right, and we're not going to throw it downfield. That's my point. I don't think we're going to throw it downfield even now. So my point is, just focus on running it. Hey, you got 8 in the box. Let us put 8 in the box, and let's see the best man win. I think our offensive line is more built for running than passing.
Appreciate you, Zeke.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you, brother.
pal.
All right.
In an effort to keep Jeff happy, quick break. If you're on hold, stay there. We're taking the phones until 11:45 when Chris Wright will join the program for a Terps Hoyas preview.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Epic moment in local college basketball and on the airwaves in D.C. The Georgetown Hoyas against the Maryland Terrapins for the first time since 2016. The game is live at 6 p.m. on Bloomberg 99.1 with Rich Shavotkin in his 52nd season, the Maryland version with Johnny Holiday in his 46th season is on Team 980. Quarterback Jaden Daniels' MRI and medical opinions reveal positive news that he will not have to have surgery on his dislocated left elbow, and there is not any ligament damage. Football season's heating up. Is your house? Call Dan at Foley Mechanical. From HVAC to boilers to radiator heat, they're the pros across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Privately owned, proudly installing Amana. Foley Mechanical, no gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. Visit FoleyMechanical.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Vibing on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I had to do it. I broke down, B.
What?
I had to get some Fritos, even though we just ordered a boatload of Popeyes. For everybody watching on the stream, apparently, I just got word that the people on the stream think I look kind of jacked today. Whatever that is just the stream. I don't know.
Nice vest. The vest make you look thick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I'm incredibly out of shape for where I like to be totally frank with you.
So you normally want to be on the 195. Where are you?
Like 197.
Is it?
When I'm
just 2 pounds over? You good then, dog? I thought you were saying like 207.
Nah.
Because you look a little plumpy.
If I get over 2 bills, that's when I stop eating the Fritos.
Well, your face look a little puffy, dog.
I think that's the alcohol.
Nah.
That was really cool on Byron Kerr's update right there, talking about Maryland Georgetown tonight. You get Terps Hoyas. You got two legit legends in Johnny Holiday on the call for Maryland and Rich Chvakin on the call for Georgetown. You can listen to both via the Odyssey stations. I think Johnny and the Terps are on 980. And did he say Chvakin's going to be on this or on the other joint?
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Appreciate it, Jeff.
But fun fact about Jeff Walker. Georgetown Hoya broadcast with Rich Vakin was my first stint in radio.
I would love to get Rich's take on that.
Yeah.
Rich loved
what
me.
did you think about Jeff?
He loved me except for the first day because I didn't know they told me to be there 30 minutes before, but I didn't know for a live broadcast for the game we had to be there an hour before.
Great job, bud. Proud of you.
Yeah. Got to ask more than one question, Jeff.
These folks been on hold a while. Let's go to Chuck in Chantilly. Chuck, what do you make of this Jaden situation, bruh?
I think that the question that floats around in my mind is that is there a way for Marcus Mariota to actually earn the spot if he's playing with the same team behind the same line with the same receivers and getting better results? Don't you want the team to make the playoffs instead of just simply having Jaden Daniels make the playoffs? If the team, the quarterback should be the person that the team gels behind the best. If they're out of it, I would be more apt to bring them back than it would be if they're in it. Because if they're in it, that means Mariota's doing something that he's accomplishing something that Daniels was not accomplishing. And at some point, do you believe that we need to think about the other 52 people on the roster?
That sounds very good, but that's not a situation that's going to be happening, dog. They already know who their quarterback is for the future. I understand what you're saying and what you're trying to do, but it's not like two guys are battling for a job. They know who the starter is.
Yo, like the fact. Appreciate the call, Chuck. The fact that the most popular dude in town is always a backup quarterback. I thought we had finally gotten past that. Like that's just. Yo, if Marcus balls out over these next two games, and they win the next two, and they're 5-6 going to the bye, you know what it does? It relieves any sort of pressure on Jaden feeling he has to rush back.
Yeah.
But in no way is there any trace of quarterback controversy. Like, stop with that.
I was listening to it, but I was like, that's not happening.
I looked up at you because I was like, which one of us is going to respond? I hope Marcus goes and balls out.
Yes.
You know who hopes Marcus goes and balls out?
Marcus.
Jaden
and Marcus. But the whole thing about it is they understand what's going on. But if Marcus goes and balls out, something is going to change based off of what it's been. Because what it's been hadn't had Marcus or Jaden having great success. So something has to change.
You know what else could happen? What if the defense all of a sudden is the 85 Bears? We don't know. It's football. Crazy stuff happens.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what's not happening is a quarterback situation. God damn, people forget stuff so fast. Kenny is in Largo. Kenny, what's up, dude?
We're good, JPB. Mitch, how y'all doing?
We're good, man. How you doing?
How are you?
Been with this meal. Good. I agree with you, JP. It depends on how the season goes. Like, if we lose these next two, I don't know. But, Marcus could hold us up. I want to see JD play, too. If he do come back, Cliff and JD just need to be smarter with, what they got going on the field. My opinion. That's my opinion. Yeah.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
Appreciate you.
Hey, I got a question. One question, if
Yeah.
y'all mind, real quick. I seen this video of Joe McCoy and Keith Talib talking about JD and how he having a slump because he been injured, right? So is that a slump because he injured? Because I commented on it. He was like, "Well, for us professionals, we call a slump when you got injuries." I'm like,
No, you
what?
don't. That's what the narrative is with people that want to be lazy in sports.
Yeah, like being a hater, man. That's what I'm like, bro. You just a hater, bro. Like what you talking about? Because JD ain't even been playing, Dave.
If you're not playing, then you damn sure can't be good. So I mean,
that's what I'm saying. You had the top weapons or none
that's
of that.
not a slump.
I think, Kenny, it's a great call. Thank you, pal. I think multiple things can be true, right? Jaden hasn't played. When Jaden has played this year, he hasn't played as well as he did last year. There's about 100 factors to that. He's dealt with injuries. He's had different receivers or lacked receivers. There's just a million different factors. So I think for a dude that has played, how many games has Jaden played? 4?
Yeah.
Like, to call it a slump is absurd.
It's just like I said
Oh,
last
bro,
year.
you a DB, you can't compare yourself to him, bro. Like, you're a whole corner. Like,
Thanks, Ken.
maybe a quarterback.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Like when I saw C.J. Stroud last year when he lost his 2 top receivers and his offensive line was in shambles. And you say he's having a slump. Why wasn't it the team having a slump? And if I'm a quarterback and I don't have my protection or my 2 best outlets, I damn sure not going to be what I was before. It's not happening. So that little slump thing, that is a made-up thing that makes people just want to talk. Because you never look at the guy that wasn't the top quarterback the year before and see if he went into a slump. They always look at the top quarterback from the year before and see if he went into a slump. Not anybody else.
It's a wacky world. We'll keep this going. Trav is in D.C. What's up, Trav?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, brother?
I definitely want to see Jaden get back, but I'm with the callers who are stating that it's going to take a team, and in order for that, I think in order for anybody to do anything well enough to see Jaden come back, it's going to start with Cliff. Cliff, great coordinators make the second stringers and the third stringers look productive. They ain't got to be great, but you got to make them look productive, which means you got to be adaptive. You got to take what's the best thing on your field and you got to highlight it. If that's Bill, if that's our running back room, then let's get under the center. Let's do some zone blocking schemes. Let Bill be able to make some jump cuts, get out to the edge. Let's do something to the degree that highlights the talent and not just keep handing the ball off from the shotgun position, and before he can take 2 steps, he got 3 people in his lap. So it's going Cliff and Witt going to have to do some major changes and show that, because either way, both of them going to be gone within, this probably their last year, or they got 1 more year. You're either going to be gone because you're doing well and colleges and other people are calling for you, or you haven't done well enough with the talent that's around you. So it starts in the O coordinator and the D coordinator office. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, dude. A lot needs to change for it to be relevant for Jaden to get back on the field. But they're also pro football players. They play football for a living.
Yeah.
Last call for a minute, then I want to make sure we have plenty of time for our Terps Hoyas preview. Ellis, what's good, dude?
JP, BMitch, what's up?
What's up, Ellis?
I want Jaden to come back, want to see him play, but I got conditions. And the first condition is we got to shut down Ertz. He is killing us, but he's killing us from a play calling situation. He can't run block, so whenever we run, we put in Bates and we put in Senate, and that lets the other team know when we're going to run. So shut down Ertz. I would play Ertz like Von Miller. 3rd and 10, all right, Ertz, you get the game. Other than that, you on the bench, right? And like the other caller, I would like to tie JD's comeback with Terry McLaurin. Get him as deep option because, like B-Mitch just said, everybody's pushing up the first 15 yards. We don't have a deep threat. It's kind of hard to play the game, right? And I got some other conditions for defense, but that's my conditions for JD to come back.
Appreciate you, bro. I think that's fair. Like, it needs to be worthwhile for all parties, but it's also okay if he just plays football. I did talk with Traylon Burks this weekend, or this week in the locker room.
Yeah.
And I asked him just, what does it mean that you got that catch in your first game? Just like, you're clearly a part of this team now. Now now he's on the active roster. In what appears to be tracking towards a lost season. I'm not sugarcoating that. This looks like a flop of a year. I don't know if it'll happen, but what do you think the chances are that they find something in that kid that has all the talent in the world and dealt with injuries? And
well, if he can stay away from the injuries, because once you've dealt with injuries and things look like it was over, now you're labeled by it, especially when it looked like it's over for you. So he's going to have to go out there and make some things happen and show why he was the first round pick. Sometimes just to change the scenery and getting under better tutelage can make that happen. But it also takes a lot of work from the person that's going through it. And hopefully he's putting that in.
Nobody go anywhere. We're talking Maryland, Georgetown next with former Hoyas star Chris Wright joins the program. All right, B, when you talk about DMV hoops, right? Like real legends of DMV high school basketball, you typically talk about the WCAC, probably the best high school basketball conference in the country, right? Mm-hmm. And when you talk about a dude, I remember being at St. John's, and when he signed with Georgetown, it was a big-ass deal. You talk about a guy with pure handles. It is Mr. Chris Wright. Chris, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time.
What's going on, family? Nice to see you. JP, what's going on?
What's happening, brother?
Chris just had a birthday. I ran into him at Clyde's and Chevy Chase.
Yes.
I asked if he could come join us, man. Awesome.
Yes.
How often are you doing the Wizards postgame show on the radio?
I do every game. I've been doing every game the last 2 years. This is my third year doing every game.
That's awesome, man. Cool. And you can listen to the Wiz right here on 106.7 The Fan.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right, dude. So
big day today.
Big day
today.
All right.
Big day. Let's not play around. You know what time it is. You already know. I'm excited, JP. We got. Listen, man. This is great for the community. Great for the city.
Yeah.
I'm excited because we've been so rich in basketball history for so many years, and to see these programs kind of emerging at the same time, it's a lot of change that's been going on. It's an exciting time for the DMV, I think.
Can you see that this game here? Because, when you are playing relatively close to somebody else, and you get neighborhoods going to one school or somebody from the opposing neighborhood goes to the other school, can you see that lifting up the play of both of these colleges?
Absolutely. I mean, it's nothing like even at the high school level, growing up in this area, it's so much competition. And when you play against people, it's such a rivalry. And at the college level, it's been the same way, too. It's just been unspoken. It just hasn't been explored. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those. Georgetown and Maryland we've always had a rivalry. We just haven't really been able to expose that, because we've always been in our own respective conferences, doing our own respective things, and we have our own rivalries inside our conference. But I can tell you as an athlete and as someone that's been growing up and knows both sides, it's always a little bit of, what it's like if we played against y'all and, we feel like we're the top dog and vice versa. So, yes, it definitely builds for sure.
See, JP don't know who he's cheering for because he went to both colleges, man.
I want to be crystal clear. I know who I'm cheering for.
Yeah, but if Georgetown wins, he's going to find a way to use that little grad school deal. That's how he plays it, Chris.
I'm rooting for the Hoyas, except tonight. They're not even close.
It's all right. All right. You got home court advantage right now, so it's okay.
All right. You want me to put my Maryland hat on? We'd have home court advantage if it was a Cap 1, too.
Stop it.
That's true.
You know what? You might right now.
Let's talk about these teams. So obviously you played at Georgetown. You grew up in Maryland, went to St. John's. It's a weird regional thing because for so long with Big John and Gary and Lefty, nobody would play each other. They just refused to admit the other existed. Now the new world of college sports, they're playing, and it's awesome. What the hell are we going to see tonight? These teams change every year.
Big time.
Maryland had a massive coaching change. I hope Kevin Willard sits on a pineapple. I don't know what Buzz Williams has built here. What are we going to see tonight?
One thing I say and one thing I miss about college basketball, and it's the one thing about the whole NIL phase is that you get to grow with the players. You get to grow with the kid. You see them come in. You get to see them develop. You get to see them go through a certain thing. That was one of the beauties of college basketball. You got to see guys for at least 2, 3, or 4 years. So the fans and alumni and the students all grow with that person. So you grow a community with you. Now it's a little different because everything has become so corporate style and business hungry and NIL this and NIL that. It gets kind of hard for you to see. Oh shoot! We got eight new players on the team now. Who's these guys? So the rivalry now becomes of the traditions and becomes of the lineage, and it becomes what me and you are doing. It's for bragging rights because we don't have the connections yet.
Right.
Unfortunately, we want to try to build that. Hopefully, and I think that's still the most sustainable way of winning. But that's just not the model, the business model right now. So. More so than what we're going to see out tonight is more so the fact that me and you could talk trash when I see you at Clyde's tomorrow. You know what I mean? Right. And we can kind of have that banter. Because as much as we love our schools, the connectivity in terms of who the players are and what they're about is not there. Now, I can say this, that Buzz Williams, I played against him in college. He was at Marquette. Buzz Williams is a hard-nosed, tough, physical, fast, big, strong type of coach. Like, that's how he likes his players to play. He likes to play physical. He likes to play fast. I think the Maryland fan base and alumni will get behind that over time because he's one of those guys. He definitely mirrors the mentality of Maryland Terrapins basketball for sure. You know, he has that he does have a kind of weird kind of Gary Williams kind of vibe to him. He can go crazy on the sidelines, you know, and he's a no-nonsense kind of guy. So, you know, he's a big-time coach. I will say that about Coach Buzz. And in Georgetown, we're coming back, man. I think we're coming back in a strong way. It's weird because our strong suit is guard play this year. It's not bigs.
Right.
so that's going to be the interesting thing to see. And we got Malik Mack, who's a local guy. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy. He's a St. John's guy. So y'all already know what time it is, man. You know, it's Hoyas, man. We're coming in to make some noise.
Let me ask you a question, Chris. You mentioned you'll have 8 new guys on the team. How do teams find a way to – I understand, and I've always felt players should have got paid in college. I felt they should be able to profit off their name, image, and likeness. But how do you get a guy to be in the school for so you see somebody in one school one year, another school next year? Hell, I think once you sign it, you're there.
Right. I would love that too, but you have to. I mean, there's business practices that you got to look at everything like a business now. You know, whereas the whole way that you was to recruit back in the day, that's gone. That's completely gone. You know, even if I don't know. I'm not just saying if they're doing it legally, it's still gone how they were doing it back then. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that whole style is different. I think the business models have to change in order to make it significant so these kids can see the benefit of staying for 2 and 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, what is the plan that you're putting in place for them to stay 2 and 3 years? That should be a marketing tool. I'm giving out gems right now because I'm cool like that. But I think that should be some type of marketing tool to figure out how you can keep kids, because after a while you got to create a community. Yeah. You got to create something. You know, you want to keep your job. So the only way you can keep your job is some type of sustainability. And, you know, so I don't know to answer your question. I think that's the part of the game that needs to be figured out. And I think NCAA has to be a part of that as well.
Well, I think you need to go to somebody else because they don't know how to figure it out.
They don't know how to do it.
Yeah, right.
Chris, a real question on this thing. Like, Maryland's in a unique position because Buzz just got here, and it tonight goes well or not, Buzz is part of this thing for a while now, right?
Yep.
Cool. And tonight's not going to make or break anybody's season. John Thompson had Scott Van Pelt was talking about it on his podcast. Big John had a famous line about November college basketball not meaning much. And that's all I can say of the Big John quote. But what kind of pressure is Cooley under for the Hoyas? Like, he's in year 3? And they haven't made a tournament yet? Like, what is that? It's got to be mounting over there.
JP, you asking all the right questions. You asking all the right questions. I'm with you. I mean, I think we all feel the same way. And first of all, let me say this. I'm behind Coach Cooley, and I respect what he's doing, how he's developing his program. This is the first year I can say that I feel like this is reminiscent of what an Ed Cooley team looks like. You know, in terms of personnel, in terms of how they're playing, it looks more like his style of play. You know, so he has, and it's still growing. He still needs more. He's still going to get better players as the years go on. Not saying these kids aren't good, but the style of play is more after 2 years of rebuilding and reshaping. Unfortunately, we don't have PV and Sorber to back that up. But after 2 years of reshaping, it's starting to look like his type of guys: gritty, strong, physical, athletic, long, lanky. We're starting to see the style that Cooley likes. So, yeah, it's year 3, man. I always thought that even as a player, it takes 3 years to kind of figure out your role in the game. And I think the same thing with coming into a new as a coach. So year 3, we want him to make the tournament. That's what we're looking for. We're betting on that. You know, we brought him in to win, and I think it's time for us to, as a community, to feel that. And yeah, so you want to have a good showing. November basketball in this context matters.
Yeah.
You know, you want to have a good showing. You want us to look good. You want us to perform well. You want us to have an identity, a culture that we can build on. So yeah, it's all hands on deck for Coach Cooley and the staff, man. We want to get it done, and we're supporting him.
What kind of wages you and JP got?
Clyde's? Maybe Clyde's wings. How about that, Chris?
Yeah, we talked about that. We're going to do some Clyde's wings for sure.
Dude, I appreciate you making time for us.
Appreciate you, brother.
Go Hoyas most nights except tonight.
No, appreciate you guys. Y'all doing a great job. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Thank you, man.
All right.
Former Hoyas great Chris Wright joining us here. Big matchup tonight in College Park, Georgetown versus Maryland. You can listen to it on 980. That game tips at 6 o'clock. Woo! I'm fired up for that one. I'll probably watch a half of it with my kids crawling all over me. Nobody go anywhere. It's Ask BMitch Anything next. Open them phones, Jeff.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. More Commanders news. Frankie Louvu, at his request, had an informational call with the NFL Vice President John Runyon today about hip drop tackles, according to sources of Nikki Javala of The Athletic. She also reported today that quarterback Jaden Daniels has no ligament damage in his elbow and will not need surgery. Capitals lost to the Penguins 5-3. Wizards host the Cavaliers tonight at 7 on The Fan. Also, men's college basketball at 6 on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. The Georgetown version at Maryland. So it'll be the Maryland version on Team 980. It's the first meeting between the schools since 2016. Virginia welcomes NC Central tonight. George Mason against Winthrop. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Enjoy responsibly. They got Scotty's Vodka in select Virginia ABC stores now, folks.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time to ask BMitch anything. He's an NFL legend. You can ask him anything you want, particularly romance advice. Ask BMitch Anything is sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. I was texting with our boy Jordan from Collars & Co. the other day. Hoping to connect with them at a Commanders game sometime soon. All right, B, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alex is in Bakersfield. What's up, Alex? Alex, you there, bro? There he is.
What's up?
What's up, dude? Go ahead.
I want to know about is potassium overdose a real thing? Where they're saying when you do watermelon, because it's way more efficient than doing water for hydration. 'Cause I'm getting like 3 pounds of watermelon for cheap out here for like $10, but all the doctors are saying if you do potassium overdose, it backfires like crazy. Is that what you found in your football
I couldn't
days?
tell you nothing about a potassium overdose. I never had one.
Well, didn't a golfer try to say that?
I've never
creatine
had,
overdose or something?
I've never creatine overdose. That's different. But I've never dealt with anything like that.
When you had Redskins practice, didn't they have tables of fruit and watermelon for you guys? So you wouldn't.
I grew up in a time we didn't have all that stuff.
They gave them salt.
They gave us salt when I was in college, in high school. When I got to college, we drank water after practice for the most part. Or you got a little bit during practice. Got to the NFL, it was the some level like a Gatorade that they would mix up into the water, and you drank that. But nah, I never had all the fruit and stuff.
Because we're running these races out here, it's like 95 degrees, but inside the race car, it's like 149. So it's 5, 6, 7 laps to go. My right arm's falling asleep, and I'm trying to figure out if that was from this. Yeah, I've been.
I can tell you, Alex. Now, when the guys come off the practice field,
they got everything
on the
now.
hallway to the locker room. They have everything. They have these acai bowls packed with fruit.
They have all kinds of stuff, but I've never ever had all that stuff when I was playing.
Do you think 6 pounds is too much in a day, though?
6 pounds of watermelon?
That's a lot of watermelon, man.
I don't know if that, because I mean they tell you if you're 220 pounds, you should drink 110 ounces of water, and then you add another 20 ounces for every pound you lose when you're sweating. So that doesn't look like too much to me.
But the sugar is all natural, right?
It's watermelon, unless they got some doctored up ones. All right, man.
Thanks, dude. That was a wild conversation.
Woo, that was a different one right there, dog.
I was confused. How about this, B? Fat Poet on Twitter says he wants to know, do you remember in 1992 you came to his 3rd grade class?
No.
He threw up on your shoes, but you gave him an autograph and said it's okay.
I don't remember nothing like that.
Well, he said this isn't real, but it sounds like the calls. And then he said, "Shout out to my boy WrestleMania, Mr. Burgundy shirt."
There you go, Roos.
All right, we started in Bakersfield. The only Bakersfield I'm aware of is in California. Shout out to Kristen Stipp. That's where she's from. Now maybe there's a Bakersfield, Maryland, or Virginia or something. But we're big on the West Coast today, B. Now we're going to Albuquerque. What's up, Dwayne?
What up, JP? What up, BMitch? Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man.
Just a real quick question for the legend himself. Have you ever seen the Hall of Fame induction ceremony for George Harrison, While My Guitar Gently Weeps, where Prince rips that guitar solo?
No.
You got to watch it. Being a Prince fan, I'm sure you'd appreciate it. It's the Hall of Fame induction ceremony for George Harrison, and it's a rendition of As My Guitar Gently Weeps. Check it out, man.
I'm pulling it up right now.
We're going to check
dude.
it out in the
gentlemen.
break. We'll
Hey,
check
I
it out in the
appreciate
break.
you guys taking your time.
Man. All
Thanks
right.
for listening in the ABQ. Let's go to Dave in Woodbridge. Dave, what's up, man?
Hey guys, happy Friday to you,
doing,
man.
man?
I'm doing well. BMitch, huge fan, buddy.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, where did you get that edge? Were you born with that edge, or in Pee Wee football did something click? What brought it on where you know you could just run through a brick wall, brother?
I've been this way since I can remember. My dad was a military-minded dude, and everything I learned was from him, so I never thought I couldn't do anything.
Well, I love the way you bring it, dude. Thank you so much, man.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave.
Bye.
We are 3 calls in and nothing about football, which is kind of interesting.
Hey, you told me to ask about relationship stuff.
Speaking of relationship stuff, I got this one via Twitter. Can you ask B. Mitch? I'm out with a lady on a first date, and she says I normally don't do this. Should I believe her?
No. if somebody, I'm gonna tell you this, and this is about a lot of stuff. When some people volunteer information you're not asking them, they basically telling you a straight lie. Oh, I normally don't do this. This is my first time doing this. I didn't ask you that. Which tells me it's your 1,500th time doing it. So just know she goes out on a lot of first dates.
Talking about poaching eggs here. Rob is in Springfield. What's up, Rob?
Yo, JP, B. Mitch, what's good with y'all, man? Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, man? How you doing? Dude?
Man, B. Mitch, man, back in 92 when y'all dogged my Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
The preparation leading up to the game, outside of Bruce Smith, which players did y'all really have to pay attention to make sure that we got to know where this guy's on the field and get him blocked or scheme away from him, et cetera, et cetera? Outside of Bruce Smith.
Actually, and I'm not trying to be dismissive, but nobody. Because offensively, once that coach said they got them people over there they call a bunch of fat pigs, the game was over right there. Because if you could have been a fly on the wall watching our practices, you would have realized the practice was way harder than the game was. Because the Hogs came out pissed off. The Capitol defense, our defensive unit, they wasn't going to let the Hogs just beat them, and they were going at it. Coach Gibbs had to stop practice and talk to us to say, if you all keep practicing like this, we won't have anybody to play in the game. So whoever the D coordinator was that disrespected the Hogs, he's the reason that game happened like that.
Didn't Daryl Talley? Didn't somebody ask that week too?
Daryl Talley was he was talking about which one of them was going to be the MVP, you know. And then if you go watch the there's a video, one of the highlights of the Super Bowl. They go to him and he's like, "They ain't that good." Yes, we are, but we are, and you're finding it out on a regular basis. They were used to just running around playing touch. They had to play hard-nosed football, and they weren't ready for that.
Got one via Twitter from Big John. He said, ask B-Mitch for protein loading after a workout if you prefer something like beef jerky or something like almonds. What's better, a handful of meat or a handful of nuts?
I'm not answering that question. I'll let JP handle it. He specializes in that.
Jeff, what do you prefer, a handful of meat or a handful of nuts?
He don't hear you.
Say that again.
after a workout, you try and get some protein. Do you prefer a handful of meat or a handful of nuts?
I prefer you to never say that again on the show.
That's what I prefer. See, JP, you got.
Bro, I'm just asking the questions.
Yeah, you got the weirdos coming out.
The
you
segment
do this
is
stuff
Ask
all the time.
BMitch anything.
Yeah,
People are asking
anything sensible.
They're asking protein questions. You're the protein expert. Nobody's asking me about protein, B. Steve is in Silver Spring. What's up, Steve?
Hey, JB. I'm sorry, JP and B. How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
Dude. How's it going?
Good. Quick question for you, B. When you were playing in the NFL, I know, did you ever have any inclination that Todd Bowles would probably be a head coach? Or did any of you guys, when you guys were playing, when you guys were in the locker room, say, one day when I'm finished playing, I want to be a coach or a head coach? Or did you see that in Todd Bowles?
I saw it in Todd, and also I knew Martin Mayhew would be somebody that worked at the front office level, because he basically told us, he said, "Look, man, I'm going to law school during the off season, and I'm going to be a GM one day." I had never heard any players say that they were going to do something like that.
That's cool.
So I was amazed.
Right.
I watched him, and then when I heard it happening, all I did was smile. But Todd, if you watch the way Todd handled football, you knew he was one of those guys that were very, very brainy, and you kind of felt that he could be a coach.
You know what, B? Because he seems like he just pays attention to detail.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Todd is very stoic. So when he's on the sidelines, not much said. It seems like he relates everything he needs to relate, in practice or whatever, and the guys just go out and execute it. He seems very stoic and very attention to detail. And my thing was he like that as a player?
Yep.
Under Pettibone.
Totally.
Thanks for the call, Steve.
Totally.
Appreciate you, man. Good question.
He was Pettibone's dude.
Let's go to Barbara in Manassas. Hello, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara. How you doing?
Hi guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
Thanks for the call. Two things. First and foremost, a scuttlebutt in the office. BMitch, you need to get hired by the Commanders and get out there and show them how it's done. The defense, we won't talk about it anymore. It's been the topic of the entire week. My real problem I'm having is DQ. And the reason I'm saying that is you all constantly talk about these guys are professional. They know what to do. They're getting paid handsomely for it. No matter what department, what position.
Mm-hmm.
How can the coach get on the stand and sit there and say, I missed it? Granted, kudos for him owning it, but that's not acceptable anymore. You can't
but what you expect him to say afterwards, though?
Well, I don't care what he says afterwards, except a plan to not continue to have the lame excuses for, and we won't talk about the time controls and all the other things. It's time to stop with excuses. He needs to present what he's going to do, and I don't mean the details for the opposition, obviously. How's he going to stop with these mistakes? He needs help, big time, because he can't keep coming up with excuses. Making too much money. Everyone's relying on him. The team, the fans, the whole enchilada. Enough. When are they accountable? I guess is my big...
I think they're accountable. They understand the stress level and the things that goes down, and if you don't get it right, what'll happen in the future. But that's just the nature of the beast. But I don't know if he's making excuses more than he's trying to find the answers.
Appreciate you, Barbara. Thanks for calling. Thanks for listening. Let's go.
Woo!
Brian is in Herndon. Little Brian on Brian question asking.
What's up, Brian? How you doing?
Hey, Mitch, James, how you doing?
Doing good, bro.
Hey, listen, I know it's not Bleep You Thursday, but I'm driving down 495, bobbing and weaving behind a concrete truck, so bleep you concrete truck drivers driving on 495.
Better be careful if they drop some of those rocks out of that truck and bounce into your window.
Got smashed by one. Hey, and also, as far as handful, like, you can't tell me if you're eating cashews, you can't not be eating a handful of cashews. You can't just eat one cashew, right? So you're talking about a handful of nuts, got to have a handful of cashews, right? So
that's JP. He
I
likes
love
that.
cashews.
I try to stay away from all that stuff.
I love cashews. I love
them. I'm saying, geez, you can't just have one cashew, right? You got to have at least 15, 20 at a time.
Totally. 100%.
All right. All right. So BMitch. Any
jokes?
Any basketball coaching in the history?
In my history?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. I never coached anything.
I'm an assistant coach on
I
the
have been in like
team.
little basketball camps helping out kids, but I wouldn't say that's coaching.
I would say that's more like babysitting.
Don't go saying babysitting. People get mad. Thanks, Brian.
No, real quick.
All right, what, dude?
So give me a quick advice on BMitch. My boys are 6th grade, 4th grade. I've been coaching, but we're joining a new league. So I got assessments this weekend, and I got the draft next week. If you were the head coach, as a current athlete, what are you looking for in basketball? Are you looking for the hips flipping?
I'm looking for that kid that all the other kids are running up to and like, hey man, they know. And when you see all them going to him, you know he's the badass. So I'm gonna pick that dude first.
All right,
just get those kids playing defensive rebounding.
Yeah, and make them play defense because most of them won't be able to shoot as good.
Right.
You have a few of them that can really handle it. And if you know who you're picking from, you should have been scouting already. Should have a list of people to choose or not.
Appreciate you, Brian. All right, I got one. We got 2 producer questions. One from Joey, our monumental producer.
No, I am not buying you anything from DC Prime.
He said, can BMitch explain the difference between Cajun food and Creole food?
It's basically the nationality. Creole food is more of a lighter skinned African American. They're more of the French background, and Cajun is more of the white individual. Well, and that's also Cajun background, but it was more Cajuns were more of the backwoods, and Creole are just the lighter skinned people that. But the food is very, very similar.
Okay.
And Cajun uses more red sauce. Creole has like a kind of more of a brownish burgundy more sauce. To be honest with you.
Bang. I would not have known that answer. Jeffrey, you have one for B?
Hey, Joey, that was a bomb question because I would have never thought to ask that question.
Yeah, you're not that
B,
smart.
I got a question, B.
Go ahead.
Why did JP sit up here and lie across the radio talking about the chat saying he looked jacked? I didn't see no comment in there, and then people from the chat started DMing me saying nobody said that,
JP,
bro.
why you lie about that,
Dog. Tight it. You guys are so annoying. Somebody, hold on. I'm going to read this out loud. Somebody said it to me.
But it will show up on the chat.
All right, so Fat Poet said...
JP giving himself all these credit, man. Look at it. What the
hell? Midnight Rider said, looking swole up on the stream. And then Richmond John said, it's the vest. That's all I was saying. I didn't try to act swole.
So you added, you say people say I'm looking jacked. Looking swole don't mean, it means you can think you look fat. Swole.
Swole season. The governor of the great state of Maryland will join us next. Maybe he's on the YouTube chat. Maybe Gov's on the chat checking out if I look swole or not. I doubt it, but we live in a world where anything is possible. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Here's the thing with the Rude system. It controls the humidity, and when you control the humidity, you control the comfortability of your home. If you listen to Doug Kammerer, it's about to get cold, man. Temps are going to drop into the 40s, maybe even into the 30s. We're talking about freeze warnings. Listen, you got to make sure your systems are ready to go because it's getting cold next week. We're going to have a bunch of rain. You need a Rude system. Plus, you can save a bunch of cash on a new one. You can get up to $2,000 in federal tax credits with a new Rude system. B, I know you checked it out. I'm going to do the same damn thing.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels' MRI and medical opinions revealed positive news that he just has a dislocated left elbow, but no ligament damage, and he will not need surgery. Capitals fell to the Penguins 5-3 despite coming back with 3 straight goals. Wizards against the Cavaliers tonight at 7. That game is on the Fan. Bilal Coulibaly will not play with a lower leg issue. Georgetown against Maryland tonight. The Hoyas version on 99.1 and the Terps version on Team 980. Tip time is 6 p.m. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Of the LBC on a mission trying to find Mr. Warren G.
With
213. So I hooks a left on 2-1. And Lewis, some brothers shooting dice. So I said, let's do this. I'm stuck.
Right and
So I played,
swerve.
Straight hit the curb. You know, everybody in their car driving around right now, they're on Wisconsin Avenue, they're on Central Ave, they're on Route 50 in VA, just vibing to Regulator. Just an elite song.
Yeah.
The Gov may not be calling until 35, Jeff. So this break schedule might get awfully screwy. Let's just be prepared for that. Maryland Governor Wes Moore is going to be joining us in just a moment. For all of everybody listening on the radio, shout out to you. Everybody listening, you know what's weird? Is we can almost like talk to ourselves in the future because a lot of people just listen to the show later on a podcast. So like you and I are speaking live at 12:30 on Friday afternoon, but somebody's going to listen to this at 4 p.m. on Friday.
Yeah.
Kind of odd, right?
Not really.
Time travel.
They know.
Flux capacitor.
They know what's happening.
What is happening right now, Dan Quinn addressing the media out in Ashburn. The big news from Ashburn is obviously that Jaden Daniels does not need surgery. We'll see if he ends up coming back. And I think it's okay if he does come back. I think it's okay if they don't. I think there's adults in the room making decisions, and that's what's most important.
That's what you want.
You know what's interesting is Dan Quinn opened his remarks expressing his condolences for everybody in Dallas involved with the just the real tragic passing of a young defensive player that took his own life. And I got a text this morning from a buddy of mine that is an NFL agent, and I'm going to try to get him to join us next week to maybe talk through some of this stuff. But if you're out there, wherever you are, and you're struggling, man, there's a lot of people that can talk.
Man. Yeah. And let's get to the point. And I'm going to say this. Men, take care of each other. Women, just because the man is sensitive and it don't mean he's soft. So show some level of support. Too many times guys get shamed because they have feelings. Ain't nothing wrong with having feelings as a man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, I believe we're getting the governor of the great state of Maryland to join us in just a moment here. Gov making 5 picks as he does every week. We have identified the picks for the governor. Here he is, Mr. Wes Moore. Gov, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
We good, brother.
We are good, dude. We are good.
Oh, excellent. We got some good football.
Yeah, should be some good games this weekend. Gov, if I may, I don't know how crunched your time is, but we're good on our end. The Jaden Daniels situation, I know you were maybe going to be at the game against the Seahawks. Were you there when Jaden got hurt? It was a real take your breath away moment.
it's wild. I was actually, I was there for the game. I had just left. And when, because, the game was out of reach at that point, which is, by the way, a whole nother conversation. And I know that, listen, I love Quinn. I really do. And I know he has taken full responsibility for it. He should have taken full responsibility for it. But, when I left, he should not have been in the game.
Yeah.
And I think, that play happened probably about 5-7 minutes after I left. And so I actually was watching it from the vehicle because I just, I have all my apps downloaded, so I'm watching it. And I remember when I first saw it, it was just one of these things where your mouth just drops. And you're like, oh my gosh, man, like your arm's not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Yes. And so we knew that was going to be a very, very bad night.
Yep. All right, Gov, real quick, before we get to the games, we got a full slate of games for you to pick. Our very own Jeff Walker wanted to ask you a question.
Of course.
No, it wasn't really a question. I was walking past your suite at the game, and I was like, yo, is the Gov in there? They were like, no, they gave me a stern face. But I had already known that you had arrived. I knew you were there. So I'm like, yo.
Yeah, and
when you see the Gov,
I kept walking. Jeff was trying to go talk. I'm not dealing
and
with
then I told him, I was like, yo, when you see the Gov, tell him Jeff Walker from his Friday call said, what's up?
I think those gentlemen were doing their job.
You should have come through.
Nah, Gov, they gave me this look, like stop talking, so I just kept it moving.
Next time we'll try to coordinate better so Jeff can come visit.
That's right, man. Any time, man. We outside. Come on through.
All right, Governor, are you ready to make some picks, sir?
I am sure enough ready.
Okay. Let's start with your boys. Ravens all of a sudden playing some good football, traveling to Minnesota. The Vikings just had a big win over the Lions. That's a tough game for Baltimore, but they need them all if they're climbing back in the playoff race. What do you think, Ravens, Vikings?
Yeah, I mean they are, and I think the Ravens win. I'm cautious on everybody getting hyped up because this happens every year with us, where it's like we start off slow and people are like don't know what's happening with the Ravens, don't think they're that great, and then we go on this run, and then everyone's like, oh, the Ravens are this, and then we get disappointed in the playoffs. And so I think the Ravens are going to. I think the Ravens are in a very good position to win because I think as we get healthier, it just continues to remind people that we probably have. I don't think it's probably. We have the best roster in the NFL. Period and full stop. The question always is, can we stay healthy and can we stay focused? And I think if we do that, we're going to be just fine. I think the Vikings are a deeply inconsistent team, both in terms of not just in terms of record, but in terms of their play. And so I feel good that we're going to go ahead and take care of business on the road on this one.
All right, that would be certainly a big win for Baltimore. That would get them to 4-5, and Pittsburgh might start puckering up a little bit if Baltimore just keeps climbing back on them.
Well, no, and honestly, and I think that's and I think they should because listen, I mean, and also it's going to matter because the Vikings after what they did against the Lions last week, the Vikings are a good team, and when they are playing well, and I think all the Ravens are hoping for is that as we get into December football, are we in striking position, particularly after you start, like freaking 1-5. If you're in striking position going into December football and going against your division rivals, you're in really good shape. And so I think we're in a good position to do it. But again, I'm being cautiously optimistic right now.
All right.
All right. So the next game, we got the 49ers taking on the Rams. Rams have a problem with the 49ers. How you see it going?
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting because a game like this, I think a lot about home field advantage. The only thing I'll say about it is, Rams and Niners, it's kind of an even steal on that one. Only simply because they're both California teams, and the last time they played, it looked like a home game for the Rams. There are a few reasons why I give the Rams the advantage. On this one. Nakua's back. I think that's a very big deal. And also, I think that when you're thinking about the Niners, they have just been so hit by injury bugs
that even when people come back, it takes a little bit of time for people to get reintegrated. And I think that they have not shown a measure of consistency. That actually I do put a lot on injuries and the inability to kind of work through those. So I think the Rams go on the road and pull this one off in this Battle of Cali.
That's a big game too, man. My Super Bowl pick is Bills Rams, so we'll see if that gets home.
I don't think either one of those are going to be right, but we can talk about that another time.
I won't ask for your Super Bowl pick, but let me say, do you still have a team that wears purple in there?
I sure do.
Yeah, I bet. The upstart New England Patriots traveling down to Tampa to face a Todd Bowles defense that has always been very good at confusing young quarterbacks. This should be a juicy game, New England versus the Buccaneers.
It's actually wild. Like I would have never expected for one of the most interesting stories in the NFL right now to be the New England Patriots. Like, they are fascinating. And have y'all watched them play?
Yeah, they look good, man.
They are like running all over the field. Like, they're playing really good football. And I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to explain it. I can't, because this is just not a team that looks familiar than what we've seen before. So the thing that does get me on this is, I think there is a certain measure of home field advantage that you have to give folks. The only thing is, this Bucs team is it's pretty banged up, and they're not going to be on full throttle right now. We're watching. I don't think we're going to see Bucky Irving out there, which is a major loss for the Bucs. And so, for that reason, and for the fact that I think that the Patriots actually think they're a winner now, and I think there's a certain psychology that does come with that. I think Drake May is actually balling, and so I think the Patriots go on the road and pull this one off. But they're one of the most interesting stories in the NFL right now.
They really are. And you get a coach like Mike Vrabel and his level of experience and tenacity. It's interesting how quick something can turn around.
That's right.
We got another big one, man. Green Bay lost last week to Carolina, certainly unexpected. Now they're hosting Philly in Lambeau. Packers Eagles. A lot of people thought this could be an NFC title game. What do you think of this one?
Yo, that one game last week against the Panthers was wild. Because again, you talk about a team that just didn't look familiar. The Packers did not look familiar. I'm trying to understand. Was that a sign of something? Because actually, I think the Packers are truly one of the most talented teams in the NFL. The only thing is that they also, when you look at Kraft being out is really a pretty huge loss. I mean, he's one of the top tight ends in the NFL right now. And so I still think the Eagles are a very good team. I do not think the Eagles are a great team, but I think the Eagles they play smash mouth football, and I think they manage to stay healthy, and they are good enough to keep on staying competitive, in the conference. And so I go with the Eagles on this one, because I just feel like they're a more consistent team, and I don't know what I saw last week against the Panthers. I need to see something different to think that was just an anomaly.
There you go. All right, last one, and this one, I don't know what the heck's going to happen after these last few weeks. Washington with Marcus Mariota at the helm hosting Detroit. Everybody knows what happened last time these two teams played. The Commanders pulled off a major upset, but they also had Jaden Daniels at the peak of his superpowers in that game.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about this one, guys. Yeah. This one's going to be tough because also it's there's something psychological about what happened at the end of last game. That it's not just watching. It's not just you've lost your starting quarterback, and we're not even still really sure for how long. There's a psychological hit that plays for that, and I can tell you, I was a little bit when I looked at some of the decisions that is made. Like, for example, I'm not sure why we didn't see these guys sell some of their old talent after the deadline. Because I really thought it was a missed opportunity where you got a chance to just load up for next season, when I think you're probably going to see
hopefully you're going to, listen, we don't know when Jaden's going to be back, but I think, the best estimation is that we're probably going to see his next best football next season. I think there was a chance to be able to find some trades for folks like Wagner and Von Miller and folks like that. I think it was a missed opportunity. The fact that we didn't make some trades on those folks before then, but it is what it is. I just have a really difficult time thinking that the Commanders can get over the psychological hit of what the end of last game really played for that locker room and everything else. So, again, I have my issues with the Lions. They're another one who they choose when they want to show up. But I think that they'll show up enough to be able to handle business and I think what is going to be a pretty psychologically hit team for the Commanders right now.
I agree with you. I mean, just a massive amount of injuries, and then when your star quarterback gets one too, that's why they play the games. We'll see what happens. All right, Gov, I got you with the Ravens, Rams, Patriots, Eagles, Lions.
There you go.
Have a wonderful weekend, sir.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I'm gonna see y'all Sunday.
Okay,
right, see you
great.
there.
We'll see you there.
All right, guys.
That's Maryland Governor Wes Moore with his weekly picks. He's been hot lately, too. Ravens, Rams, Pats, Eagles, Lions. Nobody go anywhere. Dan Miller joins us at 1 o'clock, and Jeff's got a hype song next.
Uh-oh.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about everything going on at my house, but I got to tell you, we had a breakthrough yesterday, and we had a breakthrough thanks to the great people at Better Services. We finally got our appliances back. That's right, your boys got a microwave. My wife got a new oven that has 2 ovens. I don't even know what that means, B, but the people at Better gave Lauren her dream kitchen with the exact appliances she wanted, working with Merlin, and she talking with my wife and getting everything set up. And here's what really stands up. Yesterday, they're delivering all the appliances, right? They had a mix-up from the truck. They brought the wrong oven. They were there and back with the right oven within like 40 minutes. You just don't get that from these big companies. That's why you want to be with a family-owned company. Merlin hooked us up. They can do whatever services you need. They've been fantastic for us. I mean that sincerely. Better Services, Bettar. You can go check out their showroom in Kensington. They've got all the brands you want, and they can give you same or next day delivery. They did that for us. They got everything done in one day. They hauled away all our old appliances. They couldn't have been more helpful. And listen, whatever you need done at your house, say you need little odds and ends, handyman work, or you want to redo a bathroom, redo your kitchen, call Better. They can do it all. BetterServices.com. That's BetterServices.com. Bettar. You better get better. You got your song? It's the rhythm of the night, baby. BMitch Finlay 1067 on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Shout out to everybody in the chat looking for Popeyes after they watch me and B eat some.
I'm sorry. Joey
on Monumental texted me. He's like, do you guys want me to try to keep it off camera that you're eating? I said, nope. We work from 10 to 2. What do you want to do? I try to eat during the breaks, but people eat, man.
Nah, you smell Popeyes. You got to dive in.
I mean, there are a few things in the world that are undefeated. Father Time, something else. Popeyes, too. Popeyes might be in the Father Time, something else, and that category.
Yeah. It is. It is.
Salute to Jeff. Washington looks to be mired in a lost season. They've lost 4 in a row. It's been tough, but Jeff still made a song. And Jeff's running the big board today, sitting in the big chair. All right, Jeffrey, what do you got for us?
Okay, this is kind of like an open letter because I just feel like our coaching has not been on the level that they should be on. And here we go. This is an open letter. The season not going how we wanted to, but it can look like y'all trying. We don't mind if y'all lose, but don't get blown out. Okay, first off, Dan, I respect your apology, but that type of football decision really bothers me. Playing like we down 1, scoring it was more than 3. I usually praise this team, but it's time for a stronger team. It's insane, every team know to throw the ball deep. If they need a first down, go across the middle, cause it's sweet. Gave up 110 points in the last 3 weeks. With something gotta change, cause our defense is cheap. When Jaden went down, boy, it made my heart drop. Cause we played the Lions next, who Super Bowl dreams we stopped. And the way that we been playing, I know they licking their chops. But Pebble Slate Giants, we just gotta play with heart. Can't hinder ourselves, man, the errors gotta stop. Why stop your progress before it even starts? Why keep bringing the stress to all the fans' hearts? Better yet, why would you risk your job? Questions that need to be answered. But the crazy thing is, myself and all these other fans, we still believe in y'all. And just like we love y'all and praise y'all when y'all win, we gonna criticize y'all when y'all lose. And it's not for malicious reasoning. We just want the best for y'all. You think we don't want to buy jerseys? You think we don't want to see y'all winning? Nah. Y'all winning make us happy. And when we happy, that mean y'all making more money. Knuckle up.
I like the track a lot, Jeff. Mm-hmm. Low key, kind of showing the necessary emotions of the moment.
I had to bounce back strong because last week was trash. Like I heard it, I was like, "Yo, what was I doing when I was approved this at first?"
Yeah, we didn't like last week. It was bad.
Yeah, I didn't like it either.
That was good though.
Damn, glad you owned up to it, Jeff.
It's accountability week. Jeff, you just say, I missed it.
Yeah, I missed it. I missed it bad last week.
All right. Voice of the Lions, Dan Miller joins the program next, and we're going to make some picks for all over the NFL. Shout out to Jeff's song. We'll try to get that played one more time before the end of the program. You're listening to BMitch Finlay. You're watching us on YouTube. You're watching us on Monumental. We appreciate you.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels' MRI and medical opinions this week revealed positive news that the dislocated left elbow will not require surgery and has no ligament damage. Georgetown and Maryland tonight at 6, Georgetown version on Bloomberg 99.1, and the Maryland version on Team 980. It's the first meeting between the Hoyas and the Terps since 2016. Wizards basketball live play-by-play tonight at 7 on the Fan against the Cavaliers. Bilal Coulibaly is out with a lower leg issue. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
That him on line one. BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Rihanna got the vibes going. We appreciate everybody watching us on the YouTube stream. We appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. And make sure you listen, whether it's in your car or via podcast or the app, wherever you are. We appreciate you. We're excited right now to go to Detroit, Motown. Talk to Mr. Dan Miller, the voice of the Lions radio play-by-play and sports director for Fox 2 in Detroit. Dan, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We good, brother. How you been, man?
I'm good, BMitch. Always good, man. Good to hear your voice.
What kind of team is Detroit really this year?
You know, I think we're still figuring that out. I think it's potentially a really good team. They're coming off a game that we really hadn't seen them play very often since Dan Campbell turned things around here, one where they struggled on offense, defense, and special teams. You know, if you'd asked me that 3 weeks ago when they were number one in the league in scoring and the defense was taking the ball away with regularity and no issues on special teams, I'd have probably given you a more stable answer. But look, I still think this is a really talented team that's figuring some things out on the offensive line where they lost a big piece in Frank Ragnow, lost another piece in Kevin Zeitler, and that thing's got to come together. But defensively, they're doing some things better this year than they did last year. Special teams, they've usually been pretty consistent. I think that was a bit of an anomaly, but you know, you're 5-3, you're 8 games in, you got 9 games to go. The NFC's all bunched up. You're trying to chase down Green Bay, so you got some work to do. So I think there's definitely some urgency to get this thing consistently headed in the right direction.
Dan, how surprised were you for the Lions last week to come off the bye week, be at home? Granted, it's a division game, and those are always difficult, but to lose to the Vikes, that was a fairly shocking result.
You know, it just goes to kind of teach us again, and I think we all know this, and then BMitch lived the life. You know, you think you know, and I really thought coming out of the bye, watching them at practice all week, talking to the guys, talking to the coaches, I thought they were going to come out and put on a game. I really did. And they came out and played one of their worst games. And it just, I can't tell you why it happened. I can tell you it has certainly, I think, brought some urgency to this team. And looking at it, I think they understand that so much of that was self-inflicted. You don't want to take away what the Vikings did. They took advantage of all the Lions' mistakes, and that's what you're supposed to do. But they just didn't play the type of football you have to play to win. And to your question, yeah, I was really surprised because we haven't seen them play like that. And I thought coming out of the bye, it was just, man, they were rested, they were ready, and I thought we would just see something much better than what we did.
Talking with Dan Miller here, sports director for Fox 2 in Detroit and the voice of the Lions radio play-by-play. Amon-Ra's having a monster season. Jared Goff is obviously playing at a high level. Offensively, the rest of the pieces, the guys you expect to make big plays. Jamison Williams, I know just because I have him in fantasy, it hasn't been kind of the year I was hoping for, or probably the year he was hoping for in what is likely going to be a contract extension kind of situation. Where is the Lions' pass game right now?
First of all, JMO, look, one of the big topics coming out of the bye, and everybody does their self-scouting when they the bye, and what do you want to do better, and what are you doing right, and one of the main things that was discussed was they needed to get him more involved. And you're right, it had been about a month where he had not been a big part of that offense, and they had not gotten the ball in his hands. And they did against Minnesota, and he had the long touchdown at the end of the game, and they gave him more opportunities than he had seen recently. So I do think they'll be working him back in, and it's just a guy that you need to get the ball in his hands somewhere. Because if he makes one guy miss, there's not many guys in this league that are going to catch him. So I think that'll right itself. I don't think there's anything more going on there. I actually talked with him yesterday. He's in a great place. I mean, he's matured so much. He is such a different person than the one that walked in the door when he was drafted. He's just an easy guy to root for, and just a guy that when you sit down with him, has just got a positive energy about him that is really refreshing. So I think that's a good thing. Laporta did some really good things in that game last week. The thing that's not clicking like it has in the past is the running game. It's not been consistent. And this team goes quite often as Gibbs and as Montgomery go, and more specifically, as that offensive line has gone. That offensive line has been the engine of everything they've done for the last 4 or 5 years. But you're missing Frank Ragnow, who retired. That's one of the best centers in the league. He got everybody in the right spot, and then he was a heck of a player when the ball was snapped. And Kevin Zeitler, as I think I mentioned a moment ago, left during the offseason as a free agent. So they've got some young guys in there, and Graham Glasgow at center, who's in his mid-30s now and is not what Ragnow was. So they got to see if they can get that running game going, because that really keys everything they do. Jared is one of, by numbers, the best play-action passers in this league, but if you're not running it consistently, that's not going to be anywhere near as effective. So I think that's kind of been the missing piece. Now, look, they're the second highest scoring team in the league, so there's still a lot of good things happening, right. But the standard is really high for them, and the consistency hasn't been there.
What is it? Like, you have the luxury. You have a power back and a guy that can run with the wind. But it seems like, even with Ben Johnson last year in the NFC Championship game, the coordinators get to a point where they'll run Gibbs, he's killing it, and then they just stop running him. Are they confused as to where we don't want Montgomery to get upset or something?
No, I do think that they try to figure out a way to get them both involved. And I do think they try to figure out, because, look, David's done some really good things for this team, and they're different types of backs, and I think they like the way that shows the defense different things. And I also don't think that they look at Jameer as a 20 to 25 touch a game guy. I don't think they want to put that on him. And I think they love the ability to split the backs and split the workload that they've had. And it has worked. I mean, you look at what they did, in terms of numbers last year, and the touchdowns those guys put up, and the yardage they put up, and the consistency they've had. But it's just right now it's kind of glaring because it's not working as well. And look, in that playoff game last year against Washington, they did kind of abandon the running game, and that was a big source of conversation here in Detroit, that they got away from what had made them successful. And believe me, that thing blew up into Ben Johnson was already out the door to Chicago and didn't care what he was calling, and none of which I believe. But it wasn't their best day for sure. They turned the ball over, and the defense was already on fumes at that point in the season. So, it's a delicate balance, Brian, that they're trying to figure out right now, where it's been much more fluid in the past. It's just not quite there right now, and they're trying to find it.
So, Dan, you brought up last year, and I got to ask, how much will that be on these guys, on the Lions' mind this game, knowing that Washington knocked them out of what a lot of people thought was going to be a Super Bowl run?
Yeah, I think it's there, but honestly, that game last week, guys, was jarring. It really was. It was one that I think hit this team hard, and I think that's much more on their mind than anything that happened last year. And they got to get right now and not worry about what happened last January. I mean, look, that was a blow. There's no doubt about it. And we could do the reasons for that. And I think if you look back at last year, they were, as you guys can understand, decimated by injuries last year. Best two defensive linemen, your best cornerback. You're missing 6 or 7 guys from your starting defense from the opening week. So, and if you look from the Buffalo game on, like the last 6, 7 games of last season, they were giving up over 30 points a game. I mean, that defense was just plugging guys in and just didn't have much left. And honestly, you saw that against Washington. They just could not stop Daniels and what they were doing. They just didn't have the bodies left to do it. So, it's a long way of saying last year stung, but I don't think it's too hard to figure out what happened. Washington was playing their best football. Detroit wasn't. And Washington went and won that game, and Detroit couldn't match what they were doing. But right here, right now, I'll just tell you, JP, I think this team coming off last week's game understands they have to deal with what's going on right here and right now. And like I said, I can't stress enough. I think that game was shocking to the coaching staff, to the players, because it's a game they just haven't played in a while, and they need to be significantly better than that to have any chance to get back to those dreams that they had last year and making them happen this year.
They have some injuries on their O-line right now, I think, as well. What is it that, I mean, every year it seems like a lot of injuries, but they still play well throughout. But when you lose your starters, it's hard to run the tables and beat teams that have a lot of starters.
Yeah, and Brian, but they won 15 games last year with the number of guys that they lost. I mean, there was a point, we were in the last quarter of the season, where there was not one guy left from the opening week too deep on their defensive line. They were all gone.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And they were trying to piece that thing together, and that they won 15 games. And look, they had that Week 18 game against Minnesota. A lot of people look at that and say, man, they held Minnesota to 9 points. Defense was cooking. It was 31-9, and they did some good things. But that game was in equal parts Sam Darnold being terrible.
Yeah.
And if Darnold, I still think they win the game, but it looks a lot different if Darnold hits a couple open receivers that he just flat missed. But offensive line right now, look, first and foremost, you lost one of the best centers in the league when Frank Ragnow retired. He just had a bunch of injuries that caught up to him. And that's the guy that was in the middle, getting everybody in the right position. Relationship with Jared Goff. Jared trusted the protections. He knew the line calls to make. So you're dealing with that, and then you got a rookie at one guard, and you got essentially a Mahogany, a rookie at the other guard who didn't play much last year, started a couple games towards the end because of injuries. So you're working those guys in. Taylor Decker's been in and out of the lineup, dealing with shoulder and knee injuries. Hasn't practiced a lot this year. And then Penei Sewell, he's usually the rock. He got nicked up a little bit in this past game. I expect Sewell to play. I expect Decker to play. You will have Coyote Awasika in there at guard, we assume, for Christian Mahogany, who's down. So they should have the bodies on that offensive line. It is just finding the cohesion week to week that has been difficult for them to do this year.
Talking with Dan Miller, the voice of the Lions. Also, watch him in Detroit on Fox Sports 2. You can give him a follow at Dan Miller Fox 2. Dan, I'm curious. I don't know that I've ever interacted with Jared Goff. I don't believe I have. I'm trying to think about it. But, I've watched him on the Netflix documentaries, and he does enough interviews and stuff. He seems like a super likable guy. What is Goff like? Because I think he's a damn good player.
Yeah, I mean, awesome player. You respect what he has been through, because when he got here, everybody thought he was done. Everybody thought he was a throw-in the trade. Everybody thought he was a placeholder until the Lions drafted a quarterback. And basically the thinking was when they got the 2 number ones from L.A. that the second one was just to take Goff's contract. But he had people in this organization that believed in him. And it was Brad Holmes, who was part of the Rams when they drafted him. But it was Ray Agnew, who was part of the Rams when they drafted him. And they believed that if they surrounded him with the right guys, that he could be the quarterback, and that's been the case here. And he's been outstanding. He's been one of the best quarterbacks in this league consistently for the last 3 years. And what you saw is exactly who he is, guys. He's not somebody that seeks the limelight. He's not one of those quarterbacks that's out there, looking to get a bunch of publicity. He's a really smart guy, dry sense of humor, fun to talk to, and a guy that this team follows, rallies around, because they know he will just get blistered out there. Not the most mobile guy in the world. He's susceptible to quite a few hits, and he'll get up, dust himself off, and just keep going. So he has become very much a fan favorite here in Detroit. The players love him, and like you said, he's a good dude, and he's an easy guy to root for. And his story of, coming back from what a lot of people thought was the end of his career when he got dumped by L.A. and rising to the levels that he is now has been a really cool thing to watch.
They did him a favor because he's been balling since he's been there.
Yeah, and they've built this thing well around him. They've given him exactly what he needs to work with. And it is a trade that I think worked out. Obviously, L.A. went and won a Super Bowl with Stafford. I think it's a trade that has worked out for both sides because it was over with Stafford here. And that's not anything against Matthew, who gave this organization everything they had. And frankly, they did not build a team around Matthew Stafford anywhere to the level that they have built it around Jared Goff. And, that's a different regime, multiple regimes that are now gone. But it was just time for Matthew to move on, and it was time for the franchise to move on. And it's really worked out well for both sides.
Dan, I'm curious, what, for like Lions fans excited about this game, what is the level of, I don't know, how much less excited are folks now that it won't be Jaden out there?
I don't think you can worry about it. But look, I can't stress enough how badly this team needs to win. They just played a quarterback in J.J. McCarthy who was starting his third game. And they made life way too easy on him. Gave him 3 possessions plus territory that resulted in 17 of their 27 points. Look, does it matter that it's not Jaden Daniels? Of course. He's one of the most electric players in the NFL. And we saw last year the way he can tear a team up. But you can't disrespect the guy that's stepping in there. I mean, look, Mariota has played a lot of snaps, started a lot of games, won playoff games. He knows what it is to be in this league. They understand the damage he can do with his legs, and they can't take anybody lightly right now. I mean, they didn't come out ready to play last week, so you can't really care who's lined up across from you this week. You got to be ready to go and give it your effort. But yeah, I mean, it changes the complexion of the game a little bit, but it's due because you need to go out and handle your business, regardless if it's Jaden or if it's Marcus or whoever it is out there, whether it's McLaurin or whoever it is. You got to be ready because they're coming at you. This is a desperate Washington team that's obviously in a miserable spot right now, and you're going to get the best they've got.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, they are certainly miserable. Dan, we're excited to see you on Sunday, and I just got a text from Malcolm Blacken, who you must know.
I do, yeah.
We love Malcolm. Malcolm must be listening because he just texted me. He said, man, tell Dan Miller what's up. That's a great dude.
I appreciate that. Malcolm and I used to do curls together. Maybe he would do them, and I'd
He was
watch.
curling you.
Right? Yeah. No, that's
Malcolm
obviously
does curls with Cadillacs.
Yeah, that's a big dude, man, and a really good dude. And we've had a lot of connections, obviously, and you got them now from guys that were in Detroit that are now from Lance and Brendan Sosna and guys that are in Washington that were in Detroit. So a lot of friends there, and look forward to making the trip.
Yeah, man, we're looking forward to seeing you. How do you think this NFC North shakes out? I mean, you got Green Bay at 5-2-1, the Lions at 5-3, the Bears at 5-3. I mean, some good football being played up there.
I think there's going to be a lot of attrition the rest of the way. I think there's going to be a lot. Look, I think you could easily see somebody's going to lose 5-6 games and win this division. I mean, the Lions won 15 last year, and they could, as Dan Campbell said today, be a better team at the end of the year this year and not have nearly that many wins. So, look, you need to get a win in Washington on Sunday, and then Minnesota's got the Ravens, which is going to be a tough game for them. Green Bay's got Monday night against Philadelphia. It's going to be a tough game for them. It's going to be a gauntlet the rest of the way. Yeah. And I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I do know this. There's going to be some losses along the way for all these teams, but somebody's just going to find a way to get a little bit hot and get an edge towards the end of the year. But it's going to be really tight. It's a tough division right now.
Yep.
We're looking forward to it. I don't know if you've seen this, Dan, but apparently President Trump will be at the game on Sunday. So give yourself extra time. That security's no joke.
I'm coming on the team bus.
You'll be good.
You'll be good. You'll get in.
We got a game plan.
You'll get in early.
I think you guys will be all right. Thank you for the time, Dan. We'll see you Sunday. Thanks, dude.
I appreciate it, guys. Always good. Thanks.
All right, Dan. Take care, brother.
All right.
You too.
Dan Miller, voice of the Lions. You can give him a follow at Dan Miller Fox 2.
That's a Doc's boy, man.
Really, really good dude.
Should they had Dan tell a Doc story. They traveled a lot together.
Oh boy.
It might be interesting, dogs.
Let's talk about what it's going to mean to have the president there. Not from a political standpoint, from a logistical standpoint. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Great news for Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels. He will not need surgery and does not have ligament damage in his injured left elbow. Frank Louvu met with NFL VP John Runyon today about hip drop tackles. Commanders captains for Sunday, Chris Rodriguez, Deron Payne, and Jeremy Reeves. The Colts have announced DeForest Buckner is placed on the IR with a neck injury. Bills running back James Cook with the ankle is good to go against the Dolphins. Capitals lost to Pittsburgh Penguins 5-3 at the Lightning tomorrow night. Wizards and Cavaliers tonight at 7 on the Fan. Bilal Coulibaly is out with a leg issue. Georgetown against Maryland tonight, 99-1 at 6 p.m. and Team 980 with Johnny Holiday's call at 6. Rich Shabotkin on the Bloomberg 99.1 FM call for the Hoyas. Not your path? Fast track your career instead. Continuing education offers in-demand, fast-paced job training. Train for tomorrow's jobs today at pgcc.edu. Register now. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Jeff, could you play this song in the club? People get hype?
You can play it in when we go to Spain.
Yeah, not in the club. They'll look at me like, hey, bro, what?
Tell them, Jeff, that's the new stuff. International.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Whether you're watching on Monumental or YouTube or just listening, we appreciate you. We just got news. I had heard this might happen. So weirdly, I had heard earlier in the week that Trump was going to come to the game, but that he wanted to hang out with Tom Brady at the game. And so then when Tom Brady and Burkhardt got switched to work the Niners-Rams game, there was some question if Trump was still going to come. Now we're hearing Trump is coming. Pat McAfee broke the news. And I just saw on Twitter from somebody. Who was it?
I should have told you yesterday. I knew yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I had heard it, I guess, Tuesday. But then I thought when Brady wasn't there, maybe he wasn't going to come. So this dude, Clay Travis, is like used to be a football guy. Now is like a politics guy. He says, White House source tells me President Trump will be at the Lions-Washington game on Sunday. He will sit in the owner's box with Washington owner Josh Harris. The halftime celebration will honor military veterans, and President Trump wanted to be there to see it. So I guess there's a halftime military situation.
Yeah.
Removing the politics from it, right? Like we have the governor on. We don't talk politics with him. We're not going to get into the politics of Donald Trump. However, from a straight up logistical standpoint, I would expect this to add some chaos to Sunday's game.
Yeah.
I recommend getting there early. And
very early,
and being prepared for delays. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I legit don't know how you. I mean, presidents go to ball games, right? Like it's not that crazy. I mean, he was at the Super Bowl, I think, last year, and that security's already nuts for the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Just on a straight up personal level. So where the press box is on the same floor as the owner's suite?
Yeah.
I think
it might throw a monkey wrench in some people's plans up there.
Well, dude, arguably from my working standpoint, the best part about Northwest Stadium is that it's easy to get downstairs because you can just take the stairs. All these the newer stadiums are reliant on elevators because the press boxes are super high up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing at the new RFK, the press box will be super high up and will be reliant on elevators. And I've told everyone I know in ownership to build a lot more elevators than you think. Elevators are the biggest issue at every NFL stadium, even something like SoFi that's brand new.
Yeah.
Elevators. Anyway, if Trump stays for the whole game, and who knows if he will or what the schedule allows, I very much fear getting downstairs because you got to go across that little walkway that's right by Harris's suite.
Yeah. Well, you can go out that back way and go down those stairs.
Yeah, back by the kitchen. And
yeah.
But
that was my quick spot all the time.
I do that all the time, but I imagine with the president there, there's going to be some fellas with earpieces shutting down the back way.
Well, that'd be the... He's not going that way, so they shouldn't even be concerned about that way.
Maybe they're concerned about who could come up.
If you are just blocked, if they can start from where the entrance into the press box is, can't nobody get that way.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, if I had to guess, there's probably half the people are excited about it.
You know what I'm happy about, Jay? I don't go to the press box.
Where you been watching the games?
I watch the game at everybody's suite, not in the press box.
Maybe I'll have to invade a suite this
Yeah.
week. Maybe it's a sweet week for me.
Yeah. Gotta always have a backup plan, homie.
Be looking around the NFL this weekend. There's some really good games. What is kind of your gut on some of the non-Commanders games? I mean, Falcons, Colts. Colts had their first kind of bad game of the season against Pittsburgh. Atlanta should have gone to overtime against New England. Kicker missed an extra point.
Well, you mentioned you mentioned that the Rams have issues with the 49ers. That game right there, I'm looking at that. They can't afford to lose to the 49ers. At this point, with the 49ers are hampered, and they're not.
I haven't looked. What do you think the spread is in that game?
Where is it at?
L.A.
L.A.?
But it'll be all Niners fans.
It's probably.
No, I'm sorry. It's in San Fran.
San Fran. So I'm gonna probably say 3.5, 4.
Rams are favored in San Francisco by 4.5.
Close, brother.
Yeah. That's an interesting game. I think all like the high profile games, Steelers Chargers is a good game. Eagles Packers Monday night's going to be a really good game.
Which Packers team you think shows up?
That's my only knock on LaFleur, dude, is when everybody talks about the Shanahan coaching tree from back here in Washington, McVay and Kyle Shanahan have established a stand. You very rarely get clunkers from those teams. Occasionally you get them, but this Packers with Matt LaFleur, far more clunker prone than LA or San Fran.
Mm-hmm.
Far more clunker prone. And that's what that was last week. I mean, I think you could argue the Packers have the most talent on their roster, 1-53 of any team in the NFL. Maybe some of that's on Jordan Love because when they tend to have bad games, it tends to be he has had a bad game.
Yeah, but they went out there and they invested a lot into that defensive side of the football. They got to stop people from scoring.
Let me throw a scenario out there for you. Tampa's hosting New England. New England's good. That's a good football team. Now, if Tampa wins, they get to 7-2. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
If Tampa loses, the Panthers are hosting the Saints. Saints are god-awful. They're starting that rookie quarterback who's like 29 years old.
Tyler Shook.
Cody Shook. Panthers are 5.5-point favorites at home in Charlotte.
All right.
Carolina wins that thing and the Bucs lose. They'll be tied.
And we never thought that at the beginning of the season.
No way.
Did not think that whatsoever.
What do you make of that Panthers team, dude? Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, nobody's talking about them because you got to realize they have a new coach around, and they've changed the way that they play and the mindset. And they also had some time. They've been bad for a while. So they got a lot of talent on their football team. And somebody has come in, and he's now rallied the troops, and he's getting them to play together.
I like Canales. I think he's the real deal. Now, Carolina can't go out and mess around and lose to New Orleans either. You know what I mean?
Can't. But you know what? That's a division game. You never know.
Sure. Terrible game for you, B.
Which one is that?
Ready for this? How much of Jets-Browns will you watch?
Probably about all of nothing. If something pops up on the red zone, I might see it.
How much of the 1-7 Jets against the 2-6 Browns do you think will even be on red zone?
They'll have a highlight. They don't care where the highlights come from on Red Zone.
Right.
They just put highlights. If somebody has a big touchdown or a big turnover, they'll put it on there.
Couple of big spreads this week. Obviously, Washington's a big dog. That's at 8 right now. The Seahawks are a touchdown favorite over the Cardinals. Biggest spread, though, is Buffalo going to Miami. Dolphins are getting 9.5 points at home. Is there a number that would make you take Miami?
No. Not against Buffalo. But then again,
division
stranger
game.
Things have happened.
Division game, and the Dolphins generally play Buffalo tight. White Brian, what are the big college games? Is Texas Tech BYU the big game this week?
It's not a great slate for college football.
I know game day is in Lubbock, right?
Yes.
What's the big SEC game? Bama LSU?
Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, LSU just fired Kelly. They're kind of dead.
Yeah, they might play much better now.
Yeah, they could respond. What is that line, Bama LSU? Bama by 9.5? I'm pulling it up. My guess is Bama by 9.5. It's so hard to scroll in college football because there's 8 zillion games. 10.5. I was close.
LSU better come out and play.
Who do your boys have? Vandy? Auburn about to get worked by Vanderbilt in Nashville.
I kind of like the interim coach bump. I think they're going to...
You don't like it for LSU, though?
Yeah, not as much.
He's a hater.
Texas A&M going on the road to play Missouri. That's kind of a good game. Miami has just fallen apart. The ACC, is the college football playoff still set up that somebody from every conference gets in?
Yeah, it's just they don't get a bye anymore.
Who would be the ACC representative if the season stopped today?
Virginia.
UVA?
Yeah, it's UVA and Georgia Tech right now, but Georgia Tech
Come
just
on,
had a terrible
all the
run.
aunties in the French quarters, put that voodoo on Alabama.
No.
Tired of Greg texting me Roll Tide.
I texted you Roll Tide, too.
Yeah, we're going to put that voodoo on y'all, too. Y'all lose this weekend, don't come looking for me.
Big matchup in New Jersey this weekend, B. Maryland Rutgers.
Yeah, that's the game of the week.
I'm surprised game day didn't go to Piscataway.
I saw somebody when I was riding the Peloton this morning from Piscataway.
Yo, sneaky good game. Oregon going to Iowa. Iowa's a tough place to play. The Hawkeyes are 6-2.
Yeah.
I'm sure Oregon.
How good is Oregon this year?
I think they're still pretty damn good.
The way that Indiana just handled them, they didn't look very good to me.
Remember when this would be a big game? Florida State going to Clemson? That is not a big game.
Clemson has fallen off.
UVA's got Wake. I feel like that might be a little letdown spot. Dude, you want to hear the ACC game of the week, B?
What's that?
Cal versus Louisville. Somewhere Dean Smith rolls over in his grave. How the hell is that an ACC game?
Prayers to Louisville. Wasn't that where that damn that plane was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
That was scary.
Navy, Notre Dame. I'm taking the points. I'm getting almost 4 touchdowns in South Bend. Give me the points. Yeah, it is not a great slate of college football. It's a good thing it's a great slate of NFL football. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. Wrap up the week. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way next. They're live at the Char Bar out in Reston, Virginia. They got a new JW Marriott. You been to that hotel yet? I bet it's nice. I know it's new.
Nah.
I think Lee did work on that building.
I'll find my way over there eventually.
I'm surprised that, Brian Mitchell wasn't at like the grand opening.
Nah, Jay, I'm not the grand opening type person. I like to go once everything's settled. Grand opening, they still trying to fix stuff, and I don't want them to be trying to fix it on me.
A little bit of news breaking that President Trump will be at the Commanders game Sunday. We'll see what that means for the rest of us. Let's hope it just isn't more complicated.
Yeah, get there soon. Get early.
Right. Give yourself plenty of time, man, because you drive around D.C., you know all about these, all about motorcades and how they back up traffic, and imagine
back the hell up.
It's going to be a lot of traffic backup on Sunday, man.
You already know how that is over there, so you don't want to get involved with that.
Right.
Go early.
I got shout out to our friend, I'm not going to name names, DC, who's offered me to go sit with him in case the press box is too difficult to get to with the president in the owner's suite.
Go hang, Jay.
I'll be all right. We going to be all right. Every day we make bets. We call it Heard It Here first. We figure out who has won the week. I think I took a L last night. Jeff, play the sounder.
Holla. Gather around.
White Brian, what do you got, buddy?
So everybody lost last night except for Jeff, which makes it a two-way tie between JP and Jeff for the week. But Jeff told me he won because he's cooler.
Who did Jeff take last night?
I was 3-1. Jeff wasn't 3-1.
He don't know how to do. Who did Jeff take last night?
I was actually 2-1, and I won last night. That's how I got 3-1.
Jeff had the Raiders.
The Raiders.
Damn. So I took the Raiders in real life, but I took App State. App State got smoked from the opening kickoff, man.
They're no longer like they used to be.
My Mountaineers did not get it done.
They're falling off.
Last night was not great. It was not great, dude.
I'll start thinking you the cooler.
I don't think I was 3-0 going into last night. Maybe you're the cooler.
Man, nobody want to hear that, man.
What do you got going on this weekend, B? Obviously, we got the game Sunday.
I'm going to be working this weekend. I'm at the game.
Are you going to the Spirit game tomorrow?
What time is it?
High noon in the District of Columbia.
Noon? I may do it. I got a bike ride in the morning, so I may hit the Spirit thing after that. Then I got to go to Baltimore. Well, if this team makes it to the finals, I'll go tomorrow as well. I go today and tomorrow.
B got a busy week.
Yeah, man, I gotta stay busy, man. I don't like to just sit around doing nothing, so I get in trouble.
You never are doing nothing. You are an on the move kind of fella.
When you got energy, Jay, you got to burn it, baby.
White Brian, you got any locks this weekend?
What difference does it make? He bets a penny.
Yeah, but I could put more on him.
Okay.
Give me a lock, White Brian.
Auburn plus 6.5.
That's not a lock. Auburn sucks.
You talking about Auburn is not a lock.
Auburn sucks.
Damn, B's just going hard at him. Auburn sucks.
You know it's the truth. And he only told you Auburn because that's his team. See, he bets with his heart. That's why he don't make no money. That's why he don't. I think that's why he doesn't bet a lot.
We have a statement from Commanders team president Mark Klaus on Trump's attendance Sunday against Detroit. We are honored to welcome President Trump to the game as we celebrate those who have served and continue to serve our country. The entire Commanders organization is proud to participate in the NFL's league-wide Salute to Service initiative, recognizing the dedication and sacrifice of our nation's veterans, active duty service members, and their families this Sunday. There you go.
Okay.
Give yourself time, people. It's going to take some time.
Yeah.
All right. Give me score predictions Sunday. Commanders, Lions, Jeffrey.
You want my fandom thought or my true thought?
Both.
If we come out there clicking, we smoking the Lions 28-21. if we come out there like the last 3 weeks, we might get smoked 31-7.
Damn.
White Brian?
45-23 Lions.
45 is a ton of points in an NFL game. This isn't the SEC where nobody.
I'm going with the young boat. 30-14. Commanders. Declan.
That's Dex says it's going to be
30-14.
Vegas has the total in this thing set at 49.5.
I think it'd be lower than that.
I think it's going to be. I think Washington loses. I think this game has a similar feel to the Kansas City game where it was one-sided, but not necessarily reflective in the scoreboard.
Mm-hmm.
I think like 24-10, Detroit. But I do think Washington has a chance in this thing. Like if I had to, I will probably not wager on this game, but if I was going to, I'd be taking the points all day. You can't give me more than a touchdown with an NFL team at home.
That's what most people would tell you. That was the gambling analysts say.
B, how about this? I missed this earlier. I guess the Jaguars are rebuilding their stadium. So next year,
But they building another city?
no.
Oh.
But Jacksonville is going to play in Orlando for a full season.
Look at that smile.
That's a happy boy.
In Orlando?
In Orlando. So they had
Is that like an hour or something away?
I think it's longer than that. They said
plus.
They said they were going to play in Gainesville at first and just work out
what
the schedule.
stadium
with
they
the
playing
Gators.
at?
They have a bowl game down there. I want to say it's the Camping World Bowl. Is in Orlando?
We were in that bowl one year. I was in Orlando for that game.
Who'd you got to play? Who?
We played some team. I can't remember it, but it was like kind of out in a little weird area.
I saw a World Cup game in the Orlando Stadium. Oh, we got to go.
We got to go, Jay. What
Grant
you
and
doing?
Danny coming your way. Jeff forgot to tell me. Grant and Danny coming your way next. They're at the Char Bar in Reston. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by AeroVironment. Built for defense, built for DC. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels will not have to have surgery on his dislocated left elbow. There is no ligament damage. Frankie Louvu met with NFL VP John Runyon today about hip drop tackles. The Commanders' captains for Sunday versus Detroit, Chris Rodriguez, Deron Payne, and Jeremy Reeves. Georgetown and Maryland tonight at 6 p.m. The Georgetown version on Bloomberg 99.1, Maryland version on Team 980. It's a big moment for Deshaun Harris-Smith, who transferred from Maryland to the Hoyas this offseason. Wizards basketball against the Cavaliers tonight at 7 on the Fan. Bilal Coulibaly will not play with a lower leg issue. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge. Built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. We are out and about for a little Friday field trip today at one of our favorite locations in the DMV. We're at the beautiful brand new Char Bar at the new JW Marriott in Reston, and we will be here until 6:30 for a Friday field trip. And this one's a little special, Danny. For the first time all season, we are giving away 2 pairs of tickets to see the Commanders and the Broncos Week 13 after the bye on Sunday Night Football. You got to be here to enter for those tickets right here on the table where we're broadcasting at Char Bar, JW Marriott.
I love this place. We are classing down the joint a little bit, right? It's a very high-class place. It's beautiful in here. Everybody's so nice. The food is unbelievable. The service is immaculate. And we're kind of lowering down. You know, like we're not permanent members of the country club, if that makes any sense. It's like, okay, for one day we'll let these guys, the rabble-rousers, in for a second, and then when we leave it, the classy quotient goes right back up. This place rules. Come see us. That's number one. Number two, how about giving away some foosball tickets? That ain't bad. Not too shabby.
They're just so nice to us here. They don't know that we don't belong here.
Right.
Or they do, and they don't.
And they pretend not to care.
Apparent.
Yep.
But they're very, very nice to us, and they'll be nice to you. So come on out. We will see you today. A hang with listeners ahead of the Commanders and the Lions and Week 10 football here on Grant and Danny. I want to get into the news on Jaden Daniels in just a minute because we do have big developing news out of Ashburn today. But a lay of the land ahead. Lomas Brown, Lions Radio Network, helps us scout Detroit. We'll scout the opponent as we do every Friday. That's coming up in 1 hour at 3 o'clock. What is Washington getting itself into this weekend? And at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we've got tickets for somebody to go see Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters live at Nationals Park this August. We're giving those away at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan. Danny, Thursday Night Football last night was brutal. I'm not one of these guys that likes to complain about football games being ugly to watch or unaesthetic, but my God, that was as bad and boring an NFL game as I can remember watching. It felt like work. I can't tell you how many times I had 2 screens going because the Caps were playing the Penguins. How many times I thought about just finding something else to do, to put on the screen. It was a 10-7 final score. The Broncos really had no business winning, and they accidentally got to 8-2.
That's what they do, 8-2.
What a vintage, as bad as it gets, kind of Thursday Night Football game that was.
When people complain about Thursday Night Football, this is one of their examples, right? Sometimes you get that, wild thriller where everything's sloppy, but it's still, entertaining. This was not that. This was sloppy, unaesthetic, gross. It wasn't, if it was a bad weather game, maybe you could say, hey, that's fun, that's 10-7. It just wasn't fun. I didn't have a good time watching it. Very rarely will I be, as you said, multiple screens going, looking for something else to watch. But that's exactly what I was doing last night. I was on my phone trying to figure out if I could, sort of scroll Instagram and find a food recipe with, a high fiber and good protein counts that I could eat it. I mean, I was bored to tears watching that terrible football game last night, man.
The leading receivers from both teams caught one pass. You know, is that kind
Yeah,
of
the pass that they caught.
But here were some of the specifics on Thursday Night Football. You had 13 3-and-outs. It wasn't great defense both ways. The Broncos have a really good defense. The Raiders' defense under Patrick Graham played well. But it was really bad offense that got you to 13 3-and-outs. 15 punts, including a punter accidentally dropping a ball, almost missing his foot entirely.
He forgot which foot he was. It would have been a perfect drop for his left foot.
3 interceptions, 2 missed field goals, a blocked punt, 8 sacks. And if you want to look just specifically zero in on the terrible Raiders, more than half of their drives did not go further than 2 yards last night. It was just awful football. But it's in the rear view. And now we get to look ahead to Week 10. And a Week 10 that starts off with really good news for Washington as they get ready to welcome fans back to Northwest Stadium against the Lions on Sunday afternoon. No longer nationally televised. This will not be America's game of the week, but still in the 4 o'clock window for a later day game over in Landover. Jaden Daniels did not suffer any ligament damage on that non-throwing left elbow when he went down and dislocated it. We already knew there was no fracture. Now we know there's no surgery, there's no procedure needed on that elbow. It's really hard to imagine, you watch that replay, that he avoided as many of the serious problems that he did. But, you know, we've said, is he durable? Is he not? Does he get hurt too much? Does he not? Here's what I will say about Jaden Daniels. He's Gumby. Like, remember when he got folded up?
Yep.
Last year at home in a game, and everyone thought he had torn every ligament against the Falcons, and he just popped right up like nothing had happened?
I sure do.
This is the elbow version of that. It's amazing to me that he avoided serious injury. The team, as of right now, Danny, is not even putting him on injured reserve, meaning they are leaving open the possibility, you'll hear from Dan Quinn in a second, they're leaving open the chance that he could come back as soon as Week 13, which is unlikely. But, my God, that looked like his arm would never be the same. And apparently, as of right now, what they said is he's a little sore.
I don't want to be hyperbolic, but I'm going to try my best to quantify this. I said earlier to you guys today that if you had given me 2 options, one option, after watching that injury, seeing it more than I care to see it, his left arm will never be the same again. He will have a Steven Strasburg-like experience where he won't be able to sit, stand, use it the correct way, pick up his future children, whatever. He will not have a fully functioning left arm. Or he'll play in a couple weeks. I've been like, well, it's probably he'll never have a fully functional left arm again after that gruesome of an injury. And sure enough, somehow, some way, he's so pliable, he's so, whatever spry, whatever words you want to use that are above my pay grade. It reminds me, remember when Bryce Harper got in a fight with the first base running down the line? It was like, well, that's all the L's. ACL, PCL, DCL, QCL, all the gone, exploded. Nope, totally fine.
Yeah.
After, it needed some rest, obviously, but came back in a few weeks.
That's one
this,
where
this is like that.
Youth's definitely on your side to some extent, but it's also just a God-given natural
That's what it is, man.
Fluidity thing, a body thing to some extent. But staggering. Now, this was something that we brought up early in the week, is if there's no fracture and no ligament damage, then it looks way worse than it probably is, which is so easy for me to say sitting on a very comfortable couch here at Char Bar at the JW Marriott out in Reston. But that's where we are, that it looks as though he's going to be able to come back way sooner potentially than we thought. Let's hear from Dan Quinn today when he addressed the news on Jaden Daniels.
Well, let's start with just, I thought it was a good process to go through, like all the players do, get, second opinions and getting all the information, of what to do and how to do it. So I thought the guys nailed that. Dr. Nunziata ran point on that, but, consulting all the people, and Jaden was involved with that as well. So it's a good deal with no surgery. Obviously, that makes a big difference. We have an injury not to have to go down that road. I hope to give you guys an update after the bye week about where he is and where we go from there. But after that, I'll give you an update on where it's at, and we'll give us a couple weeks to get to that space.
So Dan Quinn kicks the can down the road on timetable of a return. After the bye week means you play the Lions this week, you fly to Madrid early next week, you play the Dolphins next weekend in what will be week 11. The bye week is week 12. And then that Week 13 game is actually the game we're giving away the tickets to today, where you welcome the Broncos, currently scheduled for Sunday Night Football. Possibly you get flexed out of primetime. We'll see how the season's going at that point. But we've got 2 pairs we're giving away out here at Char Bar. You can come on out and register to win today. But that would be Week 13. So he's saying, I'm going to update you after the bye week. Normally they don't do that on Mondays post-game. So my guess is somewhere in that 17th to 19th of November range, about 10 to 12 days from now, Quinn will address the plan with Jaden Daniels. Do you bring him back right away as soon as Week 13 against Miami? Does he need another week or two? It would seem to me, though, that if he's not a possibility to return against the Dolphins, you would just put him on IR right now, because you could take him off short-term IR after missing 4 games and bring him back Week 14, Week 15 for the final stretch of the season. By not putting him on IR today, doesn't it make you think they believe he might not have to miss 4 games?
That's the impression that I get. I'm sort of doing the backwards counting math, kind of the same way you did.
What other implication would there be?
Well, that's fair. There's no other implication. There is, however, the recent past of the mistake they made, where Terry McLaurin should have been on IR and wasn't because he missed enough weeks, where they think they got a chance, but I guess there's no harm in keeping him up. If you think he's coming back and then it turns out it takes an extra week or 2 or whatever.
They also did that with Noah Brown, by the way.
Yep.
They missed the boat on both guys in terms of IR versus weeks where they could not be taking up a roster spot. Now, it doesn't matter that much because it's not like that roster spot is a Hall of Famer coming
exactly
here
right.
to change the season.
But to drill down, just to clarify the point, I think you're right. It's their view that we think he can come back. And that's why they're not doing it now. They don't want to eliminate the possibility of that 3rd or 4th game that he wouldn't be able to play, which is just unbelievable that that's even on the table.
Yeah, 2-parter to the story for me. The first, which we've kind of addressed, is what an amazing thing.
Unbelievable.
How staggering is this guy's ability, seemingly, to avoid the scariest situation? I mean, remember when we were awaiting word on the knee, and then we were awaiting word on the hamstring, and now we're awaiting word on the elbow, and every single time it's been almost best case scenario in a sense. So simultaneously, if you're going to do this conversation that a lot of us are, and you're going to have the dialogue about his durability and the number of injuries piling up and all that, fair, reasonable. Anybody who shouts you down is probably being unreasonable. But I think you also have to acknowledge with each of these injuries, something about him has allowed him to avoid what looked really, really bad at the time.
Yep.
And what was feared as possibly being way, way worse. So that's amazing. That's the number one takeaway here. Number 2, I think the conversation that you then have to have is, how should they handle the return and what should the plan be? What does it mean for the rest of this season that as of right now, internally I'm sure they've got some idea of what they want to do. They're not going to say it yet. But are they waiting 2 weeks to see, post-bye week, you lost to the Lions, you beat the Dolphins, let's take a peek at the standings and see where we're at? Is it as simple as if you win somehow, some way against Detroit this week, then you're probably in a pick'em game against Miami and you go 2-0 and the season's back on? Now there's all the more reason to bring him back? I guess that's what I want to know is, when he says, I'll update you in a couple weeks, is it that's when we're going to have more information on his elbow and know when he's going to come back? Or are they waiting to see whether or not it's worth bringing him back based on the year they're having?
I think it's the former, but again, I wouldn't put the context of it all past them. And I guess what I mean is, you go, if we somehow shock the world here this week, right? If we do something insane and beat the Detroit Lions that nobody thinks we're going to do, and then you've got a winnable game against Miami, you could, quote-unquote, have that sliver of a season still. Again, they're still in a terrible place in the NFC. Still in an awful place in the NFC, simply because of all the games they've lost, their record, how poor it's been, et cetera. They basically have to have a run at the end of the year where they win all their NFC East games and Philadelphia has to collapse. I'm literally viewing it that way. I don't know that they are. They're just kind of waiting around until they're mathematically eliminated, if it's scenario 2 that you laid out. But to me, this is Jaden Daniels needs work. He's our guy. The instant he's safe and eligible and able to come back and protect himself and so on, that's the plan. And I think that's it. I think that's governing their thinking. That's me basing that on what they've done earlier this year, where they were judicious, cautious, maybe said, slow down there, buddy. I know you're chomping at the bit. You're going to take an extra week. We're going to make sure you're right.
So it would feel nuts to me if Daniels played in Week 13 against the Broncos in a showdown with fellow second-year first-round pick Bo Nix. But by them not putting him on IR, I guess it is a possibility still. Toby, you just flashed something to me that Khalil Mack suffered a serious elbow dislocation as well, but avoided ligament damage, and we now know what his timeline looks like.
Yeah, so he hurt his elbow in week 2, and he was back by week 7. Now, he was placed on injured reserve, so he had to miss the 4 games, but it looked bad, everything that you saw with Jaden. You remember some of the talk up, like, oh, my gosh.
His season's over, yeah.
And he was able to come back in just missing 4 games. So, potentially, Jaden could come back in that sort of time frame as well.
In that timeline here would be 3 games and a bye, which gets you to week 13 and to Miami, which is, again, that's wild to me. Based on everything that we were thinking.
I just can't believe it.
It's staggering.
I can't believe it.
Here's something else I can't believe, though. And every now and then, like we used to do a segment, and maybe we could bring it back. Am I on crazy pills, I think we called it? And I cannot understand why I seem to be saying something that is so divisive or polarizing or creating vitriol. I think I'm saying the sky is blue. I think I'm saying soda's delicious. And apparently I'm not. I'm going to tell you exactly what I tweeted that led to a bunch of blowback here because I want to be specific about it. I said, after the news came out on Jaden Daniels, if the Jaden Daniels timeline is expedited, as it seems it will be, he's going to be able to make several more starts this season. That's huge. I never understood the argument that he shouldn't be brought back at the end of the year anyway. Of course he should be. Young players need to play football. He needs to get the time on the grass. He's missed valuable practices and games this year. When he's healthy, he should be playing. Now, in this hypothetical that I'm about to reference where Jaden Daniels comes back and plays, the obvious point is that he is healthy. You don't rush him back. You don't get him back at 90 or 79%. This is not a, if we had a playoff game this weekend, he could go, but we're going to hold him out because he's not quite right. No. What I'm saying is, if Jaden Daniels is a healthy quarterback on your roster, as soon as that happens and you've got games left, Jaden Daniels should be playing football. Now, if it's the last week of the year, if it's week 18, game 17, and that's when he gets healthy, and you've got 3 linemen out and no receivers because McLaurin has now already packed his bags for wherever because he's still hurt and Deebo Samuel's not playing. I'm not a crazy person. I could have that conversation. But what I'm looking at is the possibility where he could actually get 5-6 games or 4 games or something like that in. And yes, let's say mathematically you're next to eliminated or you're not going to make the playoffs. That has no bearing over his recovery to me at all. This is a second-year player who needs games. He needs, I'll quote his offensive coordinator, time on task, who needs time on the grass, who needs reps. Are you a young player? Are you a young player at the hardest position in sports? You know how you get better? You play. And everyone's like, you got to protect him. They can't protect him in pass protection. None of his injuries have happened in the pocket because they can't protect him in the passing game. Their offensive line's completely healthy and intact right now, all 5 of their projected starters. I don't know what I'm saying that is incendiary, but people think it's the craziest thing I've ever said, that a healthy Jaden Daniels should return as soon as possible.
So I'll do my best. Okay? Keep in mind I'm doing my best.
Do you agree with that point?
That which one? That he should play when he can?
If he's healthy,
yeah.
He should, at no point should they sit Daniels this year while healthy to redshirt him for September. I don't understand that.
If, Brady of a few years ago was coming back from something catastrophic for a team that was going nowhere, I'd go, yeah, you could sit him. What's the point? Right? And now he'd probably want to play, and sort of that's that. But, an old veteran quarterback that's, doesn't have this track record, I could have a conversation that it's actually more enlightened for people to say, hey, let's hold off and not rush him back and not have him play.
I wonder if there's even a precedent, though.
There isn't.
Of a fully healthy starting quarterback, franchise QB, second contract guy, star quarterback type player, getting back to health and his team kind of going, well, we have a bad record, so let's just wait till the next season. What? I don't even understand that.
It's not done, but I think that somebody would be an innovator to sort of do that and say, this is pointless. I'm not going to risk anything. We'll get a better draft pick. We know he's our guy. But no one will make – that's just not the culture of football. To me, the best argument is they can't protect him. He's running around because he's not protected. And whether it's his fault, the Lions' fault, the play design's fault, whatever, he wasn't hurt on a play in the backfield. He was hurt escaping a free rusher. Now, whose fault is that? I don't know and I don't care. That's what he's walking back into. That's the best argument that I can come up with is we right now have a track record of somebody that is not protected, whether that's in the pocket, outside, his fault, coach's fault, player's fault. I don't care.
Right.
He's been hurt so many times. He's taking too many hits. That has to change, and until I feel confident that that's not going to happen again, I maybe will hold off on playing him. That's the best argument.
Right.
I think.
The issue with the argument is that was one game where they had a high pressure rate like that. That has not been the norm this season. The Seahawks are really good, and it was a matchup that didn't go well, and he got pressured on half of the snaps, to your point. But that's not how the season's played out. This is not one of the worst pass protection offensive lines in the league. And then secondly, the free rusher, that was not a breakdown. That was not some situation where all of a sudden Josh Connerly forgot who he was blocking. That was the design of an RPO, where you're reading that guy to hand the ball to the guy going downhill or making the quick throw outside to Deebo Samuel or whatever. Now, he made an incredible play to make the guy miss, and take the play call to task, say that it shouldn't have been put in that predicament. But the idea that, like, he's been pressured on half of his dropbacks in other games or that's the norm this year, it just isn't.
It's not. But defenses are teeing off on them. Everything's downhill. Terrible defenses are getting right against them. It's a matter of time when everybody realizes there's no threat, and if you've got no outlets that scare anybody, there's going to be more free rushers. And it's not going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, football's going to happen. You got to play football. There's a football season that goes from September to January, and there's 17 games during it. And when you're healthy, you go out and you play football, and you get better, and you improve. If they had this, like, perilous offensive line situation, I would buy it. Like Mike Shanahan, many, many years ago, back in...
It was the end of
2013, yes.
Didn't play Griffin because...
Benched Robert Griffin after 13 games. Now, what he said publicly was, we can't protect him. We don't want him to keep taking hits. Really, the problem at the time was actually that Griffin was taking hits by holding the ball, and he had regressed to a point where they're like, he's not seeing it. He's taking too many shots. We got to get him out of there. But the public point was, and everyone took the meat and ate it, and it was delicious, was like, we're saving this guy, and we're redshirting him for the rest of the season so that he goes into the offseason healthy, essentially. But really, they just benched him to try somebody else. But if we want to pretend like that was the reality of why they did it, that's kind of what people are looking for, I guess, is like, let's just sit him until the start of next season. Man, I don't know how you can watch this season play out and go, you know what would help him is to play less. After a summer where they opted not to have him throw a single pass in the preseason, where he's had, Cliff talks about it every week, not enough time in practice with his teammates, one of the biggest reasons for the offensive woes, basically. Now, will coming back for 3 or 4 games make him put him in a better spot going into year 3? I don't know. I would think so. I think his development benefits from it. But, like, could he still have an incredible year 3 and start off fast and great in September of next year if he doesn't play again the rest of the way? That's very possible, too. I just don't know how much of a precedent there is and why that would be a hot-button thought, that the healthy franchise quarterback should play in the games. And this is not a hypothetical of, like, a game at the end of the year. We're talking about if, let's say, in
a month plus,
week 15 with, like, 4 games left, you can bring him back and he can get 16 developmental quarters of football in a fairly low-leverage way where the game result doesn't matter a ton. But we could take calls on this. How should Washington handle the return? And what do you think Dan Quinn meant when he kind of kicked the can past the bye week? Do you think they're waiting and seeing what happens against Detroit and against Miami? Or do you think it's as simple as just getting more information on the elbow, seeing how he heals, and when he's right, he's on the field? 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. We're at the Char Bar today out at the JW Marriott in Reston. We've got 2 pairs of Commanders-Broncos tickets we're giving away. You got to be here to sign up to win the raffle for those. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Good news for Jaden Daniels today with the dislocated elbow. It's not going to require surgery. He won't be placed on injured reserve as he didn't suffer any ligament damage. He's going to be reevaluated after the Week 12 bye. Hockey last night, the Capitals fell to the Penguins 5-3. They're back in action tomorrow on the road against the Lightning. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Cavs. At home, NBA Cup, 7 o'clock tip-off. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. College hoops, a big one locally. Georgetown taking on Maryland in College Park. 6 o'clock tip-off for the Terps call. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. For the Hoyas call, you can hear that on Bloomberg 99.1. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's a good deal with no surgery. Obviously, that makes a big difference. You have an injury, not to have to go down that road. I hope to give you guys an update after the bye week about where he is and where we go from there. But after that, I'll give you an update on where it's at, and we'll give us a couple weeks to get to that space.
That's the head coach, Dan Quinn, of your Commanders as they get ready for the Lions, trying to avoid what would be a fifth straight loss and falling to 3-7 on the season. Grant and Danny welcoming you back. We're at Charbar today. We're out in Reston. This is a beautiful establishment. This place is awesome. JW Marriott. So this is the restaurant and bar right down next to the lobby. But I got to tell you, this is a place your boy will be frequenting. The wife texted me today. And she was like, send me pictures. She's like, oh, that's beautiful. I want to come over there. I said, come on over.
Yeah, we got a guy.
Now, we have way too many children, so that's not going to happen this afternoon. But it will happen
That's
at some point.
That's like a Grant and the wife thing, not necessarily Grant and all your kids.
I think so.
Yeah.
That's going to be the plan if
Yeah.
we could swing it.
Yeah.
Other thing we're doing today is we're giving away Commanders tickets.
2 athletic contests against the Denver football outfit. They're 8-2. Who knows? That'll be important to them, obviously, as they come marching towards a potential dethroning of the Kansas City Chiefs in that AFC West cutthroat. So, yeah, that's after the bye week for Washington, giving away those tickets. You got to be here to enter. That's all the only stipulation. You got to be here. I'm looking at the box. What's in the box? Entrance. You got to enter right here at this box that I'm pointing at.
Far be it for me, as a gentleman who covers a team that's lost 3 straight games by 21 or more points,
Okay.
to throw shade at another team. But the Broncos, who they play in that game, we're giving away the tickets to. After last night, I'm thinking they might be on fraud alert. They have a great defense. Bo Nix is not playing well. I thought that was one of his worst games he's played in 2 years probably last night. But look at who they've beaten. When you actually dive into it, they've beaten a 1-8 Titans team led by Cam Ward, who's having a really bad rookie year. A 2-7 Giants team with another rookie quarterback who makes a lot of mistakes in Jackson Dart, and did in that game, by the way. And that game, they had to come back by 20-plus points in the fourth quarter. 1-7 Justin Fields-led Jets, terrible on offense. That was a 13-11 game.
13-11 game.
They beat a 3-5 Texans team that was quarterbacked most of the game by Davis Mills by 3 points. A 2-7 Raiders team, Geno Smith not throwing the ball well. And then Jake Browning led Bengals, who are 3-6. So their wins are against 3-2-3, 1-2, and 1-win teams. And where's the quarterback win there that impresses you for this elite defense? I just don't know how good they are, that's all.
Their only quality win, and they have one, is at Philadelphia, on the road in Philly. That is a good win. That's a good win for anybody. I know the time of year that Philly wasn't playing their best, but still doing what they did, that was impressive. Other than that, they've trailed in every game. Offensively, they've looked like they've never met each other at times. Now, there have been rallies, and you give them credit for for the comebacks and for some of their late game heroics, but it doesn't look sustainable. I'm with you.
But let's get back to the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. That is the task at hand today as we get ready for the Lions in Week 10 on Grant and Danny. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream every single day. Of course, you can listen wherever you are on the Odyssey app and rewind and pause the show. What is their plan going to be with his return to play? Dan Quinn saying, we'll update you more after the bye. So they're they're buying themselves some time. Through Detroit, past Madrid and Miami. He won't make that trip clearly, so he can recover, you would imagine. And then on the other side of that, getting ready for the Broncos, they're going to update us. And maybe they say, well, he's going to practice this week. And maybe that's why I didn't put him on injured reserve. I think this should be really, really simple. Slow play the recovery, and when at a glacial pace he is fully healthy, whether that's for that Broncos game or a week or two after that, as long as there's 3-4 games, a couple of games left in the season, the healthy quarterback plays. There's not a whole lot more thought to it. It's super simple. This is how easy it is if you're Dan Quinn. You go to the doctor and you say, is he 100%? And when they say yes, you look at the schedule on your desk and you go, oh, we have a game this weekend. And then Jaden Daniels plays in it.
With it, pretty simple. To me, it would require him to get through a week of practice. And we did this dance before. But I don't want to do he's on his way back. He's limited on Wednesday, limited on Thursday, did a walkthrough Friday, but would have been limited if I want none of that crap. When he's coming back, he's Jaden Daniels on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the whole way through. That would be my last hurdle prerequisite just to, not to play semantics with you, but I do think that's an important
I agree to those
distinction.
terms. Let's have a full week of practice leading up to the game.
Yeah, I'm not doing if it was a playoff game, he'd go. They're going to try to ramp him up and see. I think that's the same stipulation we had from before, and I think we could all agree to that. But, yeah, I mean, to me, the game is meaningless, more or less. I think they'll be eliminated in a matter of seconds. This is about his development, and that's the most important thing. It's more important than any veteran, more important than any coach, more important than any executive. What's best for him is to play some football and get those reps.
Let's go to the phone, see what the people think at 800-636-1067. Matt is in D.C. to get us started on Grant and Danny. Matt, great news on Jaden Daniels. He is avoiding surgery, and he could be back sooner than later, it sounds like.
Yeah, are we sure he can't play this week? No, just kidding. What I would like to see, remember back in the day, early Russell Wilson, and he's a mobile quarterback, he's small, he's all this stuff, and he pretty much was never going to get hit. Like, he had that thing that, he'd scramble around, but the first sign of trouble, he gets down, he gets rid of the ball, he goes out of bounds. With Jaden, I remember game 2, year 1, you could see some talent, but he was still sort of feeling his way. And he got completely wrecked in his sternum by some giant to where I thought, his little rib cage was probably shattered, and we'll see it next year. He pops up, he goes back into the game, and from that moment on, something seemed to click, and he became very efficient, and we went on this little run that went through whatever. So the main thing from Jaden is that he needs to understand, get down, get out of bounds, unless it's to get into the playoffs, win the Super Bowl or something like that. You don't get hit.
Appreciate the call. I think it's a smart point largely. Here's the only issue I'll take with it. The play is an example where he just got hurt with his elbow was not him taking a hit. The take a hit convo is like, here comes a guy, you're getting walloped. That was a very routine tackle by a defender who gets you from the side, and most of the time that's just a tackle where you get slung to the ground. That was not dangerous until your plant elbow kind of caved in on itself. That wasn't a take a shot. But to his point, I've got these numbers because I saw him floating around this week. This is the most hits on a quarterback since the start of last year in 2024. Jaden Daniels, who's missed games, is number 1 on that list at 322 hits on the quarterback. So that includes, I'd imagine, hits in the pocket after a throw, being tackled, like every time he's getting touched. 322. The only guy close to him in the entire league is Jalen Hurts of the Eagles at 318.
And I think his numbers are heavily weighted because of tush push, because of sneaks, and
how many
like
tush
that.
pushes are there? 30?
Yeah.
40 of those? I mean,
2 or 3 game?
Over
right?
2 seasons. So if you take tush pushes out of it, I'll bet you he's in the 280s or 290s or something. Mahomes is 293. Point being, Jaden Daniels is kind of in a class of his own in terms of how many hits on the player. And that's not just a Jaden stat. That could be a pass pro stat, a Cliff stat, play calling, all those things. But I think if the caller's point is as simple as, I'd like him to get hit less, I'm not going to argue with that. I just think it's one of those things, and I go back to when we had this same conversation about 10 so many years ago, it's so much easier for us to say, just don't get hit. in this incredibly fast, violent game as a dual threat quarterback.
I co-sign that. I would also say when you're down 31, you shouldn't be in the game anyway, in my view. That's my own editorial. Let's not fight that right there. Let's get out of the pocket. You escape danger. Let's throw it away. Let's do
it's
something.
An RPO. Let's hand it off.
Totally fine. Let's do something that avoids danger. To the caller's point that I think is the most salient, there are moments, again, playoff game against Tampa Bay, where you're running that ball, the defensive player has a fistful of your jersey, and you're barely able to escape. You're diving forward for the first down. That's the right thing to do. Yes, it's first down time in the postseason. But game one of the preseason, the only time you drop back to pass, you're dancing around and you knife through the line of scrimmage. You take on a couple shots at the goal line. Nope. That's what I'm getting rid of. That worked out fine. But that set the paradigm for the whole season. We're not taking hits unnecessarily anymore. And there's got to be some way to get that in.
I don't think anybody would, and certainly nobody should, disagree with that. Time and place. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. The Commanders today said, we'll let you know in a couple of weeks, but they didn't put their quarterback on injured reserve, meaning they think he's going to come back sooner than later. And the news is great that he's not having surgery and there's no tears, which means this could actually only be a couple more weeks. What do you think the return to play eval and conversation should sound like over at the facility? That's the question on Grant and Danny live from Sharbar and Reston on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant Paulson for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m., FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, they're all designed to bring a little Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 DC time, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Back live at Shar Bar and Reston at the JW Marriott. We're Grant and Danny. Come on out. We'll be here until 6:30 tonight. This is a great place for your happy hour. I would recommend the smoked old-fashioned, but I'm just a boy. What do I know? There's a lot of great drinks. There's a lot of great options, and the food's amazing. The cool thing is, when we're here, we order lunch generally, and it's really delicious. But then at other points throughout the show, we'll just get these little treats that the chef sends out.
Little treats. Sometimes it's a giant chocolate football. Other times it's just incredible little Kobe beef sliders, little cheeseburgers.
There were 27 of them-ish.
There were.
On a plate that were sent out to us. And now I don't know where the plate went, but there was nothing left on the plate after one commercial
Just
break.
vapor, just rabid animals gnawing at stuff. We're gross.
Rams head coach Sean McVay said Harrison Mevis, a.k.a. the thicker kicker, will be the kicker on Sunday against the 49ers. Have you seen this guy?
I have not seen him.
I'm going to spin this picture around for you here. So Joshua Carty of the Rams has missed kicks throughout the season, 8 of them, by the way, to the point where they were auditioning kickers. And they're going with this very portly kicker. Look at this guy.
No, that's a lineman.
This offensive lineman, he looks like a D tackle, honestly.
He really does.
Do you remember the hefty lefty, the Pillsbury throwboy, Jared Lorenzen?
Yes.
This is the kicker version of that. The Rams
Like
are
that
going,
dude's enormous.
He's got to be, I don't know, 325, 330?
I mean, he looks like an interior defensive tackle that doesn't care about body fat percentage and is there to eat up some space from the 1990s.
I'll bet you he has such a leg. Because the only other fat kicker I can remember is Sebastian Janikowski. And he had, I mean, he could, like in today's NFL, he'd make an 89-yard field goal. You know what I'm saying? Like he just had a ridiculous leg. Let's get back to the phones. Jaden Daniels avoiding surgery. The Commanders not putting him on IR. What do you think the philosophy is with kicking the can down the road a couple of weeks? Are they going to wait and see where they're at? Or do you think it's as simple as when he's healthy, they're looking to play him? Let's go to Carlos in Alexandria on the Fan. What's up, Los?
Oh, it's a great talking to you guys. It's a great show again, always. I will remind you that Tom Dempsey was not exactly a svelte individual.
He was not trim, no.
Different world.
No.
By the way,
Yeah.
Toby just flashed this guy's bio. Is it Missouri?
Missouri?
At Mizzou. You know what he's listed at, Danny? 243.
I almost
What are you allowed
cursed.
to say?
I almost
Yeah.
cursed. My hairy hind parts.
If-
Wrong.
If he's,
No.
If he's 243, I'm 7 foot tall.
That guy's a biscuit sandwich away from 330. 243, no.
If he has a big lunch, he's 337.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All right, what do you got, though?
All right, I 3 very quick points. Were the Commanders in contention when Alex Smith came back?
Yes.
Ish. I mean, not mathematically eliminated, I think.
Oh, do you mean the first time, like when he played against the Rams? It was early in the year.
No, after he almost broke his leg off.
Yes, because they made the playoffs that year. That was the Ron Rivera
Okay.
season where Heineke started.
Right, and there was a lot of this talk then. You know, is he ready and all that sort of stuff. That's an aside. My main point is he's the only quarterback. Our quarterback is the only quarterback with double-digit carries per average. He's got twice the number of carries that Pat Mahomes does, who probably is the best running quarterback. Would you agree at his generation?
Lamar,
Lamar maybe, yeah.
Lamar's good too, but the point being that's 85 times a year that a 250-pound linebacker's got a shot at him, ostensibly in open field if he's not sliding and all that sort of stuff. That's the other point. But I think you guys are missing a really big point here, and I agree with you, Grant, that they as soon as he's ready, he should come back. I equate this to a pitcher coming off Tommy John, where there's a psychological element after a gruesome injury like this. And I think that's part of the equation going forward.
Smart.
He's got to get back on the field.
I had not thought about that. It's an interesting point. Thank you for making it. Yeah, I mean, whether it's now or then you have a whole offseason to think about it, I guess you can cushion the blow with training camp or preseason games or whatever. But, yeah, there probably is something to getting back up on that horse. But his point about the fact that he runs more on average, it's not designed runs. He has the highest scramble rate since he came into the league. He leaves the pocket to run a bunch. And I'm not a person that thinks that he needs to not do that ever. Would you like that number to come down? I think it naturally will year over year and as he gets more comfortable living in the pocket. But to tell him not to run would be to tell Sinatra not to sing with a deep voice. I mean, it is part of what makes him so special. He can win from the pocket, and he's this incredible athlete. And you got to let him be an athlete, too. But I think what you said last segment, Danny's key. Let's time and place this thing with the hits. Let's make sure that we're making really good decisions. Stephen Fairfax, you're on the Fan. How are you?
Hey, boys. How are you guys? I think one big factor is that nobody's really talking about is the status of Cliff in the offensive staff. Now, I'm all for it, 1,000%. If Cliff is going to be here next year and the offensive staff is going to be here next year, get him those reps. He needs it. But what if a monkey wrench gets thrown into this and Cliff and some of the offensive staff is not back because they got a job at Cincinnati or wherever? I think it's around this time of year or when he's going to be coming back, it's going to be the time where whispers are going to be starting to come out that, Cliff is going to be the hot candidate or so-and-so is going to be the hot candidate. And he's not going to, if he ends up leaving, he's not going to leave alone. He's going to take people with him. So, yes, I think the snaps are 1,000%, needed, but at what risk if at the end of the day Cliff is going to end up leaving?
So I smell what you're cooking here, but I can't worry about what jobs Cliff might get in the offseason and have that deal with this season.
It's not going to be a factor for me.
What's fixed by not having him play and then Cliff leaves?
We also
are
have
you
no
better
way
off?
to know.
I don't know that.
How could you possibly know in week 12 or 15 or even 17?
Right.
Cliff was wanted by the Saints and could have had that job and said, nah, I'm good, I'll stay here. How could you possibly know what the interview process is going to hold? Thanks for the call. Lomas Brown, Lions Radio, helps us scout Detroit ahead of Week 10. They are invading Northwest Stadium on Sunday afternoon. How does Washington pull off the upset? Where are they susceptible? Let's scout the Lions next.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels update today. Coming back from the dislocated elbow. It's not going to require surgery as there wasn't ligament damage, so he's not going to be placed on injured reserve. He'll be reevaluated after the Week 12 bye. Yesterday at practice, Jaden obviously didn't practice. Terry McLaurin didn't practice. Trey Amos, Quan Martin, Tyler Owens, and Colson Yankoff were all limited. Hockey last night, Caps fell to the Penguins 5-3. Back in action tomorrow in Tampa against the Lightning. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Cavs at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off can hear the game right here on The Fan. College hoops, a big one locally. Georgetown going on the road to take on the Terrapins of Maryland. 6 o'clock tip-off for the Terps call. You can hear that over on the Team 980. For the Hoyas call, that'll be on Bloomberg 99.1. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back to the Char Bar in Reston. We're at the JW Marriott. It's brand new. It's beautiful. You should come on out here and say hello. We'll be here until 6:30. We've been out here a couple times this football season, and as the day goes on, people get out of the office, happy hour gets going, this is a spot. So you'll want to come on out and hang with us and have some fun today on Grant and Danny. We are taking you up to 6:30. We're getting ready for the Commanders and the Lions. The show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm, Condori and Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Lomas Brown's going to join us in just a couple of moments to scout the opponent. We're going to check in on the Detroit Lions and get to the bottom of the year they're having. Juxtapose it with their last couple of seasons becoming an NFC power because they've become one of the best teams in football. Start of the show, we were discussing Jaden Daniels, though, in the news. If you're just joining us, that he does not need surgery, and it sounds like he could actually be back sooner than expected. But he won't be playing Sunday. Marcus Mariota will. What are he and his teammates in for? Let's get to the bottom of the Lions. Lomas Brown helps us break down the Detroit Lions. He is a part of their radio network. He's on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning product in the DMV. Lomas, thanks for joining us in D.C. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys today?
Well, we're fine now.
Doing all right, yeah.
We're a little anxious, a little nervous about Sunday. It's, we are very much now suffering from a little PTSD over the last few weeks with 4 straight losses, 3 of them by 21 or more points. And here comes Dan Campbell, who's been throwing darts at pictures of the Commanders since January.
We're kind of calling this back in Detroit. It's kind of the revenge game because of what you guys did to us last year. So we're going to have a lot of Detroit Lions fans that going to invade the D.C. area this weekend. But I tell you what, after that loss that we took against Minnesota, the guys are kind of chomping at the bit to get back out there.
Yeah, this is a double whammy. I almost wish they'd won by 50 last week, and maybe we're Cadillacing, but they're starving on both ends, Lomas. I still think of this team, talking about Detroit, as one of the top-tier teams in the NFC, a Super Bowl contender, but they haven't been as consistent in behaving that way. Just kind of give me your 30,000-foot view on this year's Lions team.
Yeah, the biggest thing is, and you guys know this, man, you give a team, you give these defensive coordinators a year to plan against you, they're going to come up with different and exotic ways of planning against our team, especially offensively. And what we've seen so far is because we haven't had the threat of going deep against teams, now you're seeing teams having 8 men up in the box, and it's stopping our run game. And as you guys know, everything we do offensively is predicated off the run game. So when we don't get the run game going, Jared Goff doesn't have the play action passes, and we just don't look crisp. And plus, along with the fact that we're breaking in 3 new linemen in the middle of our offensive line, that hadn't helped this year so far either. So I think offensively, we have been disappointed with the output that we've been doing, and that's what we kind of been hanging our hat on these last couple of years, being able to put up 30 points against teams, and we just haven't been able to do that consistently all year long.
So how is it possible, Lomas, that they haven't been able to push the ball down the field? With a guy like Jamison Williams, one of the fastest players in the league, part of that offense, Amon-Ra St. Brown chewing people up in the middle of the field, Laporta underneath. Why hasn't that been a part of their offense?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, again, that's the question we're trying to answer around here. And I know a lot of it is falling on Johnny Morton's shoulder, the new offensive coordinator. So a lot of that is falling on their shoulders. But I just think we just haven't been able to make the necessary adjustments. And some of the adjustments we have to make is if you can't get the ball on a 20, 30-yard throw downfield to J-Mo, then you have to devise other ways. Jamison Williams, you have to devise other ways of getting the ball in his hand. Maybe some slant routes, maybe some quick screens, and let him see what he could do after he catches the ball. But we just haven't been able to do that. And I don't know if we've made this concerted effort not to go downfield, and Jared has just been trying to spread the ball. But we've done enough where defenses now, like I said, they're rolling up one of their safeties in the box because they don't have the fear of us going over the top of these guys.
Scouting the opponent with Lomas Brown, who hasn't played in a couple decades, but I think you could have a good day against this Washington defense if you stretched out and got yourself in maybe a couple wind sprints before the game started, Lomas. Give me your assessment of Johnny Morton as the OC. Ben Johnson, pretty big shoes to fill. He's doing some work in Chicago now, obviously, but it's, again, the offense is still really good. The standard is so high, though. Second in the league in points. We're used to pretty much, 40 a week and 500 total yards. It's been up and down, mostly up, but still not quite what we're used to. Give me your Johnny Morton take.
Yeah, I love Coach Morton. I love him because he's an old school type of guy, and he wants to run the ball. But again, a lot of times, like I said, you're running up against 7, 8-man boxes. And when you don't have that success, especially early on plays, and I think that's the other thing that's kind of hurt us on first and second downs. We're not as efficient as we normally are, so we find ourselves in third and long or third and unmanageable downs and everything. But I like Coach Morton because he's a guy that wants to run the ball. I think some of the time last year, Ben Johnson kind of got away from the run, and it kind of hurt us. Where you have John Morton here that he wants to consistently run the ball. But again, like I say, he's running up against these 8-man boxes, not having success on first and second down, and then we're not being able to sustain these drives by converting on third down. So I just think it's been kind of like a snowball effect. When you're not doing one thing good in one area, it kind of has a tendency of affecting you in other areas.
Lomas, interestingly this week, the betting line has shifted a point toward Washington, not Detroit. And I wonder how much of that is about the offensive line. The case I've been making in town, while I think the Lions will win, is I could see the Commanders finding a way to dial up some blitzes from the interior against this front. I mean, there's going to be potentially, you have to tell me, Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell, the tackles, will either of them play? I know you've got a guard that's out, so you've got a fill-in guard, 74, really struggled on tape last week. Center from last year is not there. Now it's Graham Glasgow, who hasn't played at the same level. Kind of feels like this line is right for the taking this week.
Yeah, and don't forget this now. A lot of that pressure, too, was because of our running backs. I mean, they really, really put a zero on Jahmyr Gibbs. And every time Jahmyr was back there, it seems like Brian Flores, the great defensive coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings, he was sending that A-gap pressure and Jameer wasn't able to handle that. So I think that was something that they might have seen in film study leading into that week, and that hurt us because you guys know it's not all about the offensive line in pass protection. Your backs have to be able to step in there and have to be able to provide some protection too. And we just didn't do a great job either with the offensive line or with our backs back there trying to stop that A-gap pressure. And the other thing you guys know, this is a copycat league. If they see one team have success against you a week earlier, you better believe you're going to see it again. So they should be expecting a lot of heavy A-gap blitz from the Washington Commanders this week.
It feels like, and Lomas Brown with us here on GED, it feels like this defense is banged up again, and that was kind of their undoing last year in dropping that game to Washington in the postseason, and it feels like here we are all over again. Just, Abe, what's your thoughts on the defensive injuries? It feels like there have been moments, though, where they've been really good. They've gotten a lead, and they're flying around, they're hitting people, and they look awesome, and then there are other times where they look pretty susceptible. Kind of give me a state of the union on this defense and maybe address those injuries, if you would.
Yeah, I do think Calvin Shepard has done a great job with what he's had to work with, because you're absolutely right. We've had to deal with injuries for the most part of this season. I think the only good thing for us is because of what happened last year with all the injuries we had, with 17 guys going on IR, 13 on the defensive side of the ball alone. I think it's prepared him for this, and we're more prepared to deal with these injuries. But you're right. I mean, getting the Lean McNeil back was huge for us, I think. And then you look at some of the guys, Terrion Arnold was able to come back. We got Brian Branch back off suspension. So I thought those things were huge for us on the defensive side of the ball. And hopefully it seems like defense right now is carrying our team. So I think we should be all right on the defensive side of the ball, but Dan Campbell always preaches complementary football, offense, defense, and special teams. So right now, to me, the defense seems like it's been carrying this team, and I give Calvin Shepard, our defensive coordinator, I give him a lot of credit for taking guys that he's basically had to get off a practice squad, being able to put them in a position to have some success.
Let's talk Aiden Hutchinson for a moment, Lomas, because he's one of the best players in the National Football League. He's leading the NFL now in pressures. His pressure rate in the fourth quarter is the best in the NFL as well. He puts games away. He makes huge plays. This is going to be a potential DPOY. How should Washington try to take him out of the game, and have other teams been successful at doing so?
So the thing I've seen what teams have been doing against Aiden is, one, he always seems to have a tight end over there. So that makes him have to widen out because of the tight end. Whether the tight end chips him or not, just the presence of a tight end makes him have to get a little farther away from the quarterback. But the other thing that I've been watching teams do is they don't block Aiden, especially on some of the run plays, because he's so aggressive. He takes himself out of plays. Even some of the pass plays, they'll let him get upfield and just dump the ball over his head. So I've seen teams don't block him, and then when they have to block him, you're seeing him. I don't know what his double team rate is or the chip rate, if that is a stat, but it has to be high because you'll see guys double team them when they have to. But the thing I've seen the most is that some teams, that, like I say, don't even block Aiden Hutchinson. They'll let him take himself out of the play because of his aggressive nature. So that's what I've been seeing to kind of neutralize him. But all in all, he is a great, great player. And the one thing about him, that his relentlessness is contagious. You see other guys get out there, and they give that same effort that Aiden Hutchinson gives each and every play.
18-year NFL veteran, Lomas Brown, kind enough to break down.
18?
18 years, man.
Damn.
18 years. Yeah, that kid went off to college. 18 years from the 80s into the early aughts, bro.
Now, Lomas, when I think of you, I think of the New York Giants. I don't know how you feel about that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I had some good years. Think about it. That's when I got to my first Super Bowl. Even though we didn't win it, I got to my first Super Bowl. So it took me 16 years to get to that point. And the other thing, don't forget, I was teammates with Dan Campbell on that team, on the Giants team for 2 years. So we got a long history going back there.
When you were teammates with Dan Campbell, did he ever come up to your locker and go, in 2025, man, we're going to go after Washington's ass because they whooped up on us in the playoffs, brother?
No, he didn't say that. And you know what else he didn't mention? He didn't even mention about biting kneecaps and doing things like that. So I didn't even hear that back in the day.
I have joked all week that if there's ever been a coach that quite literally has a poster over his bed of the final second of that game or whatever, it's him. I think a lot of guys are like, oh, we're on to the next season, whatever. Is there legit venom? I mean, to circle back to where we started the conversation, it just seems to me like Dan Campbell would put the commander's helmet scattered all around the facility all year, counting down to Penn State playing against Ohio State or something with just a countdown clock since August.
I mean, he doesn't have a choice because I'm telling you, the fans have been talking about that since last year. It was such a bitter taste in our mouths because think about it. You go 15-2, you get the number one seed, you're set to host the NFC Championship game, and you get knocked out in the first round, and deservedly so. I mean, Washington came in there, you guys came in there, and y'all kicked our butts. Jaden Daniels was magical that day against us. So, yes, I know Dan is going to have those guys ready. I'm quite sure they watched that film over and over again from last year, and there has to be some type of revenge factor factoring in there because, like I say, it was such a bitter loss that fans are still talking about it this year. And like I say, I heard so many fans saying they will be in Washington, D.C. because they're calling this the revenge game.
Oh, thank goodness that's happening.
Can't wait. That's fun.
Yay. That'll be exciting for one of the teams. So, Lomas, let me get back to big picture here, if you don't mind. I still think Detroit wins this division. I know that's not a popular opinion right now because where Green Bay sits and, Chicago's everybody's kind of darling. And, this past week against Minnesota, I still think the ceiling's the highest. I just think it's a matter of time that they get there. Do you buy what I'm selling there, or do you think someone else ends up winning it?
Oh, I'm buying it 100%. I think, like you say, talent-wise, I think our talent is up there or better than any of the talent in our division right now. Again, we tasted winning the division the last 2 years. I know these guys want to win the division and actually have their sights on doing a lot more this year. We know what we have to do. We have to take care of home field, but I think we have to be one of those teams that wins the division so you could get a home playoff game because our home field advantage is such an advantage for us. So, yes, everything is still ahead of us. Even that ugly loss to Green Bay, the first game of the season, we feel that everything is still ahead of us. And we feel that once we're playing at the level we know we could play at, we are the best team in the NFC North. So I'm buying that 110%.
Lomas Brown, Lions Radio Network. It was a great convo. Sad to hear that you guys are ultra motivated and now coming off of a loss, but who knows? Hey, the spread has moved in Washington's favor. I like that a little bit. Thank you, Lomas.
Take care, fellas.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Good. That was a lot of fun. Lomas Brown with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What a lengthy career. He reminds me of
Ray Brown?
Exactly right. Yeah. The other of the offensive linemen with the last name Brown.
Pretty grueling position.
He was
played
playing
for a long
at
time.
39 years old for the Bucs.
You sleep on how good he was for the rare good Detroit Lions teams in the early to mid-'90s.
Him and Herman Moore?
Yeah. Some guy named Barry something or other. I can't remember what his name was. Running back's pretty good. But he was an all-pro a couple times. When they didn't win before that, didn't win after that for a long time. But they won. They had like a 12-win season, a 10, 11-win season in there. They were really good. They got robbed in 91 by somebody, though, in the NFC Championship game. They kicked their ass. Oh, I can't remember who it was.
Probably a really good team.
A really good team. Maybe one of the best teams ever. Maybe.
They go on to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that caliber.
Bet you they looked really good doing it.
Yeah, good uniforms, yeah.
We should bring those uniforms back around these parts.
Am I right? Come on.
Who's feeling the heat this weekend? We're going to get into that next on Grant and Danny. We are out and about today. We're at Shar Bar in Reston. We're going to be here until 6:30, so as you get out of the office, come on by and see us. Also, by the way, we're giving away and raffling off Commanders tickets. We've got Commanders-Broncos tickets for the Week 13 game, 2 pairs. You got to come out to the event today, fill out your name for a chance to win live on The Fan.
Good news for quarterback Jaden Daniels today, as he's not going to require surgery on his elbow. There was no ligament damage. He's not going to be placed on injured reserve. He'll be reevaluated after the Week 12 bye week. Yesterday's practice report, Jaden and Terry did not practice. Trey Amos, Quan Martin, Tyler Owens, and Colson Yankoff were all limited. Other injuries around the league, Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin and running back Bucky Irving are going to be out on Sunday. Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson and wide receiver Kayshon Boutte are going to be out for New England. Hockey, the Capitals fell to the Penguins last night, 5-3. Day off today. They'll take on the Lightning tomorrow. Basketball, Wizards taking on the Cavaliers as part of the NBA Cup at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game right here on the Fan. And a big local college hoops game today. Georgetown going on the road to take on Maryland at 6 o'clock for the Terps call. You can hear that over on the Team 980. For the Hoyas call, that'll be on Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back live and resting at Char Bar. We're Grant and Danny. You're locked into the Fan. This is the restaurant and bar at the brand new JW Marriott. Come on out and say hello. We're going to be here until 6:30. And if you're a Commanders fan and you want to go see the Commanders and the Broncos, we're giving away 2 pairs of tickets. You can fill out a chance to win those tickets. We're going to raffle off 2 winning opportunities for you today, but you got to be here to put your name in our box.
Pretty simple, right? You fill out the requisite paperwork, which is like, what's your name? You know what I mean?
Maybe an email?
Maybe like, how do we get in touch with you if you win? That's basic stuff. You put it in the box. Someone's going to go, what's in the box? Then you take it out, and then you win, potentially.
3:45 will win off the field at 4 o'clock. We got tickets to go see Foo Fighters right here on Grant and Danny today on the Fan. It is time, though, to get ready for Week 10 and to look ahead to some of the matchups in the NFL. There are 3 great games in the NFC this weekend, by the way. Like, the top of the conference is going to get restructured a little bit with some of these tilts. How about these games? Number 1, you got the Rams and the San Francisco 49ers.
Here we go.
In the NFC West. LA is 6-2. San Francisco 6-3. Right now, the West is the only division in football where there are 3 teams with 6 or more wins, because Seattle, which may end up winning this thing, and for me is the most complete team in the league at this moment, is also a first-place team at 6-2. San Francisco has survived a ton of injuries. They still aren't getting Brock Purdy back just yet. I like the Rams the best of the 3 because of the QB situation, with Stafford playing at an MVP level. But I think Seattle's defense is better than LA's. After the trade they just made for Rashid Shaheed at receiver, they're actually my favorite of the 3 teams. But Rams 49ers is going to tell us a lot. LA looking to avenge an earlier season loss to San Francisco. Imagine if San Fran beats them, gets to 7-3.
7-3.
With a tiebreaker and a half-game lead.
That division is awesome, and Arizona is also there. But, yeah, these other 3 teams are really, really good. San Francisco, how they're doing this is unbelievable. They're 23rd, a Kyle Shanahan offense with Christian McCaffrey and the weapons. Now, most of them haven't been available for most of the season, to your
Mac
point.
Jones led with no wide receivers.
They're among the bottom 10 in terms of points, but somehow they are doing this. They're winning these gross, ridiculous, whatever kind of games. And again, they've been buoyed by the fact they have one of the easiest schedules in the league. Not easy this week with the Rams in town, but these are, they've got so many winnable games that might be able to make it up on the back end. Having beaten the Rams earlier, that's so massive towards their effort to be a postseason team, but maybe win the division.
Their defense is great, and Robert Saleh's coaching that defense.
That's
back
right.
in San Francisco after his respite to go coach the New York Jets.
Indeed, his brief hiatus.
They don't talk about that in San Francisco, I don't think. They just talk about the bread in the sandwich, which is him being a really good DC out west. But also, Fred Warner got hurt, remember?
Yeah.
That was while I remember watching the game while I was in Milwaukee for the NLCS. So that was back in the middle of October.
Mm-hmm.
He's done for the year with a really serious injury. I think that happened in the Dallas game. But, yeah, a bad look for the Niners with an injury that, like the rest of them this year, seems to have not really forced them to pay the piper yet, that they're making it work. Another great game in the NFC. And how about this? This rarely ever happens. Monday Night Football is going to be an awesome matchup. Philly in Lambeau to take on the Pack. Eagles 6-2, Packers 5-2-1. Now Green Bay is fascinating. they're either the best not very good team ever or the worst really good team ever. I'm not sure which it is yet. They lost as a 13-point favorite to the Browns. They lost as a 13-point favorite to the Panthers, and they tied the Cowboys as heavy favorites as well. Tucker Kraft's their best playmaker, now out for the year. Run game hasn't been very good. I worry about Green Bay in a loaded division. I don't know if they are what we thought they were back after blowing out Washington and getting to 2-0. Their defense has certainly faltered since then. But this is a show-me spot for both them and the Eagles as far as Philly goes, Danny.
100%.
They just made big-time trades. They brought in 2 corners. They're bringing Brandon Graham out of retirement up front. They are a lot better than they were on paper going into their bye based on the additions. And they've won 2 in a row. They got right against the Vikings and the Giants, and now they're playing the Packers.
Yeah, they played with their food a little bit like some of the true contenders did. Think about Buffalo, who didn't look as good for the first 4, 5, 6 weeks. Same with Kansas City. Now they hit the ground running with the Eagles' case. Again, we kind of kicked dirt on them way too soon. With Green Bay, it's the opposite of the scene in The Departed. When Leo's sitting in there and he's like, yes, sir, I think I do. No, you have no idea who we are. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you know. I have no idea what Green Bay is. I can't figure it out. Now, I've seen them be excellent first 2 weeks, a Sunday to Thursday. So really it was 5 days. They were awesome. Maybe the best team in football through the first 2 weeks. So what? New Orleans was that last year, remember, before it all came crashing down. And since then, it's been a lot of, where's my excellent Jordan Love? Now, the numbers are fine, even pretty good in a lot of cases. Where's my dominance? Where's my defense that was so unbelievably nasty for the first couple of weeks? Where are you guys? There have been great moments, certainly, but there's also been huge letdown moments where I cannot quite figure out who they are. I still think they're good, but that's why I picked Detroit and not them to win that division.
It's funny, my buddy just texted me and asked me, what is your take on Jordan Love? I love Jordan Love, but I also acknowledge he makes one seemingly excruciating error every single week, and it's not always an interception. Like he just leaves meat on the bone more often than he should.
Now, again, 71% completion percentage, 13 touchdowns, 3 picks. People could look at that and go, what are you talking about? I'm just telling you, when their offense can't score, you're going, could you just do something?
But if I could build a quarterback in a lab, it would be
That's what
Jordan
it looks
Love.
like, yeah.
27-year-old, 6'4", 220-pound athlete. Like, this would be the guy. Likes to stay in the pocket and make throws, but is athletic enough to be slippery when he leaves the pocket. This is the guy I would build. And he's young. He's getting into his prime. There's still a lot of improving he's going to do. This is only his 3rd season on the grass, and he has gotten better and better. Completion percentage is a career high. Touchdown percentage is the lowest it's been, but his pick rate is also the lowest it's been. So I think he's taking fewer chances. They might need to turn the faders up on that just a little bit as they go here. But, yeah, for the Eagles, by the way, before we move on from this game, I just want to say I've been begging for more under-center offense for Washington, more traditional play action, some boots and things. I want to open up the middle of the field for some easy button throws for the quarterbacks, which aren't a part of this offense. They also weren't a part of the Eagles' offense at all. The last 2 weeks, they've become this under-center operating team 40+% of the time. They had not done that at any point during the Jalen Hurts era, and it has completely opened up their passing game. So I would, if I'm Cliff, I'm in the lab on, this is a shotgun, pistol, play action, out of gun almost exclusively type team. What are they doing? How did they do this with a quarterback that rarely ever went under center? Because they started to about half the time.
Good nugget.
The last 2 weeks, just something to think about. One other game, and I'm calling this an NFC game because there's a good NFC team involved. But as far as the really interesting NFC power structure here, Patriots, Bucks, 7-2 New England, 6-2 Tampa Bay, in Tampa at Raymond James Stadium. The Bucks are 2.5-point favorites. They should win this game. The Patriots feel like a bit of a pretender. They're 7-2. It's a very much 2024 Washington-like, super light schedule, but they have won 6 straight games. That's hard to do in this league.
Yes, it is.
I don't really care who you're playing. They bludgeoned the Panthers, who are over 500. They beat the Bills, the one signature win everybody gives them credit for. They struggled with but got by the Saints. They pummeled the Titans. They destroyed the Browns. And then they survived, should have lost to the Falcons this week, didn't play very well. But they got that win. But they're actually whooping up on bad teams. If they're going to be taken seriously, this is the week where you go, we are actually good. We've played 2 good teams, Buffalo, Tampa Bay, and we've beaten them both. So this is a huge spot for them. Meanwhile, for Tampa Bay, they have just 2 losses. They're 6-2. You get a win here before the toughest stretch of your schedule. Bills and Rams upcoming. You're 7-2, sitting pretty. And now you can bogey some holes if you need to in the NFC South.
Yeah, Tampa's dealing with their normal slate of injuries, by the way.
Bucky Irving's out.
Mike Evans injured reserve. Jalen McMillan injured reserve. As you already mentioned, Bucky Irving out.
I saw that Keshawn Booty from the Patriots, who's like their top receiver down the field for Drake May, also out in this game.
Oh, I hadn't seen that, so good nugget there. But even still, Tampa does what Tampa has always done, it seems like, under Todd Bowles. Under the radar for whatever reason. Maybe we forgot about him because of the bye week, but really consistent, really well coached. Baker Mayfield, this 3.0 renaissance of him has been a marvel. But for New England, I think you said it very well. What a cementing win this would be, right? Because everyone's kind of going, yeah, but with them, right? It's nice, it's cute, it's adorable. You beat up some bad teams. That's nice. Good for you guys. This would be a great Mike Vrabel, feather in the cap, strut around, Vince McMahon entrance music type thing to go on the road and beat the NFC South champion, a team that, again, is kind of a sneaky outsider Super Bowl contender, talking about the Bucs if they ever got healthy. What a huge win that would be for New England.
So who's feeling the heat is the question then in the NFL this week. I'm going to throw a couple of options out for you, and then I want to see what you would add to this pile. I think the Ravens are feeling some heat.
That's my first answer.
They're 3-5. You can't have a let-up. They've turned their season around completely. Back-to-back wins out of the bye against the Bears and the Dolphins, and now you're a favorite against the Vikings this weekend. They've got to get a win. I just mentioned New England has a lot to be gained. I don't know if they have anything to lose per se, but if you're going to be taken seriously, you have to win this game, so there's pressure there. And then the one other team I'll throw out there would be maybe Kyle Shanahan's Rams, and Shanahan specifically. Sean McVay's Rams, and McVay specifically because you're playing your buddy Kyle Shanahan. And Shanahan-led San Francisco has worn the pants in that matchup. And you get that every time these guys match wits. There's a little bit of like a mentor-mentee thing going on. If you get swept by the Niners, it's just not a good look for McVay.
No.
Where Shanahan dominated him early in that series.
Those are good ones. Here's what I would add. The Colts, and most specifically Daniel Jones, a week after their let the air out of the balloon game. I mean, they're buzzing everybody, right? They're 7-1, kicking people's butts, best point differential, best this, best that, and they looked atrocious this past week, and Jones turned it over a billion times. A pretty good landing spot here in terms of a Falcons team that's not exactly playing particularly well, but still, this could be the beginning of your slide or a one-off where, okay, that's right, we are one of the best teams in the AFC if they're able to kind of rebound and play well. I'll have an eyeball on that game at 1 o'clock. Or excuse me, the morning game, 9:30.
Daniel Jones, 5 of the 6 turnovers for the Colts. That game's in Berlin, Germany, by the way, at Olympus Stadium. First time a game's ever been held there. So that'll be a pretty cool scene, good vibes in Berlin. Coming up on Sunday, that's a 9:30 a.m. East Time kick for the Falcons and the Colts. So there you go, your first look as we dive into Week 10 in the NFL. By the way, the Bengals have a bye at 3-6. Did a lot of damage to themselves this past week with a loss. They sure did. Other teams with byes this week, the Chiefs, the Cowboys are idle, and the Tennessee Titans, 1-8, who have already fired their coach this year, all have byes.
They could use a couple weeks off.
Football conversation today on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. You're listening to Grant and Danny live on The Fan from Char Bar today in Reston. Come on out. We'll be here till 6:30. Next, how are you winning off the field? Give us a shout. Let us know on G&D. Hey, it's Grant Paulson for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m., FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring the Friday energy. That isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour on Fridays with FanDuel every Friday, 6 to 7:30 DC time. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel.com/GP is where you're going. That's FanDuel.com/GP to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia, opt in. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. And then what happens? Oh, sure.
Yep.
Of course they do.
They're going to go right up, and then
How are you winning off the field? That is the question at 800-636-1037. 1067, 800 636 1067. You can watch us in high definition on the 1067 The Fan YouTube channel. Chat's hopping today.
The chat's bumping a little bit, yeah.
I see some people having some nice banter
There's
in the
banter.
chat. Of course, you can listen to us all over the DMV on the flagship 1067. We're on in Richmond right now as well, AM 910, FM 1051, and wherever you go, coast to coast, all over this very fine country. The Odyssey app, free and available, allows you to listen to this program. So, Danny, we got a winning off the field segment that we're doing for the people today.
That's right.
Not to honor ourselves or even our listeners that we love so much, but to pay respect to Bruce Allen, who once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
It's kind of felt like that a little bit lately.
Hasn't it?
Very Brucey with 3 straight losses of 20 or more.
Uniforms, the pregame ceremony, honoring Art Monk, a little bit off field.
They are whooping ass off the field.
Yeah, they're crushing it.
The social team's a 10 out of 10. Josh Harris's group.
They're like 7-2 off the field right now, would you say? Like 8-1?
You know, the culture
Bruce?
is actually damn good.
Bruce?
Honestly, off the field, yeah, I think 8-1 probably.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the L would be, but I can't give them 9-0.
Maybe like a beer price or something. Maybe
I
concessions
assume that
or something.
Something along the way.
Right, who knows?
We still never got to talk about how great the uniforms looked. And I just was afraid to do it because I knew everyone would just throw things at me as soon as I tried to talk about
Say
the uniforms.
something nice, yeah.
But my God, in person, if you guys were at that game, I know you can relate to this. It was a prideful, you mentioned like you thought maybe you'd be emotional. It was the first time I felt like I was watching the thing that I grew up loving since they rebranded.
Yep.
I was like, oh my God, it's the Redskins out there. Now, there's a joke to be made there as they lost by 24 points. I'm not going to make it, but someone else could make it. But they looked like the Redskins in the way of the uniform. And also, so anyway, Danny, let us know how you're winning off the field.
So this is, I think, kind of an amazing thing that happened. And I'll do my best to try to explain it. So my 7-year-old has a very busy day today. He's going to school, normal, right? It is, by the way, amazing that there is school today. It's a weekday in Fairfax County. They do have school, which is unbelievable. He'll go to school. He's got some soccer practice, even though it's November, so they're getting ready for a tournament in a couple of weeks. That's neither here nor there. He's going to soccer. Then he's going to a birthday party. All right? Now, all of this is out. We have farmed out his transportation to a good friend of ours, his buddy. They're going to go together, both to soccer and then to the birthday party. My assignment, I've got to get all the soccer stuff over to the friend's house. No problem. I also have to get a birthday present over there. Right? A kid's birthday. What do you buy for the kid's birthday? I don't really know what to do. I asked my wife 3 different ways. Like, this is weighing on me. I'm bothered by it. Hey, do you want me to get it? Do you want me to pick it up? Let me know if you want me to do it. I got a corporate appointment this morning. I can go pick it up. And she kept saying, don't worry about it. And I'm worried about it because the type of thing that I worry about that she doesn't treat it as a major mountain. For me, it's like the biggest thing in my life is that I don't have a present for this kid. Long and short, as I'm about to leave, right there in the hallway is a wrapped present for the birthday party. She did it. I didn't do it. All I did was drop it over at the house like I'm the big hero. I'm not. I'm a zilch. But I get the credit, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
Sounds like you're a hero to me.
Damn right. Who bought the present? I did.
I got one for you. So I don't wake up when my baby cries. I don't know how this is a thing.
Oh.
I don't hear the baby. I swear I don't. My wife probably thinks you hear it. You're just going to pretend to be asleep. My wife will say, did you wake up at all last night? I'm like, no. She's like, I was up all night. I said, you got to be kidding me. How many times did Lincoln wake up? She's like, 4 times. Not once did I hear him say a peep. By the way, he's 4 feet from my bed. I don't know how I do it. It's a gift, okay? Now, it's also it's called a gift that gets me in a lot of trouble with my wife.
Sure, yeah.
So this morning, I'm in bed. I awake to a baby crying. This is like at whatever time it was. I don't know, 6-something. And the baby's crying. My wife is somewhere else in the house with somebody else. And I pop up because I'm like, oh, no, I've got to get this. I'm going to help with this baby. And
I'm very helpful.
I'm going to be the hero. As I stand up, my wife comes like running upstairs into the room to grab the baby. And I'm like, oh, no, I blew it. She was already doing something else with another child. In her mind, there's a resentment now because I just laid here and didn't do anything with the baby when really I just didn't hear the baby. And now I'm popping up, trying to work ahead, trying to get some brownie points.
Right.
And she looks at me and says, thank you for cleaning up downstairs last night. Not only was I not in trouble, I was the hero.
My goodness.
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field?
Yeah.
And it's true.
Yeah.
I cleaned up a lot of crap last night.
Did you really?
I did. I got home. It was one of those nights where 95% of the time I'm like, how you doing? She's like, everything's great. Last night she's like, I can't do it anymore with these kids making so many messes,
I
blah,
get
blah,
it.
blah, blah, blah.
I get it.
And so I said, you know what? I don't have to just watch the Broncos and the Raiders punt back and forth all night. I can watch them punt back and forth all night while I clean some stuff up.
Let me ask you this. There might be a personal question here. Do you know how to clean the correct way?
So I'm an amazing cleaner.
You're good at cleaning. That's true.
But no is the answer.
Right.
Because here's how I clean. Trash gets thrown away. I think a lot of things are trash that no one else in the house thinks are trash.
Okay.
So is this like an object that is worth something that in 3 years, if we don't see it, everyone's going to be sad? If the answer to that is no, it goes in the trash. So I always throw too much away. And the other thing is, this is my number one move. I just put things in closets. I just don't want to see it. So if it's a coat, if it's a bag, if it's a purse, if it's anything, if it's a shoe, I have to throw it to the top of the steps. Now, there's just a mess at the top of the steps, but I'm not looking at it. I don't care anymore.
Right.
So I just move things essentially to other areas. And it looks silly right where I'm sitting so that I'm a great cleaner.
So you feel good.
Yeah.
I am not a great cleaner. I try very hard. So it's almost like I'd be better off not doing it at all because no matter what my best effort is, my wife's got to come do it. And so if I didn't do anything, knowing that I would do it wrong, that's not good because you didn't put forth any effort. Or the flip side, then, of course, is I did it, and then, like, why didn't you do this? I didn't know. I try so hard, and I can't get it right. That's my feeling about cleaning.
Somebody's having a smoked old-fashioned. Who is it? Who's having a smoked old-fashioned? I can't have the smoked old-fashioned, but I can smell someone else having it.
Oh.
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field?
Let's go to Nico, who is in Arlington. Hello, Nico.
Hi,
How
Nico.
are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
So my colleague and I were trying to close an NIL deal for a college football player. We didn't quite get the job done yet, so we didn't win on the field. But on our way out, the receptionist had a basket, probably leftover Halloween candy. He had fun-sized bags of M&Ms, little minis. My colleague got his. His hurting bag only had 4 peanut M&Ms. I opened up my glorious bag, and there were 12 peanut M&Ms. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field?
What a good
12
feeling.
to 4 ratio?
You got so many more than that guy.
Now, do you split them? Do you give them? You got 8 more.
No.
Do you end up going 8 to 8 there?
No. You enjoy your bag. You put it right up to your gullet and put as many in your mouth as you can.
Obama style, let me be clear.
Yep.
I know what you would do. You've never shared food in the history of the world.
Right.
But does one, not Danny Rouillet, does one say, hey, I hit the lottery, you didn't? If you go full Bernie Sanders on this thing, like, everybody gets 4 more. Or do you, what is the plan?
Yeah.
If I have 12 and you have 4, we both have 8.
For too long.
It's a little bit of a silly Bernie.
It's not bad. For too long, the peanut M&M has been the province of millionaires and billionaires, so we can't. No, I think
everybody
you
gets
eat 'em
a
all.
tapioca pudding.
Of course, that's what he wants to give people.
Well, that was like a thing. Some kid gave a speech years ago and did like a Bernie Sanders.
The tapioca pudding bit. I think you just eat all the peanut M&Ms, and it's your day.
You got it.
Your number came up today.
Because you won off the field.
Yeah.
We're going to give away some tickets next on Grant and Danny as soon as we return. Someone's going to get to go see Foo Fighters at Nationals Park. You better be listening. We're going to give those to caller 10 after we come back. And speaking of tickets, we're out here at Char Bar today in Reston. 2 pairs of tickets to the Commanders and the Broncos on November 30th at Northwest Stadium. You got to come hang with us, fill out a card with your name on it, and you could be a big winner right here on The Fan.
Winning off the field?
This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels, an update on his elbow injury. It's not going to require surgery, no ligament damage. He's not going to be placed on injured reserve and will be reevaluated after the Week 12 bye. Other injuries around the league. Jaguars wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. is going to be out for Sunday's matchup. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin and running back Bucky Irving are out. Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson and wide receiver Kayshon Boutte are out. Basketball tonight. The Wizards taking on the Cavaliers at home as part of the NBA Cup. 7 o'clock tip-off into the game right here on the Fan, and a big one locally in college hoops. Georgetown taking on Maryland in College Park. 6 o'clock tip-off for the Terps call. You can listen to that on the Team 980. For the Hoyas call, you can listen to that on Bloomberg 99.1 at 6 o'clock. You're busy. We get it. We offer online evening and weekend classes. PGCC works around your life, not the other way around. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
From Reston today at the Shar Bar, we're Grant and Danny. You're locked into the Fan. Come on out and hang with us. We'll be here until 6:30. We're at the JW Marriott. Just opened very recently. Beautiful new building out here in Reston. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair of tickets to see the Foo Fighters and Queens of the Stone Age take cover tour 2026. It's Monday, August 17th. The show's at Nats Park. For tickets, which are on sale now, and more event information, go to thefandc.com. This is all courtesy of Live Nation. Speaking of tickets, when you come out here to Shar Bar today, we're actually raffling off a pair of tickets, 2 pairs. We've got 2 winners we're going to pull today for the Commanders and the Broncos at home on the final day of November. So come on out and hang with us and try to win Commanders tickets.
American Legion Bridge.
That's
the one.
American Legion.
We're sitting here trying to think of it. I couldn't think of it. Grant couldn't think of it. A couple listeners couldn't think of it. We're looking it up. You guys don't understand the reference, and you shouldn't. It's the American Legion Bridge.
Well, the reference was it's not a real bridge.
Yep.
Everyone calls it a bridge.
Yep.
You don't notice it being a bridge. It feels like the Beltway.
Because it goes over water for a second.
Traffic is just inexplicably terrible there every single time. And, yeah, I think that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, it's like the Claire Barton Parkway and the George Washington Parkway are just like doing the mime mirror images of each other for several miles. They're just looking across at each other. They don't like each other. And it's connecting to them. It's super close. And it's very short. And that was the name of the bridge. No one could remember it. And we did. We got it. We did it.
It is time for your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Daniel. We'll cover college football and the Commanders. Let's start on the hardwood.
The Washington Wizards.
Varun Shankar, the Washington Post, covers the Wiz. They've got a home game tonight. Their court is going to look really weird because they're doing that NBA Cup thing. Varun, how has this gone over in terms of popularity with hoops people, with casuals, and give us a little preview of the Cup?
Yeah, it's a work in progress just because the interest for the Cup as a separate entity has not been there. And the teams that have won it have not really treated winning it as a matter of, great importance. I mean, the Bucks, I think, won it last year. And if you look at how the Bucks viewed their last season, I don't think that they would see it as a success despite that. And so there's room to go, especially with just the structure of North American sports and how different this is compared to that it's going to take some time for people to get adjusted to it and maybe value it the way that the NBA would like them to.
Keyshawn George has been awesome through 8 games. Of late, though, it feels like maybe a couple adjustments have been made. Maybe he's the top of the scouting report now for some of the opponents. What have you made of him here over the last week plus?
Yeah, it's been an adjustment for him. I think that you're seeing him deal with some extra attention from defenses. You're still seeing some of the stuff that he's done well, his patience in the pick and roll, his ability to make reads. And it's going to be a work in progress for him to now adjust to being someone that is actively planned for. I mean, I would think it's pretty clear right now that he's number one on the opposing team scouting report, like you said, and that was not the case last year. That was not the case to start the season, but now it absolutely is, and teams have adjusted to him, how does he adjust back? I think that he's shown some signs of being able to continue the success that he's had in the early part of this season, but it's going to be a work in progress. Young players, the toughest thing for them is always going to be consistency. So it's going to be up and down at times for sure.
To that point on consistency, I know it's only been 8 games. I feel really good about what we're seeing from Alex Sarr. How about you?
You have to feel really good. I mean, I published a piece yesterday in the Washington Post that looked at some of the improvements he's made from year 1 to year 2. And in year 1, he did a lot of things that made his long-term future as a center worrisome, to be quite honest, because his aggressiveness inside, his ability to finish inside, his rebounding were all very bad. And this year, he's taken massive strides in each of those areas. It's still very early, but he's playing with a lot more force. He's playing with a lot better approach. He's playing inside out rather than outside in, which is what he did last year. And you're seeing a lot more efficiency because of that. And you're seeing a lot more early success because of that. And the defense for him was good last year, and it's taken a whole different step right now.
Isn't this also perfect if he plays like he's playing Keyshawn George, your Trey Johnson flashes, and they're 1-7? Isn't that the whole point?
Yes and no. It is absolutely the point for them to be 1-7. They have the top 8 protected pick to the Knicks. They have to finish with the bottom 4 record in the league to guarantee a top 8 selection, and I think that they are going to try very hard to get that. However, I do think that if you're the Wizards, you want to see progress on the court when you have your key guys out there, and you specifically want to see it on defense. This is a team that wants to build a defensive identity, and they have not done so through the first 2 full seasons that Brian Keefe has had with this team. Last year, you're playing a lot of rookies. Sure, that's fair. This year, you've got players like Sarr. You've got players like George. You've got players like Bilal Coulibaly, who came back from injury and looked pretty good on defense. You want to see that when those 3 guys are on the court together, you want to see that they're able to make an impact, not just as individual defenders, not just in moments, but the overall statistics. I think the Wizards are 29th in defensive rating right now. That's a number they absolutely want to see improve. And we talked about Sarr's excellent defense inside. He has been excellent, but he's also had an extraordinarily difficult assignment protecting the rim because the Wizards have allowed tons and tons of rim attempts. I think last time I checked, Sarr had defended the most shots inside 6 feet for any player in the NBA. He had defended 93 such shots. The second highest player was at 63. The gap between first and second is the same as the gap between second and 70-something. So the Wizards need to do a much better job of making his job easier, and that starts with being better on the perimeter. Communicating better, on-ball defense needs to be better, overall aggression needs to be better.
Varun, super quick, a guy that hasn't kind of found his footing this year is Bub Carrington. All the bad numbers are up, turnovers, all the good numbers are down, field goals, shooting percentage, assists, everything across the board, not what he was doing last year. Where do you see him?
Yeah, it's been weird for Bub. I think that he's probably had the most instability with his role so far this year. You have an adjustment first off, just that he's going to have a lot more ball handling responsibilities than he did last season with Jordan Poole at the door, and I think that they want to have Bub have more of an on-ball role. That's part of it. There's also the part of it where after, 5 games in the lineup, when Coulibaly came back, Carrington was moved to the second unit, and now he has to adjust to playing with a whole different group of players. So part of it is that. Part of it is also he's a very young player. He is younger than all of the others. I think all of the Wizards' young guys are older than him, except for Trey Johnson and Will Riley. So this is someone who's young, even for his draft class, and sometimes it takes players a little bit longer. No guarantee that it will eventually click for Carrington, but it's still very early in his career.
Varun, thank you. We appreciate you.
Yep, of course.
Let's keep the blitz moving.
College football.
You won't say college football, big voice
Big
guy.
voice guy.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic covers the college football. Joins us now on Grant and Danny. Scott, the University of Virginia is currently a playoff team. They're ranked in the top 12. What do you make of the Cavaliers and their road ahead?
Yeah, I look at the Cavaliers, and they've kind of they've just had such an amazing run, and in some ways it's lucky bounces. I mean, you look at Louisville winning in overtime, North Carolina by a fraction of an inch, even Washington State. But I think they've got some, a couple of tough games coming up against teams that are capable of beating them if they do not play well, and that's Wake Forest and at Duke. I think both of these teams are not necessarily good teams, but they're bowl teams, and Duke is probably a little bit better, and going on the road is going to be a challenge for Virginia. But however, the Cavaliers have played really well this year. Right now they're angling to get into the ACC championship, and if you win the ACC championship, you're going to be in the tournament. And I think that's something that none of us would have expected a couple of months ago, but I think they put themselves in that position with some really solid play, and again, the right bounces at the right time.
Do you think they talking about Virginia, need to win that ACC championship to get in the playoff?
I do. They would have to. If they have 2 losses, then you enter the conversation with Big Ten and SEC teams with 2 losses. And I think, from what I've seen anyway, that most of the Big Ten and SEC teams with 2 losses are teams that probably we would all expect to beat Virginia head to head. Now that could change, but I think that you look at Virginia right now, and if you say, hey, if they're 12-1, they should probably at least host a game. If they're 11-2, how do they line up against potentially like an Oregon or a Texas or a couple of other teams in the SEC and Big Ten? And I don't know that they stack up real well at this point.
Scott, this BYU Texas Tech game's got to be the top game as far as billing nationally. Number 7 against number 8. Get-in price is starting at $375 in Lubbock. It's a noon kick, and Texas Tech, the number 8 team in the country, is actually favored by 10.5 points. How do you see it going?
I like Texas Tech. I think they're just, they were surprised out in Phoenix, but Texas Tech is it's a complete team in every single facet of game. I mean, I think, going to Arizona State was a surprise loss, but then they since have bounced back with 83 points in wins against Oklahoma State and Kansas State. And the way that they've ran roughshod over everybody, I just think that they are complete in every area. Defensively, they're the best team in the Big 12. Offensively, they've got pieces everywhere that really fit, and BYU is played well this year. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's been an impressive run for BYU because after losing their quarterback in the offseason, and Bear Bachmeier has come in and played really well, and they had a pretty big win against Iowa State on the road a couple weeks ago. But I don't know that. Again, I think home and field advantage really plays a factor here for the Red Raiders. So I expect Texas Tech to win, and then those 2 teams are probably the best 2 contenders in the Big 12 for the college football playoff. Maybe Utah has a chance to kind of sneak into that party as well, but we could be seeing this matchup again in about 4 weeks in Arlington.
Scott, give me a team or 2 that maybe outside the rankings looking in that we've kind of forgotten about, right, that could still make some noise and maybe whether it's jump back in or be the fly in the ointment or something like that. Give me a team that maybe we're overlooking at this point because, all we see is that top group that's already in the playoff now if it started today.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think if you get outside like the top 15 or so, I mean, I think the game I'm watching probably the closest is Oregon and Iowa. Oregon's 9, Iowa's 20, and I think Iowa has a chance to win that game. Not only being at home, it's going to be inclement weather, potentially snow against Oregon, which would probably knock down a little bit of their.
Give me a snow piece.
You could have a snow game. It's supposed to rain at minimum, but you're going to limit that speed, and then it comes down to physicality, and Iowa's as good as it gets there. But, I mean, I think, some of the AAC teams, I mean, they're really bunched together. Somebody's going to get in out of there. I think Memphis and Tulane play tonight, and Memphis is not in the top 25, but there's one group of 5 champion that gets in. I think they're there. I think USF, I'm sorry. I think USF has got a really good chance, too. They were kind of the darlings of the early season in beating Boise State and Florida. But I think that they also have a chance here if they can get in the AAC championship game, that I think they got a chance to get in there, and they're just slightly outside the top 25.
Quick follow-up on that. I know we're running up against it here, but is Iowa good offensively or better than they have been? I mean, they were so terrible for so long. How would they beat Oregon? I know their defense is elite, but do they have enough firepower now?
They averaged 31 points a game. I mean, This is a team that put up that beat their biggest rivals, Wisconsin and Minnesota, combined 78-3.
Wow.
And they run the ball with effectiveness. Their quarterback, Mark Gronowski, is the winningest quarterback in college football history. He came from South Dakota State, where he won 2 national titles. He doesn't have a big arm, but it's very productive, and he has 11 rushing touchdowns thus far this year. So they've leaned to kind of more option football and also throwing with more precision. And so where they're not explosive, and Oregon is, they are very productive and precise. And I think that's something that they could really compete with against Oregon or just about any other team in the Big Ten.
Scott, thank you as always, man. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate you.
Got it. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. My guy, that's Michael Phillips' music. Odyssey Richmond joins us to talk about the Washington football gentleman. Michael, obviously Jaden Daniels is the headline, but are we talking enough about the fact that Terry McLaurin's not going to play and nobody really seems that concerned about it?
Well, I think people are kind of over the Terry McLaurin story because it's been going on for so long. I think everybody's also making peace with you're not going to travel him to Madrid and play on a soccer field there. You're going to give him the extra week, which gives you the bye. So we're not going to see him until after the bye. I think it's silly to second guess playing him in Kansas City at this point. I think that was a sensible thing to do because he had been cleared. I think the second guessing remains the holdout and how that was handled, and I think everybody's pretty exhausted with that story by now.
How about the Daniels story and the fact that he avoided catastrophic injury? They're not putting him on IR. Tells me they think he might be able to come back sooner than later.
I'm really confused by this. Maybe you boys can help me out. Because, that's the story this morning. Avoided catastrophic injury, not going on IR. But you also have these reports from reputable people I trust, who say he may not come back this season. It depends how the team is doing. And I have a really hard time reconciling those two things. I mean, to me, if Jaden Daniels is healthy, Jaden Daniels plays football. There's not a lot of gray area in that for me. That tells me that something's just not quite exact here in terms of what we know.
Joe Witt's going to move about 65, 70 yards to change his vantage point. How big of an impact do you expect that to have on a defense that has been atrocious, going up against a Detroit Lions offense that has been good?
Well, you got the news today. 2 safeties are questionable, Quan Martin, Tyler Owens. I mean, the hits keep coming in terms of injuries and attrition. I don't think strategically it matters. I don't think in the big scheme of things it matters. I was intrigued by the fact that he shared that the players wanted him to come down. Some of the players asked him to. There's a lot of young guys get that instruction on the sideline. But I also love that the players are still asking for things. I think that's one of the storylines this week is the guys have not checked out. I know the national group wanted the story to be players revolt on Dan Quinn for leaving Jaden in the game. That has not been the case. The team is still very much together and fighting for these guys.
What do you expect on Sunday against Detroit?
Well, I expect them to lose. I think everybody does. I also think the revenge element here is very real. I mean, these guys pantsed the Lions as the 1 seed, a 15-win team at home in the playoffs in a year where they were talking about the Super Bowl. I don't think that's been forgotten, and I think, unfortunately, they're going to take it out on them this weekend because I know the Lions haven't looked great, but I think they will be dialed in for this one. I would love to declare it a moral victory on Monday on my radio show and have everybody calling in and get mad at me for doing that. But I think if the defense plays faster, plays smarter, makes strides, I think we can feel good coming out of this one.
I wanted to ask about that. Like, to me, any progress, that includes not losing by 21 or 23 or 24 or
That's
whatever
the
each
bar
week.
now?
Like, that to me just shows some growth. As long as they don't get blown out, I guess I'll be more pleased.
Philly,
right?
yesterday.
Is that fair?
Danny and I were talking about this to his point, and I'm like, I don't think they can win, but I think they could keep this within 8 or 9 points. It's like, wow, it's that bad? That's what we're talking about on Thursday?
We got there really quickly, didn't we? But also, watch the line. It was 10 to start the week and has been sliding down ever since. Somebody believes in these guys. I don't think it's us, but somebody believes that these guys can get it together. And look, here's the thing that's confused me all season long. On paper, there is still talent here. I like Mikey Sanders still. I think he's a really good player. Bobby Wagner is good at football, indisputably, and Deron Payne's having an incredible contract year. It's not like there is no talent on this defense. They've been sloppy. They've been forcing it. They've been making mistakes. And on offense, the O-line, which has a ton of talent on paper, by the way, this O-line is better than the one they fielded last year that kept Jaden safe. They haven't been playing well. They haven't meshed, but there's indisputably talent there. They've just got to put it together.
Michael, thank you, buddy.
Take care, boys.
There's Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond and the Richmonder. Let's do this next. Who do you want more out of? We'll start with the offensive side of the ball, then we can get into the defensive side of the ball. But it's the midway point of the season. Who needs to start showing up a little more than they have? Live from Shar Bar in Reston. We'll be here until 6:30 at the JW Marriott. You can come on out and hang with us. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Good news for Jaden Daniels today. We found out that he won't require surgery on his dislocated elbow, and there was no ligament damage, so he will not be placed on injured reserve and will be reevaluated after the Week 12 bye. Taking a look at the injury report for the Commanders and the Lions, Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin both out for Washington. Defensive tackle Eddie Goldman, safeties Quan Martin and Tyler Owens are all listed as questionable for Washington. Some of the notables for Detroit: safety Kirby Joseph is out for the matchup. Offensive tackle Taylor Decker listed as questionable. Offensive tackle Penei Sewell has no designation. Other injuries around the league: Jags wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. is going to be out on Sunday. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin and running back Bucky Irving are out. Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson and wide receiver Keishan Boutte are out as well. NBA action tonight: Wizards taking on the Cavaliers at home as a part of the NBA Cup. 7 o'clock tip-off right here on the Fan. College hoops, a big one tonight for the area. Georgetown taking on Maryland in College Park. 6 o'clock tip-off for the Terps call. It'll be on the Team 980 tonight. For the Hoyos call, that'll be on Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
When do we party till, Danny?
Closing? Then you got to go?
Party till we?
Call an Uber.
No.
No, I don't know. What are you getting at?
Party till we die.
Oh, I should have gotten that. I
That's
know
what we
that.
do.
I knew that.
Sharbar, Reston. We are hanging out at the JW Marriott back in our Half Street Studios. Darius Sterman, Ryan Clary holding down the fort. Toby's out here keeping us up to date on everything going on in sport. Who do you need more out of? Commanders offense. I'm going to open up the phones on this for you. It's been only a couple opportunities to get to the phones today, so I want to try to see how you guys are feeling going into this game on Sunday at 800-636-1067. And we'll chat with you as you get out here, taking you up to 6:30. Remember, we're giving away tickets to Commanders Broncos. If you're on site, make sure you fill out our cards here for an opportunity to win our raffle. We got 2 pairs of tickets we're going to be raffling off before we say goodbye in 2 hours. But let's start on the offensive side of the ball, Danny. We can go back and forth on this. A player they need more out of starting on Sunday if they're going to beat the Lions is?
Zach Ertz leads the team in drops. He's comically short of first downs on tough catches in traffic. But they don't really have many viable options in the pass game. I need you to settle into those zones. I need you to get a little more depth on those routes. I need you to fall forward because we know you're going to catch and fall. They don't get enough out of the tight end spot right now in terms of receiving options, especially given how little they have on the outside. A little more from Zach Ertz, please.
My sweet boy Jalen Lane, 23-year-old rookie out of Virginia Tech, the 4th-round pick. 14 catches, 171 yards on the season. There have just been too many recent withdrawals, I would say, right? Like the withdrawal that makes up for a couple deposits on special teams, you lose a fumble, killed them. Week before against the Chiefs, misplayed a kickoff, ball goes out at the 1, kills you. Now, those are special teams things, but he slipped and falled a couple of times as a wide receiver. He's dropped a pass on a dig route at one point. And the opportunity is there because they're not really tapping into veterans on the waiver wire, or they don't think there's players that are better out there. Terry McLaurin's not playing in this game, already ruled out. Deebo Samuel is not a true wide receiver. Now, Luke McCaffrey's down for the year, so it's Chris Moore. I mean, heck, Traylon Burks was playing a ton last week. Robbie Anderson, I'm sure, will be elevated and a part of the team again on Sunday. So if you're Jalen Lane, there's no real reason why you can't get 4, 5, 6 targets, 2 or 3 catches in a game. He's only caught 2 balls in a game once since week 3. I should say one time other than the Dallas game this season. So with that having been said, I just want more out of him. I think the opportunities will be there going forward.
Bill, that's my answer. Love the guy. Got no issue with him in general. So this is partly a team production thing. Maybe it's a Cliff thing. Maybe it's a line thing. Maybe it's a Bill thing too. Don't care. Let me go back through the last several games. 3.6 a pop. Well, what will you do for that, by the way? That was against Chicago. That's dreamscape compared to what we've seen in the last 3 weeks.
That's Brian Robinson.
Yeah, 2.5 a pop, 2.8 a pop, and 3.2 a pop. Their run game has been dreadful. For all the, you got to run your dang ball, establish the run, County people. Where? We're just supposed to do that. No one's running, no space. I need a little bit more get the football in his hands in better spots. Maybe it's running to the outside. Maybe it's you flip him something on early downs. Maybe it's a screen. I don't know. Maybe it's something we haven't even heard of. And maybe it's your basic white cotton underpants. Maybe it's something different. I don't know, but we're not getting much out of Bill.
But what if it's something you haven't seen before? What if it's something amazing?
It's exotic, right? We're in the trust tree with the nest.
And exotic. Mm-hmm. Josh Connerly, the right tackle. This is a rookie right tackle who I still believe in. I still think will be a star in this league. He's got the size. He's got the athleticism. He's got the footwork. He's got the mobility. He's got it all. Checks every box.
Yes.
The season has been a bit of a up and down roller coaster for Josh Connerly. I'd like to see him just lock it in now. Second half, let's roll downhill. Probably not going to start this week with Aiden Hutchinson, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
The best pass rusher in football in terms of pressures this season. But I need just more consistency out of him. He's 11th among tackles and snaps. He's been on the field. He's been durable. They run a lot of plays. But he's got 8 penalties that have been accepted against him this year. He's given up 6 sacks via PFF, which is 68th at the position. It's just too much being allowed. I'd like to see him get more consistent.
Jeremy McNichols, not his fault, by the way. I'm going to talk to Cliff. I'm like, whoa, my God, Cliff, your voice is so deep. Anyway, after I get over that, I'll go, have you noticed when you throw the ball to Jeremy McNichols, good things happen? I've been watching. Have you been watching? Have you seen what happens? You throw him the ball, 5 turns into 15. He turns the 2, a check down, into 10, breaking a tackle, making plays. That's at a premium right now. I get it if you had Terry, you had Debo, you had an in his prime NFL tight end capable of breaking a tackle or getting away from somebody. I would get if everything was humming, and it's like, dude, I got so many mouths to feed on my checklist, I don't have time. There's not really anybody that's prioritizing. There's no screaming, I need the football in my hands right now with this offense. He's been as good as anybody with the ball in his hands. Please do it.
Who do you need more out of offensively? Yesterday we did an entire topic on this, went into detail on this, but Cliff Kingsbury, I need you to find some answers. You don't have the personnel on the outside to win in man. I agree. You are at a disadvantage based on injuries and the attrition of the season. That's true. You are without your great playmaker who makes you right at quarterback, Jaden Daniels. I get it. And yet, heavy lies the crown, my friend. This is why we pay you those millions of dollars. And this is why, by the way, you're going to be a head coach probably next season or the year after, because you can solve problems. Because when things aren't going well, you can figure it out. I know you can. Get under center a couple of times. Let's go play action. Let's move the pocket a little bit with some bootlegs. What do you say, Coach? Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. Who do you need more out of Commanders offense? Let's go to Drew in Graysonville on the Fan. Hey, Drew, how are you?
Hey, good, guys. So, this weekend I'm looking to try to get as much out of the tailgate as possible because I don't have a lot of
that's a good line.
hope on the field. I mean, look, I'd love to see us.
That popped the Sharbar, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, Sharbar felt
the Sharbar gave you snaps right there. They liked it.
What's the tailgate looking like for this weekend, by the way? What's the plan?
So it's all Detroit. Detroit has kind of funny food.
Yep.
But shawarma, it turns out shawarma is a big Detroit thing, and so is corned beef sandwiches, but they make them on onion rolls, not rye bread. And Greek stuff, Greek salad, Greek dips, Detroit pizza.
Yeah, Coney
and,
dogs, that
Coney
in between.
dogs,
the Chicago/New York pizza that went into a seedy motel room and it came out and it was Detroit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like a square kind of. Right. I'm a Detroit guy,
by the way. Can we talk about Detroit pizza is really good, right?
Yep.
I mean, I think New York pizza, Chicago pizza get a lot of the headlines. We don't talk enough about Detroit
that
pizza.
grandma style, Detroit style gets slept on. I have always maintained that. I firmly believe it.
Are you still there, or did we talk too much about
We
Detroit
talked too much about Detroit pizza.
Sorry, buddy.
That's our fault.
It sounds like he just wants his tailgate to deliver.
Look, I will tell you this. Better that was it because he fired his zing off and it was really, really good.
Yeah, it popped
you
the
leave
crowd.
the people wanting more.
As a stand-up comedian, sometimes you just have to walk off on that.
Yeah, and I never do. What I like to do is get a nice laugh and, that's 45 more minutes, and then I overstay my welcome, and people are kind of tired at the end. But I had more to say.
He did not. We appreciate the
he
phone
was
call.
done.
You can hit us up, 800-636-1067. I am curious. He mentions the tailgate, just about the energy at the stadium.
Yeah.
Because early in the season, if you look at the Commanders' results at home, they were destroying teams. And going back to last year, it was kind of fun to be back there, right? You got a Hail Mary. You're seeing Jaden get out and do work. And the offense is dynamic and prolific and one of the most fun in the league. We're selling T-shirts that say they never punt the football. Well, now all of a sudden, you went to the home game against the Bears that they fumbled away. You went to the home game after that this past week against the Seahawks, and they were down 28-0. Felt very, very familiar as you're taking that long stroll to the bathroom at halftime.
Yeah.
Down 31-7.
Down 31.
They've lost 3 games in a row by 21 or more. First time in 24 years for this team that's happened. They've lost 3 games in a row by 21 or more. No team in the league has done that since 2020 when the Jags did it 5 years ago. So it's gotten really ugly, and I'm wondering, does that show up at the box office, so to speak? Do fans – I'll give you an example. My wife's a season ticket holder. With the kids now, she can only get to a few games a year. This is one of her games, okay? Her mom, though, has to watch 4 kids under 6 with a baby, a baby, and this morning I'm hearing scuttlebutt that maybe my wife's not going to the game. And I text her, I'm like, why wouldn't you go to the game? She's like, well, my mom has to deal with 4 kids, and it's not that easy, and I don't want to ask her to do it. And I'm like, wait, last week you were all excited. What happened? One time you get kicked in the teeth 28-0, and she's like,
that'll do it.
Is it really worth it for me? Like, should I spend $200 on a babysitter or not? I wonder how many people are having that conversation.
And it's a legitimate one, by the way. It's relatable. I'll do this a quick anecdote, by the way. This actually happened. My son got me so bad yesterday. He goes, Dad, you know how bad the Commanders have lost their last 3 games? I said, yeah, buddy. They got the doors blown off. He goes, well, what's the total? I was like, what do you mean? He goes, how many points have they lost by over the last 3 games? I'm like, it's like 21 or more each time. He goes, no, what's the total? So I went back and looked. I was like, well, they lost by 24 to Seattle, 24, plus 21 against Kansas City, so that's 45.
This is a long
they lost
way
by
for
22 for Dallas. And I went, so it's, and he goes, 60! I'm like, in my face. He couldn't even wait for me to get to the total. He's 6'7" me so hard.
I
and
saw
I went,
that
yeah, I get
bit
it.
coming from a mile
I didn't
away.
sniff it out at all. I was like, I thought it was
he didn't really do that.
100% he did. I thought he was legitimately curious to me. I thought he was like, I actually, they've been blown out. What's the score? I thought he was showing interest in my work.
There is
for a split
zero chance that really happened.
100%. He's 12 years old. That's what he lives for.
But he knows how much they lost by 3 games in a row.
I'm sure somebody told him. He spends 80% of his day on the internet. The other percent of the day is playing video games on the internet, on Roblox. That's what he does.
I'll take your word for it. If you're saying it really happened, I think
he got me so
just
bad.
an opportunity for you to tee up a 6-7 joke, and you couldn't.
You think I'm making 6-7 jokes?
I think that's exactly what just happened.
I'm sure it's a great joke. I got 6-7 so hard, and I was embarrassed because I didn't see it coming.
Who do we need to see more out of? Commanders defense. Let's get to the other side of the ball. We could just say everybody and then talk about food
the
for a
defense
while.
and Joe
we
Witt.
could just say the entire defense. What else should we talk about? Movies? Grant and Danny on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Sharbar, Reston, J.W. Marriott, the scene of the show today. We're giving away Commanders-Broncos tickets for the end of November. Got to be here to fill out an opportunity to win a pair of tickets. We're here until 6:30 on Grant and Danny today at what is a really, really cool bar. They got great, awesome drinks, and for your pals, delicious food.
Every time. I had the steak frite. Thank you very much. It was dynamite, out of this world good.
Did you do steak frite?
I did steak frite this time. It's not something I've done before. Not in general, of course, but here. And it was divine. And we've had little burger shooters. I might have had, I think, 206 total.
The burger shooters just keep on coming.
Yep.
They are delicious.
They're good.
They are Kobe beef, if you're familiar with that.
I am.
The bread is also, I don't know what it's made out of. I think it's like
joy.
Perfection.
Yeah.
It's
Happiness.
made out of perfection. And then the cheese is melted just so.
Good memories is what the cheese comes
Gosh.
from. To me, it's an issue of quality control. I have to make sure everyone is good, and they all have been.
Just make sure.
They all have been.
I don't want anyone to have one that's not good.
Right? And so you're welcome.
Let's go to the phones. Drew is in Fredericksburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, Drew? How are you? We're talking Commanders Lions ahead of Week 10.
Hey guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, buddy.
I was just saying, I've got a little background. I went to the Monday Night Massacre back in the Philly game where we got blown out, and it was
I remember it well.
59-0.
That was Michael Vick. That was
Vick.
First play of the game,
Mike
88
Vick.
yards to Deshaun Jackson over top of LaRon Landry.
Oh, horrible guys. So we had free tickets actually to the Seattle game, and it was. I was thinking for a second, hey, we have 4 tickets. I could take my kids there. It'd be past their bedtime, but you know what? I could take my kids there. We could get my dad. It'll be a great time. See Jaden Daniels live. It'll be wonderful. Then I went back to Monday Night Massacre. And I was like, I can't do it. I have a feeling. And lo and behold, I woke up after I didn't watch the rest of that horrid game, and I saw the score, and I just said, and I saw that Jaden Daniels got injured, and I was just like, thank God that I did not take my kids at their first game to see that transpire, because that would have been horrendous. And the fact that we haven't fired anybody. We haven't gotten rid of anybody because of how inept the last couple games. You get beat 21 points, and that's consistent. Somebody's got to go. And so, anyways, I'm just hoping out for next season, and we'll hopefully we'll roll something back out that's better.
Appreciate you, dude. Very relatable content, my friend. Both in the I can't believe everything's the same. I can't believe that. Everyone should feel insulted to some degree that's the case. But two, the taking your kids, like my sons do not want to go to Nationals games. They've been each individually probably 3 to 5 times, maybe even more than that if I'm not really counting them up right. I think they're 1-14 in the combined times that they've gone. And so I saw them great. They've never seen them be any good at any point in their lives that they can remember. Not exciting with them. Same with the Wizards, whatever, and they don't really have a lot of hockey connections. So the point is, it's like, you got to be pick and choose a little bit, right? You're hoping that some good memories are built.
There's something to that, because I got my nephew tickets to a couple games over the years. I remember one of them was, it's a weird name reference today, is he's officially out at Fox, but when Mark Sanchez started his game for Washington, I had my nephew there, and they got obliterated. It was 45-10 or something ridiculous. And another game that I got him tickets for, they got almost equally as destroyed. It was the first 2 times that he had gone to games, and he's like, this is not fun. I don't like this. And you're still kind of, all these years later, now he's no longer a kid. He's in middle school getting ready to.
Yeah, opinions are formed.
Exactly right. And he's like, I don't want to go to games. Are you sure? I know how fun that is. So they did a really good job last year at reversing some of that. But it takes enough deposits in the bank to get back to even, so to speak. And, the last couple of games there have not been very fun, specifically the product this past week. A couple of those do some damage for sure. But I will say, and I think someone should acknowledge, and having been there, I'll be that guy, the stuff that the organization controls, non-football outfit, has gotten so much better that, this will sound funny, it feels better while you're getting your teeth kicked in now. You know,
and I know everyone will roll their eyes at that and be a jerk about it, and that's fine. Get your zings.
Well, I'm
but it's a
actually
thing.
making a flippant joke on that part, but the pregame ceremony was incredible, and the fact that they're honoring legends and retiring jerseys once or twice a year at home is awesome. And the fact that they've got these cool videos they've produced, and the fact that someone's banging a spear and they do a light show, and there's like all this really neat stuff. That it is actually a cool place to be. It is a fun, entertaining product, and they hammered all of that out of the park. 500-foot home runs. The game itself stunk, but I think if you went, you would go, wow, that was way better than I remember. That was way more awesome than when I went 5, 7, 9 years ago. And also, the result felt very similar. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Elijah?
Appreciate you, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to talk about the defense, but you brought up a great point, and I've been thinking about this the other day. I was like, well, yeah, I would take wins, but I feel like last year gave the team so much access on so many levels that we can't even, this may be hard for us to acknowledge as fans, that I just feel like they just didn't have any access to. And what I was hoping for this year is like, well, do you like that last year? Did you like that? Now give us an opportunity to be able to repeat that by giving us the space to get the roster how it needed to be. So it's like, I feel like we got so from the political, everybody was like, we're so on board that I just think we thought it was just going to work this year. And it just things doesn't work like that. Now, moving forward to this defense, I know you got to cut me loose. I would like them to utilize guys how they drafted them. I know Quan Martin, now he's a safety, but when he was with Witherspoon, he was an inside a slot guy. So it's interesting to see. I would like to see them say, okay, Sanders said we're going to push you outside with Amos. So we're going to bring my man I just said, we're going to bring him inside Quan, and we're going to have back there with Tyler Owens, and we're going to run Revo, for an example, just to see if a guy's having an opportunity to just have more comfortability. You're asking guys, now Sandersfield is having to play inside, so he has to cover more field. He doesn't have the help of the sideline. So I just think it's a different year for him because it's a different ask.
Well, we kind of compared it to like a second rookie season for him a little bit, where he's outside, played really, really well. Now he's inside, a harder position. He's playing it a lot less well, but it feels like it's his rookie year all over again. And that's the debate without Lattimore is do you kick him back outside and have him play on the boundary again, or do you keep him in the nickel because it's a harder job and have Jonathan Jones, who's not quite on the Sandersfield level, you wouldn't think, play outside. They've got to figure that out. Who's your guy, by the way, if you're going to pick one defensively that you need more out of?
Luvu. The fact that you don't have double-digit sacks or aren't on pace for it has nothing to do to me with injuries with other guys. I mean, a lot of the lack of production on that side of the ball is that. Maybe there's scheme issues, et cetera. But this is a dude that I thought would be unleashed this year. I thought he'd be a wrecking ball, and I thought we would, be able to say after this year he's on that borderline of some of those, not the true, $30 million a year game record type guys, but kind of that next tier down, a really good version of it. Hasn't been there this year.
I'll give you a couple. And I'm actually going to go with guys that have been really good at points. Javon Kinlaw's one. When Javon Kinlaw has been playing at a really high level, and it was pretty much real early in the season, it felt like they were a different run-stuffing team, and they were just a more violent, physical front. I feel like there are just times where you hear them say, oh, we got to work on our run fits, or we got to be in the right lanes, and these things that Joe Witt talks about. I think Kinlaw's a part of that. I mean, everybody is. But he's such a big guy. It's always going to be a little bit of a challenge with pad level and things. But he's got great plays. I just wish there were more of them and more consistent run-stuffing, TFL-type stuff. The days where their defense looks pretty good, Kinlaw has huge games. So I'm going to say I need a big one out of him. And then on the second level, I'll go Bobby Wagner, who is going to have limitations running. We know that. In space, if you can get him one-on-one as a coordinator, you're probably going to draw something good up for your offense. But he's got to be really sound. Part of the problem stopping the run is, are we in the right lane? Are we fitting things correctly? And that's got to start at the linebacking position for sure. I think his strength is stuff right at him. But off the edges, off tackle, let's make sure everything that we can control is being controlled. Do your job. Don't try to do everybody else's. So those guys, good players, need to be better. Just so that, they elevate the tide of everybody else around them, I think. You kind of tap into your stars for star efforts. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next on G&D, Jaden Daniels avoided a serious injury. How soon might he play again for Washington? That's the big news of the day out in Ashburn. We'll give you the deets on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, got good news on Jaden Daniels' dislocated elbow. It's not going to require surgery. As there wasn't any ligament damage, he's not going to be placed on IR and will be reevaluated after the Week 12 bye. Taking a look at the injury report for Washington and Detroit, Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin are out. Washington's questionable are Eddie Goldman, safeties Quan Martin, and Tyler Owens, some notables for the Lions. Kirby Joseph is out for the matchup. Taylor Decker is questionable. Penei Sewell has no designation. Basketball tonight, Wizards and Cavaliers tips off at 7 o'clock as part of the NBA Cup at Capital One Arena. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. College hoops, Georgetown taking on Maryland in College Park at 6 o'clock. For the Terps call, that'll be on the Team 980. For the Hoyas call, that'll be on Bloomberg 99.1. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondori & Murad. They take care of your last will and testament or a living trust. If you need a medical power of attorney, they can handle that as well. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're at Char Bar today in Reston.
This place is wonderful. It's so gorgeous in here, number one. It's so classy. It's so awesome. It's so nice. Like, everything looks really, really fancy. And fancy people come in that are very handsome and attractive and well-dressed and nice and kind. And we're here also.
Yes.
So it's like they're letting us hang out. It feels like we're, like, interrupting something.
We're part of the club.
Yeah, it's like there's it's a nice event of the Good Looking People's Club. And then, like, Grant and Danny are also here. I love this place. The food is awesome. Everyone here is so cool. I love it here.
We're going to get to Jaden Daniels in a second, but what do you know about the Orioles' new manager?
Very little, I will fully admit.
So Craig Albernas was hired by the Orioles. Have you heard him speak before?
No, not until his opening press conference.
But you heard his.
So I heard a little bit of it. Yeah.
What was your big takeaway from that press conference?
I don't think I had one necessarily. Okay. His buddy from his former job showed up, I thought, which was pretty cool.
The takeaway for me was no one's ever had a thicker Boston accent in the history of the world. I mean, this guy needs to get the next movie that Ben Affleck makes, The Town or the
Job
project, needs to include the Orioles' new manager. I heard another clip of him yesterday, like talking to fans on social media. It's like someone's putting on a Boston accent. His Boston accent has a Boston accent. Listen to this. Darius, play this clip.
Birdland, it's your new manager, Albie.
Favorite baseball player growing up?
I was a big Mark McGwire fan growing up. I love the Oakland A's. Mark McGwire and Ivan Rodriguez were two of my favorites. And also Ken Griffey Jr., but everyone loved Griffey, who's my age, so.
Favorite thing to do with your family?
This is crazy to say. I love playing video games with my kids, but yeah, anything at the house where it's outside playing wiffle ball or, flag football, whatever it is.
What video game do they play?
They have the Switch. We have an Xbox also at the house. So I love Mario Odyssey. I introduced him to Halo just to kind of see, like, my upbringing.
That's the Orioles' new manager, Craig Albernas, who
brother plays Halo.
Mark McGwire.
Mark McGwire. I mean, that is something.
We need him on our show to read the lines that we give Jermaine Wiggins.
Playing house with Shine up there. You know what I mean?
I know what you are. I know what you're not. You're not a cop.
You're the only guy with a gun?
What Mrs. Marshall's trying to say is there's a 44th patient. Mark McGwire? Mark!
525 Bunker Hill Street. Stop by anytime.
What do you think about Mark McGwire?
I was a big McGwire fan, too. I liked Mark McGwire. Do you think they're the same guy?
I mean, how is that? Have you ever heard a better Boston accent?
It's really good. It's really good. I don't know why I didn't notice it as bad during his presser. I guess that was like some social that the Orioles put out.
I think when he talks, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can mask that too much. Like, that's it, man.
Like, I didn't notice the Mac McGuire.
Well, so when I talked to my buddy, because I like the higher organization you come from, track record, whatever, my buddy's a huge O's fan, as I grew up, a diehard Orioles fan, and I'm like, what did you think? And he's like, I don't know, he's super Boston. And I'm like, yeah, He's like, I hate the Red Sox. I'm like, well, you're going to need to get over that. That's not really that
Right.
important. But
Do you think is he a Red Sox spy? Is that the accusation?
you're not going to be able to forget that he's from Boston. I'll say that.
Right. There'll be no hiding it.
You don't need to be from Baltimore, Maryland to manage the Orioles necessarily. But I did find that pretty incredible.
Do you think he should try to do an accent like Brian Kelly did when he first got hired?
That backfired on him.
Did that not work out?
That did not go great for him. That ended very poorly. Did you notice already out here in Reston, right here by the JW Marriott, they've got a beautiful Christmas tree up? Did you see that when you walked in?
No. I do see some decorations.
It's like town center vibes, right,
Yeah.
where it's going to be this big common area between buildings. And they've got, I don't know if it's already lit and decorated and whatever, but there's a gorgeous Christmas tree right
There
out
it
there
is,
in the
yeah.
middle that's already got the balls and the lights and the things on it.
I mean, to borrow from our guy, Mad Dog, talking about Halloween, the body's not even cold yet. Like, are we really going full Christmas here?
I think we should.
Wow.
Metal and I were talking about this for a few minutes before the show. I'm team, is Halloween over? Then let's do this thing together. He's more of a Thanksgiving guy.
Yeah.
But I think, if I was in charge, and I'm not in charge of anything, including anything at my house, we would be getting our Christmas decorations and stuff out now.
Oh.
Now, my wife is
No.
more a proponent of December 1.
Yeah.
Where we've now agreed is the second that the dishes get washed and put back away after Thanksgiving, it's Christmas time at the Paulson house. The second. But I really think it should be as soon as the wrappers get thrown away after you ate all your candy at Halloween, now it's time for Christmas.
If I had my druthers, and I don't know what a druther is exactly, but if I had my druthers, you couldn't do anything. No one would be allowed to, by the way. No one could do anything Christmas related, not only until the Thanksgiving meal is over, but until the leftovers are gone. Because I'm still celebrating Thanksgiving.
You're okay with that?
I'm still celebrating that stuffing, which we shouldn't eat just once a year. It should be all the time. Stuffing is perfect. It's just bread, wants to make you happy. Why don't we eat stuffing more often? Stovetop tried to help you people. They tried to help. They said, Stovetop anytime. Oh, Stovetop's coming. This kid named Mikey went and had multiple dinners at multiple friends' houses because they were all serving Stovetop. They tried. We only do it once a year. It's a mistake. It's the worst thing that we have going for us. We can't get this right. Stovetop stuffing should be all year round. But anyway, that's the holiday. That's the special one. And we need to make sure we're not just glossing over that, looking past it.
Well, we're getting there, man. I just got a post this week of all of the movie lists for each streaming site and where various Christmas movies
The Christmas creep is real. I mean,
are going to be.
They're going to start in August pretty soon.
It's getting earlier and earlier.
Yeah.
This is my dream. This is exactly how it should be done. All right, let's get to Jaden Daniels. So the news of the day out in Ashburn was that Daniels avoided a serious injury. Dan Quinn spoke about this today, told reporters that he doesn't need surgery. He would not really go into the timeline. I want to let you hear what Dan Quinn had to say when asked about Daniels. This was just a few minutes after the report had dropped nationally. Obviously, the team let reporters like Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter know things, and they had put out there that he's not going to need surgery, can return this season. This is what DQ said.
Well, let's start with just, I thought it was a good process to go through, like all the players do, get, second opinions and getting all the information, of what to do and how to do it. So I thought the guys nailed that. Dr. Nunziata ran point on that, but, consulting all the people, and Jaden was involved with that as well. So it's a good deal with no surgery. Obviously, that makes a big difference. You have an injury, not to have to go down that road. I hope to give you guys an update after the bye week about where he is and where we go from there. But after that, I'll give you an update on where it's at, and we'll give us a couple weeks to get to that space.
Now, today's November 7th. They play the Lions in 2 days on November 9th. The following weekend, November 16th, that's your Madrid game against Miami. Then the bye week on November 23rd. So he's saying after the bye week is when we're going to be due for some type of update. So to me, that would mean right around Thanksgiving, we're going to know for sure what is going on with Jaden Daniels. Probably in the 24th, 25th, 26th range. At that time, I guess they'll know what they need to about his recovery. The big question I still have is he kicking the can a couple weeks down the road because he wants to see if the team still has a chance to compete before he knows if he wants to bring Daniels back or not? Or just because he doesn't know when Daniels is going to start improving enough to be ready to play? And either way, eventually he's going to play. It's just a matter of, is it against Denver, Minnesota, the Giants? When does he come back?
I think the answer is yes, and it's a bit of a cop-out. I think all are involved, right? I think it depends. Now, I think no matter what, even if they are on a do-or-die game, hypothetically, and Daniels is 50-50, I don't think they're going to thrust him back in there and say, go win it for us, kid, because they're going to be judicious, as they've demonstrated a couple times. They've shown patience with Daniels on a couple injuries this year, which, by the way, that's a whole other conversation, multiple injuries for Daniels. But back to this one specifically, I do think we know there's no surgery, which necessitates a certain amount of time. There's still a little bit of limbo here where we can't rush it, but we also aren't sure. So we'll kind of, because there's two levels of the uncertainty, we'll just slow play this thing, and it's not as if we are so dire and desperate for the roster spot. It's not as if that's, some superstar is chomping at the bit to come back and we need the space. This isn't, your 25-man in Major League Baseball. We have to send someone down or something like that. It's a practice squad, Peter, that's going to be removed, someone that's readily available. So, yeah, I mean, to me, this is both caution for Daniels, uncertainty there, and the circumstances that they might find themselves in.
Well, I want to make this our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Local long-distance residential commercial, 3 decades best-in-class service and experience. I want to know, for people, is there a hit-the-wall date where you wouldn't bring him back if he can't return before then? And maybe just more broadly, would you play him again this season if they're mathematically eliminated before he can get back on the field? Because I said earlier in this show, we started the show on this today, I don't really understand the argument to redshirt Jaden Daniels. Now, if he's not healthy and he can't play because of that, obviously, no one's saying rush him through injury, and no one wants him to play at 80 or 90%, even if they're playing in a game that's important, let alone this season where their end-of-season games aren't going to be important. I'm not asking for that. But I'm saying they're telling you they're not putting him on injured reserve. They're telling you he doesn't need surgery. They're suggesting he might be able to come back in a few weeks, which is stunning and amazing. And by the way, oh my God, this guy is Gumby and is an incredible at how he avoids injuries.
Seriously.
I mean, he should get a lot of credit for that. This is pretty amazing accomplishment to have avoided the catastrophic knee injury, the bad hamstring injury, and now this elbow that looked like it was destroyed into a billion pieces is perfectly fine a few weeks later, but sore. That's amazing and that's awesome. But in a world where he's healthy enough to play, I don't understand this notion that he should be redshirted and they should put him in bubble wrap until next season. That's not really what happens in this league, and especially with young guys that need to play, especially when you've got a coordinator saying yesterday when asked about some of the struggles, well, he doesn't have enough time with these receivers. He hasn't had enough time on the grass. It's about time on task. You're just going to punt on a quarter of the season of development in his second year? Why would you do that? I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, the reason people are advocating for that is he's been hurt 3 times this year, and you're
they're
afraid of it
scared
happening
that he might
again.
get hurt again.
Yes, and that's what it is. So that's where it comes from. Any argument that stems from that, will lead people to try to grasp at things. But that's where that's the genesis.
So
of it.
should they never let him play any game after they're mathematically eliminated again? I mean, that's basically the point.
No, well, who knows what they would tell you? I'm trying my best to try that hat on it and figure out the pathology. I mean, to me, this league, I've talked out of both sides of my mouth here. This league has the ghosts of all the Neanderthal knuckle dragging, Oklahoma drill, headbutting the wall, Steve Latimer seat at the table from the program type stuff. And we've come a long way in a lot of ways. Eventually, someone's going to start treating it, not to the same degree the NBA does, where the instant it's a blowout, someone's going to go sit on the bench and live to fight another day. But people are going to start being smarter about minutes and about games and about where and all those kinds of things. So eventually, you're going to have a situation like we talked about years ago, where Trent Williams was dealing with 7 different things or 10 different things, was barely able to walk, and was going to gut it out in a meaningless Week 16 game when they had been eliminated for 2 months. And I said, eventually, someone's going to go, you know what, it's probably not that smart for him to do this. Let's sit him out. We're not there yet, and that's not the case. Someone's going to paradigm break, and it's going to happen. That's not the case here, though, for Jaden Daniels. That's a separate conversation. This is I don't care about the veteran. I don't care about the guy that's not going to be here. I don't care about anybody else, really, to the degree that I care about Jaden Daniels. And I know you guys probably feel the same way, but here's where we're going to part. His development, his excellence is going to keep the lights on, right? It's if a business has 10 different things that they sell, it's the 10th thing. This is the number one thing that's going to keep the lights on, right? That makes everybody's paycheck work. That keeps everybody's card access to come into the building in your office nice and comfortable. His development, his excellence, his sustained play is going to make everything work. This whole thing sing. That's not happening right now. How do we get back to that? This is the strategy to get back to that. Him not playing is not the way.
Yeah, it's just not the way the league works, I guess, number one. You're saying maybe it should be the way the league works. I'll disagree with that to an extent. But this is not Matt Stafford, who has, this bad degenerative back problem that could go at any moment, and who you're hoping will play for you next season if you're the Rams, and who is not developing and learning and is not in need of reps. We're talking about a second-year quarterback who needs to play. I mean, just this week you had Kurt Warner come out, the Hall of Famer, critiquing and questioning the performance against Seattle. Some of it was totally fair. Some of it, I think, was one bad game, essentially, in terms of holding on to the ball, not taking the layup. I don't think those are regular things with Jaden Daniels, but they certainly happened against the Seahawks, and Warner knows more about quarterbacking than I certainly do. But I look at that, and I go, okay, we did this topic. Why is it happening? I'm not arguing that it's happening. How did we get here? Why is it happening? And the answer most of us came up with in some way was he hasn't been as accurate, true. He hasn't been as decisive, okay, fine. What does this all come back to? It's partially the talent on the field, the health, but it's practice time that was missed. He's missed half of this season's practice time almost, or at least, 35, 40% of it. It's games that have been missed. He's played in his career, Danny, right now, 23 NFL games. That's it. 20, not even a season and a half. 23 NFL games. You're just going to say, he's got a chance to play and develop and see 4 games worth of defenses and go out there in a great opportunity where the result doesn't matter. But now let's just not risk an injury. Like, I don't even know what that is. It's like, I was going to clean the windows. I'm a window cleaner, but I don't want to risk an injury today. Like, what?
What did you just finish? Again, I'm doing my best to advocate for it. Did you just injure yourself 3 times cleaning the window?
Are you healthy right now? Then get back to work.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your gig. The gig is to go play football. Is he going to play in September? But by that logic, it makes no more sense to me to say, well, I don't want to risk him in September. We'll wait till the stretch run. Like, what are you talking about?
The attempt is to go back because if the feeling is this is just a lost situation. This is bad. This is spiraling off the rails. This is out of control. Whatever the reason you want to say that this is happening, I think I'm guessing these folks might not care what the reason is anymore.
But if the goal is, if it was about this season and this season alone, sure, I don't care about this season any more than those people do.
No, I understand that, but
it has very little to do with that. It's about Jaden Daniels getting back to last year's Jaden Daniels.
Right, and
that's not happening by sitting and watching Marcus Mariota when he's healthy.
Yeah, and we agree, of course. But again, I'm doing my best here to figure this out. To me, what they might tell you, whoever they is, this group that's yelling at you in all caps on Twitter, I suppose, is that it's a lost year. They can't get right. He's getting hit too much. Every time he plays, we get a game and a half, and then he's hurt again. It's not going to happen this year. Go back to the drawing board, retool this thing, figure out how to either teach him, coach him, practice time him, fix him, make the offense a different way, different offensive line, 9 different skill guys, whatever. All those things, because there's no learning that's happening when he's in the blue tent. That would be their comeback.
So don't be in the blue tent is my answer to that. Do all of those things you're talking about in the game. Call the game differently if you want to. He's been hit more than any other quarterback. Yes. Since the start of last season, he's been hit 322 times. Only one other quarterback's been hit more than 300, and it's Jalen Hurts, and 50 of those have been the tush push. Okay?
Yep.
But you can bring him back, and you can not have any design runs, and you can implore to him, hey, man, we're not scrambling at a 27% rate anymore. Like, we are living in the pocket. We're making things easy for you. We're doing quick game, whatever that looks like. But, yeah, let's coach that. Let's learn that. Let's play that way. Whatever it is, again, I'm arguing with a hypothetical argument.
Right.
But if the fear is hits on the quarterback, so let's make sure we mitigate that. And that's time for Cliff to figure out how to call plays where you can avoid hits with this guy. Now, if they are 2 weeks away from the end of the season by the time he gets healthy, then this is a different discussion, okay? I'm not some crazy person who's like, on the last day of the season, Josiah Gray coming back from TJ has to pitch.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. But at this point, I don't think he'll be ready for Denver. They're kind of making it seem like that would be a possibility. But December 7th, you and I are going to be in Minneapolis for that Vikings game. If he could come back for that game, which is still 1 month from today, another 4 weeks removed from an injury that he suffered 5 days ago, where right now he's supposedly just sore. That means he could play in 5 football games the rest of the year. That is 30% of the season that you're saying, nah, he doesn't need to do that. I think I'm taking crazy pills. I think that is one of the most ridiculous things ever. The very notion that a healthy quarterback would that they shouldn't play him for a 30% of the year because they're not going to make the playoffs. I just can't fathom that. But I want to see what people think. 800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. It's a lengthy injury report this week, so buckle up. For San Francisco, Ricky Pearsall, questionable with a knee injury. We know Brandon Ayuk is out, and Fred Warner, star linebacker, is on injured reserve. Thinking of the Rams, potentially, what might they be able to do as a result of no Fred Warner? Puka Nacua is questionable this week for those Rams, who I just mentioned, but he should be able to play. Looking at Tampa Bay, Chris Godwin, limited all week. Bucky Irving is questionable, doesn't look good there. No Mike Evans that you know, and no Jalen McMillan. For the Bears, DeAndre Swift is questionable. Cole Kmet is questionable as well. For Carolina, Rico Dowdle looks like he will be good to go. For Buffalo, James Cook is questionable. For Atlanta, a lineman of note, Chris Lidstrom, a guard, is questionable. Does that affect the run game for an offense that's been struggling here of late? And to localize it for Washington and Detroit, looks like Penei Sewell will play. No Taylor Decker for a beat-up offensive line against the Washington defense. And for Washington, no Jaden Daniels, no Terry McLaurin, Quan Martin, Tyler Owens are questionable. And we also know no Marshawn Lattimore and no Luke McCaffrey. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. The NFL season, it's in full swing, and it's awesome. I'm having so much fun betting with Fanatic Sportsbook. It's the home of fair play. All pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. They protect you. That's what fair play does. Some books do nothing. Some books do nothing at all, but not Fanatic Sportsbook. They flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. That's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. If your player gets hurt in the first half, your bet will play on, and all the remaining legs play on without that one player, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance right there in the app, and payout speed is lightning quick too. Bet with the sportsbook that has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER-MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Commanders got good news today on Jaden Daniels. His elbow is not going to have to be placed on IR, and there's no ligament damage and won't require surgery. He'll be reevaluated after the Week 12 bye. Taking a look at the injury report for the Commanders, Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin are both out. Eddie Goldman, Quan Martin, and Tyler Owens are all questionable. Taking a look at the Nova High School football preview presented by Northern Virginia Community College. Today's game of the week is Westfield at South Lakes. Westfield Bulldogs are 6-3 and beat Chantilly last week 30-14. The South Lake Seahawks are 5-4. They've lost 2 straight games, including a loss last week to Centerville 49-35. Nova helps your student earn a degree, start a career, save on tuition, and make you proud. Northern Virginia Community College. Stop at nothing. Get started at go.nvcc.edu. Basketball tonight in the NBA. The Wizards taking on the Cavaliers at Capital One Arena as part of the NBA Cup. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game right here on the Fan. College hoops about a half hour away from tip-off at College Park, Georgetown, and Maryland. The Terps call will be on the Team 980. The Hoyas call will be on Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
At Char Bar in Reston, we're Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30. You got 30 more minutes to try to win Commanders tickets out here at Char Bar. If you're in the bar, make sure you fill out your name and put it in the raffle box here. We're giving away tickets to the Commanders and the Broncos. We've got 2 pairs that we're raffling off for a winner at some point tonight. We're going to be here for another hour until 6:30 live on the Fan. It's a great bar. It's a cool location. If you're in the Reston area at any point, this is where you should do your lunches, man. This is a really, really good restaurant and bar. Danny, we're talking Jaden Daniels. Great news, as Toby just said in the update. No surgery, likely to be able to return. What we don't know, and Dan Quinn didn't provide any clarity on this today, was is the Commanders staff and are the Commanders going to bring him back if the season gets off the rails? If you lose to Detroit and it's 3-7, and then you go to Miami, whether you win or lose that game, you come out of the bye and something goes wrong, do you just punt and say, I don't care if he's healthy, we'll see you next year? I've never really thought that was a possibility because it doesn't really happen in the league. But a lot of fans think that is the most prudent thing to do with Daniels. I've made my case pretty clear. He's a second-year QB. He's only played 23 games. You play, you get better, you learn, you develop.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of all the angles here.
We'll hit the phones in a second, by the way, if you're waiting. 800-636-1067.
Let's say this year had been unbelievable until now. No other injuries. And he'd been playing at an even better level than last year.
Right.
He'd been unbelievable. And you're going, oh, my God, there's no need for growth. There's no need for, like, an extra rep, maybe, because he's got it. Keep this guy in bubble wrap until football is imperative and you're playing for wins at this point. Would that change your mind at all?
No.
So there's no scenario where you'd go, if he's healthy, he doesn't play.
I guess I find it more ridiculous that you would not want to see him play based on the fact that the performance has taken a step backwards. Again, not all his own fault. Some of the things are
just
things
acknowledging it,
he
right.
controls.
But you see what I'm asking, right? Like, because for me, my answer in its entirety is it hadn't gone great this year for whatever reason. And I need steps taken to make sure it goes great in the future. That would include him playing.
Yeah, I just bring up the regression part of it because it's come up this week substantially with the Warner stuff and even the press conference that was had with Cliff Kingsbury, right? It came up, and Kingsbury said, well, time on task, time on the grass. He needs to practice. He needs to play. I'm paraphrasing. That's kind of the gist of what he's been saying, right? Well, if so facto, why would I punt on 5 weeks of practice in 5 games? Like, that's crazy talk. So that's number one. But let's say he was playing at an MVP level. Jaden Daniels from last year, just 1 year older, looked the same. Everything was the same. I would ask this. Is he healthy? Yes or no? Then he should play.
And that's it for you.
Like the whole, I just don't. I don't know if it's a Robert Griffin thing in people's head or what, but it's so simple. Are you healthy? Then you play. Like that's the way it works. I don't know what I'm missing. Henry's in Reston. Let's get started there on Grant and Danny. What's up, Henry? How are you?
I'm doing really well. Indulge me in some math. 17-game season, 60 minutes is 1,020 minutes. Half of that goes to the other team.
the other half is in the huddle. That means the whole season's like 240 minutes, only 4 hours. So, of course, you want to get them out there. It's so fleeting how long their careers are. Every moment is precious when you do that math. So you obviously want to get them out there.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I like that manner of thinking, honestly, like breaking that down. I mean, there's a difference between practice, game reps, and the like. There's a difference between preseason reps, training camp reps, and the real stuff, when the bullets are flying, so to speak, about a real NFL game. And the risk of injury is very real, especially considering how many hits he's taken. And if you've got to take steps to try to mitigate that, I think that's smart. I think it's the right call. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about a still ascending player. I think that's at its core where I care about it. It sounds like more than you do, GP. If this was 10-year veteran who's already got a couple of Super Bowls and bona fides under his belt, I go, let's sit down a couple weeks at the end of the year instead of rushing back for a meaningless game to make sure we get a better draft pick to give him some more support. But that's not how I feel. This year happened, and that's kind of my alpha and omega if I know you feel differently.
800-636-1067. Vincent's in Waldorf on Grant and Danny. What's up, Vincent? How are you?
I'm good. How are you, fellas?
Good, buddy.
First-time listener, first-time caller.
Appreciate you.
You guys are... Just think, you guys were 2 days ago hanging Dan Quinn out to dry for leaving Jaden Daniels in on a needless game that they could not win. He had no business being out there. So now, scenarios flip. I smell hypocrisy. If the scenario is the season's already over, we're playing for naught, he doesn't need the experience. He needs to be sitting on the bench. He needs to be working on his pocket presence. He needs to be working on his read. He needs to be putting weight on and putting muscle on so he can sustain some of these hits for next year. You cannot play him if
Vincent.
he is healthy. He was healthy when they creamed him. He was healthy.
Hey, Vincent, first off, right?
Yeah.
And hang on the line because I got questions. I did not say that. I don't know who you guys are. Danny, I think, had an issue with it. I didn't. I said I would have had him in the game. So that's number one.
Okay.
There's no hypocrisy.
I would not have, and we'll talk in a second.
Okay. Now, the drive started at 12 minutes left. That quarterbacks are still in the game at 12 minutes left, almost universally in the NFL. He got hurt at 7 minutes left. If the drive started at 6 minutes, I might have a different feeling. If it started at 4 minutes, it started at 12. There were basically the entire fourth quarter remaining. It just so happened that on that long drive, he got hurt. Also, my issue was the play calling, not having him in the game, but that's another story. So I want to clarify that. Number two, I even think that you could have an issue with one like Danny and not the other. I think they're two different things. But you're saying put him in bubble tape and wait till next year. You're punting on 5 games at the end of a year with a healthy quarterback. That's 23 games into his career and needs to develop. I need an argument as to why you would do that. Are you going to sit all the other players on your roster that are young for next year? Are you going to just sign a bunch of guys off the street like you're the replacements to get to the end of the year? Because God forbid someone tears something. Is that your plan?
No, my plan is, just like Danny said earlier, this is the guy that punches the ticket. This is the guy that brings everybody to the stadium. This is your franchise quarterback. He has gotten hurt way too many times. I really can't see that. I understand what you're saying with the logic of if the game is already out of hand, we've already lost, he shouldn't be out there. My whole thing is you play to win also. If the season's already lost, we can't gain anything this year except to possibly get him hurt again. Sit him down.
Appreciate you, dude. Great phone call, good passion. So you kind of covered my rebuttal. I have a huge problem with him being in the game, and because no one else does it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. When a quarterback has been blasted on half of his dropbacks, when he's running for his life, when it's clearly not going that way, I don't go, oh, well, no one else does it. That's not the paradigm. Oh, well, he's healthy, so he's got to play. No. The circumstances dictated that when I'm down 31 at home with 2 other injuries this year, and he's been hit more than any other quarterback in the world over the last couple of seasons, and he's been pressured more than any other quarterback in a game this year already, he is sitting on the bench for me when that game is that far out of reach. The whole thing's a waste of time.
Which is not crazy to me. Let me just say real quick. That argument, Danny, I can see it. That one's not crazy. Like, you make that case, and I go, I disagree, but I totally get it. The 5 games at the end of the year that he doesn't play when he's healthy, that one I can't even see.
And within those games, I will say, if he's getting destroyed, he can't protect himself, there's no lessons learned, for whatever reason, the line isn't working or the play calls aren't working or receivers aren't open, I reserve the right to remove him and make sure that he's safe. His safety is paramount. Vince, I'm with you. You and I are feeding out of the same trough, dude. I want this kid to thrive, and it's so important that he does. I'm now willing to sit there and grit my teeth and bear it, knowing that there might be more danger right now. He needs the development. He needs the work. If this year had not gone this way, I might not feel that way, but it did.
There's this, it's almost like a straw man tough guy thing, but why play in any game? Right? I mean, seriously, if there's just this fear, well, he could get hurt again, and he could not. He's played in a lot more games that he hasn't gotten hurt in than games where he has. There is a point to playing. There is a point to having a practice week in your development as a second-year player. 800-636-1067. The Commanders have been non-committal. We don't know if they're bringing Jaden back or not. Should, whether or not they're in the hunt, have any factor on what they do? That's the question on the Fan. Yeah, Football Friday. What's up? And welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. I was just looking at FanDuel, some of the over-unders for the Commanders and the Lions in this game. I find it odd, I don't know about you, that the line has moved in Washington's favor since the week started. It came out at 8.5. It opened, went down to 7.5. Now, at FanDuel, it's still at 8.5 or maybe even moved back up. But there's been a little bit of movement, and everyone kind of said by the time this game kicks off, it's going to be upwards of like 10.5 points.
It'll be double digits, right?
And
right?
That is definitely not happening.
Something's going on that I don't know about. Maybe it's the...
It's got to be the O-line injuries.
I was going to say, like, you would look at that and go, okay, maybe that's the reason it won't be a 30-point blowout. But it's hard to think about this, anything other than this for me. Detroit's recent sample, where they haven't lost back-to-back games, I think, in 3 years, where they didn't play great last week and had a chance to win, versus Washington that has been sandblasted for 3 straight weeks by north of 20-plus points. Like, this isn't Washington they stubbed their toe last week and dropped the game they shouldn't have. Now they'll be back for revenge, whereas Detroit is. Everyone knows that was like the bogey. That was a bad play. They didn't look very good. They have all the hatred in their heart from last year, from the postseason, and they're infinitely better. Washington has been non-competitive in these last 3 games, one of which was against a team that's not very good, and then they lost to the Bears also, who are way worse than the Lions.
Odds makers think the Lions are going to run the ball pretty effectively, and more so than they throw it, it sounds like, because they've got Jahmyr Gibbs over-under at 70.5 yards, with Montgomery at 49.5. So they think those two guys combine for 120 rushing yards. They've only got Jared Goff at 247 passing yards as an over-under, which feels to me like something you might want to hit the over on. But obviously, as we've talked about, major O-line issues, trying to hold up and pass protection could be an issue. Let's hit the phones. We're live in Reston, 800-636-1067. David's out in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. David, Jaden Daniels likely to return this season, it feels like, after the news today. What do you think?
I don't know. If he's not 100%, I don't want to see him out there.
If he's not 100%, nobody would suggest he should be out there. I think our hypothetical is based on him being healthy and able to return at 100%.
If he's at 100%, I'd love to see him out there. I just hope the offensive line gets better and can protect him better.
Appreciate you,
what
buddy.
I've seen so far.
Is that the disconnect?
Yes.
Because, to me, what that call is, so intuitive. If he's not 100%, he shouldn't play. Yep, no one thinks he should. Well, if he's 100%, he should play. Right. I mean, are the people that are mad suggesting that I'm trying to get him to play even if he's not 100%?
Yeah, I think that's
not what I'm saying.
I think that's part of it. Again, it's everybody clenches when you reference Robert Griffin. I think history teaches us a lot, and everybody should use data points. We went through that dance about cleared and 100% and healthy versus cleared, and is he himself? But yeah, he's not. But he's wearing a brace, but he's been cleared. Everyone did that. So, and then you hear all the cliches in the NFL about, well, nobody's 100% this time of year. Nobody feels good, and everybody's bruised. It's after this much part of the season. So I think there's part of that's lost. You have to offer that caveat every 7 seconds like you're talking to a toddler, right? Where you go, and as a reminder, I don't want to rush him back if he's not healthy, ... Because I think people have that baked into that part of the conversation.
His knee was hurt.
Yes.
They didn't rush him back. He said no ill effects
Totally
from that.
right, yes.
His hamstring was hurt. They didn't rush him back. He said no ill effects from that. Did anybody have a problem with him playing after those injuries? Now his elbow's hurt. They won't rush him back from it. When it's healed and not at risk of being a problem, he'll come back from this too. That's kind of my point. Cedric in Manassas, you're on G&D. How are you?
Yo, Grant, Danny, what's up? What's happening? What up, baby? So listen, I'm like 50-50 about this, okay? So I'm like 100%, yes, he should play, he should start. But then I go to Danny's side. If at any point, like Danny would say, we're getting sandblasted, he sits. And I don't care about what the score looks like. So that's my take. I think if he's 100%, absolutely, play all 5 games at the end of the season. If we're getting manhandled and he's looking crazy like he did in that Seahawks game, please sit him down.
Yeah, no problem.
That's all I got for you guys.
I like
Appreciate
it.
you.
I like that. There's not like a magic number for me where if you're down 20, you sit him, but if it's only 16, you keep him in there. But I think it's a pitcher getting removed from the game by a manager kind of situation. It's a feel thing. You can see it. And if you're Dan Quinn, if he's not getting protected well, if you have another one of these games like Seattle, I don't know that they will, but where they're teeing off on him. I mean, in that game, just to give some numbers, he got pressured on 20% of it, 20 passes, okay? It's not hits, that's pressures. There was only one other game this year where he got pressured that many times. It was the Packers game. And he actually, in that game, dropped back way more times. So the pressure percentage was lower. This was the least effective they've done at keeping people from pressuring him in this game. But there have also been games this year where he only got pressured 10 times, 9 times. Again, these aren't hits. These are just guys being near you.
Yep.
That's a really good day at the office when you drop back almost 40 times against the Giants. They've got those games against really good fronts like New York's on the resume too. But yeah, let's do that. If he's playing, that's just reasonable. That's normal. Everyone wants to protect him. Everyone wants to keep him healthy. If there's a game that's going badly and you're down 17-3 in the third quarter and he's been hit 9 times and you want to pull him to the sideline and go, hey, we'll try again next week. It's week 15 and we're 4-8 or whatever the numbers are. Sure. Cool. No problem. That's very different than just saying 30% of the season left, but you're not going to play anymore, even though you're healthy, because we had a bad first couple of months. Joe's in Fairfax. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Joe?
Hey, yeah. And any regular season, I would say, of course, bring him out there. But this specific season, I really do not see any positives on either side of the ball. We're going to have teams scoring on us at will, and having Jaden playing hero ball down multiple scores with receivers he has no trust in, I don't see how that's going to improve his abilities, moving forward. Did David Carr get better because he was on the field all those games? No, he got worse in his
This
career.
is
Was
not
destroyed
David
because
Carr, who got sacked 73 times. Why are we acting like the Commanders' offensive line is the Texans from 2000?
Well, defenses do not fear our receiving core, so they're going to be blitzing us every single week. And Jaden's going to be down scores, so he's going to be scrambling out there trying to, will his team to victory. And the risk of injury in that scenario is just too great for me to risk him going back out there.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate you.
Yeah, so I
got
get that.
pressured 12 times and about 30 dropbacks against the Cowboys in the game that he got hurt in. It was the most recent. Did he get hurt in the Cowboys game?
He did, yeah, hamstring.
Yes, that was the hamstring injury. So that was before the elbow injury this time around. But that hamstring game, that was not a problem pressure-wise. But that is happening where people are acting like this is a Texan situation where they're like, it's time to protect this guy from this terrible situation. Well, he's been hit a lot, most of it on when he's running, when he's scrambling. A lot of those times it's not that you have to scramble. He's just making plays because he's a playmaker.
And I think, I don't want to speak for the caller, but that's kind of the point, is he's being hit too many times. If that can't stop, regardless of how or why, whoever you want to blame, he's still being hit too many times. So exercising caution isn't the craziest thing in the world to me.
Right. Then there's a whole other conversation we need to start having.
Absolutely.
Which is about his play style and his ability to avoid hits. I don't even think that's necessary, but in a world where he can't play because we're afraid he gets hit too much, then everyone from Cliff Kingsbury to Jaden Daniels to Dan Quinn needs to be brought into a boardroom by Josh Harrison. We need to have a whole nother discussion. Week 10 looms. Let's go through the NFL games. There are a lot of good ones this week to kick off our final segment, plus the Commanders player we're locking in on and our predictions for Sunday all coming up on G&D.